Oh, baby, we've already had fireworks on the morning roast. The show doesn't start at 6:05. The show doesn't start at 6 o'clock. It starts at 5:40 a.m. with Sam Lubman and Joe Shasky the Butcher. It's so good to be back on the roast on a Thursday. And from the bottom of my heart, honestly, guys, from Spadoni, from Lubman, from Shasky.
Where's this going?
I'm telling you where it's going. To all the graveyard shift workers, to everybody getting ready for work, to everybody who's at work and listening to us. And I met Josh yesterday at the Tesla dealership. Shout out to Josh. Anna. It's Anna.
Why are you doing that?
No, I'm not doing it.
Why are you?
Her lease was up for her car, and so she traded it for a Tesla.
Tesla up that you just ran her over with as you made.
No, it was a great. She made a great deal. It was perfect.
Oh, so a Tesla is in the Hill household?
Well, because it's Anna's car. She's paying for it.
Okay.
My car's already, I got the Charger. I'm chilling in the Charger.
Yo, you're going to need a Charger.
Her lease was up for her previous car.
To plug in that bad boy. So which one did you get?
So she got the Model Y. It's nice and spacious. It's not bad,
Did you do a light show yesterday?
No light show.
You know the light show?
No, it's a light show.
You haven't seen the light show? Certain models, you push some button and it does this big light show.
Oh, nah.
It's pretty cool.
I hope we never figure that out.
I don't necessarily love driving the Tesla because one of my family members has one.
Right.
And it drives like a video game.
Yeah, it's a little...
I'm old school.
It's a little weird.
I'll be burning petrol and ruining the environment as long as I can.
The cost that she's saving right now off that Tesla is pretty big. But anyway, shout out to Josh.
Had it for like 14 hours.
Shout out to Josh, who I met yesterday. A lot of roasters yesterday. I met Marcus, who I met down there in California Street. Marcus, what is happening? Listen, man.
You sell me on a sunroof next?
Yeah, well, here's where I'm going, Shasky. By the way, the sunroof that we do have is pretty sweet. Shout out to everybody, baby mamas, baby daddies, strippers, cops, CHP officers,
stay-at-home moms
firefighters, yes, absolutely. Retirees, longshoremen, electricians, PG&E workers, delivery service, people who's working on the internet, technicians who's fixing my internet or whatnot. I want to say this from the bottom of my heart.
What's that?
In the ratings book, we've not lost since July on the Morning Roast. We have not. And usually we don't talk about this stuff on air.
Okay.
But I do want to show some gratitude to all the roasters, to everybody on YouTube, Twitch, and the Xfinity Mobile text line that has helped make us a powerhouse in this market in the mornings. I swear to God, man, every roaster I meet, every time I think about it, I met roasters at Cabo. It's just... we do this for you guys. Like, Shasky and I do this for you, and we just want to show some appreciation. So, and later in the summer, we got some big things planned. By the way, Tyler Miller won the quarterback fantasy rankings. We got to get him a sweater. Yeah. We got some great things planned because from the bottom of my heart, you guys keep us going. You keep us charged up, and we want to say thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You guys have been riding with us through baseball season, through the football season in Philadelphia. You guys had our back out there. So I just want to say thank you to start off the show to the Morning Roasters as we get set for a big time. This spring's going to be big with the Warriors, Giants, and the Niners or whatnot. But I wanted to say thank you to all the roasters.
No, I'm with you on that one. It's not lost on me that the two of us growing up, we truly do love these teams. You know, people can say that we're too blinded by some of that fandom at times, or maybe too critical because we're too close to the sun, if you will. But hearing from people every day and waking up the city that we love so much, it doesn't get lost on me.
Doubt.
I know how grateful we are, and I know how appreciative we are of our roasters. And without them, we don't have a show.
Yep, no
so
doubt.
Straight up. But B, I'm going to be real with you.
What's up?
Part of that love of my teams, this is like true. Like you hear people like they'll move here. Like I know certain hosts have been in 17 different markets, and they come in and they're like, "Yeah, Luis Gonzalez, Giants baseball." They get super fired up. Dog, you know I love the Giants. I know you love the Giants. I'm not saying you don't, but you know why you love me? It's because I walk in here and I read 2 articles on The Athletic, and it got me depressed. It got me depressed about the San Francisco Giants. You know why? Because we've been lapped by the entire Major League Baseball organizations in the world right now, and it's really bugging me. We have no all-star worthy players. Not one. There's not one guy, as I look into this year, where I can go, that guy could be an all-star.
Logan Webb?
Yeah, because of a participation trophy. Like
Camilo Duvall?
Maybe. I'm talking about everyday players. I'm talking about everyday
players. Yeah,
right?
It's gonna be tough.
And even Logan Webb, maybe he's the lone Giant participant. And not only that, then I'm looking at our prospects, right? You brought this guy Farhan Zaidi in, and Farhan, he's gonna change everything. He's smarter than you. Is he smarter than me? Because there's 70 guys in baseball right now who are 25 or younger, 24 or younger, who have taken an at-bat or are on a team right now, and your top 2 prospects of everyday players are 25 years old each.
It's a problem. And we're going to talk to Laura Britt about it at 8:30. Laura Britt actually sat down behind the scenes with Gabe Kapler We'll get into that. Well, maybe, NBC Sports Bay Area is doing a video series. Laura Britt's down there in Scottsdale, Arizona, alongside Alex Pavlovich. My boy, producer David Tetla's down there, kind of keeping me in the loop. Gabe Kapler, she sat down with yesterday with Pavlovich. I know it hasn't been aired yet on NBC.
Oh, nice.
I don't know how much she could give us, but Laura Britt will join us at 8:30 to talk a little Giants baseball. We also had Dalton Johnson, another Warriors reporter at NBC Sports Bay Area, and I've watched Dalton come up over the last 7 years. Really, really proud of him out of Petaluma. His rise from just writing blogs, former baseball player. Now he's covered the Golden State Warriors, and I want to get the vibe, Shasky, of the Warriors down there in L.A. It's a dangerous time.
I'm sure it's a party vibe.
Well, I hope it's a serious vibe because 14 of the next 24 are against teams over 500. And that doesn't include the new look L.A. Lakers who's going to have LeBron James. You don't think LeBron James want to stick it to the Warriors without Stephen Curry and Andrew Wiggins?
Well, after that 2-week vacation leading up to the All-Star game where he showcased himself in that All-Star game, I'm sure he's feeling really good.
Oh, maybe the Peaky's out. Maybe. Remember, you tried to block a dunk attempt in the All-Star game. And
I have so much
Pinky.
LeBron fatigue. It's just.
Oh, really? You do?
I now have it. It was All-Star weekend. It hit the wall for me.
He is, I don't want to get into
I'm sick of him being a captain.
I'm
sick
tired
of him having full control of the league.
He's part of the problem with All-Star Weekend. He's part of the problem. He's been part of the problem. He's part of the problem with the way the NBA has been run, with the load management. Even though he plays,
no, he does
but it's the team building aspect of everything. Super teams. Hey, I want to go play with my friends. Let's orchestrate trades and destroy franchises to play with my boys. I'm over LeBron James.
He needs to hand the mantle to someone else and take a step down off the podium.
That mantle needs to go to Stephen Curry. However, he's not playing today. And
I know.
The reevaluation of Stephen Curry, of course, he got reevaluated yesterday. He's going to miss at least the next 4 games. Next 4 games in L.A. against the Lakers. Then you got 3 straight at Chase Center. The Rockets, the T-Wolves, and the Blazers. I'm hoping for just a 2-2 record. But I wanted to ask Dalton Johnson, what's the vibe? Is this team ready to roll? Because it was a wacky first half of the season for the Golden State Warriors. And when you look at all their ratings, middle of the pack offensively, middle of the pack defensively, not enough balance offensively, not enough consistency, guys in and out the lineup. Defensively at the point of attack, they've been atrocious. They've been awful. Teams living at the free throw line. It's go time now. Now is go time for the Golden State Warriors. There's no more excuses.
Bonte, I know you like to look at the schedule. That's one of the things that you do. You always have your eye on what's coming up. And I try to live in the moment. I'm looking at the schedule, and I'm just looking ahead. And we don't know when Steph's going to come back. He's going to miss at least a minimum of 4 games.
Minimum 4 games.
And then he'll be, quote-unquote,
reevaluated.
Okay.
Could be 7 to 10.
Who knows? It could be more, could be less.
Know.
It could be less.
We have no idea.
I have a hard time finding a string of wins in a row.
I know.
And I'm not trying to be pessimistic. I'm trying to be realistic.
No.
And I'm looking at this, and I'm assessing it, and I'm saying, wow, this is going to be really difficult. I'm not saying they're going to finish under 500. I'm not saying they're going to not be in the playing game. I'm saying just to get to 500 is going to take a surge here.
Oof. I'm the most optimistic Warrior fan, so I'm calling me a homer.
I know.
Without Andrew Wiggins, who's out due to personal reasons, and we have no idea when he's coming back. You'd think that he was turning the corner on the court. Ever since he got hurt with the right adductor strain and not COVID illness, his season's gone sideways. How do the Warriors?
Before you go, I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. To me, the more and more I've thought about it, and we were talking about it last week, and I'm not trying to identify him or pinpoint him because there's been so many other things.
Right.
But one of the big litmus tests for the difference of last year to this year is Andrew Wiggins. His drop-off, I feel like, is metaphoric to the entire Warrior drop-off. They miss his consistency.
Dude, the way he started this season, he was going back to Salt Lake City for the NBA All-Star game.
I thought so, too.
He was playing very well on both ends of the floor. Hell, when he got hurt with that right adductor strain, he had dropped 8 threes against the Houston Rockets. He had never looked better.
Yeah.
Shooting 45% from the three-point line. Next thing you know, he misses 15 games. He comes back. He doesn't look like himself. He misses a few more games with another illness, a non-COVID illness. And now he's just kind of fallen off the mat. Now he has personal reasons here. The Warriors cannot get anywhere without Andrew Wiggins. They need, and that to me, outside of health of the basketball, I had a phlegm this morning, excuse me. Outside of health and getting guys back, Andrew Wiggins, to me, is the biggest key to the second half of the season. And right now, you don't have him to start. That's a problem for this team.
Well, and you acquired Gary Payton, and you were thinking maybe he could take some of the load off of him on the perimeter in terms of the defensive assignments. and he's not available for who knows how long. It kind of sucks because I'm looking at the way the Warriors are right now, and it's like, if they were just a slightly better team, how much will we be talking about how Jordan Poole has kind of solidified certain things with so much of the absence of Steph Curry?
Yeah,
he's played a lot in these games. Draymond, I know there's off-the-court stuff that everyone's going to reference.
He's played good basketball.
He is. Dante DiVincenzo's been a revelation.
Right.
Like, there are good stories on this team, but then collectively I look at it, I'm like, why can't they just pull it together for a week, 2 weeks?
Right. No, and it's going to be tough. All right, they have the Denver Nuggets again. They have the Memphis Grizzlies again. They have the Grizzlies twice.
Clippers, right? Again?
They have the Clippers again.
Yeah.
They had the Suns March 13th, the return of Kevin Durant, who's coming back next Wednesday for the Phoenix Suns. You got Kyrie Irving and the Dallas Mavericks. You have Sacramento again. That Sacramento game could be huge. And you just wish, and I know a lot of people want to blame the 3-7 start on James Wiseman, which is just foolish. Well, are you going to,
really?
But listen, winning a couple of those games early, the difference between being 500 now and maybe being over 5 games over 500 is monumental. You're in the top 4. Now, they could be – would it surprise you this, Shasky?
Yes.
Would it surprise you if the Warriors ended up finishing in the top 6? Or if they just finished out of the play-in? Nothing surprises me at this point of the season.
I would be surprised if they finished in the top 6. I'm going to be honest with you. Even though I know that the records are all jumbled and a couple of games here, a couple teams slide, like I know things can happen. Missing out completely, as crazy as that sounds, why in my head I could see that. I could, because what if I told you this, Steph doesn't return.
Steph doesn't return. And you don't have Gary Payton II until the postseason.
Like just that one element right there. Steph Curry doesn't return. Then I think most Warrior fans say, I wouldn't be surprised if they missed out completely. Like, to go up to the 6th seed, man, that's...
If Steph Curry
It hurts me to be so pessimistic. I'm not trying to be. I want to be optimistic.
Right. Yeah,
I wish they would meet me halfway.
Dude, if they didn't make the playoffs, it would be one of their bigger disappointments. Not just the Bay Area alone, probably the last 20 years, 23 years. I mean, it may be one of the biggest disappointments of my lifetime if they didn't make the playoffs.
Really?
Absolutely. Think about the teams, right?
Given all the injuries?
And
everything that's happened?
I mean, look at all the games they've blown. They've blown 10 games where they've had a double-digit lead.
Let's go back to the beginning of the year. I tell you, Steph's going to miss X amount of time. What has he missed? 15 games now?
Yeah, I'll pull it up in a second.
Yeah, okay. Andrew Wiggins is going to miss a huge chunk of the season. I think most Warrior fans would be like, that's going to really have a damper on them. But even the most optimistic would say, maybe they can overcome it. But, you're 500 given all of those things that have happened.
But you would have thought that Wiseman would have been still on his basketball team.
That's true.
You'd have thought that Kuminga would have taken another leap. We all thought Moses Moody was going to play 15 minutes a night.
Well, yeah, I was wrong there.
We were all wrong there.
I was wrong there.
We would have thought Wiseman was giving us close to a double-double. Hell, some people may have thought he would be starting by now. Jonathan Kuminga would have been playing out of his mind. I mean, I think before the season, we were all thinking title.
No, I know we were, but you also
given all the circumstances, you just said, okay, if everybody's hurt, okay, maybe they're in the 6th spot right now. Especially with the way the Western Conference is played out. It's not like anybody's run away with it outside of the Denver Nuggets. Everything is packed. So the Warriors have had chances to be a 3 seed. Sacramento's 5 games over 500? They're 3 seed right now. We all think they're going to fade. The way the Suns have dealt with injuries, the way the Mavericks have dealt with injuries, the Grizzlies dealing with injuries. They didn't have Desmond Bane for a long time. They didn't have Ja for a long time with an ankle sprain. We'd all thought, okay, Curry's only played 38 games.
Didn't they lose 10 in a row at home?
They lost 10 in a row, period.
Oh, was it 10 in a row overall?
No, that was the Pelicans who lost 10 in a row overall.
Yeah.
The Grizzlies have lost a slew of games.
I thought it was 10 in a row at home. But anyway, neither here nor there. Point being is that they've had their slide. There's no doubt about it. Look, the league is lackluster right now. I'm just looking at it from a Warrior perspective, and that's the only prism that I can watch this through. And I'm saying to myself, they need Klay Thompson and Jordan Poole and Draymond Green to try to will this team to victories here. And if they can just stay around 500, that to me is the key. If they can just stay around 500, then Steph comes back. You don't need to go on a 10-2 run. You just need to go 6-4, 7-6. And I think that you could be fine over the next, let's say, 10, 11, 12 games. Right?
Absolutely. And these games against the T-Wolves and the Blazers, you got to win these games for tiebreaker purposes. That's how you got to start thinking about it. So I think 500 gets you into the play-in. And how dangerous would this team be if they got past the play-in? I think they'd be pretty dangerous. But then you got a lot of unknowns, right? How's Gary Payton II going to be if he doesn't return into the postseason? Where is Kuminga going to be at that point? Where's Stephen Curry going to be at? That's the number one thing. Where's Steph at?
That's all I keep thinking about. And they gave an update yesterday.
And he's going to be reevaluated in a week. But he misses these 4 games, which is huge. Again, Lakers, Rockets, T-Wolves, Blazers.
So that puts us at the first week of March, right? And then you got to think, even if he's 100%,
right,
it's going to take a couple days.
It is.
Right? Like, because then he's going to have to participate in 5-on-5s and stuff. So you just start playing the calendar game, and you're saying to yourself, because what do they got? Like 11 in the next?
Well, think about this stretch.
How many games do they have?
Think about this stretch after the 4 games.
Okay.
This is daunting.
So he's guaranteed missing 4.
Guaranteed missing 4. And then next Thursday, Clippers. Then you play the Pelicans. You have to go back to LA, play the Lakers. You have to go to Oklahoma City. Then you have to go to Memphis. You come back to the Bay Area, play the Bucks. And then get ready for Kevin Durant on a Monday night, March 13th. Then you go back to LA to play the Clippers. Then you travel cross country to play the Hawks. Then the Grizzlies again, and then the Rockets.
Oh my God.
I mean, I just don't know. I'm the most optimistic Warrior fan. I just don't know.
When do they get to play the Washington Generals?
I mean, seriously, that schedule right there.
And a lot of those teams are fighting for playoff position,
exactly,
or playoff existence.
Exactly. So that's why I say, if this squad doesn't make the playoffs, to me, it would be one of the more disappointing things I've seen in the Bay Area since the year 2000.
I'm trying to think, you kind of have stumbled me here. I feel like I got hit with a Roy Jones Jr. combination play.
The Giants in 2017, very disappointing.
Yes.
We all thought, okay, Giants are going to roll.
Yeah.
They signed Mark Melanson. Very disappointing.
Barry Zito contract, very disappointing.
No doubt. Niners of 2020, pretty disappointing.
Yeah, but the injuries were part of it, right?
No doubt. Yeah.
I mean, you lose Bosa for the year. You lose Jimmy G for almost half a year. What do you expect that team to do?
Right. Who else?
It's such a great question. I'm trying to wrap my head around it. I mean, losing, like, when you're like, the Giants go wire to wire, they lose to the Marlins. That's pretty disappointing.
Very.
And you lose in 3 walk-offs, right, in a row, basically.
But at least they made the playoffs.
Okay? 73-9. You win. You're ready to win it all, and you lose in the finals in Game 7.
Right.
And it's LeBron James' greatest moment. That's pretty disappointing. This is a different level of disappointment.
These are the champs.
I know.
And it feels like if they don't make the playoffs, sweeping changes could come to the Golden State Warriors. Let's go to Bud in the city. Bud, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Good morning.
Morning, Bud.
Hey, I just noticed that all the teams that the Warriors play in the second half of this, after this All-Star break, they're all playoff teams or fighting for a playoff spot, most of them.
Right.
It's going to be tough to get in.
It's going to be very tough. Very tough. Let's go to, so I battle my voice here for a segment. Phil, Lincoln High. Phil, what's happening? Phil! Going once, going twice. Phil's not ready. I wonder if that was Phil Ferrigno.
Oh, wow, legend.
You know Phil?
Of course.
He's been on my ass.
Why? They're not giving Lincoln enough love?
Yeah, Papa, head coach. After they won the state championship on last year. Where's my love? Where's my love?
Mustangs?
I got love for Phil. Congrats, Lincoln. State champs.
Yeah, they're always there. They're always in the mix.
He kicked my Eagles 10 straight times. He shut about, 49-0? Jesus Christ.
I just, this Warrior thing, you kind of have me stuck. I've been now wrapping my brain around biggest disappointments. Like, there's individual disappointments in terms of collective disappointment, like team-wide.
Right.
This is pretty staggering. If they don't make it, it would be staggering. It's a great question.
There's only been one team ever to win the title in the NBA and not make the playoffs the next year. Do you guys know that team?
It's the Chicago Bulls.
Which year?
It's the year that Eddie Curry and them got drafted. So
yeah, 98, after 98.
Why did Michael retire?
The lockout shortened season when Tim Duncan won a championship with the San Antonio Spurs.
Right.
So 1999.
There you go.
Look at that.
Yeah, that was
only
easy.
time ever.
That was easy.
But the last team
you didn't answer it.
The last team to
You just
participate
started
in the
right at
finals. The last team to participate in the finals and not make the playoffs the next year.
LA Lakers?
Warriors.
2019.
Yep.
when everybody was hurt.
And then the Cavs before that, and then the Lakers. Yeah.
Joey, this is why you're with us. That's the kind of content I like.
Here you go.
Dude,
I like that.
The Bulls broke it apart for no reason. Pippen leaves, Jordan leaves, Phil Jackson moves on. That was just stupid.
Well, the Warriors might break it up
There's
for
parallels with that team, though.
Right.
It's kind of weird.
There's a lot of parallels there. All right. 888-957-9570. How concerned are you about the Golden State Warriors?
So we're drafting Eddie Curry and Tyson Chandler in the same draft then next?
Well, doesn't it feel like James Wiseman may have been Eddie Curry or Tyson Chandler?
I still thought Eddie Curry could have been good in the right situation.
Yeah, Tyson Chandler ended up being good.
You know, he was a very solid player.
EPOI.
Yeah, he was a very solid player. He needed the right situation.
Boy, they traded Wiseman for GP2. He can't even play
I told you, everybody was like, yes! And I was like, this doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I would have just kept him.
Boy, I'm worried about the Warriors.
I'm
worried about the Warriors.
How have you become the Warrior?
888-957-9570. How worried are you about the Dubs? This segment was brought to you by Golden State. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. We do succeed. We succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. And what's coming up on the game, sponsored by the Inn at the Tides. Book your gateway to Bodega Bay at the iconic Inn at the Tides. Their midweek winter special offers the lowest rates of the year, starting at just $199 per night. That's a pretty damn good deal. Enjoy stunning views, refreshed rooms, and free breakfast. Book now in at thetides.com.
Listen to Steiny and
every inch of my body and anything that comes out is for sale.
This is Steve Kerr, and you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
I love how Spadoni just let that beat ride. Just let it ride, baby. Shout out to YouTube, Twitch, and Xfinity Mobile text line. Laura Britt, 8:30. Dalton Johnson, 8 o'clock. Don't forget, 95.7 The Game, shop.com. We got to get Tyler Miller a sweater. Tyler Miller, what's your size, buddy? He won the fantasy quarterback rankings. Or did he? Was it Spadoni? Lubman, who won? Who won, Lubman? Lubman's right now. He's
rattled. I ripped him.
No, we're good. I just dealing some producer stuff. Tyler Miller was the winner. And yeah, we will be getting him an item of his choice.
You might not get it for 2 months, but it's all good.
As we talk about quarterbacks, quick aside.
The gears are in motion.
Quick aside. Bonte and I, the private show is always better than the actual show. We were talking.
Sometimes.
Caleb Williams, USC superstar,
right,
who followed Lincoln Riley from Oklahoma to USC. College football's, I think he's the most dynamic player in college football. B and B were arguing. We could split hairs on here. There have been a lot of great, exciting college football players.
Right.
For my money, this year, it flipped, and maybe I'm being recency bias here.
I think it's recency bias.
I think Caleb's one of the most incredible watches I've ever seen in college football.
Oh, my gosh.
That being said, he came out yesterday, and he did an interview. I forget what the exact magazine was. He said, I would like to go play with the Dolphins, and then he rattled off their weapons, or San Francisco or the Raiders. And I'm telling you this right now. If there is even a tiny chance that he pulls an Eli Manning and he decides to choose where he wants to play, I'm dead serious when I say this. B, look me in the eye. This is not take. No, this is the reality. I would trade every single player or draft pick from the 49ers to go get Caleb Williams. I am that high on him.
Including Nick Bosa?
I think he might be a better prospect than Andrew Luck, who I hold as one of the greatest prospects I've ever seen.
Wow.
You got to fight me first, though, Shasky.
Why's that?
He's going to the Raiders.
He's so sick.
He's going to the Raiders.
He is sick.
And I'm not.
But when you say the most exciting, he's not exciting. More exciting than Reggie Bush and what Reggie Bush did. What was that? 05, 06?
I hold Reggie in some of the highest.
He's not more exciting than Michael Vick in college.
Is one of the best watches in sports.
Oh my God, Shasky! Come on, Shasky.
Bonte?
More exciting than Reggie Bush that year was. I mean, Tommy Frazier, Nebraska. Are you kidding me?
I think that Cam Newton season with Auburn, man.
Oh, my God.
I'm telling you guys this right now.
About Devontae Smith winning a Heisman.
I'm not arguing about all these other
Deshaun
players.
Watson.
I'm telling you.
Lamar Jackson.
Dead serious.
Oh, my gosh.
I would trade every single 49er for the opportunity to have him in a Niner uniform for 10 years.
Most exciting college? Oh, my God.
He's so sick.
Oh, my God. He is good.
He is so
good.
sick.
He is good. But I don't even know if he's the best quarterback prospect I've seen in the last 10 years.
Who would it be? Trevor?
Well, you brought up Luck. You brought up Trevor.
Luck was drafted in 2010.
But dude, Deshaun Watson was sick at Clemson.
He cannot throw the way Caleb. Caleb can make every throw.
All right, but Deshaun Watson was making all those throws. When he had to make them, he made them.
Bonte.
Lamar Jackson.
Caleb
in
will
Louisville.
run to the sideline, turn like a shortstop, and fling it 60 yards effortlessly.
Lamar Jackson at Louisville was sick. He brought up Cam Newton. I'll bring up Jameis Winston.
The arm talent is better for Caleb.
Jameis Winston was sick at Florida State, won a national championship. It was exciting.
Caleb's arm talent is better than all those guys.
Keep your mic off. We own you. You's done. Stick a fork in them. But are the Warriors done? Are the Warriors done?
God, I love Caleb.
I do like Caleb. I don't want to make it seem like I don't like Caleb.
I know. I love
Caleb. I loved him in Oklahoma, and then everybody jumped on the bandwagon.
I mean, if USC could get a stop, just a stop.
And it couldn't even be Tulane, right?
I mean, Jesus
Christ.
Hey, that running back for Tulane was sick.
He was sick.
22 was sick.
Frank Isola yesterday.
Frankie Ice
joined us. PTI, Around the Horn, Sirius XM Radio. Joined us and believes that the Warriors, even if they get healthy, it won't be enough.
Overall, let's face it, guys, and I know everyone said it, maybe you guys do as well. Oh, no, wait till they all get back. I still think they'll be dangerous. I don't see it. That doesn't happen now. All of a sudden it's going to happen. What is it, 58 games that they played in their 500 team, and there's so many good teams now in the Western Conference, and, of course, with Dallas adding my guy Kyrie, and then Kevin Durant with the Phoenix Suns. The Western Conference got better over the during the trade deadline. I'm not so sure that the Warriors got better.
So, number one, did the Warriors get better? And number two, if they're healthy, can they still be a threat in the Western Conference? Again, Kevin Durant's now with the Phoenix Suns. Kyrie Irving's with the Dallas Mavericks. 888-957-9570. What's your concern level with the Golden State Warriors here over the next 24 games? And it starts tonight in L.A. no Andrew Wiggins, no Stephen Curry for at least the next 4 games. That's just a minimum. We have no idea on Andrew Wiggins. That's 50 points. That's 50 points right there.
What about the guy you just acquired, GP2? You have no idea when he's coming back.
Well, he's not coming back until the postseason. He's not coming back to the postseason.
That's for sure.
At least. Minimum. Well, I mean, he's getting reevaluated in a month.
A month. Reevaluated in a month. God.
His quote was, he hopes to be back in time for the playoffs. Like, might not even be the start.
I mean, that's...
Conrad's panic meter right now is a solid 8. If I had to give you a panic meter... all right, so
you really want to do this with me?
Listen, last year...
You really want to do this
with
me?
Yeah, well, last year, let me just explain to the roasters. Last year, my panic meter never moved above 5.
What was the highest I got?
Oh, you're at like 15.
No.
You're 9.5.
No.
You definitely pushed the needle. You pushed the needle. You were freaking out.
Well,
you were freaking out hard.
So.
You're freaking out hard.
So that
right
means
now,
I
your
should do it
panic
again?
meter. So before you give your panic meter, I'll tell you right now, I'm at a 6.5. It's never been higher. I'm at a 6.5, man. I am concerned. That's why I want to talk to Dalton Johnson. What's the vibe? How's the team feeling? Do they feel like champs?
What if I did this one? I go, you know what? My panic meter's at a 0. You know why?
Why?
Because it's just not their year.
Oh, wow. Wow.
I mean, those are the vibes I'm
done.
getting. No, it's not that I'm conceding. It just doesn't, it just feels
like
it's not in the
impression.
I feel like it's not in the cards. I'm
sitting
sitting there with Miss Cleo, and she's telling me, not now. That was a terrible Miss Cleo.
That was a terrible Miss
I
Cleo.
shouldn't do that ever again.
That was awful.
I don't know why I tried.
Even your Steiny was pretty bad, but then you followed it up with Miss Cleo, and it got worse.
They're lousy. That's the Steiny.
Oh, he's loving this.
Guru, they're not good anymore.
No, my favorite. My favorite.
Said that every year since 2016.
Says they could be the number 1 seed, Steiny.
I mean, look it, man. The broken clock is right twice a day, right? At some point, you're going to be right about the Warriors being done.
It's like Tom Brady, right?
I mean, when you keep fishing for it for 6 straight years, they're done. At some point, you're going to hit. Maybe this is the year.
Well, I did get encouraged by what Draymond Green going back and forth with Chuck, a.k.a. Charles Barkley.
Bring that up, Spinoni, that sound.
Because it actually felt like, to me, it was the most, emotional Draymond got in terms of the unification of the team. It was like, yeah, finally, Draymond, let's go.
Listen to this. No cap 757. My panic meter's at a 10. And looking at the upcoming schedule, our season is over. What about Dirty?
The season's not over.
Dirty in Allo Rock. How's he feeling?
The season is not over. I don't subscribe to that.
Dirty, what's happening?
That's too rich.
Look, man, I just turned 35 on the 20th. I spent my whole week in the city getting the vibe and getting the thing and getting the momentum ready for this game I'm going to head to tomorrow. Now, look, it's going to be my dad's first time at Chase Center.
Oh.
He took me to my first game. It was Mullen and Sprewell. Tim Hardaway was hurt. We played against Shaq and Penny. Sprewell had a dunk at the end of the game. We won by 4. It was the most amazing experience of my life. I was 4 years old, and I'm taking him to his first time at Chase Center. Now, look, we're going to get this right here. Look, these guys that speak on the Warriors, they're not even allowed to stay up late enough to watch us. Now, I'm not going to take any type of input from a guy who watches highlights of us, makes a little bit of an analysis, and then comes on and has the prediction of a lifetime. It's not hard and far-fetched to say, oh, the Warriors ain't going to win this year. Look at the West. It is beefy. But let me tell you something. Let me remind the fans, man. We ain't been beat by these guys yet. None of them. They ain't done it yet.
It's true, Dirty.
We still own the Grizzlies. We still put our foot on their neck on Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
We still own the Grizzlies. And look, man, last year these teams that were scary, we knocked them down. So with the heart of a lion, don't underestimate us. We still here.
I like the Dirty. I like it. I like your belief. How many people share those sentiments? Dirty believes. And there's one thing to hang on to, Shasky. It is the fact that they've beaten every Western Conference team under Steve Kerr in the playoffs.
Wait, time out. Just that I know Klay was hurt. They did lose back-to-back play-in games that were do or die to qualify for the playoffs.
Klay was hurt. Or is the play in the playoffs? That's a NIT. Come on.
It's for an opportunity to get. It
That's
literally might play out the same way again this year.
They were 15-5 down the stretch.
You might literally have to go through the play-in route.
You may have to.
Okay? And if they lose in the play-in route, let me ask you this. If this team loses in the play-in route and Steph does come back, let's just say, are we still going to say the same thing? Well, they've never lost in the playoffs.
I'm going to still use it because it's not a series. It's not a best of 7.
Okay.
It's a do or die game.
When the Giants lost to the Cubs in a one-game play-in, and
I didn't count that as playoffs.
That was a playoff game.
No, I didn't feel like that was a playoff game.
Playoff game.
I just felt that was an extra regular season game to get to the playoff games.
Or although it's considered game 163, it's like they're added on to the final regular season record.
There you go, Lubman. Thank you. That's what I was just trying to say.
So
Thank you.
Jimmy Garoppolo's Week 17 in Seattle is a playoff game.
That's not a playoff
game.
No, that's not a playoff game. The Niners are guaranteed a playoff spot, even if they lost that game.
What about Week 18 against the Rams? That wasn't a playoff game?
No, it wasn't. It was a game to get into the playoffs.
Win against the Texans?
It was a win to help them keep them
every
alive.
day?
It was a win to help keep them alive for the playoffs. It was a regular season win. It was a regular season win. All right, what's coming up on the game brought to you by Fremont Bake, full service baking. No compromises. Feels like I'm getting my voice back. And we're going to hear from Charles Barkley on what Charles Barkley had to say about the Golden State Warriors. 888-957-9570. Look, we got a lot of reevaluations in the Bay Area. Brock Purdy, next week, he'll reconvene with Keith Meister, Dr. Keith Meister, and they'll reconvene on whether or not he needs to get surgery. So they'll reevaluate his elbow. We're going to reevaluate Stephen Curry next week with his knee injury. We have no idea on Andrew Wiggins. And the Niners are reevaluating the quarterback position as we speak. In the Giants, we don't know what they're evaluating. Who's going to bat cleanup? Who's going to bat leadoff?
Which 33-year-old is going to be the lone participant that you have to send to the All-Star game?
That's coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bake. Full service baking, no compromises.
Thanks to the Xfinity 10G network, my little brother's...
You are listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. It better not be roasting me if I'm giving them all these intros.
We're not roasting you anymore, Klay Thompson. It's good to see you tonight at Crypto.com Arena. Good story by Kendra Andrews on ESPN. How he keeps his mind and body ready to go, especially coming off those gruesome injuries. As the segment is presented by Golden State, serving the Bay Area serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Got tongue-tied there. Dalton Johnson, 8 o'clock. Laura Britt, 8:30. I get a kick out of our breaks because Sam Lubbock came in, and there's no passionate fan. No more passionate fan about the Giants than Sam Lubbock. Sam Lubbock is the biggest Giants fan I know. No, hands down, no argument. Sam Lubbock sleeps in Giants pajamas.
He will cry and fight me to the death for a Farhan platoon.
Don't do it.
I respect it.
I do respect it.
I do respect it too, as foolish as it may be.
I do respect it too. Here we go. You know it's not baseball season until we get this text. That's how you know it's baseball season. Xfinity Mobile text line, 925. Stop acting like the A's don't exist. You guys only name the Warriors, Niners, Giants, Bay Area teams. You have a lot of listeners that prefer A's over Giants. That's Joe and Ramon. Joe and San Ramon. Let me tell you something, Joe. The A's act like they don't exist. It's not us. It's John Fisher and that organization. They act like you guys don't exist. Hell, they're still creeping for stadiums in Las Vegas. So don't. But that's how you know it's baseball season. When you get the one A's fan saying, "Hey, there's a lot of A's fans who listen." I'm sorry, Oakland A's. We tried to talk about you. Tried. The A's don't even give a damn though, and they left us.
The Giants have $173 million payroll. Okay, $173 million. Listen to the bottom teams in baseball.
Oh,
okay,
God.
The Brewers half that, basically $100 million. Tigers, $100 million. Diamondbacks, $100 million. Marlins, $80 million. This is their entire team payroll. Way less than half of what the Giants. $70 million for the Nationals. The Royals, $70 million. The Guardians, $75 million. Cincinnati, $70 million. Tampa, $60. Pirates, $60. $50 for the Orioles, million. And dead last in baseball, $40 million payroll. The Oakland A's.
Are you kidding me?
Do you know how many $40 million contracts are in the league?
How much
right
is Aaron Judge making this year? Is he making 40?
I'll look that up for you. Their team payroll is $40 million.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. How? In this market? And they say they're a small market team. No, you're not. You're in the Bay Area. How? $40 million? I can't name you one Oakland A right now.
Aaron Judge makes $40 million.
Damn.
Here, listen to these salaries.
I feel so bad for A's fans.
Listen to some of these salaries. Scherzer is making $43 million.
How much is Verlander making?
Verlander's making $43 million. Aaron Judge, Anthony Rendon is making $39 million. Mike Trout is making $38 million. I mean, Garrett Cole's making. I mean, I could put together an entire starting lineup of people making $38+ million a year.
I feel so bad for Oakland A's fans. I really do. Like, they averaged how much for attendance last season? 4,000?
I mean,
if that.
And I think it was the official attendance total was like 9,000-ish per game, but that's tickets bought, not butts in the seats.
9,000 fans a game at an A's game. 9,000.
I don't blame fans though. I don't like.
I don't blame the fans. No, I'm not blaming.
Oh
no. We're not blaming the fans. No, I'm saying it's the organization. That's the organization, and they don't give a damn. So when Joe and San Ramon, I like you, Joe. I do. I really appreciate you listening. But when you say we act like the A's don't exist, they act like they don't exist. They don't give us anything to talk about.
They traded a guy who every team in the league would line up to pay in Matt Olson. Like it was nothing, and we expected it to happen.
I'm sorry. I feel really bad for A's fans, and I don't blame you for not going.
No,
they haven't given us anything to talk about in 3 years.
Their over-under win total in Vegas is 59.5.
59.5.
Nationals.
Okay. Do you have a player that you care about on the A's? I'm just asking.
Yeah, Shea Langoliers is their next big prospect. I'll watch him. So, like Tony Kemp's fun. Like, he's a fun guy. He'll probably get traded at the deadline.
Kemp is he's a platoon.
Exactly. But, like prospects.
Yes.
Yeah, great. I'll like him, and then he's going to be really good, and guess what? He's going to be a Brave. Well, he's going to go back to the organization which he got traded to.
Tony Kemp reminds me a lot of Profar.
Right. Yeah.
Remember when they had Profar?
It's great, and he wasn't even that great with the A's.
No, who else is in that rotation for the the A's this
They
year?
got James Caprillion. They got Ken Waldichuk, both those guys from the Yankees organization.
The big lefty from the Braves trade, who they're comparing to Rodon and Bumgarner. And I was like, well, those are two totally different players. Did you see that article?
Yeah, and then they just traded A.J. Puck, and remember it was going to be Puck and Luzardo. Yes. Now both of them are with the Marlins. So it's just, I don't know what they're trying to do, and really I don't care, and I'm an A's fan.
Wow. Poor Spadoni.
All right.
Sucks. It does. But that's just where they're at. If they're not going to invest the time, like I'm not going to invest the time.
There's a lot of great A's fans out there too. I really enjoyed going to A's games when they were humming.
Just as we're kind of like juxtaposing the Giants and the A's, and there's the Warriors, and this is why I will go to bat Jed York and Joe Lacob. Now, people can have their opinions. They're not perfect. I'm not here to say that they're perfect. But when I look at the way they've run their teams over the last decade, I can say with a straight face, they want to win.
They want to win.
They put their money where their mouth is. They have kept these teams in this region. Mm-hmm. They've built beautiful palaces, and they have stepped back and put all the money where their mouth is. Do they make a decision here and there on the roster? Maybe, but guess what? They own the damn team. Right. I'd much rather them be that way than the way John Fisher is.
No.
Dragging his feet for 2 decades
John Fisher
on a stadium.
He won't even come out and speak. Joe Lacob can't wait to get in front of a microphone. Joe loves it. Jed York, he's kind of stepped back a little bit, but he'll talk from time to time.
Jed's been a great owner. If you really take a step back.
He's been a good owner. He's been a really good owner.
And you look at the last decade, like I know it was bad with Chip and Tom Sula. He's pivoted quickly.
He's been a good owner.
There are 20 NFL franchises that would die to have the success that Jed York has had.
So you got that. You got the Giants brass, although we're down on them right now. John Fisher's nowhere to be found. All right, let's move on from the A's. Charles Barkley over the weekend in Salt Lake City on TNT. Draymond Green was doing some announcing. He was mic'd up, and Charles Barkley and Shaq and Kenny Arity were there. And here's a nice little back and forth between Draymond Green and Charles Barkley. Now, I would like to know how many people agree with Charles Barkley.
This could be a year where you see a 6 or 7 seed in the finals, and it's not really that.
I hate to say it, but the Golden State Warriors are cooked.
That's crazy. You said that last year, but we all know you don't know what you're talking about.
I didn't say that last year. No, I did not say that last year.
You said it every year. You said it every year since I've been in the league.
That's not true. But y'all are cooked now.
Are we?
Yep, y'all are done.
It still leaves us 4 ahead of you, boss.
Yeah, I'm telling you, y'all are done.
I have a question without, let's say if Draymond wasn't here.
Y'all are cooked. Are the Warriors cooked?
I feel like we've had this same conversation back and forth for months now. I will say, hey, they're not playing good right now. And then the pivot is they just won the championship. And both are true. You're right.
Or the pivot was there's a lot of season left.
Okay. But now
and
they're
only a game out of a lost column from a 4 seed or 5 seed or blah, blah, blah.
Which is fine. But now there's not. Whatever. Regardless. I don't want to argue about, well, you can't count them out. Wow, they have championship DNA. We know they have all those things. Here's what I will ask you, Bonte, and I asked the audience, and I got a wide variety of responses. If you believe like Draymond does, and I feel Draymond on this, like you did just win. You do deserve the benefit of the doubt. But how do they change it? How? Physically explain to me how they go from what I've seen over the last 2 months, 3 months, to closer resembling what we saw last year in June.
Well, Draymond said it after the Clippers game. You got to be better defensively. You got to have a will to play defense. Defense is about second effort. It's about defending for 24 seconds. And if you give up an offensive rebound, well, damn it, you better defend for another 14 seconds. And that will on the defensive end just hasn't been there. Now, are they a year older? Of course. The core is. Maybe they're a step slower. But guys have to defend. And can they change that with the same personnel that they have? I don't know. It doesn't look like it, right? No. Point of attack defense just hasn't been there. Klay's not the same defender. Jordan Poole's not even close to being an average defender. Not even close.
When you talk about defense, I'm asking out loud here. Can you ever be a great defensive team, like overall, when you're relying on let's say your top 6 guys, and I know he's hurt now, Curry, Klay, and Poole. Right now, these versions of them, can you ever really be when half of those guys aren't great defenders right now?
Can you be a top half defense? I mean, if you had Wiggins and Draymond and Looney playing well, they offset some of those things.
Okay.
However, they have no rim protection. And
I know. And size on the perimeter.
It's size on the perimeter. Guys are going by them. They're blowing by these guys, the middle of the floor, right in the middle of the floor, and it's creating so much spacing. Teams are collapsing the Warriors' defense at will. And I've seen so many other opponents, Shasky, attempt open threes from the corner on the wings. It's been unbelievable. So we got a special call here coming up. Let me read the legal. The bat signal's out. We'll get to RJ and Fairfield in just a second. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HG1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. Papa Shasky, it's been a while.
Oh.
What up, Papa Shasky? What's going on? We start talking baseball. Papa Shasky called in. Loves baseball. Pops, what's happening? No way. Not Papa Shasky.
He pulled the Fisher.
Oh, let's go to RJ Fairfield. RJ, what's happening? What's going on? You're on the roast.
Morning, guys.
Morning, RJ.
I just want to talk about how what Charles Barkley said. I do agree with him. The Warriors are cooked this year, and that's because you guys are too Steph Curry reliant, and you guys are playing inconsistent. I think Jordan Poole is up and down. You guys are a roller coaster. You guys should be beating teams that are the below 500. You guys should be beating those teams, but you're not. So you guys are cooked this year, man. I think my Sacramento Kings have a better chance at the chip than you guys.
Why do you think?
I'm gonna get hell for that, especially from Chasky. Go ahead, Chasky. Go ahead.
Well, okay, take a deep breath. Why is it that you think the Warriors are cooked in the sense of, they're not going to win a championship right now? Like, what is it that you see in terms of their brand of basketball that you don't like?
Well, I mean, like I said, I think Steph Curry is your star player, right? And if your star player is not on the floor,
yeah, that's obvious.
There's no offense, right? And your defense is suspect at most. You got the rotations that you guys are putting out there. You guys always question that. So I feel like there's no consistency in the rotation, and there's no consistency in the offense. So you can blame Steve Kerr for that. But I mean, Chelsea. I don't know, man. You always give me crap for this, But it's all good. Vontae, I need a Vontae. Vontae, you too.
What was that? You always give me a what?
I don't know.
I couldn't understand it. What? A what?
Rap for this? I don't know.
It's okay.
Oh, I don't rap.
Well, he's a Kings fan.
Oh.
High watermark Kings life is right now.
It's bad when King fans are calling the show.
I mean, and they're talking about defense. Like,
right.
Sabonis hasn't played defense his entire life.
Wow.
But you know what? They have
I'm not gonna hate the Kings.
Upper hand.
Look, they got the upper hand. Mike Brown's doing a hell of a job. They had 2 All-Stars, De'Aaron Fox and Demotis Sabonis.
The Warriors played the Kings right now in a series. Well, who do you think Vegas is favoring?
Oh, the Warriors. And the Warriors will win in 6. So that's that.
Not even close.
So the Kings can talk all that crap they want. They do not want to see the Golden State Warriors to the best of 7 series. I guarantee you, Kenny Caraway and Damian Barling up there, KC and D'Lo, 1320 ESPN, they don't want to see the Warriors in the 7-game series.
Can you give me like this? This is the weirdest team of all time, because we can go, they can beat anyone in a series. They can also completely miss out on the playoffs.
They can miss the playoffs.
Like, I can't
That's
remember
what's scary
a team
about
in
this.
sports. That's not scary. It's the weird. How can anyone have a conviction one way or the other? Like, this is the weirdest thing I've ever seen. If you told me, Joe, they lose in a playing game, I'm like, I could see that. If you told me they don't even make the playoffs, I could see that. You could tell me, Joe, they ran the table. I could see that. Hey, they won a series and lost the second one. I could see that as well. Sign me up for anything.
Right. Congrats to RJ. Your team's in the 3rd spot right now. You're 5-5 in your last 10.
Oh, here we go.
Red Velvet probably had the worst 3-point shooting participation I've ever seen in a 3-point shootout. He was awful. But go ahead, King fan. Stunt. Flex. Let's go to Papa Shasky again. The bat signal's out. Papa Shasky, what's happening, man?
I guess it's the snow that's holding you back.
Hey,
what's up?
My fat finger touched mute on my phone, so I apologize for that.
What is this about snow? You're in the snow right now?
No. What I was going to say is you pivoted at the airport the other day, right? And first of all, I would say it's nice to see the band back together. But you were pivoting in Los Angeles. I don't know if they told you why they delayed that flight, but the winds up here were over 35 mile an hour with 50 mile an hour gusts. Joe and I played golf that day, and it was horrendous.
But
I
Papa
understand
Shasky,
why they probably delayed you.
But Papa Shasky, I pivoted to another airline, and we flew out 55 minutes later, and the wind was still howling.
Yeah.
Maybe Delta
didn't want to take a chance. Yeah. Hey, look, so what I wanted to talk on is I happened to pop the TV on, and I'm watching you guys, and Joe happened to mention that the payroll for the Giants was $173 million. So yesterday, for just craps and giggles, I happened to look at my phone. I go, okay, 42,000 seats at an average price of $50 a seat times 82 games. What does that come out to be? $173 million. Pretty funny that the minimum price for a season ticket.
So, that's next level.
Dad, you got to get better activities to do. I love
hey, that's what retirement life.
Well, no, but I was just talking about the money. How much are they making, and how much are they putting out?
Oh, yeah.
How much are they pocketing?
Yeah, they're probably pocketing a lot of coin.
Hey, let me ask you this on the Giants, because you brought it up. And I said, isn't it remarkable? They've put together a $173 million payroll with not one player anyone cares about and not one potential all-star, at least right now.
Well, all I could say is they're just hoping that the true baseball fan comes back, puts their fan in seats, and let's see what the new product holds, right? Let's wait for preseason, get a little taste of what they got, and then we'll see how the season.
I love the optimistic before year starts.
I do. You know what, Papa Shasky? I'm with the Cabo, and I'm feeling like you. I'm a little optimistic about the Giants. I swear to God. I looked at some post-All-Star numbers and said, well, I talked myself into Mitch Haniger.
Yeah,
I talked myself into Mike Yastrzemski.
Games.
Hey, listen, I talked myself into the Giants, maybe sneaking into the playoffs and making a little noise.
Well, it's hard to come back from 2 years removed from 107 wins, right? Which we didn't see in a long shot. I don't think anybody can say that we saw 2 years ago that we were going to get 107 wins and make it to a playoff game to get into the playoffs. I said that's unheard of. So for us our expectations as Giants fans are a little high, and we want that same thing from 2 years ago. It's not going to happen. We got to start fresh again.
Come on.
What about the Warriors, Pops? 24 games left. I'm a little concerned, Pops.
I got to say, I kind of like with Joe on this. You just don't know who you're going to get each night. They could come out one night and beat you by 20. The next night come out and lose by 20. I just don't see the effort on defense at all. Really don't see that. There's nobody there that's taking the team in control of the defense. Wiggins out, that hurts us, right? Draymond's been playing better as of late. But you still, Poole doesn't play defense.
Right.
Most of these other guys don't. I don't know that JP3 is going to come back. He's going to be that stalwart defensive player. I just don't see it. It's going to be a crapshoot this year for the Warriors.
Do you see a tumultuous offseason for the Warriors if they don't make the playoffs? Like, we could see a lot of changes with this team. We don't know if Draymond's coming back. What if they think about trading Jordan Poole? What if Steve Kerr doesn't come back? Bob Myers is the unknown. It seems like we're in for a lot of changes with the Warriors if they don't get into the dance.
Well, I think a lot of that has to do around Bob Myers. I think we haven't really heard a lot from Bob this year. I know he's been dealing with taking care of his family, which is fantastic. But we need to get him in the fold. We need to keep him locked down for next couple of years, and then get some players in here. It just seems like he hasn't been involved as much as he has in the past. That's just my take.
All right, Papa Shasky. What else you got? What else you got for us?
Else
you're on a roll right now. What about the quarterback situation with the Niners? Hey, look, I need your thoughts on that.
Yeah, Brock.
Okay, so look. So why couldn't they? Why it's never been done, but it can be done. They did it in New Orleans. Why couldn't you run two quarterbacks simultaneously? Right? Don't say one is the starter, one's
all right, you lost me.
One's QB2. Right? It could be done.
Are you doing the Tom Landry?
That could do that.
So you're doing what Dan Reeves did in the early 90s with Tommy Maddox and I think the dude named Sean Williams, if I'm not mistaken, where he alternated quarterbacks every single play.
I mean, look at they did that with Drew Brees down in I mean, it could be done. It's got to be done skillfully. But
Papa Shasky, you may have too much time on your hands.
Jock Peterson at first base. Your thoughts?
I think I put Wade over there before Jock Peterson.
Oh boy, that gets me depressed.
I don't know.
That gets me
depressed. I don't know.
That gets me depressed, man.
Hey, one last thing before we get out of here. Are you ready for softball next week? It starts next week. Are you ready?
Yeah, I am. I am ready. Good thing the second week I'll be down in Miami, but yeah, I'll play the first week.
Wait a minute, Miami.
Yeah, we're going to Miami. Then we're going to take a day cruise down to down to Florida Keys for the night. And I've never been to Florida, so it's kind of like on the bucket list. We're going to go down and see Noreen that lives in Fort Lauderdale. We'll play golf down there.
Weren't you just on vacation?
He's retired.
I'm always on vacation. I'm retired.
Yeah, that's true. Well, he was working at the airport.
He's the busiest retiree of all time. Pops, what are you doing Thursday? I'm golfing in the Surf Club. What are you doing Friday? I got lunch with my buddies.
Hey, that's how you should live. Well deserved, Pops.
Yeah.
Go out there and live it up for us.
Hey, you guys have a great show, all right?
All right, Papa Shaska, going down to Miami. Going down to
You're
Miami.
Jealous. You want to go to Miami.
I do want to go.
I love Miami.
I wanted to go to Miami for the final so damn bad.
I love Miami.
I wanted to go to Miami so bad. It was so funny. And it was like, oh, if they play the Heat, I'm coming down for game 5. Or no, what was it? Games 3 and 4. But then Boston, nothing but crickets. Yeah, I'm good off Boston. Go have the cobblestone to yourself.
Boston is now elevating in my status of cities that I want to return back to, strictly for how bad the Philly trip ended.
Oh, my God. You don't want to go back to Philadelphia?
You know, it was all good just a week ago. Like the beginning of that trip, it was great. And then at the end, it was just horrific.
I'm still dancing on their graves.
Speaking of which,
I'm still dancing on their graves.
Former Federal Bureau of Investigations officer, Mr. Broderick, I ran into last night. His son Luke's playing for SI. And he says to me, the funniest episode that we have done in all the years was the day after when we were destroying Philadelphia. He's a Boston guy. He hates Philly. He said he's never laughed harder in his life. It was incredible.
The day after the Super Bowl?
The day after the Super Bowl and the day after the game.
Dynasty title game?
Yes.
Yeah. How about my buddy?
I showed him the video. He goes, I knew it. Those Philly fans, they make us Bostonians look like
How about
saints.
one of my best friends, Sean Singer, a.k.a. the Philly Zoo?
Is he still mad?
Oh, he's still mad. I'm still sending him stuff. You guys are whining. I said, well, look at you guys after the Super Bowl. You're freeze-framing penalties. Oh, that should have been legal hands to the face. Oh, that's not pass interference.
Hey, quick. Nick Sirianni has to fill both his DC and OC.
I know. Yeah.
Can't wait to see what he looks like, Mr. With the head bobbing.
Oh, by the way.
Arrogant.
On the other side, we got some high school news. Camp Lindo High School. I got some news on them. I have some news on Jefferson High School. All right, we have news on Jefferson High School, Camp Lindo, some playoff formats, playoff brackets.
Aaron Rodgers news, by the way.
What?
That's a tease.
Oh, that's another tease. Let us know about the biggest games and stories in the Bay Area prep scene. Email us at hss@957thegame.com and be featured. Oh, we got a name, courtesy of Joe Shasky. The Prep Rally Podcast. Not bad. Not bad.
I like
Prep Rally. I like it. Prep Sports. Email us, hss@957thegame.com. Campbell High School. We're going to give you some love. Jefferson High, we're going to give you some love. We got news on Aaron Rodgers. A lot going on the Morning Roast. Plus the Warriors taking on the Lakes Show. 24 games left. Anybody out there confident about the Dubs over these last 24? Daunting schedule. And we don't know if Steph's going to be back at all. He's going to miss at least the next 4 games. So that's what's coming up on the game. Sponsored by AC Transit.
AC Transit is offering a
in the game. Now let's get back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky, two guys who know it all when it comes to Bay Area sports, and they'll be sure to tell you about it.
That's a true number one right there. Matt Steinmetz giving us love.
Guru's the one on that show. Come on. I'm just kidding. Guru doesn't need a script, as he said last week.
I know, Bonte.
Are you like me, where I believe that not every team has a franchise quarterback, not every team has an ace in their rotation?
There's got ballers.
Well, no, but my point being is, like, just because you're the number one in a rotation doesn't mean you're the ace.
Right.
An ace is elevated status.
The guy in the two-chair could be the star of the show.
Well, my point is that I don't know if there's an ace on that show.
They just win championships.
Exactly. It's a dynamic duo. It's Curry and Durant.
Right.
Evan Giddings is the ace on that show. Come on.
He's
Producer
the ace in the hole.
extraordinaire.
He does close the show.
That's true.
By the way, prep rally coming. So email us. Seriously, we love our Bay Area sports. That's how I started, folks. I covered high school sports. I covered the BCL, the Bay Counties League. I covered WCL, SI, Reardon, and Sacred Heart. Covered the Academic Athletic Association. I love my city public schools here in the city, and Lincoln High School is doing a damn thing. But email us at hss@957thegame.com and be featured on the Prep Rally podcast. We're going to roll it out next Wednesday. We got an email about somebody wanting to cover high school sports for us and be a correspondent. And I like that. But shout out to Camp Lindo High School yesterday, winning 68-61. 68-61. And also a special shout out to Libby Hathaway, daughter of Justin Hathaway. She's on the Campo Lindo cheer squad. I also love my cheer squads.
Nice.
Shout out to the Campo cheer squad. Also, Jefferson High advancing to the semifinals. They won yesterday 59-54 to advance. So a lot of what you got?
I know that Reardon is good, even though they didn't win on it in CCS, is going to advance to the NorCal for boys basketball.
Right.
But last night I went to SI girls. I think it's probably their final game of the season.
Mm-hmm.
They lost to Palo Alto, so Palo Alto came in, green jerseys, did a great job.
Playoff?
Yeah, it was CCS playoffs. One of these girls knocked down like 3 threes in the fourth quarter. She was fantastic, number 28. Point guard was very good for Palo Alto. And then I'm leaving, and it's like, you could feel it's like 35 degrees out near the beach, all right?
Right.
And I'm looking at the soccer field, and I go, oh, there's a soccer game going on right now. So I looked up SI scores. It was the CCS semifinal soccer game, because we don't give a lot of soccer love.
Give that soccer love.
2-2 game at the end of extra time, and Bellarmine beat St. Ignatius in PKs 4-2. Good luck to the Bells. They play Saturday in the CCS championship.
Oh, I love that.
For soccer.
That.
So boys soccer.
Love that.
Out at SI, 35 degrees.
I've covered soccer games
in the houling cold. These boys are in shorts. I was like, any parent that went to support them, you are better than me.
Shasky, not yesterday, but I've covered SI.
Freezing.
I've covered SI lacrosse and soccer at that field. And it gets cold.
Yes.
And this is before they installed the lights.
Yes.
It gets cold. Also, another cold spot, I covered a soccer game in Lincoln High School. It was covered in nothing but fog. Cold out there in the sunset.
Last one, our boy Caden, whose father listens to the roast every day, is a freshman on SI. They won last night. The boys team, they played right after the girls. They beat Santa Cruz 63-60. Great game.
Love that.
So shout out to them. And shout out to my boy Luke on that team.
Yep. Jefferson, they beat Prospect High School yesterday 59-54 to advance to the semifinals of the CCS Division III Boys Championships. So shout out to John Falabala and Jefferson High School out there. 59-54. They take on Monterey in the semifinals at Mission College this weekend. That's going to be a lot of fun. Also, we got Gene Stalker. Got an email here. Good morning, guys, and welcome back, Bonte. Last night, Sarah varsity basketball versus Mitty. Sarah beats Mitty 50-49. Coach Rapp is still there at Sarah High School. He was there when I was covering high school sports. Coach Rapp, so congrats to Sarah varsity basketball beating Mitty. Shout out to Ryan Pettis. How about this stat line? Ryan Pettis, 22 points, 5 rebounds, 2 assists, 3 steals. Wow. All-around game there.
Wow.
Seamus Gilmartin, 7 points, 14 rebounds. Aiden Carlson, 5 rebounds, 8 assists, 3 steals. Go Padres. Next game, Friday night in Santa Clara at the Levy Center for the CCS Open Division title. Gene, thanks so much for that email. Cool. We appreciate that.
And one last one to put a bow on it. Midi girls team won the 31st CCS championship, which is incredible. I think they're going to win the state.
Wow.
Girls midi basketball, I think, is the best team
they're
in
legit.
the entire country. They were top 6 in the country.
Yeah, in the state
ranked at some point. I think they're the best team in the state, and I think they're going to win it all.
Wow. De La Salle, 925 Xfinity Mobile Text Line beats the Legion by 6. They play Friday night at St. Mary's College against number 1 seeded Doherty Valley in the Open Finals.
Where's Doherty Valley?
I'm not sure, but that's
Doherty
Todd in San
Valley
Diego.
is it's basically in like Dublin, Pleasanton.
Is that a new school? Is that a new school?
It started like 2008, I believe. So
yeah, 15 years.
You're our East Bay correspondent, Sam.
There you go, Lubbock. Half Moon Bay High School playing tonight in CCS semifinals.
Nice.
Sacred Heart Cathedral making the CCS Open champ. They've been on a roll.
Yeah, well, I mean, they've got battle-tested players.
Man, they beat Reardon in Reardon at Reardon.
I know. I need to get my boy Kalanico on the court, though.
There you go.
You know, my little guy Mikey, get out there.
JUCO basketball playoffs also started. So shout out to City College of San Francisco, both women and men. So a lot of going on here. Email us, hss@957thegame.com. We'll get right back to the Golden State Warriors here. But what was the news on Aaron Rodgers? What do you got on Aaron Rodgers? Breaking news here? Is it breaking or do we need the sounder?
I just think it's brilliant. That's what it is. I would not use the sounder because I don't want to get in trouble with Dibs. So, all right. This is from Adam Schefter. All right, everybody, you ready for this one? By the way, Schefter, chef's kiss. The room in which Aaron Rodgers spent his time is partially underground, hobbit-like structure with 300 square feet of space, devoid of light, with a queen bed, a bathroom, and a meditation-like mat on the floor via Juan. I don't know how to pronounce
Schwentai. Schwentai.
Thank you. I didn't know how to pronounce that.
Investigative reporter for ESPN. She had the story that Aaron Rodgers has emerged from the darkness, and Shasky's reading where he stayed.
It's titled Inside the Darkness Retreat, where Aaron Rodgers went to unplug.
Gosh.
That's just the headline from Schefter.
I feel like we're getting more news on Aaron Rodgers when he retires. When he retires steps away from the game, he's going to be seeking more attention. And we're going to see a lot more of Aaron Rodgers. And that makes me sick. That kind of makes me sick. I like the guy as a quarterback, but it's like, if I'm Green Bay, we got to go. This is enough. He's holding back that organization, it feels like.
He's doing exactly what Brett Favre did. I know. Which is like, it's hilarious.
How much has he damaged his reputation just within like the last 2 years? Because he was the guy that everyone loved. Like, oh, this guy's interesting. He's fascinating, right? That was the quotes around him.
We wanted him at quarterback. We wanted him at quarterback.
Like he was the guy that went to Cal. Like we loved him around here. And then the last 2 years,
I might be alone.
Vaccination stuff.
I know the money. I know the money is like prohibitive because of the dead cap and stuff, and I know how much he's making because he's set to make this year. Mm-hmm. If there was a way that you could fit him under the salary cap, I'd be all in on Aaron Rodgers coming here, even though he's a weirdo.
I wanted him a couple years. So when the Niners drafted Trey Lance and they floated that number 3 pick out there,
I know you did, and I was
like,
out.
I'll take Aaron Rodgers right now.
I know.
If he had to go back in time,
we should have done that.
Yeah. With the way Trey Lance has played out. And you know, I was talking to Love about this last night as we get back to the Golden State Warriors. What's that?
No, I'm saying like.
Oh, you did like me with Brady. Yeah, you had to change your heart. It happens. Pivot, don't panic.
One of my favorite shows.
Hey, listen, it was good.
Shout out Chuck Woolery.
Hey, change your heart. No, he was Love Connection.
So then who was Change Your Heart?
Was Chuck Woolery still Change Your Heart?
I don't know. I'm going to look it up.
Robert Lodge was Blind Date. Blind Date was sick. Late night, UPN. Tell me you didn't watch from Blind Date. Robert Lodge?
I've watched all the shows. I loved all of them.
I soaked in a lot of game for Blind Date.
My wife still watches Cheaters religiously.
Oh, my God. It's not the same without the host.
No, it's hilarious. It's more ghetto now because you got the guy, what's his face is in it? The guy who's in Stevie J?
Stevie J's the host?
Yeah, he's like, how you be doing this to her? Like, it's hilarious, dude.
Oh, my God. You got to be kidding me.
No, I'm not kidding.
I might be back in on Cheaters.
Michelle's been watching. I forget what it's on. God, I want to say his name's Stevie J, right? The guy who's in all the shows, the reality shows.
Somebody will text us in a second.
He's hilarious.
Change of heart. Chris Jagger.
Chris Jagger.
Chris Jagger. Why does that not sound familiar?
Then Lynn Coplitz after him, and then Ryan Seacrest for a little bit was doing that show.
Yeah. Robert Lodge, Blind Date, was very underrated. I learned a lot on that show.
Oh, did you?
A lot. Because your boy was struggling.
Where you got your game from?
Your boy was struggling. I got my game from E40, which doesn't really work now. Robert Lodge and Blind Date and how to, treat a girl and how to listen and how not to walk on the inside of the street and let the girl walk on the outside of the street.
I'm wrong. It's Peter Guns. Peter Guns, he is now
the new host,
the host of Cheaters. Why did I think it was Stevie J?
The other guy was great. Then he got stabbed because he was just doing too much.
Peter
What's his name? Remember that?
Yeah, Joey
he got
Greco.
stabbed.
Joey Greco.
He got stabbed
on a boat.
Yeah,
it's one of my favorite episodes of all time.
It's one of the best ever.
Yeah,
Joey Greco.
Then they had the weirdo guy with the slick back hair, and I'm looking at it right now, Clark Gable.
Mm.
He had the whole American Psycho slick back hair look.
Yeah. Cheaters.
God, what a great show.
Anybody out there, 888-957-9570. You don't have to give your name. You don't have to give your spouse's name or if you're still with that person. Anybody out there ever participated in Cheaters or signed up for Cheaters to try to find something happening? I swear to God. That show was unbelievable.
You know what
the people getting caught, it was just unreal. There's got to be somebody out there in the Bay Area who's thought about going on Cheaters.
All right, so this is not Cheaters.
Right.
But I remember they did an investigative report on a company I worked for years ago.
Mm-hmm.
All right, this might come back around and really bite me. But basically, there was this big, investigation from a local television station where they were going to uncover all of these health code violations from this big company. They followed all these workers around. One of the workers got exposed for cheating on their significant other.
Oh, my gosh.
Because of this thing. Because this worker then stopped at a Taco Bell and met someone else and was holding hands. Clearly not their significant other. Got caught cheating during an investigative report from a local television show.
Damn. So I was listening to a radio station about a month ago coming in.
Not sure if I explained it properly because I didn't want to put any names out there.
No. I hear you. I was listening to a radio show here in the Bay Area, and they found this girl called, and she was like, I think my boyfriend is cheating. He didn't want me to go over for New Year's, and the people around was acting weird, even though I'd been around for 5 years. So they played the guy, said, hey, you know what? We're a flower company. We want to send you some flowers and blah, blah, blah. We're running a promotion. We're a new flower company. So the guy was like, really? Mm-hmm. Honestly? And it was like, yeah, if you want to send the flowers to somebody, maybe your significant other. He was like, sure. And he sent it to a girl that he was cheating or that he was cheating with. And so then the girl came in. He goes, wait, what? And she's like, why are you sending flowers to that girl? You used to date her. What's going on? It was fascinating. I was like, damn. I don't feel bad for the guy because he was cheating. But I was like, damn, to be put on the spot like that on the Bay Area Airways. Ouch.
If one of your teams, now I'm thinking, okay, this is how my brain works. One of your teams could cheat with another player. In that sport, who would it be? Who's the player that you would want on your team that you want to cheat with?
Patrick Mahomes. Hands down. Give me Mahomes, man.
You think everyone's doing that?
I think everybody's doing that.
That's a good point.
90% of the people are doing Mahomes.
Over Ohtani?
Oh, my gosh. Aaron Judge, but that failed. Couldn't quite snag him.
Yeah.
The Warriors. Giannis. You want Giannis?
Bryce Harper. Giannis. That's a good one.
Giannis is a great one.
Actually, I think I texted Jasky a couple of weeks ago. I was like, I wonder what Giannis is going to be up to if Milwaukee flames out in the second round. I'm already thinking about, because Joe Lacob said this. He said this a few years ago when he joined us in studio. He said, I may not have the same 4 All-Stars on the floor, but I will have 4 All-Stars on the floor at once. Now, that's hard to do, having 4 All-Stars from one team, especially on a 12-man roster. However, if this season does flame out, you bet your ass I'm gonna start the rumor right now. I'll be watching Milwaukee tough if the Warriors flame out early or if they don't even make the playoffs. I will be rooting for Milwaukee to lose in the first round, second round, and then the conference finals.
So you're doing basically the San Francisco Giants playbook for this year.
For Aaron Judge.
We're looking ahead to free agency and praying for the demise of others.
Yep. Basically.
I'm kind of with you. I think I'd be doing the same thing.
Right. Joel Embiid and the Sixers. You don't think I hate watching the Sixers saying, come on, Embiid, flame out, man. Flame out with Doc Rivers.
You know, me and you kind of made a pact, and I did this last week, but we made a pact like we're going to stay within the now. We're not going to get ahead of ourselves.
No doubt.
It's hard to not think about, hey, if they don't win it all,
what's going to happen with this organization?
And I ask people, are there layers to this? So let's say you lose in the finals. If you lose in the Western Conference Finals, this happens. If you lose in the first round, this happens. If you don't qualify, this happens. To me, I don't think it matters where the train stops. I think no matter what, almost everything's on the table.
No, if
you lose.
And you think about if you lose because
if you lose.
And this one's going to hurt because of the emotional attachment.
Of course.
We've grown to love Dre, Klay, and Steph for over 10 years. A decade, Chasky. A decade.
I know.
I mean, we had Brandon Belt leave after a decade. We felt like, well, he should have been gone 3 years ago, right? The emotional attachment kind of wore out.
I'm seeing people post him in a blue
They
jacket.
are.
I'm like, y'all need to take a
No,
deep
but
breath.
serious, that emotional attachment, I can't blame them. Brandon Belt was part of 2 championship rosters.
Okay.
And no matter what, Brandon Belt will have a soft spot in everybody's heart. And a lot of Giants fans' heart. They already believe he's the best first baseman outside of Willie McCovey in Giants history.
Well,
I mean, they're wrong.
Does
but
Will Clark exist?
They're wrong. I don't even think he's better than JT Snow, but that's an argument for another day. The emotional attachment that comes with Draymond Green, first and foremost, because he has that player option.
Yeah.
And any emotional attachment that we've all had for Jordan Poole.
I know.
Especially after what happened in training camp. The changes that will happen to the Warriors if they don't make the playoffs. Gosh, we'll be talking about it for years.
Am I crazy to say, and I know people don't want to hear this, but I keep coming back to the same thing. Warrior fans, you can't have it both ways. So let's say they lose, right? They lose this year for whatever reason. And I hate going ahead of ourselves, but let's just do it because
we don't do this, but it's 24 games left, and they play 14 of those 24 against teams over 500, and that doesn't include the Lakers tonight.
The sand is coming out of the hourglass. We can all feel it. I don't think you can have it both ways. I don't think you can say, I want Klay and Steph and Dre to be Warrior lifers, and then at the same time have that be one of your feelings and say, but they have to do whatever it takes to compete for a championship. Because I think that those two statements are contradictory to each other. So what I'm saying here is this. If you believe that Steph Curry's still that dude, and I'm not trying to knock anyone else, what I'm saying is everything needs to be on the table outside of Steph Curry moving forward. And that's the way, if I was running the team, I would operate where if I know Steph's locked in for another couple years and he wants to stay here, because that's key in the NBA. You got to make sure I know he wants to stay here.
He wants to stay.
You got to make sure he wants to stay here. Then as much as I have this beloved to all these other players, I'm beholden to my fans and winning and that player. Everything needs to be on the table.
And you may have to reconstruct the roster. You may have to have a new coach. You may have to do new GM. Who knows what the hell's going to happen?
Everything is on the table.
That is wild.
And that's how I would operate.
That's how big these 24 games are, huh? It's not just making the playoffs. It's what the team's going to look like next season. And it could be the last 24 games that the big three ever play together. And, of course, Steph Curry's not going to be part of at least 4 because he's getting reevaluated next week. He's out the next 4 against the Lakers, the Rockets, the T-Wolves, and the Blazers. But we may be watching the last 24 games of Draymond Green in a Warrior uniform. And think about that, Shasky.
Very rarely do we know when someone's going out. Like Kobe, we knew the whole year, this is it. He's on his way out.
Farewell tour, gone.
Think about this one. Like Tim Duncan kind of quietly retired.
And that's the way he wanted.
Michael Jordan walked away from the game. I know he came back from the Wizards, but when LeBron left, every place he's left, been kind of abrupt.
Oh, no doubt.
You might be saying, we kind of had the writing on the wall, but it's been abrupt and it left people with the rug pulled out from underneath them. Think about Kevin Durant and every place he's left, right? He's left with pulling the rug out. That's kind of how the league goes for the most part.
Right.
As opposed to it's this beautiful, harmonious thing till the end. Not really.
Nah.
Do people remember Tony Parker left San Antonio?
Yeah, it was ugly. It was ugly. The way Kawhi Leonard left San Antonio was ugly.
I mean, when Magic, I know it was a different circumstance, but when Magic called it quits, did we really know?
No, we didn't.
Did we have this huge farewell tour for Larry Bird?
We didn't. When
it's over, it
over.
happens abruptly.
Well, think about Hakeem Olajuwon and Patrick Ewing. I saw a photo recently. We all forget this. Ewing was a member of the Orlando Magic and Seattle Supersonics.
And then
Hakeem was a member of the Toronto Raptors. And it's like, wait.
It looks so weird.
It looks so weird.
And
I've been watching a lot of stuff on Vernon Maxwell. He left, and it was just abrupt, right? Drexler kind of fades away.
Yeah.
Pippen fades away. I had no idea Pippen finished his career with the Chicago Bulls. Didn't even know.
Look, Monte, next year, you basically have Steph Curry, Wiggins, Poole. These are under contract, right? Poole will jump up in money.
Right.
Klay Thompson has 1 year left on his deal.
$37 million.
Wiggins drops down a little in money.
Right.
Now, you could say, I want to keep all 3 of those guys.
And Looney's back.
You have very little movement when it comes to acquiring people without moving big pieces of finances. If you lose Draymond, if he opts out and he walks away and there's not a sign and trade, you lose that slot.
Right.
Because you're already over the cap.
Yep.
So,
would Draymond do what Kevin Durant did? If he did opt out. Now, we don't know what's going to happen with Draymond Green. But Kevin Durant basically was like telling Brooklyn, don't help him. Brooklyn gave the Warriors a solid. They kept that slot, which became Andrew Wiggins and Jonathan Kuminga in the D'Lo trade. I don't know if Draymond Green does the Warriors a solid if that's the case, if he has money out there.
There's only 2 teams under the cap that wouldn't need a sign-and-trade type situation right now. Now,
Who's that? Who's it, Detroit?
It's Detroit, and there's one other team, and they're only like a couple million underneath. It's not a whole lot. So, like, the more likely scenario, now I know the Lakers have expiring contracts. The more likely scenario is a team would try to trade something else away to get rid of some other money, and because it's all about absorbing that. It's so much
and there's
more
always a
difficult
sucker, and it's always a sucker in the NBA where they're trying to get rid of an expiry contract and they'll take on somebody, or it could be worked out.
5 second-round draft picks to it.
Yeah, there you go. They would. Those guys not paying attention.
Not at all.
So Draymond opts out, or Draymond does not come back. It feels like everything's on the table, like you just said.
I don't think Warrior fans are prepared for Draymond. If this is the final 24 games of Draymond, if it is, I don't think Warrior fans
are prepared for that?
Me?
Yeah.
I think we've been saying for years, like, I would move him in this deal, or I'm done with him here, and he always reels me back
because he's been one of your best players this year.
He's one of the great Warriors of all time.
All time.
If I was starting a starting 5 of all-time Warriors,
would you have him
somewhere in there? I feel like
Steph,
Rick Barry, Chris Mullin,
Wilt.
Yeah, Wilt is you're gonna have Wilt there.
You got Nate Thurman in the mix.
I know.
You got Al Addles in the mix. You got Klay Thompson in the mix. You got Draymond Green in the mix.
Your team.
You're right.
Tim
Hardaway,
all-time Warrior team.
Right, he's no doubt.
He's not a starter now.
He may be a statue guy though. Draymond Green is a statue guy.
I agree with you.
Steph, Klay, Draymond, they're statue guys. His number 23 will be in the rafters at Chase Center one day.
Think about this. Like, is Draymond more legendary in a Warrior uniform than Bumgarner was in a Giants uniform?
That's a hell of a question, Shasky.
Because when I see Bumgarner in a Diamondbacks uniform, I feel a certain way, and it makes me angry. Even though I know he's not as good, nowhere near as good as when he once was, I still think he should have been a Giant lifer.
Damn, that's a hell of a question.
And because there's no salary cap, a part of me's like, damn, dude. So I know that shine is worn off.
What do you think? What do you think?
I think Warrior fans might even have more of an attachment to Draymond than even Bumgarner, which is a wild sentence.
Well, but we've been able to see Draymond Green grow, become a family guy, and he's been open with the podcast. He's always given interviews. He's always talked after games. Draymond Green has been personable. He's been a fixture in this community. He has.
Well, and
Draymond Green's done a lot of good for the Bay. Bumgarner, we really didn't see. Yeah, and we didn't see Bumgarner off the field.
That's what I'm saying.
We didn't see him off the field. We see Draymond Green all the time, embracing Oakland, embracing San Francisco.
So what would cut deeper for you? Bumgarner in a Diamondbacks uniform, Draymond in a Orlando. I'm just throwing it out there. Orlando Magic jersey.
I think right away you'd be like, you know what? You get it. If Draymond Green didn't end up in, say, Charlotte, we're just throwing any team out there. Draymond Green's not wearing a Warrior uniform. It's going to look weird.
I know.
If he wins with the organization, that's where it starts to cut deep. You know why the Bumgarner thing is faded and why it doesn't cut deep? Because Arizona sucks. Yeah. The Diamondbacks haven't done anything. So it's just like, oh, he's just in the desert. He's in the division. He's not winning anything.
But if he got traded to the Yankees and they went on to World Series, I'd root for him.
We'd be sick to our stomach.
I would root for him.
Right.
Even though I hate the Yankees.
Right. We'd be sick to our stomachs.
Yeah, I would. I mean, watching Dusty Baker win it, I felt a certain way for Dusty. And it's been how many managers removed since Dusty?
No, it did hurt with Dusty. It's going to hurt with Bougie if he does win with Texas. Draymond Green, man, that was a great question. That was. And I'm not ready for that. I'm not ready for the big three because that's something that's special. Think about how many teams have had a big three, whether it's baseball, football, like the triplets with the Dallas Cowboys. Once Irvin was hurt, they were never the same.
The core four for the
Yankees.
The 49ers, the guys that Eric Wright, Ronnie Lott, Joe Montana, Keena Turner, that crew that went, Mike Wilson, who won 4 Super Bowls. That was, I mean, think about Joe Montana in a Kansas City Chiefs uniform.
That hurt.
Still doesn't sit right with a lot of people.
And he's still out there saying, go Chiefs. You know what I'm saying? That hurts. This one would cut deeper.
I also
feel
the big
three because of 4 championships, and it has something to do with the franchise and where they were at before they arrived. The Warriors were nobodies. In this market, we wouldn't give them 5 minutes. We treat them like we treat the A's now.
Yes.
That's how we used to treat the Warriors.
Yeah. They got bumped on another radio station to a smaller station for
over and over.
In the playoffs for regular season baseball.
You go ask Matt Stuyvesant, what's the calendar flip? And we're basically 5-25. Hey, Matt, you don't need to travel with the team. The story's not going to be on D1. It's going to be on D6.
So Steiny was load managing and working from home in an era.
The newspapers were probably saving a buck.
He must have loved that. I'll stay in my pajamas.
So I don't think we're ready for the big three to be over.
I don't
so
think
that's
people
why
are either.
These last 24 games, We better cherish him.
But what if
these
Steph
are big-time basketball games?
Steph doesn't come back.
Well, he's out for it.
He
is progressing. And we'll talk to Dalton Johnson in about 17 minutes about it. NBC Sports Bay Area Warriors reporter, Petaluma's finest. He's out in L.A. He's been following the team. They're practicing at UCLA, where Andrew Wiggins hasn't been present. He's going to be out tonight as he continues to deal with personal issues. Steph Curry's out for at least 4 games. At least. What does that mean for the Warriors over the next 24? 888-957-9570. We got a couple minutes to squeeze in some phone calls here. Lakers tonight. Then you'll play the Rockets. That's got to be a gimme game tomorrow at Chase Center, even though it's on the back-to-back, and there's been no gimmies with the Warriors this year. And then you get the T-Wolves and the Blazers.
Well, the Lakers that a lot of people think Draymond's going to.
And they're a new-look team.
I think he actually would fit their team right now.
He would, because you don't have to worry about him shooting. He'll defer to others.
I mean, I don't know. I think it would be very
the whole
interesting.
clutch sports movement. He's really good friends with LeBron. Draymond is a Laker.
You don't want to hear that. I know you don't want to hear that.
That would leave a sour taste in a lot of Warrior fans' mouth.
Like Sherman going to the Niners. I mean, a lot of Seahawk fans hate Sherman.
Well, and say what you will about Bumgarner, but the D-backs don't move the needle around here. If it was the Dodgers, then that would be
that was the one.
So here's a great example.
Right.
Jeff Kent went to the Astros, and then he went to the Dodgers, and people hated Jeff Kent.
They already hated Jeff Kent for leaving. And then when he became a Dodger, Brian Wilson, that one hurt deeper.
Yeah, it did.
Because it was like, damn, because he went across the diamond and yelled at Larry Bear in the front row.
Because I wasn't mad at Uribe for going to the Dodgers.
No, he had to get his money.
Get your paper.
Get your paper.
After you burned down the house with the grease oil fish fry
we don't
thing.
need the.
Remember that?
You see, you go too deep.
No,
you did this
one of my
Kevin
favorite stories of all time.
No, you don't need to go there, man.
Uribe burning down his apartment because he was frying fish on the countertop. Who doesn't have a deep fryer on the countertop?
I know. That was a long
made me relate to Uribe more than anyone.
Poor Uribe.
Dude, thumbs up in Philly.
Uribe.
He'll live forever as a legend.
Poor Uribe. And then we have GP2, who's not here.
The irony
he may not be back until the postseason.
What'd you have? A truly?
The irony of Draymond is that he has talked so much smack on so many different videos and podcasts about every team in the league who hasn't been good.
Right.
By the time he hits free agency, those are the teams he's going to want to go to because now they're all good again.
Well, he'll sell it, and he asked Clutch Sports to sell it. I'm a winner.
I don't get up for the Kings.
Somebody,
if you're on the Kings? Right?
Him in Sacramento, that would be something else. Here's Gary Payton II on the tour and all situation there.
Me just being a competitor, I just wanted to get out there. No shots, though. It just had to get through it and get it done. But the medical stuff wasn't really that big of a deal. It was just, I wanted to play. So go out there, help my teammates, help my coaches. I think I was a bigger factor on the court than not on the court. So me being 50% was better than nothing. So, I just had to get out there and, help my team try to win.
So to be clear, no shots. There were no shots involved.
No shots, but, it's just being a competitor, I got to get out there and do what I got to do.
Not a clear answer, but he didn't take any shots. When it was reported earlier or right when the trade happened, there were shots. And then as AJ came out, Aaron Goodwin basically saying, no, there was no shots. My clients didn't take any shots. Portland didn't give any shots. And so the whole situation's just, it smells fishy. Here's
GP. It shocked me just like it shocked everybody else. I believe like 10 minutes before the deadline, I was notified. So shocking to me just like everybody else.
That was GP2 on the trade coming back to the Golden State Warriors. He was shocked. But the whole Toradol thing, the situation, the way it lingered, it kind of fits the way the season has played out. Hasn't it been so strange?
Yes.
Everything this season from Bob Myers has a podcast. Do you ever think Bob Myers will be hosting a podcast?
Only one episode. Featuring Steph Curry.
So far. Who's next?
I don't know.
If you text Bob to see if
I don't have his number, though I do want it from you. I would love to reach out to him.
I don't have his phone number.
That's a lie.
I don't have his phone number.
That's a lie. But no, the GP2 thing's so weird, B. Can we just say what it is? It's weird. There's a lot of confusion for me. And I feel like I can follow sports pretty clearly. This one makes no sense to me. Okay, so you did or you didn't take Toradol shots?
Right.
Okay, so you were shocked that you were traded from Portland, or did you never want to go to Portland to begin with? There's been so many different things.
Well, there's no doubt with the way the situation played out. He didn't want to leave the Warriors.
Okay.
So Portland offered him money. He had to take the money. He's a journeyman. We forget that Gary Payton II was a journeyman.
Of course.
So we made his way with the Golden State Warriors. He fit here like a glove, no pun intended, and he helped the Warriors win a championship. He had to get his money. The Warriors was like, look, we can't go over this threshold. Whatever we're offering, we can't go over that. He had to go get his money. And it was known when Portland came back down to town, what was it, December 30th or 31st, when the Warriors, last game of 2022, and the Blazers came down and the Warriors outlasted them in the fourth quarter and rallied. You were starting to hear rumblings around Chase like, Gary Payton II wants to come back. Gary Payton II wants, this is home for him.
Can I stop you right there?
What's up?
Can you at least fill me a little? You wonder why the league doesn't relate to anyone out there. Not Kyrie, not KD. Gary Payton Jr. wants to come back.
Gary Payton II.
That'd be like me saying, like, Tyrell Estrada really wants to go to the Marlins. You would laugh. Come on, you would laugh, right? You would.
I would laugh.
All right, I'm not saying that he's wrong. Like, everyone's got their own. I would feel the same way if I was him. But like, if you're a cynic of the NBA, you'd be a cynic like Gary Payton Jr. is now directing where he wants to play.
Gary Payton
second. I always do the junior thing. Sorry.
Gary Payton second.
Determining where he wants to play. Like, it's an eye roll for me.
It's a little weird.
It's not a good look.
It's a little weird.
And then, like, they forced me to take shots. No, they didn't force me to take shots. Me playing at 50% was me not playing better than at all. Like, well, then did you do it just so that you could, showcase yourself to be traded? And it just so coincided with you playing against the Warriors. The whole thing doesn't add up to me.
So,
I've got it red flagged.
Yeah, no, it doesn't.
I've got it red flagged.
I think there's more coming out to this story. I believe there's more coming out to the story. And the fact is, you traded for him, and he may not be able to help you unless you get to the postseason. And that's up in the air. So you make a trade, you give up on James Wiseman, who I know everybody was hell, I was in Cabo watching him in his Detroit Pistons debut.
I watched it.
I was like, man, go ahead, cook, young man.
Didn't he look more assertive?
He looked relieved.
Yes, he did.
And he was assertive, and he was running up and down. He was defending.
I like that team. Am I a weirdo for saying that?
No, I told you, League Pat, dude, Kay Cunningham, James Wiseman, and Ivy, but Cunningham's out for the year.
Stewart is playing hard.
Durant's good.
I know. I can't believe this. I like their roster.
I do like their roster.
I know they've got. They shouldn't have traded Sadiq Bey.
Dude, they shouldn't have traded Sadiq Bey. Sadiq Bey was solid. And then they got one of the Bogdanovich.
Oh yeah, well, there's always a Bogdanovich at the trade deadline.
Who they have? Bogdan or Boyan?
I don't know.
It's Boyan, I believe.
I'm sure George Hill was thrown in there somewhere too.
He did get traded.
I know, and I called that.
I laughed. It was so funny.
He's been traded at every deadline for the last 20 years.
Milwaukee said, "Yeah, you're done. Enough of this ride, homie."
He's the Terry Mulholland of the NBA.
Gosh.
He's a throw-in in every trade.
So Wiseman, so you got that
He's
attachment.
the Mark Portugal of the NBA.
Mark Portugal was a good giant.
He was.
He was really good with the
Astros.
Astros.
Like 58 teams.
Hey, he was really good with the Astros, though. He used to kill the Giants when he was at Astros.
He was.
So my keys to the second half was first health.
He also had a mullet.
He did have a mullet. The curls coming out in the back of the hat.
Him and Jeff Brantley.
Jeff Brantley, who, by the way, hates San Francisco. Jeff Brantley hates the Giants.
I'm not a big fan of him either.
No doubt.
The feeling's mutual, bud.
Yeah. By the way, remember he used to be on Baseball Tonight back in the day?
Yeah, on ESPN.
He was a big talker.
Oh, yeah.
What happened to him?
Well, guys like him and Ron Darling.
Did he say something that was out of pocket?
Yes.
He pulled a Tom Brenneman or something? Or
what might not have been that deep.
Well, he worked with Brenneman with the Reds.
Oh,
too.
yeah, he did.
That must have been a very tolerant booth.
To fact.
There's a deep fly to left. I
think our very own, I'll claim him, Charlie Walters, Chuck. We call him Chuck around here, KPIX, and of course 95.7 The Game at nights. I believe he was part of the Reds broadcast team.
Pre and post, yeah.
He was.
Yeah.
And he was part of that. He was there that day, right? Wasn't he there that day with Tom Brenneman?
So. Yeah.
I want to apologize. Who hit the home run?
Castellanos. Now there's a joke. Every time Castellanos hits a home run to left, there's something bad happens.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. So, the Warriors, my keys to the second half. Opponent, health, number one, and they're not healthy.
Yeah.
Wiggins is not here. Curry will be reevaluated in a week. Andrew Wiggins was a key to the second half. He's not here because they need two-way Wiggs to reappear for this basketball team to play some sort of defense. And then free throw attempts for opponents. Watch how many free throws the Lakers get tonight by just going to the rack. Teams live at the line against the Warriors.
So then why, what is the thing outside of the championship DNA from June? What is the thing that you see in terms of the brand of basketball they're playing this year that leads you to think that they can turn it around?
Man, I don't know, Shashki. I got to see.
Think about what you just said. You are one of the most optimistic Warrior fans I know.
Because because there's a couple things happening. One, I don't know when Wiggins is coming back. Two, I don't know when Stephen Curry's coming back. And Stephen Curry was playing at an MVP level still to this day. People underestimate how good Stephen Curry still is at the age of 34, 35. So I don't know. I don't know when he's coming back. And so with him not being here, that's 30 points a game and the impact that he has on others. Andrew Wiggins and his impact. Now you're asking guys like Kuminga to step up. You're asking Anthony Lamb to step up. You're asking Ty Jerome to step up. You're asking JaMychal Green to step up. You're asking Draymond Green to Kavalu to score more. You're asking everybody else to step their game up another level to a level I don't know if they have.
It's a lot of asking.
It's a lot of asking.
You know what my grandma used to say? Beggars can't be choosers.
Well, you didn't get the memo.
No, I did not. Because I listened to my grandpa who said closed mouths don't get fed.
Which grandpa? Papa Shasky?
Yeah.
Grandpa Shasky?
Yeah.
How's he doing?
He's doing great. I just talked to him yesterday. He dropped off some containers. My wife will make him meals, and then he'll take them home. And I go to IKEA, and at IKEA, they got these glass jars.
Oh, yeah.
I'm telling you, they're a game changer.
Oh, I bring them in every morning.
Oh, I love them. The
They're
Tupperware.
great.
Anyway, they're really, really good. And so I give him like lasagna or whatever, and then he'll bring back a bunch of containers that we clean and then fill back with food for him.
I got to go see Papa Shasky. It's been a while.
I know. He's going on a big cruise or something.
Really? With
who?
He
needs to get out. My aunt and uncle.
Ooh.
Yeah.
He's going to be at the Shasky Invitational soon?
Oh, he will be there hitting the ceremonial first tee shot.
I may have to be there for that.
Dude, he ropes him too, Shasky. For his age.
88.
I feel so bad. I got nervous if I have to hit after him because he's going to hit it right down the pipe every single time.
150 yards with roll and up in the air. Right, Spadoni?
Yes.
It's unbelievable.
And then I slice it right after him.
Yeah. Hey, but then after about 3 or 4 cocktails, Joe, I think I'll call it quits at the turn.
Oh, my God.
And I'm going to go get some food. And I don't blame him.
Hey, you know what? I may have to roll with him. If I go up to the Shasky Invitational,
you should.
I may have to roll with him.
I have a golf cart in my garage with your name on it. Well, it's actually got my name on it, but you could pretend it's your name.
Does it have the dice in the mirror?
No, but I'd love to. I should get that.
No, don't do that. Come on, don't do that.
I do have lights.
Why am I doing that?
I do have lights for the night.
All right, Dalton Johnson coming up. Dalton Johnson, Petaluma's finest. He like the dice. No, but does anybody out there roll with dice in their mirrors
Uncle
anymore?
Jerome.
Uncle Jerome.
How about
listen,
him at the chicken shop?
Listen.
You didn't watch it?
I fell asleep at 8 o'clock yesterday.
It was back-to-back episodes.
I know. I fell asleep at 8 o'clock yesterday.
Let me just tell you this right now. Uncle Jerome.
He's a hell of a character.
Rising in my power rankings of all-time television characters.
And the Jerry Curl's never dripping with juice.
You know what? He's not injured, but he injures people.
Snowfall, man. I mean, Uncle Jerome has the squabbles, right? He's got the squabbles. Tim, I love that show. I fell asleep because I was watching Godfather of Harlem, and my internet's out, so I was watching Godfather of Harlem on my phone, and I fell asleep at like 8 o'clock, dude. I swear to God.
Uncle Jerome, best Jerry curl since Reggie Milligan, St. Mary's Park, circa 1999.
Oh, my God. Reggie Milligan. His Jerry curl was sick. His batting stance.
Oh,
come on. Shout out to Reggie. Shout out to Reggie.
The cutters?
And he had the waves. Then he went Jerry curl to waves.
I know.
And his waves dipped harder than Guru's.
I know. I miss Reggie. I can't wait to give him a big hug when I see him at a Giants game.
I know. I can't wait either. I love Reggie. We go way back. You talk about a guy who used to cook the books of basketball games.
He also had the Bill Cartwright jumper, where it would go from the left ear over the head to the right ear.
Coach Adam at City College had to get him off the books, dude. We almost started to brawl against Frisco City College. My guy has 2 fouls. Reggie's like, no, he has 3. And Reggie, are you cooking the books?
He used to play my brother in video games and talk so much smack to my brother. My brother was like 7, and he was like, "You want this work?"
Reggie, he's a legend, man.
He is a legend.
He's an absolute legend. All right, injury report. Steph
St. Mary's
Curry.
Park.
He's missed the last 5 games with some injuries to some ligaments we never heard of. He was reevaluated yesterday. Team announced that he's making good progress and has also begun various individual workouts, which continue in the coming days. He will again be reevaluated in 1 week's time. We'll ask Dalton Johnson all about it coming up on the Morning Roast. That was the injury report brought to you by Boxer and Girls in Northern California's premier workers compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Dalton Johnson, NBC Sports Bay Area. That's brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Mark Willard.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. We got hoops back in our life tonight with the Golden State Warriors and the LA Lakers. As the Warriors, they're right now in 9th place in the Western Conference. Middle of the pack offensively, defensively. We're going to get to the calls in just a second. 888-957-9570. Oh, Warriors last in the NBA in free throw attempts allowed. No Stephen Curry for at least the next 4 games. No Gary Payton II, possibly until the playoffs. They're 29-29, 24 left, 14 of the 24 against teams over 500. How will this play out for the Golden State Warriors as they try to get back into the playoffs and defend their NBA championship? By the way, Hayden West on IG. Shout out to Hayden West. I posted a video of Shasky and Lubman arguing this morning about the Giants. And Hayden West goes, I thought Lubman was the nicest guy at the station. Lubman was giving Shasky that business. Us? Oh, absolutely. You tagged it too, buddy.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Pull this up. Was I swearing?
Who cares? If you're swearing you don't like it, I'll take it down. But I thought it was funny. Well, let's get to Petalumba's finest. That's right. Rising reporter in the Bay Area. I work with him every day. Cisco hits are getting great. Petalumba's finest, DJ Dalton Johnson, Warriors reporter at NBC Sports Bay Area, down in L.A. as the Warriors get ready to kick off, I guess, the unofficial starts to the second half of the season against the L.A. Lakers. DJ, what's happening, man? How was your break?
It was good. Thanks for having me, fellas.
Anytime, man. Anytime. And I guess I want to start with this one. We'll get to Steph and Gary Payton II in just a second. But the overall vibe of the team after that first half where they stumbled to 29-29, 7-22 on the road, 22-7 at home. What's the overall vibe down there in L.A.? Does it feel like that championship chemistry is coming back? What have you seen so far in the practices at UCLA?
Honestly, the vibe was really good. I mean, that first practice, even from the outside, like it was music blasting, it was loud. Steve Kerr was smiling. I mean, he said that there was really good trash talk. Like it was all those kind of things that you want to see, right? People wanted to be back together. He said it took 45 minutes to start practice because everyone was just trying to catch up with each other. They were telling stories, having a good time, those kind of things. And it was just interesting to kind of hear him say that this is now a 24-game season. And we know that we can't wipe the previous 58 games clean, but I think that they're really trying to be all right, we know how congested the standings are. We know that this has been a weird up and down season. If there's any time to lock in, it's now. So I thought that they had a really good, energetic first practice. Yesterday was a little more light, kind of locking into a few things, getting some shots up, looking at film, things like that. But talking to everybody, it seems pretty lively and really fun out here right now.
Wow, you hear that kumbaya down there at UCLA?
No, that's great. I love that everyone's getting along. But I guess my question is have they gotten better defensively? Have they gotten better in terms of on-ball defense and point of attack and lateral quickness and being able to communicate and switch? Because the biggest issues with this team is that their best player is out, Steph Curry. We don't know when he's returning. And their best defensive player in terms of perimeter defense, Wiggins, is also out right now. I'm not trying to be the cynic here and rain on the parade. The vibes are great. I love hearing that, Dalton. But how does that translate to tonight?
No, I get you for sure, right? And look, I don't think that they're going to all of a sudden wake up from having a 6-day break and be like, oh yeah, this is how you play defense again. No, that's not the deal, guys. Right? That's not how it works. But I do think that what Draymond Green said right before the break, as far as look, he challenged them pretty well. I don't want to say he called them out, but as close to kind of calling out your teammates as in the healthiest way possible. When you say we don't have a collective will on defense, that's no joke, obviously, right? I mean, personally, I think it might have been a little bit late. I mean, he could have said that a month before. He could have said it 2 months before because there just simply hasn't been a collective will on defense. So I like that he actually said it and felt he could use his voice because I think that voice has been missing a little bit this season. So, I was kind of asking a few of the guys, look, what is that collective will? And it's very kind of dead in the eyes, energy and effort. It's simple as that, right? You can't have these lulls that they have on defense. Communication's a great point, like Shasky was saying, as far as, you look and there's times when they just look lost. There's times when they look great, like they have the defense from last year. But the numbers, they are not the same as last year.
No, they're not.
Simple as that,
Dalton, it feels like to me, and talking about getting lost, the deeper the possession goes, couple passes, the shot clock starts to wind down, some backdoor movement, some movement off ball.
Corner three-pointers.
Corner threes.
And the next thing you know, it's just like, 2 or 3 guys are looking to go, I thought you were going to get him. And I'm like, dear God, am I watching my 6th grade basketball team here? It drives me nuts. So are they going to get a more focused Jordan Poole defensively, Klay Thompson defensively in a game like tonight? Because that's what I care about. Those two. If those guys are going to be heavy rotational guys, are they going to be able to crank it up? What does that look like?
Well, those are the 2 guys that I think might have needed the break as much as anybody. I mean, look, the good thing is that Klay Thompson came off of his first back-to-back since April of 2019, right before the break. He also had a break right after that, right? So it'll be really interesting to see how his body recovers, how he plays, not just tonight, but tomorrow as well, because he's expected to play. They have 3 more back-to-backs. He's expected to play in both of them. But if he plays 34 minutes, if this goes into overtime, what's tomorrow going to look like? So I'm really interested in that. But then Jordan Poole, I think, again, we talk how much Kevon Looney has turned into Iron Loon, Mr. Consistency for them. He plays every game. The same thing with Jordan Poole. Obviously, it's different histories with Kevon Looney has an injury history and things like that in the past. He's overcome it. Jordan Poole has played every single game as well. And then last season, the only games that he didn't play were the 6 games that he had to sit because of COVID. That's it. So he plays game in and game out. Talked with him about what he did over the All-Star break, and it was pretty much one word: slept. I mean, he got his rest back. I think he needed to get his mind in a reset. I think he needed to get his body in a reset. He seems in a very good, focused place. But again, this whole season has been very much, okay, talk about it, but I need to see it now.
Yeah,
so
that's
the mode that I'm in is show me. So a good break, but got to see it.
Yeah, no doubt. We all need to see it. They're 29-29 as we're talking to Petaluma's finest at NBC Sports Bay Area. Dalton Johnson doing a hell of a job covering the Golden State Warriors the past 2 seasons. He's down in L.A. covering the team. All right, let's get to Steph and Wiggins. Let's start with Wiggins. Personal issues. He's out. He was out in the Clippers game, and boy, they could have used him against the Clippers, especially at the end of the third quarter where the Clips go on the 22-4 run. What is the latest on Andrew Wiggins?
So it's a family matter. That's all I can really say about it. Is it's a family matter, and whenever it's something like that, you can't really go too further. They gotta hope that he's back sooner than later. Obviously, they're respecting his time, but you talk about storylines coming out of the All-Star break, and Andrew Wiggins getting back to pre-injury Wiggins has to be one of the biggest storylines and one of the biggest X factors. I mean, look at what he's done right before these little stops and starts that he's had to deal with. Right before he had that long 15-game stretch where he missed, I think he put up 36 points. The last time that he played, it was only his second time scoring more than 20 points after that 15-game stretch. He looked like All-Star game Wiggins in that game where I think he scored 29 points, 7 rebounds. I think he might add 4 assists. So he was doing a little bit of everything, right, where he looked like he was actually attacking the basket again, because that's when the game is really coming to him. It's great when his three-point shot is going down and it's over 40% like it was at the start of the season. I mean, I think at the start of the season it might have been something ridiculous like 45%. But when he's attacking the basket and cutting and doing it where there's no fear, now you're like, okay, that's the Andrew Wiggins that they really need, that two-way Wiggs, that wing player that the Warriors have been missing and kind of were searching for, obviously, post-KD. So, again, as far as the time away, it really is TBD. You got to hope later because, again, he's so key and important to unlocking both sides of the ball for the Warriors.
I hope he's okay, and I hope his family's okay because your mind starts to wander in this day and age. You never know what it could be when it comes to those things. And I hope he's all right. I hope his family's okay. Okay, we had Steph news yesterday, and we had GP2 news. You can answer the Steph question however you want. Maybe, a guesstimate on when he might return. I mean, we know how important he is. But the GP2 thing is just confusing to me. I'm confused. The whole thing. The acquisition, the Tortorol, he didn't want to play, he did want to play, he didn't get a shot, he did get a shot. Can you clean up some of this confusion for me? Because I'm so confused on GP2.
Yeah, it certainly is a confusing thing. I mean, as far as, look, he had the core muscle surgery. We know he was expected to be ready for the regular season. it sounds like it lingered and lingered, like the pain just kept going. So, I mean, I don't know if it was because of the surgery, if there's something else there or not. Obviously, another confusing part, again, right, where the Warriors play him the night before they trade for him. He plays 22 minutes, which was the second most he's played the entire season, and now he's shut down for at least a month.
Right.
You know, when I've seen him the last 2 days, he's in practice here. He's doing resistance band work, medicine ball work, but it's all rehab, conditioning, and strength right now. It is not basketball activities. Simple as that. And he's not going to be reevaluated until mid-March. Wow. As far as the Toradol goes, he did take it. It was not through a shot. It was orally. He did admit that to us, that yes, he did take it, but it was basically, look, I needed to grind it out. I'm a competitor. I mean, we know his story, the way that he has grinded out through the G League, the way he's grinded out for 10-day contracts, things like that, right? So you can only imagine what's going through his head, his body to be like, I need to be on the court. Like, this is too long. So, again, I think that he's incredibly happy to be back with the Warriors. Simple as that. But, man, you talk about the moves that were around in the Western Conference.
Yeah.
All these teams made big win-now moves, and these teams made a lot of big win-now offensive moves. So the Warriors counter it with their defensive star from last season with a win-now move with a player who can't play now. It has to just be incredibly frustrating for the front office, for Gary, and like you said, it's one of the most confusing, just odd situations we've seen in a long time.
No doubt. Dalton, we got about 30 seconds or less. Stephen Curry, when do you guess that he'll be back? We know he's out the next 4 games against the LA Lakers, the Rockets, the T-Wolves, and the Blazers. When do you anticipate him coming back?
Out the next 4 games, I would not be surprised if he's back for that Pelicans game, second out of a back-to-back right before a road trip starts. So that's kind of my target date right now that I'm looking at. So that would have him miss 5 more games, but finish off at Chase in the second night of a back-to-back right before a road trip. Nothing guaranteed, but he's looking better and better. I've seen him do work on the side, and just as his body and the sweat, things like that. The first practice did a lot of work on the trainer's table. Yesterday saw more just kind of ice pack and really, really energetic as far as with his teammates, all of that. So it's definitely looking better and better, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was that Pelicans game. No guarantee. But that's kind of the date that I'm circling right now.
That'll be before the Lakers game Sunday, March 5th. That'll be a Friday night at Chase Center, March 3rd. So hopefully he is back because these next 24 games are no joke. Dalton, continue the great work, man. We'll see you a little later tonight on the television side as the Warriors take on the LA Lakers. Good stuff, Dalton.
Thanks, fellas. Appreciate you guys.
Yeah, good stuff.
DJ Petaluma's finest there, shedding some light on the Golden State Warriors. We'll get to Laura Britt at 8:30 to get the lay of the land with the San Francisco Giants in Scottsdale. She sat down with a big timer. We'll discuss that during our interview with Laura Britt coming up.
Baby or Manny Fresh?
Nice.
Gator Boots. Come on, that album knocked.
What was the roll on? Get your roll on. Number 1.
No. I think
that was Nelly.
The roll on where they had the Lamborghini had the 2 doors.
They had the Escalades
and they were whipping donuts.
Yeah, they had the Escalades out there, kind of like Escalades.
Get me some cash money.
Gator Boots. I miss
that album was sick.
That album is sick. I'm the number 1 stunner. Well, what?
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Hey, Wody. Yeah. So Toradol. Thank you.
Toradol. With the pimp.
I didn't know you could take it orally. I didn't know it was a pill. I thought it was only injection.
I didn't know
so
that
I've been doing some studying here because you know me, I got a lot of injuries.
Heck, Drew Dog looked at that quarter take of gas in my new E class.
So sick. My new class E.
But I stay fly.
It's so good.
All right, I probably bought.
All right, so it says here it's a medication used for treating moderate to severe pain, whereas Tylenol and ibuprofen is like
here's Tylenol,
minor to moderate.
Yeah, here's Tylenol and ibuprofen is like Toradol is like that times 5.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah,
where can I get some?
You know, in Cabo they had all these pharmacies.
Oh, I'm sure they did.
They had everything.
We have street pharmacists here too. It's called 6th and Market.
Well, I'm not going to 6th and Market to do that. But in Cabo, they had
a fentanyl explosion going on right now.
I could have got you some in Cabo. Could have loaded up.
Yeah, I'm good off that.
You sure?
I want nothing to do with that.
Positive?
When you drive in the 707.
You have so many injuries, you could use some Toradol.
Yeah, Toradol is one thing. I'm not doing
the other stuff.
Oh, that's disgusting.
Little
cocaine is a hell of a drug.
Little what was Guru selling? What was the blue pill?
Blue Chew. Just chew it and do it.
Yeah, chew it and do it. There you go. Had a few Blue Chew outlets out there.
Could you imagine him on a billboard? Just chew it and do it.
In the Cabo. I could actually see that.
How sick
would that be with the shades?
He would. I would definitely have the shades.
95-70 game, and it'd be all in Espanol.
What's up? It's Senor Guru.
It's your amigo Guru. That's so good, Spadoni.
And he fit right in because he's a Cowboy fan.
Yeah,
There's a lot of Cowboy fans in Mexico.
Yeah, he is.
That'd be awesome. Oh, man. 888-957-9570 if you want to get your thoughts in. Last moment thoughts on the Golden State Warriors. No Gary Payton II to the postseason. Stephen Curry out at least 4 games. They're 29-29 with 24 left. I just, the vibes with this team, man.
If another team acquired a guy who was hurt, and this whole saga, and you were looking
destroyed.
Yes,
you get destroyed.
Whether it's the Giants or the Niners, or whether it's any other team in any other market, wouldn't they be getting crushed?
It feels like the Warriors got out hustled on this one.
Yeah,
they got hustled.
Well, not only that, it's like, okay, but then you also you sold an asset. Well, okay, whatever. You don't think it's an asset, fine.
Right.
You sold something at like its lowest value just to get rid of it. I don't know. The whole thing just doesn't sit well with me.
No, it doesn't.
The entire transaction cycle.
And you gave up on James Wiseman. I don't think we discussed that ad nauseum. Like, you gave up on James Wiseman.
I didn't like it.
And say what you want to say about him. I still think there's something there with the young man. And you saw how relieved he was in Detroit.
Fonte.
So that's why
James Wiseman is 4 years younger than the 2 best everyday prospects that the Giants have.
Yeah, that's
4.
Hilarious. That's hilarious. By the way, another thing is with the trade lingering, and the Warriors decided that Sunday during the Super Bowl, hey, we're going to keep Gary Payton II, although I believe that decision may have been made on a Friday when they did fail the physical, because if a guy fails a physical within the other team, they're like, yo, give us our players back. But you probably couldn't bring back Wiseman into this locker room after everything that was said, everything that was done,
I mean, the
lack of
Instagram
confidence,
posts,
the Instagram, all that stuff. So Wiseman was like, hell, I was confident I was staying here in Detroit. I have a new lease on life, NBA life, and I'm going to just be able to play. I just want to play and get reps.
Yeah.
And then we're watching that game against Boston. I'm sitting there like, I know they got, and everybody, all the plus-minus geeks, oh, man, he was a -7, and yeah, they got beat by 30. I'm like, just watch the game. Why? You start to see like, oh, damn, look at the baby hook. Oh, damn, look at that post move. Look how aggressive he is. Oh, wait, the elbow jumper.
And it's raw. And
it's raw, but he
could
be molded. And I'm thinking, man, if Gary Payton II doesn't help you this season, and you gave up on Wiseman, he shows any flashes, now you have another aspect to this entire trade situation where their fan base is going to say, damn it, Steve, you should have been playing a young man. There's fans out there who think that.
Yeah, look, he has to earn some of those minutes to some level. He needed to stay healthy. Like there's a long, big conversation. I'm just going off this. Like whether you think Wiseman is good or not, can we all agree something's going on with this Gary Payton acquisition, and it's weird. And I've red flagged it. I don't like it. Doesn't add up to me. I try to be very reasonable when it comes to these kinds of things. Like, hey, look, it made sense. He's healthy. He's a guy that fits their chemistry. They like him. They want him in here. They think he can help them win. Great. But he's hurt.
And even then, if he is healthy.
He's hurt.
And even if he is healthy, is that enough to get past Kyrie?
I don't know.
Is that enough to get past Phoenix and Kevin Durant?
That's a totally...
Who's guarding Kevin Durant?
That's another side of the equation that I think was getting muddled.
Right.
In the Wiseman's gone, yay, for a lot of people.
Because I like
is he good enough?
Right.
I don't know.
Because Gary Payton II was a hell of a story, and I like GP2. He's a fan favorite.
Of course.
He played 17 minutes a night last year.
And they won 2 series without him in the playoffs.
The Memphis series and the Dallas series.
Yes.
Where we thought they needed him against Dallas.
And then even in the Boston series, he was
okay.
He was all right.
He had moments.
But not like he was pre-injury.
He had moments in Game 5.
Yes.
He had moments in Game 6, but he had to get right because of the elbow injury. Oh my gosh, I don't know. Man. It's 24 left. And even I'm coming back from combo like, I don't know, man. Look at these teams.
I'm surprised. I'm really surprised that you're this kind of like on the fence on them.
Well, if Steph was playing tonight, I'd feel really good.
Well, of course, if Steph
I don't know when Steph is coming back. And the margin,
if it was the 5th, we'd all be drunk.
Yeah, no doubt. And the margin for error is a lot thinner. It's a lot smaller now. A lot smaller.
So I saw they were suiting up only 9 guys tonight. You know, because Iggy's out.
Yeah, he was sprinting yesterday at UCLA. Did you see that?
He sprinted?
Yeah, he ran 5.
Oh, my gosh.
Sprinted to his microphone to record a podcast.
That might be Lubman's best work.
Lubman, that might be the best joke you've ever told.
That's Lubman's
All right, I'm
best
going to
work.
clock out for the day. See you guys tomorrow.
You know what, Lubman? All of that Giants fervor, it translated to you laying a dunk down.
It took him 2 hours to calm down from it. He was fired.
How about when he came in here at the
That's why
break?
the whole thing about you calling me a bully, I saw a bully in action this morning, and Lubman wasn't going for it. Lubman punched back at the bully, and it wasn't me. It was Joe Shasky the Butcher. And Lubman was punched back hard.
It's like one of those fight videos on Twitter. Watch the bully get punched in the face by the...
Shasky and I's arguments are much more like I don't want to say civil, but they're more measured. Whereas, Bonte, when you and I go at it, those are two heavyweights right there.
No. We never went at it like that this morning because Lubman was so fired up.
Are you kidding me?
Lubman was so fired up. He goes, I'm not even going to put his camera up for the little crosstalk. I don't even want to look at his face right now.
You said that?
It was funny when we were doing crosstalk. Lubman did come in, didn't even look at Shasky, placed the papers down, and slammed the door. It's like, we can hear that.
Hey, so I'll be more passive with Shasky and Bonte. I just go right at him.
I wish my wife loved me as much as Lubman loves Farhan.
Or loves the Giants.
And I know my wife loves me. Don't get me wrong.
But I
know
think
she
it's
does.
his love for the Giants.
It's Farhan.
Oh, man. All right. Laura Britt's coming up here on the roast. She's down in Scottsdale, Arizona. We'll talk a little Giants baseball.
You know who he is?
Who is he?
I've thought about it.
What's that?
The way that Paulie is idolizing Tony in The Sopranos in season 4, that's Lubman and Farhan. He has a photo, some sort of image of Farhan above his mantle, and Farhan's wearing the Napoleon outfit next to the horse.
It's a sign of respect.
Exactly.
He's a commander.
SFA drummer. Hey, SFA drummer on YouTube. Lubman is Ralphie from A Christmas Story throwing haymakers to the bully. He was throwing haymakers at you.
Scott Farkas, the bully. Yeah,
Scott Farkas. What was that on the little raccoon tail on his hat?
Yeah, the little Davy Crockett or whatever.
Let me ask
you. The
other
little kid was a punk too. Whatever.
At what point would you wave the white flag on Farhan?
If we're halfway through this season and none of the Kyle Harrisons and Casey Smiths are anywhere close to the big leagues, and Farhan's given we just need to think that they need to get more reps and we just don't know if they're quite there yet, and we're getting that spiel again, then it's like,
oh my God,
dude, you're not going to be here for much longer.
God. This baseball season is going to be so fun.
I can't wait. Who was he just morphed into that character?
I don't know who that was. I don't know what voice that was, but it was great.
The guy with the musket, the cartoon guy who has the musket.
Elmer Fudd.
Well, he did.
That wasn't Elmer Fudd.
He morphed into Elmer Fudd.
It was a little Elmer Fudd meets Quagmire from Family Guy. Giggity.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. Hey, this season's going to be...
Giggity, needs more reps. Giggity, giggity.
Oh my God. This baseball season's going to be a roller. So we got Warriors scuffling to the finish line.
Sam will never.
Giants baseball on the horizon. We got a quarterback situation that hasn't been settled in the 7th year of Kyle Shanahan. We got Laura Britt coming up. This year is going to be great. It's going to be awesome. Who the hell knows who's going to be the next title contender in the Bay Area?
I can't wait till Lubman's in that dugout asking Farhan questions when he's sitting on that bench.
He will too. He fires him away.
He does.
He asked Tom Brady a question, the last question in Levi's.
His final question. After that, no more questions. Tom walked off.
Get the hell out of
here. The
here.
high point of Tom Brady's career right there.
Lubman's coming. Who is this guy? We got to get this guy Tom out of here now.
I want Lubman to ask Farhan a question in Farhan voice.
Who was the PR guy from Tampa Bay? Break. That's enough. That's it.
We got it
done. That's
done.
it. Wait, I thought it was 3 more questions. No, that's it. Tom's got to go.
It's like us right now.
Who's it? Matt Chisholm? One more for Farhan, please. And Lubman's going to fire off 3.
It's a 5-part question.
Let us know about the biggest games and stories in the Bay Area Press. Email us at hss@957thecave.com. Again, high school basketball playoffs are happening. Girls and boys. We got soccer. We got JUCO playoffs. Email us 957thegame.com. at hss957thegame.com. Gene, giving us an email about Sarah High School. Thank you so much for that. That's what we're looking for. All right, what's coming up on the game sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. More Sam Lubman, Farhan Talk, and Laura Britt.
Bullies with Fullies, Part 3.
Mom, Dad, Sis.
Numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey.
Yeah. So, you guys always call me Bougie Bonte. Shout out to Larry June. He got a banger out right now. I was watching the video. You guys all call me Bougie Bonte. You know, I'm wearing Gucci's, Dior,
because you're
all the stuff.
B-O-N-T-A.
You know, I'll tuck out the gold chains from time to time and show them off.
Yeah.
Whatever, I'm going to tuck them in because I got the NBC polo on today. But we got Laura Britt out in Scottsdale, Arizona. And I'm going to start calling her Bougie Britt. Because you see the shades right now.
Yeah.
You see the phone.
They're
no
the Jane
AirPods.
Fondas.
She's got the fat diamonds in the ear.
Yeah.
I mean, shout out to Mr. Britt for that. I mean, she is rolling right now.
Time out. She's self-made.
She is self-made.
No knock on him.
No knock on him. She is
my
self-made.
wife says it all the time. If I didn't have you,
what?
I'd actually be dipping in more gold.
You make a great point. All
right.
Bougie Britt, Burlingame Britt, whatever you want to call her. Shout out to Tyler Miller. She's got the shades on with the glasses. She's in Scottsdale, Arizona as our Giants correspondent here on the Morning Roast. Mrs. Britt, how you doing today?
Hello, quite the intro. You guys always really pump me up for this. By the way, these were a gift from Mr. Britt.
Oh, so there you go.
I know. I know a good man. I know Mr. Britt's taste, baby. He's got to make the wife happy.
So if you're watching us on YouTube right now, Laura, you're in Scottsdale.
Yes. And it's not as bougie as it sounds because it's freezing here.
Really?
Oh, wow. Tiny's before this segment. My hands are frozen. These are the types of things that I do for you guys. I'm sitting outside.
I thought it was the ice around your ring finger that made your fingers frozen.
So
you like
icy.
that? You like that, Shasky?
I do. That was good.
And by the way,
actually, I didn't know I needed to bring my winter coat. I'm not kidding. It's in the 40s. It's
wow.
Really?
I know it's cold
That's
in the
shocking.
area right now too, but it's super cold. It's been very windy. I was not expecting this from Arizona. I'm a little disappointed.
Well, Drew down on our YouTube page is saying that, Laura Britt is the most exciting thing about Giants baseball this season. Let's hope that's not the case, because that doesn't mean there's going to be a lot of wins. No disrespect, Laura Britt, but we need this team to be exciting here to get us through at least September and hopefully the playoffs. So I know the streets were telling me yesterday you had a nice sit down with Giants manager Gabe Kapler. Now, when will it air on NBC Sports Bay Area, and what was the conversation like with Gabe Kapler?
Wow, you've got the inside information, Bonte. You're a company man today wearing the polo.
You like that?
See that. And Joe, by the way, has his Giants jacket on today.
And the Olympic Club gear. Olympic Club as well. He rocks.
Well, my season starts next Tuesday. I've been in spring training mode for the last month and a half.
So I'm not exactly sure when that will air, but I do want to encourage people to watch whenever that does air with Gabe Kapler. It's going to be very different, a different side of Gabe than what you're used to seeing. It's not dugout Gabe, manager Gabe at work. It's a laid back. He picked the restaurant, this super cool spot in Phoenix. You can only go down one elevator to get there. And when you walk in, the elevator doors open and it's all wood panels. And it was a really, really cool spot. So thanks, Gabe, for that. But we had a 2-hour dinner with Gabe Kapler, myself and Alex Pavlovich, our Giants insider. We sat down with him. He sat for an hour after we filmed and had a great chat, too. We ate some delicious food. The conversation was a lot more laid back. Of course, anybody at work, you're a lot more buttoned up. You're a lot more professional. But this was a laid-back version of Gabe. We talked about some of his playing days, what happened last season, coming into this season. Why is he so insane about food? He did eat dessert, by the way. He ordered 3.
What?
So we tried all
tiramisu.
Tried all the desserts. It was creme brulee.
Oh yeah, I love creme brulee.
S'mores cake.
Oh,
and a peach sorbet with some kind of brittle on top. But he tasted all of them. We did family style. So we all ordered and we all shared food. It was really good, and I think that it's going to be a good different side to Gabe that people are going to be able to see on NBC Sports Bay Area. So I'll let y'all know when we know exactly when it's going to air. But
I just hope you picked up the bill.
The poor editor that has to edit this is like 2 hours of footage. Wow. So it's going to take a little bit of time.
I just hope you picked up the bill. At least he could do.
Well, Hathaway did.
Oh.
Right?
NBC might have gotten it.
Man, he was in Camp Lindo last night watching Camp Lindo win, and his daughter, Libby.
Moraga, big money. I'm not surprised. Laura, all right, look, I'm looking at this Giants team. I love this team. Like, ride or die all year. Even when they're terrible, I'll hate watch because I have a sickness, right? Like, I don't want to hear about Taylor and Tyler Rodgers. They're brothers. Like, I'm already sick of that one. Who's the player that you think Giants fans are really going to wrap their arms around that maybe we don't see coming into this year?
It's not that you don't see him. I've had a lot of good discussions with a ton of players. That's what we're doing over these next few days and the past few days is just a ton of interviews. We've also got a new segment that's going to be debuting. And you know who I really enjoyed talking to in this new segment? I can't spill the beans yet about what it is, but be on the lookout for it. David VR.
Really?
A really, really great personality, drive like you've never seen, wants to be the best, goes in and approaches the offseason, with his whole heart into it. He went out and bought, the Giants used a pitching machine but turned upside down.
Yeah, the red one.
The little red machine.
We use it for ground balls.
Yeah, exactly, to get the gnarly spin or whatever. So he went out and bought one himself, practices, all the time with that kind of stuff. I think it shows dedication. He's just such a lighthearted, fun-loving guy. And I know that sounds, Giants fans listening are like, okay, great that he's lighthearted and fun, and I want to know about baseball. We just got out of an interview with Logan Webb, and there is something to the lightheartedness because baseball is such a different sport with how long the season is. You have to approach it. I think a good clubhouse is a bunch of guys that realize this is a kid's game that we're playing, because when you've gone on a 7-game losing streak or multiple. It's a game of failure. If you don't approach it with some lightheartedness or have that infused into your clubhouse, then it can get a lot like last season and how Logan Webb said they got complacent. And, talk to him about how do you avoid that. And a lot of it is in spring. I asked him about when do you know if you've got the good vibe of the team that you've been talking about? Like how early do you know that? He actually said you can tell in spring training.
Wow.
You can tell that early. So it really seems like they're putting together a group of guys that are going to be able to weather those kinds of storms. It was a disappointing offseason. There's no doubt about it for Giants fans listening. And you might not. You see Aaron Judge and Carlos Correa, however people feel about the Correa thing that ended up. Now we know the full story, but they've really added some pieces. I do think they're a better team going into this season than they were at the end of last season.
I could see that.
So it a lot of it just from being here and guys coming into spring training are fresh.
Right.
Everybody's excited. They're fresh. They've come off of the off season, so it's a little bit hard to tell this early. There's just so much excitement here right now, and guys are happy to be here and ready to work. So it's going to take a little bit of testing during the season to see what this team is really made of, but so far I've been really impressed.
Laura Britt, NBC Sports Bay Area Giants pre- and post-game host, should be doing it again this season. Of course, she was with the Niners, doing that for a couple years. She knows all about Bay Area sports, also fills in from time to time on the Warriors broadcast crew, doing a little Dubs Talk Live as well. She's down in Scottsdale, Arizona, and I guess one of the prospects we all want to know about is Kyle Harrison. Kyle Harrison out of De La Salle High School. How has he looked so far in spring training, Laura?
Well, we talked to Logan Webb about that, and everybody, I talked to Gabe Kapler about it last night as well at that dinner. Very excited about him. He is, you hear a lot about his professionalism and you hear him in media and you're like, how is this guy so polished and he's so young? He is so polished. Gabe said, he sat down for a dinner with Kyle Harrison, and he was asking the staff, what do I need to know about this guy? And they were like, he's basically perfect. And Gabe left the dinner with Kyle Harrison. And he was like, he's basically perfect. So there's a lot of excitement around his athleticism, his passion. Logan was talking about the live BP that Kyle Harrison threw the other day, and he had a really great session, but Kyle came off the mound mad. And Logan said, I saw, I kind of talked him down, but I saw myself in that. I'm like that too. And so the standard that he holds himself to is really high. And I think there's reason to be hype. I think Giants fans should be very excited about Kyle Harrison on the field and off the field.
Who does he remind you more of? Because we've only seen highlights, right? Is it more like Bumgarner kind of slinging it from the left-hand side, or is it more Rodon where it's power from that left-hand side? Because, it's tough for me to judge when you don't watch, multiple starts in a row. You know what I mean? I'm an eyeball guy.
Yeah, I didn't get to see his live BP because I was in a bunch of interviews.
Okay.
So I'm upstairs in a room, and I've got guys. It's spring training is a scheduling.
Right.
Praise to the Giants for what they do, because we've got guys lined up all day. So I actually didn't get to see him, but I am looking forward to that. I've only been able to hear from what other guys have said about what he's been able to do this spring so far. But we did have Alex Pavlovich sat down with him for a long interview. You'll hear that on the Giants Talk podcast coming up in the next few weeks.
Let's go.
And he was really impressive when he came in. I got to meet him for a few minutes and just really impressed with him there. But I am looking forward to, like you, Shafsky, going and seeing him
for sure
in person, kind of getting to get that sense of him, because I haven't gotten the chance to yet.
Well, and I think what sucks, and you kind of have alluded or referenced hey, they missed out on Aaron Judge at Correa. And I hear all that. They also lost Carlos Rodon. And Carlos Rodon was so exciting to me. Lincecum's he's a comet, it's once in a blue moon where a pitcher is that exciting. Rodon was not Lincecum, but damn, he was fun. And he was awesome. And he was a competitor. And I know we want to be risk averse and not give everybody who's a pitcher a 4- and 5-year deal. But I feel like they're missing a lot of sex appeal in this rotation when you lose Carlos Rodon. Laura, I look forward to his games.
What about Sean Manaea and his hair, Shasky?
No, he's a nice guy, but Rodon was top.
No,
he was
Cy
Young level type of a pitcher. You know what I mean, Laura?
You want the fire of Rodon.
Exactly.
I love watching him. I liked seeing him get fired up.
Me too.
To himself on the mound.
Right.
like pacing around. That's exciting. And Sean Mania is not that. Obviously, he's like the nicest person in the world. But it's a different thing. I will say, Carlos Rodon deservingly so, wanted to go get his payday. And
for sure.
You want guys that want to be here. And so there's that aspect of it, too. I know that's not the most exciting answer or what people probably want to hear, but I don't even know if they would have paid or matched that. Like, he wanted to be with the Yankees. And you've got to have guys that want to be here. And he was so fun to watch. And it was, every time he stepped on that mound, it was must-watch TV. And I'm going to miss that fire, too. But I think there's a lot to be excited about. This is not to be cheesy and be like, oh, yeah, pump up the Giants. But just sitting down with Logan Webb, this was 10 minutes ago that I was just with him, 20 minutes ago that I was just with him. The Giants are really lucky to have a guy like that. He has this childhood love for the game.
I agree.
He does.
And he really cares about this organization, really cares about this team. And, oh, yeah, he's really freaking good.
Yeah.
On top of that. So I think that will permeate throughout the clubhouse, and it's this new generation. Crawford's the tie to the old teams, and Logan Webb is the new generation of Giants, and he's homegrown. He's from here. There's a lot to be excited about with Logan Webb and the new guys coming up.
I really like Logan Webb, and I'm surprised they haven't bought out his arbitration years yet. I think that will come at some point. And he had a quote-unquote down year last year. Still pretty good.
Logan Webb was really good post-All-Star break, too. Even though he was a little down, the numbers still shake out like, okay, this is a top-of-rotation guy.
Absolutely. The guy that I'm most curious about, because it feels like it's just like an afterthought, what is going on with Joey Bart?
Yeah, I was going to ask
Laura,
that.
What's going on?
Well, I guess the question I had, because I was going to ask about Joey Bart, too, Shasky, is he locked in as a starting catcher of the Giants? Because I'm hearing rumblings that he's going to be Austin Wynn. Are you serious?
Austin Wynn is apparently. Well, again, these are what I'm reading. What's your read?
Well, I asked Gabe Kapler the other day about how he decides where to spend his time during spring training, because there are so many players here. There are so many guys here. How do you, as a manager, decide? And he mentioned, the positions that are big competition. And he mentioned the catchers, and we've been seeing them do a lot of drills, rotating through all the catchers, doing a lot of drills. I don't know. It's hard to tell if coaches are using that as motivation. We can only go off of what they say. It's hard to tell if that's just a motivation piece.
Gotcha.
It seems to me like it's going to be Joey Bart, but there's no confirmation 100% on that. From what we've heard, this is a battle. This is a competition, and they've got a lot of guys competing at that spot, which I think is a good thing. You want to have as much competition at any position as possible, and may the best man win.
Yeah. Damn. Number 2 picks in the Bay Area. James Wiseman gone. Trey Lance we don't know about. And now we don't know whether or not Joey Bart's going to start a catcher. That would be disappointing.
And next time we talk to you, Laura, we're going to talk about the PitchCom and this false narrative that some of the pitchers didn't like throwing to Joey Bart. There's a PitchCom. They can choose whatever pitch they want to throw at any time. They can call their own game, but not now. We'll do that later, and I'll get into all the rules of baseball that are getting me fired up.
Look at him fired up.
I'm so
fired up about the Warriors.
I need to take a flight out to Arizona and start taking some ground balls.
It's cold out there. I'm good off the cold.
In a month. Don't come down.
Right.
I'll be there in May.
40
I'm going
degrees.
in May.
Well, at least you left Carlos Ramirez at home. He's not bothering you in that cold weather.
Well, that's mean.
We love Carlos. We're just giving him a shot. That's all. Shout out to David Teller, Pavlovich as well down there. Laura, you're the best. We'll talk soon. We'll talk soon, Laura. Have a good one.
Thanks, guys. Talk to you soon.
Anytime, Laura Britt, host on NBC Sports Bay Area, pre- and post-game of the San Francisco Giants, doing a great job in the Stunner Shades. With the bling bling on.
I loved it.
Look at that.
I loved it.
I was going to get Lubman a question in there, but he's doing something else.
He's distracted. Okay, so I don't know how many people know this about the game right now. There's this thing called the PitchCom, okay? And some of the players are allowed to wear certain watches that will give you defensive shifts and things like that. Now, obviously, the shift is moving, but it'll still give you the scouting report on certain players. Center fielders and shortstop have them, and then they can relay, almost like having a green dot helmet in football, to other guys on the field. Well, the pitchers now have this thing, this PitchCom thing, and it goes into the knee or into the headset of the catcher, right? Depending on which kind of PitchCom that they have. Essentially, it used to be the catcher puts down a 1, a 2, a 3, whatever their signals are, their hand signals are, and he's trying to get the pitcher to go, I'm gonna throw a fastball here, and they get in the same sequence. That way, you know when a breaking ball's coming, so you don't get crossed up and the ball goes by you. Now pitchers can choose what they want on the front end with the PitchCom. Now guys that don't speak the same language can use the PitchCom to speak the same language because it's 8, 9 different languages. My point that I'm going at, I don't want to hear one damn article about how Joey Bart didn't align with some of the veterans. There's the PitchCom. They can figure out their own way of pitching.
They will figure that out. Forget all that. What is Joey Bart going to do at the plate when he has the bat in his hands? Can I get a guy who's going to hit 25 jacks? Can I get a guy who's projected to hit with power, average, going field to field? You know what I'm saying? Like, what is Joey Bart going to do at the plate with the bat in his hands? Is he going to bat higher than 8th? That's what I want to know.
That's a great question.
Because guys are going to drop like fly. Like, Haneker hasn't been healthy.
No.
J.D. Davis hasn't been healthy.
Conforto.
We have no idea if Conforto's going to be ready for opening day. Can Joey Bart DH and put one into the seats? And I'm not talking about foul territory. I'm talking about behind the left field wall, behind the right field wall. Could Joey Bart hit with power?
If you project an everyday player to get 600 or so plate appearances, right, give or take, and in the modern era, maybe a catcher is going to get, I don't know, what do you think, half, 2/3 of that, right? Plus now you got the DH. He had about 260, 250 at-bats last year. He had 11 home runs. It was a bad year for him, essentially.
Terrible.
But that projects out to about 25 home runs over a 500 plate appearances.
Another number 2 pick we've had a lot of hopes for. And he's been a forgotten number 2 pick.
Well, Bonte, he batted like 215 last year. No, but batting average, it still matters to me. His OPS wasn't great.
It matters
he
a lot.
struck out way too much.
Yeah,
that's the number one thing.
So, like...
But like, here's an example.
I just can't believe. Hold on, real quick, just before we dive deep into baseball, because we have all those seasons.
I know.
I just can't believe that the Warriors, Niners, and Giants. Now the Niners had the number 3 overall pick. I get that, but still, top 3 pick for Trey Lance.
Yeah.
Warriors get number 2 overall pick and get James Wiseman. Anthony Edwards wasn't available. I'm not taking LaMelo Ball. I'm sorry. And then you get Joey Bart, number 2 pick that we've forgotten about. We've forgotten about that he was picked that high because he hasn't played much. And it's like, it feels like both of those guys could be on their way out as opposed to being long-term fixtures, whether it's behind the plate or at the quarterback spot.
I lost my mind in real time last year when this happened, and I'm going to go back to it. How you deal with people through struggles and success matters, especially the young players. Any sport, pick the sport. Joey Bart hit a ball off the wall. Hadn't made contact in weeks. Hit a ball off the wall, had a double. Then hit a home run later in that game in Arizona. You think he was in the lineup the next day?
No, he was on the bench. And didn't they send him back to AAA?
Well, no, he went to the bench and then eventually went back. And I said to myself, what are we doing? What are we doing? I don't care what the data tells me. If this guy is somebody who's your future and he's one of the few young players that you have on the everyday roster, dude, if the guy shows any success, you play him again the next day. I don't care what the matchups are.
And that's what
let him feel himself a little.
And that's the thing that drives me insane with the Giants.
Well, that
drives me insane.
This is where the spreadsheet doesn't quantify. What about my psyche?
Right.
What about my psyche? I'm finally feeling good. Every batter who's ever played baseball at any level, you get a hit, you start feeling good. What's the worst thing that can happen?
Right.
Come out of the lineup.
Yeah.
It drives me nuts.
Mm-hmm. It does. It drives everybody nuts.
Take that for data.
All right. Fast 5 question. Xfinity Fast 5 question. If you could have your favorite team cheat with one player in that sport, who would it be? So if you're a Giants fan, and you could have your favorite team cheat with one player in that sport. If you're a Giants fan, you're probably thinking Shohei Ohtani, right?
No.
For the NBA.
No.
No? Bryce Harper?
No.
Mike Trout?
Julio Rodriguez right now.
See,
as much as I love Shohei.
I want to see what he does in his sophomore year.
He's 21 years old.
Well, trust me, he was on the fantasy team.
He's 6'3.5". He hits
He
bombs.
played center field for the Waller Street Hustlers.
He is ridiculous.
When it comes to basketball, if you could have your favorite team cheat with one player in that sport, who would it be? Would it be Giannis Antetokounmpo?
That's a good question.
Would it be Kevin Durant? Would it be Devin Booker?
Is it Daryl Morey to be your next GM? Not teasing.
Would it be Anthony Edwards?
Anthony Edwards is a good one.
Phil's football. 888-957-9570. If you could have your favorite team cheat with one player in that sport, who would it be? If you're the Niners, how could the answer not be Patrick Mahomes?
For every team in the league.
Every team in the league. 888-957-9570. We'll line up the calls here and get to Xfinity Fast 5.
Oh, lining them up.
All right, Morelli, out there in India, we'll try to get you some merch. We'll get your data. We got it. You don't have to flood the lines.
One of our
YouTube.
guys, Larry Seiler, was wearing all his 95-70 game gear at a basketball game in, I think it's New Jersey or Pennsylvania. I forget.
Really?
Where
Larry. Yeah.
He tagged it, and I liked it, and it was really cool.
Larry's good people.
Really good guy.
Also, before we get to the lines, I want to shout out.
Wearing his blue one.
Let me pull this up real quick, Shasky. Fill some time real quick. Who else did you see in some roast gear? Nobody?
My boy JJ from Bonita Taqueria.
Oh, JJ. Shout out to JJ.
Yeah.
I love me some JJ. Tony Perkins. I'm going to shout out Tony Perkins. Cop out there in San Bruno PD.
Did he pull you over?
No, we met at CVS out there, Bay Hill Community Center, over a year ago.
Oh, so you were stealing, and he was the arresting officer?
He caught me, and he let me go because he knew I was on the roast. And he was like, look, I get it. You got to work, but you can't be stealing diapers for baby chest. But Tony Perkins, cop out there in San Bruno, shout out to him. Showed me a picture of Steve Lane. A big tree got knocked down due to the wind the other day. That there's Steve Lane. But I want to shout out Tony Perkins. He's always listening. And he goes, Bonte, you and Joe managed to convert me to the morning roast.
That's what I'm talking about.
Now I'm an official morning roast aficionado. I'm a roaster.
So he's a catalytic converter.
He knows about it. He's catching people for catalytic converters.
He's
protected the charger.
You should send that fallen tree to KCBS. Remember, there's an email.
I should.
They're all about fallen trees.
Yeah, no doubt about that.
We talk about what Rocco the dog did on his Instagram story. KCBS talks about fallen trees.
Shout out to Tony Perkins and the entire police department of San Bruno. Let's go to Brian in Palo Alto.
Hey, Brian.
Brian, Xfinity Fast 5.
BPA?
If you could have your favorite team cheat with one player in that sport, who would it be? Brian, you're on the clock.
I'm going to cheat a tiny bit, but my number one would be Giannis to the Warriors.
Yeah,
I think that gives Steph a true running mate.
Agreed.
They win. I don't know how many more titles with those two together. I don't know. I can't really think of maybe Aaron Rodgers to the Niners. Without
maybe Mahomes. Okay.
Without the Buddhist monk. Or
right. Before we get to go ahead, Brian. Finish up.
One question for you guys. Who do you think has a better chance to finish above 500, the Giants or the Warriors?
That's a great question.
I think it's the Giants. Dude, baseball. There are 7 teams in the National League not trying.
Who? The Pirates?
Pirates, Reds, Marlins. Cubs. They're all in the same divisions. Cubs. Okay.
Marlins in the NL East.
No, but I'm saying what's called anyway?
Diamondbacks, Rockies.
Diamondbacks are gonna have a good team this year.
They
Rockies, no, they are not.
So that's
competing.
5 teams. Rockies,
and the Milwaukee Brewers. They're
going to try to win.
They're cutting payroll.
They are cutting payroll. I saw the Kirby Birds thing. That was wild
for $600,000.
I know that's
to alienate your best pitcher.
And the Cy Young Award winner. Yeah. Unbelievable. Before we get to Antonio, I want to read this one. 5-1-0 for the Warriors. If they could cheat on with one player in that sport, they would cheat with Zion Williamson, a healthy Zion. I don't know if he's ever going to be healthy. Antonio in Oakland. Antonio, what's happening? You're on the roast.
49er-wise, I'm going to go Patrick Mahomes. I wish they would draft him like I wanted him to in that year, 2017. And the Warriors, Kevin Durant, because we already seen it. I don't have to question if it will be an on-court fit. They already won championships with him. So as far as the A's go, any player, because we trade everything.
Antonio, good stuff, man. Kevin Durant, how about that? He's going to be with the Phoenix Suns. Warrior fans, we want KD back. Some of you wanted to run him out of town.
My wife hates Kevin Durant.
Yeah, that's weird.
We saw the other day. She cannot stand him.
Yeah, well,
she thinks he's a crybaby.
Well, you know what? He's a crybaby. He hopes you win 2 championships.
She loves that Draymond bullies him. She's my wife, ultimate Draymond fan.
Wow. Makes a lot of sense.
Yes.
Anyway. JR, San Jose. JR, what's happening? You're on the roast. Fast 5, let's go.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hey. What up, Joe? It's the King of the Ring.
What's up?
What up? Oh, yeah, you weren't here last week. We played a new game. King of the Ring.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, it's fun. It hit.
You guys,
said the boss, I need to tighten it down to 7 minutes.
All right, what you got, JR?
Easy. Patrick Mahomes, easy. And I'd probably say KD or Anthony Edwards for sure.
Damn, KD.
Mark, who you taking?
If you could cheat.
Cheat with anyone.
I didn't know the question. What's the question?
You can cheat with anyone in sports. You can bring that person to your team. Each squad, who you adding? I said Julio Rodriguez for the Giants.
Gosh.
Everyday center fielder. I mean, because we haven't had a great center fielder in forever. Every day, and I would take Patrick Mahomes.
I want to read this one.
Okay.
We don't talk a lot of hockey here, but Mark Graves, Connor McDavid to the Sharks. That's a good one from the Edmonton Oilers. I roll with some Connor McDavid. Saw him playing the playoff game.
Connor McGregor. I was like, where are we going?
I sat next to the great Roxy Bernstein. The great Roxy Bernstein is calling NHL games. Please explain. Roxy explained the entire game of hockey to me. And we watched Connor McGregor and the Edmonton Oilers still a game 2 against the Sharks.
Bonte, I'm taking my 11-year-old son to go play hockey right now for the Junior Sharks, and he's going to be killing it right now. And I'm also simultaneously screaming at umpires.
You know that we love the whoop on this station.
He's the ultimate.
No, that's where it started.
Oh.
Because Roxy and I were doing a show. This is before I was graced with Mark's presence. This is going way back to I think Jolo and Dibs days where, because Roxy knows everybody.
Oh, yes.
And he will let you know. So I was watching a Cal game with whoop, whoop.
Me and Bill Walton were getting tacos in San Diego.
So we started absolutely peppering.
I'm not kidding.
Dude, and he does it with the straight face. I've done jokes with Roxy.
Bro, I'm in tears because it was whoop, whoop. And so that's where the whoop
and he had no idea what was going on,
No, he did, because I was like, Roxy, tell me about the time where,
I was with Kirk Morrison down in Glendale. We're covering Air Force to San Diego State.
It's so great. So we all like to flex like that.
Of course.
I mean, don't get me wrong.
You guys like to flex. I try to stay
Well,
humble.
when you're the king, I mean, you're hanging out with so many.
Yeah, when you're the king, we don't flex.
Muscle,
People bend.
Yeah.
They bend the knee.
Oh, yeah. And I guess you never mentioned how Chris Mullen FaceTimed you when you were in whoop, whoop, Philly. Or when you did shots with Darrell Wright in
when E40.
Shots. Me and Gabriel Union.
Exactly. And me and E40.
Dude, if Philmo Mike wants to do his whoop, whoop rankings.
Thank you.
Yeah, I
Who
mean.
would be number 1 on that list? They said me. I was the 4th meanest guy here.
Broken
You're after me?
Well, and Philmo Mike did a little flip mode squad. Ooh-ha, yesterday. He flipped you and I.
Thank you. That's
Mike,
appropriate.
If you want to pop your head out like a whack-a-mole, I'm coming for you, Philmo Mike. How dare you? How dare you try to reverse your rankings on Steiny and Guru?
Can everybody catch the irony? Can you catch the irony of being upped on the mean list and responding to that with threats?
Yes.
Can everybody? Can we all catch the irony?
That's
he
pretty
moved
good,
you
Mark.
up the mean
That's
list,
good.
and now you're threatening to beat him up in the street.
Mark hasn't had a lot of 4s recently.
I don't know.
That's a 4.
I just stretched 4.
I'm just asking if
beat him up.
I'm just asking if anyone can see the irony.
I just pointed out his whack-a-mole nature. You're going to come for me on another show?
Back to the Spinoni saying Guru's a number 1 on the ratings.
Guru?
No. He Dave shots
It's
Mario
you
Ellie.
or Mark, honestly. I mean,
me or Mark? No. Steiny's up there. He drops Joe Lacob every damn chance he gets.
Travis Schlenk was texting me.
Steiny's references, though, are to former college teammates from 40 years ago.
I just think I get whooped. Like anybody I hosted with on Fox Sports Radio might have been like,
that is a blip all in itself.
Yes, exactly.
I mean, what is the setup was a leak. I mean, are you kidding me?
I'm like over here,
Gibbs.
like
get a plumber in here.
Ephraim Salam. I'm like, yeah, he's a 4th round
Your
pick
boy
out of San
Brady
Diego.
Quinn, LeVar Arrington. Come on.
I don't even know LeVar.
Anything.
I don't even know LeVar.
One name, and that's Bully. Shasky goes all around, Wallace. Guys we don't even know from the city.
You did tequila shots with Gabrielle Union. Whoop, whoop.
Yes.
And I've heard that story 7 times.
Well, I've only told that story once. They said it off air about 1 million times.
False.
Rocco, his best friend, tells him every single day about that. I only brought it to air one time, and I regret it already.
Shasky's name drops are all relatives
Exactly.
and people in the meat industry we never
Shasky's like, my dad's calling again.
Exactly. That's the flex.
My
Hey, Dad, I got a radio show. Call in.
Please, and buy a meter.
Dude, we may book your dad. Your dad was really good today.
Oh,
He was ready.
He was ready to go. Well, no, he wasn't ready. We went to him at first, and he said his fat finger covered up the mute button, so he wasn't ready. So that's a lie. We have to do a take 2 of Papa
Shout out
Shasky.
Fat Fingers.
Shout out Fat Fingers. I know all about him.
I'm looking at his sausages. That's genetic. Deli Boy, too.
Ray Rattle on line 1.
Oh, my God.
By the way, you're listening to 95.7 Game. KGNC. I didn't say that. KGNC FM and AC1 San Francisco. It was low-hanging fruit.
I mean,
come on.
what's
Come
going
on.
on?
You're going to tell off Fat Fingers.
What is
You gotta talk
going
about
on
everybody.
here?
Come
What are
on.
you doing?
That man has paws.
God, I hate that guy.
KGMC FM and AC1 San Francisco.
Be better
Always
at your
live.
job.
Download the Odyssey app. Your favorite 95.7 Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. Oh, man, I got it. By the way, Dibs, you brought up Jello and Dibs. all the way to Cabo. You cannot believe this. But Fort Ball sitting right behind me on the flight.
It was so perfect. And you guys arm in arm in the airport. That was a real heartwarming
You didn't see
story.
the gun behind Bonte's back.
Trust me. I had to tuck it. The federales
The
were
world-
out there.
the world
No, I
makes
meant the one Joe had in your back end, so that you could take the photo that he could post and get some likes from the Bay Area.
Now smile, Bonte.
Exactly.
Or
else. Put the money in the bag.
They didn't take a shot at me with the tweet as well as Shasky.
So perfect.
The world
On
makes you
brand.
face stuff sometimes, doesn't it? Sometimes
no
quicker
doubt.
than others.
What a curveball that was.
That one only took a week and a half.
What did he chatter about the Super Bowl? I'll say that.
Man, it's funny you say that because when I flew back from Miami in the Super Bowl.
You went to Miami?
Well, I went to Ray Lewis's Super Bowl party. And, hung out with Kelly Olynyk.
Were they handing out deer antler spray at the door?
No, they were handing out actually sunglasses that I still have today. Yeah. Pair of shades right here. I'm gonna go guru on you.
Second time we've heard this story in 2 weeks.
Well, I've told this story. That's the only story I have. But
right.
Yeah.
He's kind of giving me Snowfall vibes of
the detective, the crooked with Teddy. Teddy.
Where are your Zennies from the parade?
Oh, they're in the car.
Okay.
Yeah. I alternate.
All right.
In this weather, I mean, I should have gone Zennies because it's so dark and cold, but I went for the Ray Lewis.
Dibs. I don't know if you know this. It snowed in the mountains of Santa Cruz.
Yeah, no doubt.
I know, but I love when
it's going to snow maybe at as low as 1,000 feet tonight.
Really?
Oh, yeah, it's going to be so cold and rain is coming. So I hate to go like all Roberto Gonzalez Doppler on you.
Weekend.
But it's going to be snowing.
You are on fire today.
Yeah, he is.
It's going to be snowing.
Willard, you haven't got a word in yet, man. This guy's running material.
Just another day on this show.
It's a Hall of Fame.
I know.
It's a
Roberto
Hall of Fame
Gonzalez, Dennis
performance.
Richmond's over here running point guard.
Shut up, don't you? Dennis Richmond. I
I'm
love
on
me some
fire
Dennis
now.
Richmond. Hey, you know me. No, this is you still and shine like you always do.
You know
It's
me.
a Hall of Fame performance from a radio Hall of Famer. You had to just jump in.
I just lay back and wait my turn. You know me.
Oh, yeah.
You know me.
That's my guy.
All right, so that was a lot of fun. Where did we go
super
now?
fun.
I don't even know where to go.
Anywhere you want. Well, I never answered your question.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Who was
That
it?
question was 10 minutes ago. Do you need to repeat the question?
Yeah, I will. If you could cheat on anyone for any of your teams in sports, who are you adding to your squad? So for me, the Giants, Julio Rodriguez. I need an everyday player.
I'll go Shohei.
Which is fine.
Yeah.
I want the younger guy, 21
That's
years
fine.
old.
That's fine.
And we're all about cost control here, with farms, so we can buy out some of those ARB years and not spend $500 million. And then for the Warriors, I'm going to go Giannis. I think Giannis and Steph would be such a lovely pairing.
Good.
The combo.
And then you got to go Patrick Mahomes.
Mahomes. Yeah.
Bonte had it.
NBA for me is the only one that's got some debate. And Giannis is a good one because he also
baseball. You don't think has debate?
Well, not for me.
Okay.
For me, it's Shohei.
Gotcha.
Like when I think, you know what I mean?
Every pitch could be the last.
But again, if we're going to do the real,
then hit.
If you're doing the real, we're going to cheat, you don't get Shohei for 10 years. That's not cheating. That's a mistress.
Okay.
And that's a complete life change. So if we're doing
wow.
not that I know of cheating because I don't.
You got a Gumage at home,
If
Tony?
a Guma, yeah, exactly. I love that you're into The Sopranos again.
The fourth rewatch.
Christopher,
It's just the best.
if you're looking at a real cheat, you're only getting Giannis for 24 games. If we're going to cheat, then we're going to have a little dalliance with Giannis for 24 games. And if you want to do the Shohei cheat, then you get him for a year. Or the Mahomes, you don't get him for the rest of his career.
Get him for a year.
Wow.
Yeah, you get him.
Season.
Yeah, or maybe a
I'm
playoff
gonna go
run.
Brady.
So,
Wow.
I mean,
if it's 1 year, I think I'm going Brady.
well, he's available, so that's not really a cheat.
It's true.
Yeah.
It's true. He's on the market.
Or Rodgers.
I think Mahomes is great, and I'm with you on Giannis. And baseball, I mean, Shohei would be, wow, imagine this team right now for a year of Shohei, what that would mean.
I just love the idea of a pitcher hurting his arm and then going, fine, I'll just go be a hitter. I love the idea, and maybe this is our 49er PTSD. I love the idea of somebody getting hurt and just being able to play in some other form.
Rick Ankiel.
Yeah. Well, that went sideways, dude.
Last year,
Jeez.
I don't think people realize how great, he does both. No, literally, if you just look at the data, he was a top 5 pitcher in baseball.
He's 2 All-Stars.
And a top 5 hitter
It's
in baseball.
He's 2 All-Stars.
Simultaneously.
2 All-Stars.
It's crazy.
At the same time.
Yeah. Inside.
Yeah.
One body.
It's
He asked me,
wild.
how much would the contract be? And
I think it's $600 million.
Well, I said 700.
I do.
And he
I'll go lower.
He jokingly, he's like, how much? And I said $700 million.
Half a billy? Is he getting half a billy?
Easy half a bill.
I don't know if it's easy half a bill because well, here's the thing: you gotta
pay him as for a pitcher and a hitter.
You do
get the best of
plus
both
the
worlds.
marketing of Japan and all that comes with that.
That's not the answer though, in terms of like
you're already 30 years old, and let's look. Does any pitcher ever get 10 years?
No.
You don't do that anymore. So you're not actually getting 2 players on a 10-year deal. You're kind of getting a player and a half. Because what you would do, if just Shohei the pitcher, he would get a 5 or a 6 year deal. Just Shohei the hitter would get an 11-year deal. So
maybe more.
Right. So you're falling in line probably at 10 years because he's 30 based on the way.
Right.
But he not pitching like that till he's 40.
Well, but the only thing I would say is that if I'm his
agent,
agent,
more risk because of that too.
No doubt. But if I'm his agent, I would say, hey, we actually take away some of the risk because he's an every 6 to 7 day pitcher. And if you look at, and this is what they're going to comp, don't look at guys that have had arm injuries. Look at Scherzer. Look at Verlander. Look how good they've been late in their careers.
Right.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying I know what the agents
But
are
like Rodon is a 30-year-old high-level starting pitcher. What did he get? Like
170?
Right, and was it 5 or 6 years?
5 years, 5 years.
So that's like that. If you and you're not going to do this, but if you added them together, what does the Shohei hitter get? He gets 10 years and probably 350 million. Yeah. Right, and if
so that comes out to about
and then
half a
give him
billion.
the Rodon deal, but then you got to blend it together a little bit because the team's going to be like, we're not actually paying 2 people here.
Yeah,
but you're paying me for 2 different things. Like you're a top of the line rotation pitcher,
and the revenue that comes with it, and the revenue that comes with it.
Right, but if you break your ankle, I lose both. At the same time.
I hear you.
Wow, right? Man. So,
I went deep.
You know what I mean?
No, I get what you're saying.
This is the way
when Simpson signed.
Have you seen how
he's not a Niner quarterback. Why you got to break his ankle?
And Kyle will have this off the top of his head. Did you guys see that the Tampa Bay Rays cat who just went to arbitration?
Ryan Thompson.
What is it? Ryan Johnson.
Yes.
Went
Thompson.
on a long Twitter.
I saw it. The thread.
Dude, how cutthroat these teams are.
The arbitration's
when
nuts.
they get into the courtroom and will use any means necessary to denigrate their own player.
Corbin Burns.
Well, so what happens? What happens is
over a couple $100,000 is so wild. So they'll do. I mean, same thing in a negotiation with Shohei.
Well, on the arbitration thing, which I didn't know, the player puts a number down, the team puts a number down, and they have to choose one or the 2 numbers. And so the way that the arbitrator does it, you can't go in between. It's one or the other, right? And so what the arbitrator says is, okay, what's the difference between the 2? Are you better than that number? Well, then I have to lean in the direction of more, or if you're not, then go in less. But it's a wild process.
Don't the teams win more often than the players?
In
terms of
significantly more.
And the problem, there's so many problems with the arbitration system, but like to learn that these arbiters don't even know sports
at all.
It's like walking in, you don't know what you're going to get in there. You're going to get somebody who he even wrote. He's like, you might get someone that's like, how many? Okay, baseball outfielder, how many points did you score last year?
No clue.
Like what? So I mean, I think you need shouldn't there? I would have thought there's like a special arbitration baseball group that like they specialize in this.
No, because then
they
don't
understand the difference between BABIP and OBP, for example.
So the bigger problem with baseball, is the reason that we're where we're at 10-year deals, 15-year deals, because I got to wait 6 full seasons to hit free agency, and in some cases longer because you super to me. 100%. And then what ends up happening is like, well, if I do not cash in now, I will never have an opportunity again. So what it's created is top end, dirt cheap market, no middle ground, just like America.
Which is why every single big name free agent that was out there, like all got signed till their 40th birthday.
Yes.
So it just depends on, are you 26 or are you 30 or whatever, and that's where you're going to get 10 or you're going to get 13 years. And it's brutal, but I don't blame any of the players or agents because of what you just said. This is their only chance to fight back against the system.
Before we get out of here, I got to ask you guys about the Dubs. They're playing the Lakers tonight.
Oh, man. Thank God.
29-29.
We need
24
games.
games left. And the season is going to be over in a heartbeat. And it's just like, damn, are these the last 24 games Draymond Green ever wears a Warrior uniform? Because we don't know what's going to happen. There's no Steph for at least 4 games, maybe 5. We don't know when Wiggins is coming back. And 29-29, you look at the schedule, you're like, damn, Ain't no easy
tough.
road.
Yeah, it's tough.
It's tough. 14 games in the last 24 against teams over 500.
Is it the last 24 games that Bob Myers general manages?
Wow. Steve Kerr coaches.
Yeah,
the Warriors.
exactly.
Like, there's 3 levels to this. There's like a continuation after this year. There's it starts to break apart, pieces fall off, or there's a possibility this thing explodes.
So in that scenario, so like we were talking about this, and I hate getting way ahead of ourselves. If they lose, I don't care if it's in the finals. I don't care if it's in the first round, whatever,
or the play-in or whatever,
or not. Yeah, exactly. To me, like if I'm running the team, I turn to Steph. I'm like, all right, you're here. All right. If you want to win championships, because I know that's what you're about, to me, everything needs to be on the table. There can't be, I have to play with this guy, and I got to play with the current team.
I think there is. I think everything will be on the table.
You think it will be?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, we talked about it in the green room. It's really one at a time. It's Draymond, are you in or are you out? And I think that Draymond is going to opt out and get a deal elsewhere. Then it's Bob, are you in or are you out? And based on what we've heard from Bob, which, by the way, is not a lot, even though he's on with Steiny and Goo every couple of weeks, I have a feeling that Bob might just say, I'm going to take a year off and be a dad and be a husband. So then you look at what you're left with. You have Steph and Klay. Klay's in a walk year. And does Klay want to restructure or does he want to go elsewhere after next year? And at that point, is Steve Kerr. He has 1 year left as well. So is Steve like, you know what? I'm good. It's been a nice run. And Steve's been in the league now continuously for 40, 35, some years.
So these things aren't just chess pieces, though. They have emotions. So and so each move that you just talked about affects the next.
Like dominoes.
So if Bob Myers is not there, you're having a very different conversation with Steph Curry and Steve Kerr. And this is and we'll play this for everybody. Monty Poole was on with Damon and Ratto yesterday, and I know it was Ratto and Styles, right? But anyway, he was on that show and had some really interesting things to say about where this sits and kind of how it got here. And I think that it sets up maybe more pressure on Joe Lacob than we've seen at any point, certainly since the run started, because I do think he's at the center of at least the first decisions in keeping this together. Like, yes, there's Draymond and what his options are will run first, but it sort of feels like you can still maneuver this thing forward even if Draymond were to leave. If Bob leaves, now there are waves and there's trickle down.
Who's irreplaceable?
And there's people.
Out of all those guys, Steph. I mean, Steph. Put him to. We know Steph is irreplaceable.
I think he's the only one.
But if Klay is on the table, and Draymond, Bob, Steve, who's the guy that you can't let walk out the door?
For me, I would rank it Steph, Bob.
I'd go Steph, Steve.
Throw Steph
Yeah.
to the side. We know Steph is there.
You
Steph
have
is the
Steve
guy.
over
But Steve and Bob are very connected.
I know they are.
Right. Very connected.
I think if Bob over Steve.
For me, it's Steve over Bob.
Why is that?
Because what can Bob really do between now and the end of Steph Curry? There's only so much you can do. So Draymond, if he wants to leave, you can't stop Draymond from leaving. And you guys mentioned it this morning. Right. You can't replace that salary spot. You're over the cap. So what can you do if you're Bob other than draft guys? And, you already traded Wiseman, so that's done. And if you're Bob, you're a little bit hamstrung in terms of what you can actually do. You've got Wiggins under contract and Poole and Steph and Klay. It's either, hey, Klay, you want to take a lot less to stay or do you want to go elsewhere? Other than that, what is Bob going to do?
Well, see, the Steve thing's interesting. We all revere Steve Kerr, and I get that. I want to know how much KD's opinion of Steve Kerr affects all these young guys that would want to pair up with someone. Like Giannis is unique, right?
Right.
KD blasted Steve Kerr
on
a variety of things, whether it's style
and he's
of
gone
play.
on to be really successful elsewhere.
No, I'm not saying he hasn't, but these guys look up to him.
No,
I'm not
for
saying
sure,
and
for sure.
it's very cliquey. And like, if you're not one of the young guys that they really like. You see what happened to Nate McMillan. Nate McMillan is not on the Steve Kerr level, but
those players basically turned their back. And John Collins said something. John Collins was like, "Look, if we had an older team, his message, we would have received it. We didn't do a good job of receiving his message, and that's part of on us. But our young guys can't handle that type of coaching. So depends on the roster makeup,
the Hawks
right?
are broken. The way they shuttled Travis Schlenk to the side. Shout out Grant Liffman for taking over and putting his hand in the mix. What the Hawks have done is an absolute abomination in terms of, and this is Travis Schlenk.
Got rid of Rod Higgins, too.
They had Luka Doncic on a platter, and they chose Trae Young, and turns out Trae...
Because of the culture.
Well, yeah, Trey is a smokescreen of a star.
Luka, the lemon pepper wings?
I bet you Atlanta would love Luka right now.
Yes, they would.
Luka at Magic City eating those wings. Boy, what?
He'd look like Paul Wall.
If you look at the next 5 years in the association, in terms of best players, Luka's in the top 5.
He's already there.
Yeah. Trey Young's a little overrated,
From now until 5 years from now,
No,
though,
you're right. You're right.
I mean,
I agree. If you're betting on the next 5 years.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
He's ahead of
Talking
LeBron.
about an MVP candidate.
Exactly. He's
Every
ahead
year.
of KD in the next 5 years.
I'm with you.
I mean, does the KD comment on Steve Kerr run when there are others, huge NBA stars who feel otherwise? I mean, like if Steph Curry.
Well, Steph's unique.
But Klay Thompson, even Draymond, like if you can manage,
Trey and Steve have had their beefs, and
but who
Draymond
doesn't?
called out. I know, but Draymond
Green in his life, who would he tell you? I've never had beef with that person.
Tom Izzo, and that's the only one.
he's
And because of the college
I guarantee
dynamic,
you, they've screamed at one another 1,000 times.
But there's reference in the way he talks about him in reflection.
I got you.
But I say Steve Kerr because if Steve leaves, then who is your head coach? And And Steve
Great
Kerr
question.
has been, as much as people want to criticize Steve Kerr, Kenny Atkinson.
How would Kenny Atkinson?
I want Iguodala.
Exactly.
Anyway, sorry,
Seriously, no.
If Iguodala was the head
Layla?
coach, that would be hilarious.
They would.
I actually
shorten the
I put
season to
Steve
3
above
games.
Bob just because there's only so much Bob can do.
No, I mean, that's fair.
Draymond is making the call on Draymond. Klay is either going to take a lot less or go elsewhere. And then other than that, what's Bob going to do?
Here's the thing. I think of the big 6 that we talk about, the 3 players and then Steve Kerr, Joe Lacob, and Bob Myers. It's almost like which ones are kind of like the center of the Death Star, where if they blow up, the whole thing blows up. Thank you. It's that like Draymond is not. It feels like it could, right? Feels like the planet could keep turning. Even Klay Thompson.
So he's Bubba Fett.
That's
getting a little loud.
I got COPD.
You said Bubba Fett. I said Baby Finn. I'm thinking cartoons here. Baby Chance. Baby Finn. You wouldn't know about that.
Coco Melon, dude, hitting hard in my house. But go ahead.
I know. I
We
wonder.
got past that stage.
I wonder if Bob
Cody
and
and
Steve
JJ still are fixtures.
are almost equal in
Yeah, they're
that.
Han Solo and Chewie.
If one of them goes, the whole cookie crumbles.
Be very interesting.
Yeah.
Like I keep
No,
going
Bart,
back
you're
to.
right. I think you might be right.
We looked at the Niner, and it's very different. Football so abrupt, but everybody
find your
left all at
breathing
once,
disturbing.
and it felt like everybody left all at once, and it felt like Niner fans were the Will Smith at the end of Fresh Prince in the Bel-Air, where he's the only one in the house
in the living room,
in an
just
empty
looking
house,
around.
and I feel like Steph might be looking at the situation a year from now or this offseason where everyone's
I don't know.
gone and he's
But-
here, and I'm thinking,
But you know what, though?
I don't know
They
what's
do
his
have
nature.
pieces to flip.
I'm not
It all
saying they
depends. I'm really eager to see how these playoffs shake out because there will be at least one disgruntled star. It always is in the NBA.
Yeah.
You hope it's Giannis. That's why I'm like, Milwaukee, you want to bow out in the second round, maybe the first round. Middleton gets a little older. He can't get over that knee
I
injury.
don't know. We went over
Is it
that one.
Embiid?
We went through that once already, and he's stuck in one.
He's stuck in one.
Yeah.
But he only has
But would
the
he want
one.
to stick around and win again?
And you made a great point earlier about the Draymond Green sign-in trade. Would
Right.
he do them a solid?
Because Kevin Durant didn't want to do that with Brooklyn, but they ended up doing it, and you got D'Lo.
So
which-
would Draymond
yeah.
be willing to do that sort of an arrangement to where the Warriors could then get somebody back for Draymond Green?
Wouldn't you think, just the way Draymond operates, unless the team acquiring him had to do it, I just don't, because I know how I would be, and Draymond probably more like me, out of spite, he would probably like, yeah, I'm good off that.
Kevin Durant was like that too.
I know,
So
and I don't
why are
blame
you guys
them, but I
doing
don't blame them for that.
But
That's why I would
he's the one opting out.
No, but what I'm saying is the team acquiring you, because there's only 2 teams right now under the salary cap. So for him to go to a team and sign, they would have to move some salaries to bring them in unless they have expiring contracts.
I get it, but
with
I
open
get
slots.
but if I'm Draymond and so it's like so he's got the 3-year, $65 million offer out there, and he wants to opt out. And the Warriors look at him and say, "We'd love to do 3 years and 65, but we can't." Like I don't. Is Draymond offended? Is he offended?
He's
Does he
already
walk out?
offended because he said last year, "I want the max," and they said,
Right.
yeah.
But he's a businessman also.
Right.
He spoke in trading cap. He's like, look, it's not lost on me that I didn't get the extension, and I don't think I'm going to get
And then
that.
Jordan was going to get an extension, and then Draymond hauled off and smashed him in the face.
And Wiggins did too.
Exactly. And you can't tell me those things are unrelated.
When Pablo was pissed when he was a Giant, he was mad because Pence got paid before
first.
he did.
And I
remember.
I agree with Pablo too because I was like, man, he's been here longer. Pence been here for a cup of coffee.
Pence
now
worked
it worked out. It
Pence
worked
worked
out,
out.
no doubt. No doubt, it did work out.
Yeah.
But that's why Pablo was mad.
Giants played that one exactly right. They got him right back for $6.
Yeah, that's true.
Boston paid him for years.
The video, the photo just surfaced on the internet. The first day that he showed up in the Boston,
I did see that.
and
it was 4 shots. It was 4 pictures.
He was too Lucas.
Dude, that gut was hanging.
Oh my God,
that gut was hanging. And you know what though?
He still had great hand-eye coordination. I know no one wants to hear that. But
somehow he can still get to second on a gapper.
Most athletic rhino I know.
Oh my God!
I mean, he's
Kung
one of my
Fu
favorites.
Panda.
Seriously.
I mean, and Instagramming from the can is what ultimately undid him. He was liking photos on the toilet in the fourth.
In the Fenway Stadium.
Seriously.
Who hasn't done that? What's wrong with that?
But who has?
Not during the game.
How else are you
Who has
supposed to
done
pass
that
the
and
time?
had it cost you your career, basically?
Somebody should get paid for that. Like, that should be a job for somebody out there, because the way people can screenshot somebody liking
Dame
something.
Lillard does not follow the Trailblazers.
Do they
now.
have all these alerts set up? How do you follow? Yeah, like, oh my God, Aaron Judge, I'll follow the Yankees. Or when Debo started out following, and you start screenshotting everything. Somebody should get paid. That should be a job.
Yeah, how did they catch that? How did someone know that he was doing that from the can?
Boston fan, I'm sure it was like
he was in the bathroom, the player's bathroom.
Well,
like how did
once you see the like, it's like, dude, how are you liking this in real time? It's the bottom of the fourth, and then you look in the dugout and he's not there, and then he comes out and he's drying his hands. You add A plus B plus C, Pythagoras.
What I want all of you to do, if you've got a minute and a half and you are in the bathroom, Google the Manny Ramirez funniest moments in a Red Sox uniform.
Oh, it's the best.
I swear to God, I think we forgot how much we love Manny. Manny's
former A.
Well, we forgot because
good knowledge.
Yeah, because he turned into Manny Wood in left field. And
he cut off a ball from center field where he thought he was the cutoff. I swear to God, to this day, it's one of the funniest things I've ever seen.
What about when he caught a ball and he high-fived the player? I think it was Camden Yard, excuse me. Yeah. I just love his photos of him taking hacks in the A's uniform in BP, and he's got the home run swing.
He sticks the hands up.
Man,
he hits a bomb and just said, look at me.
Rise, guys, we were broadcasting live that day from training camp.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
No, he's the Nick Young of Major League Baseball.
No, but he's
way better.
That's disrespectful because he's a Hall of Famer.
No.
Well, he's a juicer, but we look past it because, Manny, you're so fun.
Corked bat, juicing, testosterone.
Just the awareness level of a 4-year-old.
I love that. But he was great for the game.
Oh, for sure.
All right, Willard and Dibs.
That Cleveland team with him.
Oh, they were loaded. Many before the Jets. Willard and Dibs coming up. Brought to you by AC Transit.
Thank God that there's Warrior basketball on 95.7 The Game tonight. I'm not kidding. I know the Super Bowl. How many days ago was the Super Bowl? I guess that would be 11. Is that right?
Friday, Saturday, yeah, 11. 11, yeah, exactly.
Thank you. You got to at least Google Calendar it.
Yeah.
It feels like it's been a month since I sat down and there was a sporting event that I gave a bleep about.
Right.
So let's do that tonight, can we?
Let's do it.
All right.
First to 24. You got 24 left to go, and the Warriors need to go probably 12-12 to make the play-in. 11-13 might get it done.
Let's have a better goal than that. They can go over 500.
What I said was
I
they
know
need
they
to go 12-12 to make the play-in. If you go 41-41, you're in the play-in tournament.
No guarantee.
I think that 12-12 gets you into the play-in.
The voice of the Lakers is going to join us in 7 minutes, John Ireland, and I know.
Don't sleep on John Ireland.
Well, let's see. Have I ever slept on John Ireland before? No, I'll tell you this, and Spadone will tell you, Lakers are 5 games under 500.
Yeah.
Oh, but they think they figured it out. They think this trade deadline did the darn deal, and they're about to just go win about 80% of their remaining games.
Please.
And so, who knows? Is 500 enough? I don't know.
Well, right now the Lakers are 27-32, so they have 23 games left to go. So for them to get to 500, they would have to go 14-9 in their final 23.
Which is very good basketball.
That's good, solid basketball, especially when you've played 458 ball all year.
Right.
So 14-9 is the kind of ball that Sacramento's played pretty much all year long. So can you be that good to get to 500? And honestly, right now, OKC, as the 10 seed, they're not a 500 club. So I think that if you're 41-41, you are rock solid in the play-in tournament. I think you might see a team below 500 as the 10 seed this year in the West.
Yeah, although I don't, I already told you kind of my line of demarcation in terms of like what will be maybe interesting, what is hopeful for the Warriors.
Right.
Not just the play-in tournament. It's got to be at least 7 or 8. I still hope for 6, but 7 or 8 I think is still a spot where you can move and do some damage and make noise in the playoffs. 9 or 10 feels unrealistic. You're going to have to do really special things on the road just to get out of that.
Sure.
I don't know if the Warriors end up in that spot. It also means these last 24 didn't go great. And let's be honest, it feels like this is one of those seasons when as fans and even as media members, it's not like Draymond's punch. There aren't cameras hiding in the top of the rafters that catch everything. And it feels to me like one of those years where there are a number of really big stories, really big things happening behind the scenes that we don't know anything about.
I think so.
And
we can start with the punch.
We can start with the punch.
Like Draymond, Jordan Poole, and the overall ethos of the team. Where is it in relation to, I don't know, last June when we all were on Market Street broadcasting live, and there are pictures of you and I broadcasting where we are absolutely being showered by blue and yellow confetti.
Hashtags any eyewear.
Exactly. It was an unbelievable day. It's one of my favorite shows you and I have ever done. We had a good show, but the fact that we could look out beyond our table there and see floats going down Market Street for a Warrior parade, and here we are not even 8 months later. Maybe it actually is 8 months to the day later, and you're right. What are all the stories that we don't know? And we can start with the fallout from Punchgate. What has that really done to the locker room?
Well, let's take a look at the fact that Bob Myers remains unsigned. Let's take a look at the fact that Andrew Wiggins is away from the team and our thoughts are with him and we don't know why.
Right.
And I guarantee, I guess I can't guarantee, but it certainly feels to me, I feel strongly, that's just the tip of the iceberg. Like this
for Andrew Wiggins.
No, the whole
or
team.
In general, yeah.
There's just it feels like there's so much going on behind the scenes.
And how did Wiseman go from we're going to pick up your extension to we can't wait to trade you for damaged goods?
Right.
Like that story is a story.
And where does that leave Joe Lacob and Bob Myers, which is something we really want to get to today. John Ireland's going to join us in a few, but after that, We're going to get to your phone calls big time on where this organization sits, not just with the remaining 24 games, but where it goes from there. 888-957-9570. Take a listen to this. Just for example, and this is from Damon and Ratto yesterday, Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area, was on and got into some really interesting state of the team stuff. Now, when he talks about all three here, the triumvirate of Bob Myers and Steve Kerr and Steph Curry, take a listen.
Bob Myers up front in the front office there, he can leave. If he decides to leave, and he just might, that changes everything because the Warriors have built themselves around the triumvirate of Bob Myers, Steph Curry, and Steve Kerr. If any one of those three guys leaves, the whole dynamic changes. Everything changes. And the other two guys, all three of those guys know that if any one of them leaves, it changes everything.
Okay, so there's going to be more to share with you on what Monty was saying, but it kind of speaks to what we were just talking about on the changeover and my point that almost likening it to the Death Star, and that's probably a bad comp because the Warriors are like a, live star, not a Death Star. It's been a great thing, not something that's awful.
Right.
But the point being that there's this center core that if it blows up, the whole thing, as we know it, crumbles. And I think, as Monty's saying, you can make the case that Myers and Kerr and Curry are all that. If you lose one, I'm not saying you lose all three, they all leave, but maybe the version of them that leaves.
Well, the version of this, as we know, I believe is leaving whether or not Myers, Kerr, or Curry leave. Because I think Draymond Green, if he opts out and he decides to play elsewhere next year, but they sign Bob to a deal and Steve Kerr decides he wants to keep coaching and Steph Curry's under contract already, the fact that Draymond Green leaves, the version of this that we know will be totally different because, you've said it yourself. And the notion is that you can't win without Draymond Green. And maybe you can't win with Draymond Green anymore. Maybe you can't win a championship anymore anyway. But if Draymond Green decides to go play elsewhere, what we know as the Warriors dynasty, it's different.
Yeah, that's true, but it also feels like you can still function in a way. In other words, like if I had asked any Warrior fan at any point, last 3 years, let's say, do you feel like all three are going to finish their career, and I'm talking now about Steph, Klay, Dre,
right?
Or all three going to finish in a Warrior uniform? Like the odds-on bet would be no.
No.
Okay, but so which one would you pick first to be like, I bet he ends up somewhere else to end his career?
It was Draymond and even
always.
beyond the contract.
Right, yes, Draymond for sure. Klay is the middle one where we're kind of like, oh, God, that would be painful, but it might be understandable. I get it. Steph is the one that for us, we hope and we feel is completely off the table as far as this idea. So I don't think I've ever been under the impression that all three were going to ride into the sunset and put down Warrior jerseys and then retire. Like, that's just that's just not realistic, right?
Right. And it's not realistic. And if you look at any team that's had this measure of success, or even a team that hasn't had this measure of success, when you have three stars like this, to think that they're going to come up with one team and stay with one team for their whole career, it just doesn't happen. And I actually was saying this to Kyle in the green room. We had this discussion, and I think I caught you off guard with my take. But Kyle said, what if Steph Curry agrees to stay here the rest of his career, but you never win another championship? And I said, if Steph Curry would be here for the rest of his career and you never went to the playoffs again, I would be okay with that, as opposed to Steph Curry going somewhere else and actually playing well.
But you said for the rest of your life. I was like, man.
Well, the rest of his life, his NBA life.
Well, okay,
and I hope my life goes longer than his NBA life.
It is that important to us.
He turns 35 on March 14th. So we are 19 days away from Steph Curry's 35th birthday. And he signed for 3 more years, which means 36, 37, 38. He'll be 38 when his contract ends. At that point, if he wants to go somewhere else, I guess I'd be okay with it.
Yeah, as long as that somewhere else is just like home.
And as long as he doesn't go win somewhere else.
Yeah, exactly. All right, there's a lot more to say on this, the state of the whole situation from the inside out, and we'll get back to it shortly. But want to welcome in our good friend John Ireland, longtime voice of the Lakers, and it's been way too long. I don't know why we've waited so long to have you on, but this is a fun night to do it with these two teams starting the post-All-Star break run. I think is really appropriate because both of them do have, there's a little bit of a common thread, right? Like aging cores that need to go on a run. What do you think of both of their chances, John? And hey, what's going on, buddy?
Hi, boys. By the way, were you guys, before I came on, seriously debating whether you'd be okay letting Steph Curry leave? You can't let Steph Curry leave.
No.
What is wrong with you?
There's no debate. The conversation is about, it starts with Bob Myers, John, and we're all wondering why a contract hasn't been signed. And it's more talking about, obviously, the potential of the crumbling of whatever has been this core for 12 years now. And yes, Steph is the number one we would all set aside, and we are all praying and hoping that he never, ever, ever puts on another jersey. But John, the end of this whole thing might be a hell of a lot sooner than I think Warrior fans fully understand, you know?
Okay, I disagree with you, and here's why.
Great.
You guys are taking the position of my broadcast partner, Michael Thompson, Mark, who you know well. Michael, who's Klay's dad, is very skeptical about the Warriors making a run this year. I think part of that is a defense mechanism because he roots for him, but he thinks, he says Ireland, they're not big enough. They don't play defense. They don't win on the road. To which my professional response is, blah, blah, blah. Do you guys realize that the best five-man unit in the NBA this year is the same group that won the title last year? It's Steph, Klay, Draymond, Wiggins, and Looney. That's not even with Poole. You guys, they have the highest plus-minus of any five-man group in the entire league.
Yeah, but John, it's two different conversations.
Right,
I'm with you about the run this year, but there's all the payroll and Bob Myers' contract and Draymond opting in or out. That's going to be addressed no matter how this season ends at the end of the year.
Well, don't you think those things are related, though, guys? I mean,
for sure.
If they win it again, Mark, if they win it again, I think it becomes very difficult not to bring Bob back. It becomes very difficult not to bring Looney back. It had, guys that you would think are expendable. They already admitted the mistake with Gary Payton and turned around and fixed it and cut bait on Wiseman. I just think, I understand that you guys are a talk show in San Francisco and like I am in LA and the Lakers kind of stir the drink down here like the Warriors do up there. But I think the Warriors' demise has been greatly exaggerated. I know they're a 500 team. I know they're, 7-22 on the road. Who are you really, guys, really going to, if you had to bet your life on the Warriors in a 7-game series against anybody in the West, I'm talking Denver, Memphis, Clippers, you're really not taking the Warriors? If my life depended on it, I'm taking the Warriors just because I've seen them come back from the dead before. I've seen him around. I've seen what Steph can do when he's healthy. So if you guys are healthy, if the Warriors are healthy, I'm not picking against them. I don't care what the numbers say. I don't care how bad they've been on the road. I don't care, as Michael points out to me, that they don't have any size. Because if you think about it, the rest of the West doesn't have much size either. You got Jokic, but past that, there aren't a lot of great big men. I just think the Warriors and their championship medal is being seriously underrated here. And I don't know whether or not you guys agree, but I wouldn't bet against them.
Yeah, I unfortunately would bet against them, John, and I'm a diehard, lifelong Warrior fan, but I look at their defensive metrics, the fact that they're 26th in the association in points allowed per game. They play fast, they play loose, they turn it over, they foul too much, and they don't defend anybody. Isn't this indicative of maybe a team that is, in fact, facing the end?
Could be, but okay, let's focus on, you focused on the defensive metrics.
Sure.
Let's focus on the elephant in the room. Steph has missed, 20 games? Klay is not playing in back-to-backs. They're saving Iguodala for the postseason. he's going to give you something. So I just think that when you get into a 7-game series, do you guys realize the Warriors are the only team ever during this run that started when Steve Kerr got there. In every playoff series they've been in, Mark, every single one they've won a game on the road. They're the only team that's ever done that. They go into the other opponent's building and win. So then they just have to win their home games, and if they do, they're right back in it again. I'm not down on them at all, and I know that you guys have to have these conversations. Like, is Bob coming back? What are they going to do about Draymond's contract? What are they going to do about Klay's contract? But I almost think we should wait and see if they've got one more run in them. I saw this with the Lakers when they went to 3 straight finals in 08, 09, and 10. Everybody kept saying, you're going to have to get rid of, you're going to have to get rid of some of the older guys. You're going to have to tweak the roster. And they just rode it until it finally died in 2011. And I'm just not sure the Warriors are dead yet.
John Ireland, voice of the Lakers, joining us here on Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. John, what are the Warriors looking at tonight? Because I know that the Laker Nation is very optimistic with what happened at the trade deadline, and especially that last game before the break against the Pelicans. They look good. So what do you think of the Lakers' chances to crash the playoffs and the 2 times that the Warriors will face them here in the next couple weeks?
So you guys remember the game on the Saturday night game on February 11th, 12 days ago. No LeBron, no Steph. The Lakers won in Chase Center, which makes me think the Lakers have the edge tonight. But who knows? Klay had a horrible game. I think he was 3 for 13. He normally plays really well against the Lakers. So these are 2 teams. I think the Warriors make the playoffs no matter what, even though they're a 500 team. I don't see them going into some weird funk that would have them drop to below 10. The Lakers guys have 23 games left, and they're in 13th place. They have to win these games. I guess, Mark, this is a long way of me saying this game is more important to the Lakers than it is to the Warriors. And LeBron has said it. AD has said it. I think with LeBron back in our lineup tonight, and you guys missing, I just heard from the Warriors, Wiggins is out.
Yeah, he's still out.
A personal thing going on. Steph's out. Iguodala's out. Obviously, Payton's out. If the Lakers don't win this game tonight, Mark, it's a really bad sign for these last 23 because they literally need to go, I think, they need to go 14-9 to get in. And they can't afford to lose home games, and they can't afford to lose games to teams that are ahead of them in the standings. And let's face it, when you're 13th, that's almost everybody. So they need to win tonight, and I think they will. But who knows? I mean, you guys have seen it a million times. Klay or Jordan Poole gets hot, makes 12 threes, and then the game flips on that. So I think it's going to be close.
Yeah, 5 of 23, by the way, Klay Thompson in that last game. 3 of 13 from 3 in terms of the bad performance from Klay Thompson in that game. I actually said the same thing, John, 14-9. I think 41-41 is good enough to get anybody into the play-in tournament scenario. But then again, you look at the Clippers are only 5 games above, so it's so tightly packed in the West. When you forecast outside of the Warriors and the Lakers in terms of the postseason, what team in the Western Conference intrigues you as a team that might be able to make a run and steal this thing?
The team that scares me the most is the Clippers. I think that if they get everybody healthy, and Kawhi, and I know I'm on a big island here, and Mark, you know I've always been on this island. I actually like Russell Westbrook. A lot of Laker fans are down on him. A lot of NBA fans are down on him because what's he been, 5 teams in 6 years? But the Warriors don't have what he brings. He brings like this fast-paced, high-intensity. Or I'm sorry, the Clippers don't have what he brings. That's the team that scares me, Dan. I think that if Kawhi's healthy, Paul George is healthy, and Westbrook doesn't screw him up, and I don't think he's gonna, that's the one team I think that could go deep. They scare me more than Denver, more than Memphis. I've been saying Clippers Warriors in the Western Conference Finals.
Wow.
But now I think we got to all talk about Phoenix, because what does Durant do for Phoenix? If Chris Paul, Devin Booker, and Kevin Durant, and by the way, that makes DeAndre Ayton the 4th best player on that team, and he's really good. If those guys come together, I think they're the wild card. They're the one team that it wouldn't shock me if they made a deep run either. So I don't duck your question. Outside of the Lakers and Warriors, the team I would, if I can't pick those two, the team I would pick to come out would either be Phoenix or the Clippers.
John, the bigger offseason question, we hear this all the time, and I think it's more just a feeling than it is an actual rumor. But are the Lakers coming with this 3-year, $70 million offer for Draymond Green in the offseason? Is that a thing?
It's not in our world, but like I always say, Rob Pelinka, our GM, he's almost stealth. I mean, he rarely does interviews. He doesn't talk to a lot of people. He kind of runs a pretty tight, siloed ship over there. So he's the only one, Mark. You could ask that question to any talking head like me that comes on your show, but anybody says that they know is probably lying, because Pelinka just doesn't tell anybody anything. He keeps very close to the vest. He keeps his options open. I know LeBron has great respect for Draymond, so something like that wouldn't shock me. But is it like a secret handshake deal that's already been done? I highly doubt that.
John, it's great to hear your voice, buddy. And even though you need it more than we do tonight, we're going to try to take it, all right?
Yeah, we don't want you to have it, John.
Well, as you guys know, when Klay sees purple and gold, I know last game was an anomaly, but he normally goes off for something like 11 out of 13 from 3. I don't know if it's because his mom and dad are in the building or his friends are here, but look out for that. Klay or Jordan Poole could flip this game. So I by no means am I counting my chickens. This could easily go either way.
Yeah, tell Michael to stop being such a negative Nelly, too.
Mark, you'll love this. In every time Klay goes off, like Klay, I'll nudge Michael. I'll go, hey, Klay's got 41 points and it's the third quarter. He'll go, oh yeah, how many rebounds does he have?
Exactly. Yep, always a dad first. Always a dad first. John, great stuff, man. Thanks for coming on.
All right, boys, have a great show.
You too. There you go. That's John Ireland, the voice of the Lakers. It's true.
That's
Michael,
so funny.
Klay, if Klay's got 40, it's not just how many rebounds. It's like, why not 50?
Exactly.
He had 40 at the end of the third. You can't get to 50? What's the matter with you?
I love Michael Thompson.
Oh, my gosh. It's the same. You know what the thing is? You can know Michael as well as anyone in the world, and I still don't know sometimes if he's being funny or if he's being serious.
Yeah, he has a deadpan.
Yeah, it's like, wait a minute, really? Like your son just dropped 48 in an NBA game, and he'll be like, but he had 30 at half. Why didn't he get 50? And I'm like,
your son had 37 points in a quarter on 10 dribbles. Why you dribble so much?
And you'll be like, oh, he's kidding. And you'll look at him and he's just deadpan. Yeah. And I'm like, you're kidding, right? And then the conversation moves on. He pulls out popcorn.
That's so funny. And that's,
oh,
you got to love it. And how great would it be to have, multiple sons as pro athletes, let alone one of them who's got a game named after him, the Claymaker game. And, to have Klay Thompson as your son, and Trace is a pro baseball player, and his other son, I think, is a fledgling pro athlete as well.
He was in the what was then the D League that's now become the G League. I don't know. I think he's moved on to other stuff now. Sure. But man, what a job, huh? He gets to go to work tonight,
right,
in the same city where his one son is a baseball player, and I'm sure out at spring training. And then his son is going to come see him. It's go with dad to work day.
Totally.
For Klay Thompson tonight.
Down there at the crypto.com arena, the arena formerly known as Staples. But John said what I was thinking, 14-9 gets them to 500, which means the Warriors go 12-12. Then you're there. You're in the play-in.
Yeah, except I'd love to say that the Warriors are playing with house money tonight, but they're not. They don't have house money. So Lakers may need it more. Doesn't mean the Warriors don't need it. And much more. If you heard what Monty Poole said, a little bit of it on Damon and Rowell, there's much more. There's much more. In fact, there's one thing he said about Joe Lacob and the relationship with Bob Myers that I'd never really heard it put that way before. And we'll have that for you coming up next. It's all brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. Willard and Dibs also brought to you in part by 5 Hour Energy. Your calls next at 888-957-9570 on Willard and Dibs.
Listening to
Now back to Willard and Dibs. Take it away, Mark.
Yeah, Mark,
Okay,
take it
Steph.
away.
Hey, was I the only one who was encouraged by that Steph Curry update yesterday? He's right where I sat here.
Of course, you were encouraged.
Well, no, I said on Monday, you weren't here. It was unfortunate, but
as a holiday, I mean,
we based this solely on reading tea leaves. Steph had already said he wasn't going to be back for this game. He goes, before the All-Star break, he's like, it's not going to be the first game. And then don't they play again tomorrow night? They play again tomorrow night? So I was like,
they got 3 games in 4 nights.
Right. So I go, if 2 weeks ago he can tell you it's not going to be the Laker game, then it's not going to be the next night either. So let's eliminate those. And then we looked at it. I go, there's a 6-game stretch where the Warriors are playing some pretty weak opponents. They play a lot of games, but it's some pretty weak opponent. And it's right out of the gate here, starting tonight, their next 6 games. And then after that, there's a 10-game stretch where you're talking about elite opponents like 8 of the 10 games.
Starting with Milwaukee.
And it starts, next Sunday, I think there's a game again against the Lakers. Is that right? On
Correct.
March 5th.
Yeah.
I said, that's the one I'm going to circle. I think that's it as long, and it's not meaning maybe he returns before that, but I go, that's the one that if I'm a Warrior fan, I'm worried. I want him back in that game. And
at LA a week from Sunday.
And that ramps up to what? It's like Milwaukee and Phoenix.
Well,
and there's a bunch
OKC
of,
first.
Yeah.
Then it's at Memphis, home for Milwaukee and Phoenix.
Yep.
And then it's a 5-game trip at the Clip Joint, at Atlanta, whatever. At Memphis, at Houston, whatever. At Dallas. And then it's Philadelphia at home, Minnesota at home, the Pelicans at home. It's a bit of a gauntlet in terms of opponents.
There's only 2 games in there where you're like, okay, they can probably, you hope, handle those. There's a lot of back-to-backs. Is Klay going to play those?
Back-to-back at Atlanta and Memphis.
Don't have the answer to that yet. He played the one back-to-back, but it was because he was going into a 9-day break. So for me, I circled March 5th. I would love for Steph to be back by then. I heard Dalton Johnson say on the morning show he thinks maybe the game before that, the March 3rd game against New Orleans, but somewhere in there. And I thought yesterday's update sort of points to that. And if that's the case, I'll take it. The Stephless Warriors, in my opinion, should be able to go at minimum 3-3, if not 4-2 over the next 6, even without him.
Yeah, it should be. I think tonight's key. So tonight is a game where the Lakers are absolutely ramped up and rested, and they need this game more than the Warriors. John Ireland joined us, and I think he's spot on with that. So let's just say the Lakers get you tonight in L.A., which I don't know what the number is, but the Lakers are probably favored by 6.5.
They're probably favored, and I would
say it's 6. Okay, thank you, Spinone. I had it 6 and I didn't even know. I'm just guessing.
And when we were saying this a few days ago about the Stephless Warriors, we weren't necessarily thinking it would also be the Wiggins-less Warriors.
Correct.
And I don't know how long that will be, but we do know he won't be there tonight.
So tomorrow, second half of a back-to-back with Houston in town, and I wonder about Klay Thompson and his ability to play tomorrow without Steph and without Wiggins. I would guess that Klay is able to play tomorrow coming out of the All-Star break in the second half of a back-to-back. But even if Klay doesn't play, you should beat Houston without Steph, Klay, and Wiggins.
Well, I mean, it's not that I disagree with you.
Houston wants to lose.
I know, but think about what you just said. Like, if Klay can't play on the back-to-back, this pretty quickly turns into the team that we see on load management night.
True.
It's like load management plus Draymond tomorrow.
But that team plays pretty well.
They play.
Yeah,
They play. They're plucky. They're plucky.
Sorry, Christy. The lovely Christy hates when we go plucky.
Just turn the radio off. But then we said lovely Christy, and she likes that.
Yeah.
So hopefully
then it's Minnesota Sunday and Portland on a Tuesday. Even if you split those, I think you can win both of those. The Clippers at home is a tough one. The Pelicans on the second half of a back-to-back. I think you can go 3-3 in the next 6. 4-2 to me feels a little bit like a reach, especially considering where we are in terms of no Steph. We don't know about Wiggins. And you have 2 back-to-backs, Mark, in the next 6.
I hear you.
I don't think Klay plays all 6 of these games.
I agree. When I said that, I definitely was considering Wiggins to be in. And
at some point.
He may not make any of them. I have no idea.
Right.
He's out tonight.
For personal reasons.
I would assume he's out tomorrow, too. I would guess. I mean, we have no idea.
We have no idea.
And so, yeah, maybe 3-3 does sound more realistic. It needs to be at least that because of the gauntlet that you mentioned that they're going to enter into right after that. So it's going to get real tough here. And therefore, it's sort of two dramatic performances here at the same time. Because one of them is
2 plays inside
one season.
Yeah, exactly.
Because they get 24 games left.
Yeah.
So we're playing okay, can you do it? Can you run to the playoffs? Can you get the 6 seed? Can you get the 7 seed? Can you get the 8 seed? What can you do here with these remaining 24 games? And then there's also the bigger picture that awaits. And John Ireland just said, and I agree with him, I think you do too, yes, these two things are connected. One affects the other, but they are not the same thing, which is to say, what is happening at the organizational level while these next 24 games unfold? Do they end up in the playoffs? Do they make noise in the playoffs? Where does this go? But when it's all over, does Draymond Green opt out? I still find this so wildly under-discussed because of its actual importance. How are we here almost to March and everyone's just shrugging their shoulders at Bob Myers' contract? How is this not question one every night over at Chase Center right now? It's a huge deal that's going to have a major ripple effect. So again, here's Monty Poole talking about, and this is Damon and Ratto yesterday, Monty Poole talking about Kerr, Curry, and Myers and how that contract affects all three.
Bob Myers up front in the front office there, he can leave. If he decides to leave, and he just might, that changes everything because the Warriors have built themselves around the triumvirate of Bob Myers, Steph Curry, and Steve Kerr. If any one of those 3 guys leaves, the whole dynamic changes. Everything changes. And the other 2 guys, all 3 of those guys know that if any one of them leaves, it changes everything.
It's an odd situation for owners because, we were talking about it on the changeover. It's a players' league, right? So, the effort is usually there to be like, well, don't tick off LeBron. Don't upset Steph. Well, if Bob leaving would upset Steph, you start to wonder, okay, why is Bob not signed? Is this because Bob doesn't want to sign yet? Or is it because Joe hasn't put the offer in front of Bob that Bob wants?
It's one of the two. It's either or.
If it's the Joe one, then come on, Joe, don't upset Steph, right?
Yes and no, because Steph is under contract. So, yes, you don't want to upset Steph, but at what point do you want to change the course of what you want to do as Joe Lacob in order to appease a star who is going to be 35 in March? And so let's say Bob wants a 5-year contract and he wants to be the highest paid GM in basketball. And this is all hypothetical. You're Joe Lacob and you're thinking, I would love to have one of my sons take over the reins of this team sooner rather than later. So maybe you don't want to give Bob 5 years, or maybe you want to give Bob less money than what Bob wants. And so Bob doesn't want to sign because he says his value is up here. And Lacob has never gone on the cheap in anything. So I don't necessarily think that money is the sticking point, but maybe the sticking point is Joe Lacob wants to begin to turn the keys to the kingdom over to someone else.
You better be careful.
No, totally.
Because Joe Lacob is an owner who is now beloved, but he's also the one of the 6. And when we talk about the 6,
the big
Lacob,
6.
Myers, Kerr, Steph, Klay, Dre. All right, Lacob is the one that we will just turn on in a heartbeat if you do something that we don't like.
But he's the most untouchable of the 6.
Right.
He owns the damn thing.
He's the owner, and he deserves all the credit in the world. But if you break this up and it looks like the reason you broke it up is because you want your son to have the GM job, holy hell.
It's risky.
Watch how fast this market is excuse me? So...
No, I'm with you.
I know
what
you're saying. You can't just appease a player who might be gone in 4 years. But then again, yeah, you can, because he's the greatest athlete in the history of the city. So, be careful. And then there's this. Then there's this.
Bold take.
Well, you just said it's not money, right? Maybe it's relationship. I've never heard this before. I want you to listen real closely now to what Monty Poole said yesterday.
I love Monty.
Monty's fantastic. Listen to how he presents the Bob Myers, Joe Lacob relationship.
Bob has a tough job. I mean, Joe Lacob is not easy to work for at times. And so that's, to me, Bob's future being up in the air as it is now. You would think that after they won the surprise championship last year, that would have been the time to, make amends. Hey, Bob, good job, and give him a bump. Didn't happen. Didn't happen. Mm-hmm. So, there's some, I won't say nerves, but there is some concern within the Warriors that this could be the last dance, that this could be it for them, because not all three of those guys are guaranteed to come back next year. And if Bob were to leave, I know Steve will be devastated, and I know Steph will be unhappy. He will not like that. Yeah. And so that's why some pressure's on Joe to figure this thing out.
Did you hear him say after the surprise championship, that would have been the time to make amends?
Give him a bump.
Make amends? Is there some sort of breakup argument here that we don't know about?
I don't know if make amends was necessarily...
What are we making amends for?
Right. I don't know if make amends was exactly the way... And again, maybe he needs to make...
Maybe it is.
Maybe make amends is accurate. But I think what Monte was saying that I heard him say is that would have been the time to give Bob a bump and say, you know what, Bob, this is an unexpected championship. You have been the architect of a lot of this. I know he didn't draft Steph Curry, so some people want to criticize Bob, whatever. Bob Myers has been the GM or the president of basketball ops through this dynasty. That would have been the time to say, you know what, Bob, here's 4 years and $30 million as a thank you contract. You're the man, and we want you here through the end of Steph Curry. And when that doesn't happen, and then Bob Myers joins us preseason and says, let's just enjoy this season, that tells me that, maybe Bob Myers is closer to the Draymond camp in terms of, I wanted to be made whole, and you didn't make me whole, and so now maybe Bob wants to opt out.
So this is what I was getting at earlier when I'm like, doesn't this feel like there's so much going on below the surface that we don't know about? Shout out to Mr. Ray Area himself, Alan Stiles, and Monty Poole, because I literally want to play this again. I find this to be one of the most interesting sound clips we have heard all year on 95.7 The Game. So if you were just driving around, somebody called you, I don't know, there's a kid in the back seat, it's ski week, whatever the hell you got going on, dial in and listen to this again.
Bob has a tough job. I mean, Joe Lacob is not easy to work for at times. And so that's, to me, Bob's future being up in the air as it is now. You would think that after they won the surprise championship last year, that would have been the time to, make amends. Hey, Bob, good job, and give him a bump. Didn't happen. Didn't happen. Mm-hmm. So, there's some, I won't say nerves, but there is some concern within the Warriors that this could be the last dance, that this could be it for them, because not all three of those guys are guaranteed to come back next year. And if Bob were to leave, I know Steve will be devastated, and I know Steph will be unhappy. He will not like that. Yeah. And so that's why some pressure's on Joe to figure this thing out.
I've never heard it put this way.
Well, and think about the end of that. Steve would be devastated. And Steve has one more year, and Steph would be disappointed.
Unhappy.
And, I mean, yes, Steph would be disappointed and unhappy. What's Steph going to do? Is Steph going to demand a trade at that point?
Steph's got more power than anybody. He's Steph.
Correct. So Bob leaves, and Bob sits out a year or whatever. Steve Kerr, into his last year, announces, you know what? I'm looking to go elsewhere. And Steph is disappointed. What then with your organization? Draymond opts out. Bob decides to take a year off. Steve Kerr makes it clear he's done coaching after his contract runs out. Hey, Steph, you're left holding the bag for your final 3 years. What then of this team?
Right. And so this goes to something, and I thought, fun question that Kyle brought up a couple days ago, even like this Warrior dynasty can have a soft landing or it can crash into the ground. And that matters to fans. We're all prepared for the end. How could you not be? But is it a soft landing, or do people walk out of here flipping birds and putting on other jerseys?
Yeah.
And that's going to matter. So you got to really be careful here with the way that you finish this thing off. And I've never heard it put that way. Like, I'll say this. I would have assumed through the last 12 years that there were all kinds of high-level egomaniac fights behind closed doors.
How could there not be?
That comes with this kind of territory. When you're in this kind of a fishbowl, this much ego, this much success, this much attention, like a rock band, like a company, like, Leo DiCaprio in, why am I forgetting the movie where he's
Wolf of Wall Street.
Thank you, Wolf of Wall Street. It's going to be high level screaming and going crazy behind closed doors. That's the way this works. But I've never heard it put that way where A, you need to make amends, or the thought that maybe over the last 2 years, and I would imagine Wiseman is probably involved in this conversation, that on some level, Joe Lacob is A, hard to work for.
Has to be.
And B, probably has had some pretty big-time disagreements directly with Bob about how to structure and restructure this thing. He called the championship a surprise championship.
Which it was.
So again, now we're making assumptions, but it's like, okay, if the Wiseman and down years with injuries experience led to a lot of different opinions about how to rebuild, I bet it did. And then you win a title, that would have been the time, sounds like Monty's saying, for Joe to be like, Bob, my man.
Yeah, exactly.
You were right. But it didn't.
Yeah.
And so are the egos going to overwhelm this thing on the way out the door? I think that would be really bad for the fan base.
I don't know if it's ego as much as it might be burnout, because what Monty said in that cut that we've played a couple times, and it's a great cut, and Monty Poole knows more about the Warriors than most people, Joe Lacob is hard to work for. You cannot be that successful as an owner and not be difficult to work for. Joe Lacob is demanding, he's exacting, and he has built a structure that has won. Now, it's not to give Joey Lightyears more credit than he deserves, but he's put together a winning organization. Think about Chris Cohan and where we were. Joe Lacob buys the team for about $400 million, and it's now worth 10x. It's now worth $4 billion, and probably if he wanted to sell it, he could get $5 billion. He might get $6 billion. This thing has exploded in value since he's owned it. And he's done that because he is, quote, hard to work for. And I think about the Draymond Green quote, Mark, after they won the championship last year. And Draymond famously said, can Bob Myers get some blanking credit? And I wonder if that isn't telling.
Good pull.
In terms of like how they all feel about Bob Myers. You mentioned soft landing or hard landing. A soft landing for this, the end of this would be, no matter what happens this year, Draymond opts in, Klay plays his last year, and they come out next year and say, Draymond and Klay both say, guys, this is going to be our last year together. We're going to give it one more shot, and Bob Myers is one more year. Steve Kerr is one more year, and Steph Curry is going to be here as the last man standing. That would be a soft landing. The opposite of a soft landing would be Bob Myers doesn't get re-signed, and he goes as the GM in Orlando, and I love to pick Orlando. Bob is the president of basketball ops in Orlando. Draymond opts out and signs with the Lakers and goes on his podcast and says, Joe Lacob blanked this whole thing up. And Steve Kerr says, you know what? I don't want to coach my last year. You can eat my contract. I'm out. Klay Thompson, I want to be traded. Steph Curry, I got a knee flare-up. I'm out for the year. That would be an awkward hard landing.
Well, and what if I asked it to you this way? Like, of the big six, whose reputations are untouchable?
Steph Curry.
Okay, Steph. How about Klay?
Pretty untouchable.
Okay, how about Draymond?
His reputation is already what it is. So his reputation is very touchable. Draymond Green can come out at the end of the year. Let's say they lose the play-in game and they're out. Draymond can say, I'm opting out. I'm done here. Here are my 4 rings. See ya. His reputation is already cemented. He's a forever Warrior. He's a legend, no matter what he does.
And he already has some fans who are kind of against him in ways that not toward the other two. And his exit, if there is one, sure, it could rub some people the wrong way, but I am also with you.
But the people he rubs the wrong way, he could never turn those people back to where, Draymond.
Probably.
You're beloved.
You're one of those people, aren't you?
I love what he's done on the court.
Right, okay.
But his antics, I cannot suffer through his antics.
All right, Steve Kerr.
I'm conflicted on Draymond Green.
Steve Kerr.
He's a made man.
Right.
I don't think there's anything he can do to sully his reputation. He won 4 championships here. What has the guy won? He's won 9 of the last 26 or something.
Yeah. Okay.
He's won like 1/4 of the last 36 titles. He's been a part of them.
Bob Myers.
He's untouchable to me. And that's some people, want to
I'm
rip.
with you.
Some people rip Bob Myers, whatever.
He didn't get a big man last year.
Exactly. You've done nothing in the buyout market.
Yeah. You got schooled with this James Wiseman deal. Well, we'll see.
He's untouchable.
All right. Joe Lacob.
To me, he's untouchable. But when you look at, 12 years from now, if this team reverts back to a Kohanian Golden State Warriors where...
Well, it won't do that. Like, I don't think that's in Joe Lacob's makeup to be Kohanian. Nice word, by the way.
Thank you.
That's a good new word.
Well, let's say that Draymond opts out, and so you go into next year, and you can't replace Draymond's salary.
Yeah.
So now you've got Wiggins, who is closer to K-Wig than he is two-way Wig. Steph at 35. Klay Thompson in a walk year. Jordan Poole and a bunch of youngsters. You're not a very good team next year. You're not a championship contender.
So is he untouchable or not? Like, I get what you're saying.
I think so, because I look at things from a broader perspective.
Right. So I think there's a floor. There's a very high floor with all of them. These 6 are going to be the names we talk about first when it comes to a dynasty in the greatest Warrior era that we've ever known. And gosh, it rivals what the 49ers of the 80s did and the Giants of a decade plus ago for sure, if not more. So, yes, there's a very high floor for all of them. But make no mistake that as you go from the floor up, the first name you're going to get to is Joe Lacob. Make no mistake. And the reason for that is simply because of what his job is. He's the owner. He's a billionaire. It makes him easy to hate.
Yeah.
That's just the way it is in life. We're never going to feel like Joe Lacob is touchable. You're never going to be like cruising around Safeway and grab an autograph, or you're not going to watch him put the ball in. He doesn't give you the memories of Steph and a wing 3 in Boston. So if this thing lands wobbly, and like I said earlier, it feels like you did dirty members of the other Big Five, and you did them dirty, and then you elevate your son to GM, and then this thing, you're barely a playoff team in 4 years. They'll turn. Oh, they'll turn.
Of course they will. But
people will turn, Ray.
Yes,
people will most definitely turn.
And it all depends on what happens to the players for whom you have turned your back. If Bob Myers decides, great run, I'm good on being a president of basketball ops and a GM, I'm going to go be a dad. Okay, what could Joe Lacob have done? Not a thing. Steve Kerr, I made my bones as a player, as a GM, and as a coach. I'm good. I'm going to go chill in San Diego. I'm out of the association. What can Joe Lacob do? Nothing. Draymond Green goes on to play in Detroit 4 more years and never makes another playoff appearance. Oh, you might have gotten that one right. Klay Thompson goes to L.A. and becomes a 6th or 7th man and plays out his career. That's fine. Steph Curry ends his years as a Warrior and never goes to the playoffs again. Well, it was a good run. It just depends on what these players and GMs and coaches do elsewhere. If Bob goes somewhere else and immediately becomes a president of basketball ops and says, yeah, I mean, Joe didn't want to pay me, so I had to come to Cleveland.
See?
And Steve Kerr goes and coaches the fill-in-the-blank team and makes them he goes to San Antonio and replaces Popovich, and Wembanyama becomes his centerpiece, and San Antonio is now the sauce. It depends on what these people do elsewhere as to how we feel about Joe Lacob.
It's why I said about, the whole Kyle Shanahan 49ers Trey Lance thing yesterday. It's why I called now a moment of honesty, because you get honesty a year later, right? When Garoppolo's run in the playoffs is done, it's like, okay, here's what was actually going on with his thumb and his shoulder. That you're going to get honest a year from now or 2 years from now or whatever it is when you look back on the end of the dynasty. And then documentaries get made and all of that, just like the actual Last Dance. It's all brought to you by AC Transit. We're going to circle back to this a little bit later. Included in it will be what Monty Poole said about Draymond's potential decision coming up, but also coming up next, Derek Klassen is going to hop on for a few. He's with the Bleacher Report, New York Times Sports, really good on the NFL. Wait until you hear what his opinion is on Trey Lance versus Brock Purdy. We're going to get to that. Continue with your phone calls at 888-957-9570 on Willard and Dibs.
AC Transit is offering a
Take it away, Mark.
Yeah, Kevon, a rock. Welcome to the Rock. Kevon Looney and the Warriors back in action tonight right here on 95.7 The Game. And truly, I like injected into my veins. I feel like there's been no sports, especially because the one major sporting event since the Super Bowl was the worst sporting event I've ever watched in my entire life. That would be the NBA All-Star Game on Sunday.
Jesus.
Man, give us a game that I want to watch in the Warriors and Lakers tonight. It's definitely it.
But we talk about, like, how will the Warriors run end? We saw how the NBA All-Star Game ends. It's over.
Oh, God.
That's it.
I agree with you. It won't be. It's going to take a period of time for them to figure it out.
Because the Pro Bowl, we got to a point where, they should do away with the Pro Bowl. And now they've done away with the Pro Bowl.
But like the All-Star Game moves, it's probably already got a host city next year.
Good point.
And you know what I mean? Like there's hotel rooms that have been booked.
I wonder if I'm Adam Silver, what I would say to the players, I'd say, you know what? If you want to have an All-Star break, you want a week off, you got to try in my game. If not, bye-bye All-Star break.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. A lot more on this NBA and Warriors bone, and so we're going to be doing that coming up in just about 10 to 12 minutes, but also want to welcome in Derek Klassen. He is at QB Class on Twitter. He is Bleacher Report, New York Times Sports, and great quarterback content. Derek, welcome to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. How you doing?
I'm doing great today. How are you guys?
We're doing great, man. Super curious for you to lay out for us your read on Trey Lance / Brock Purdy and the 49er QB situation this offseason.
I mean, for me, it's just you can't really invest as much as you did in Lance and not give him a proper shot at the starting job. I probably expect them to battle it out because, Purdy did play fairly well, but I feel like they just drafted Lance to change the mold of what the Shanahan offense is, because previous to him, it was a lot of guys who were kind of standard pocket passers, weaker arms. They kind of only threw over the middle, all that jazz. It was kind of like there was this one way to play the Shanahan offense. And I think they drafted Lance explicitly to kind of unlock the run game and to unlock, stuff down the field, outside the numbers, all that stuff. And I think we actually saw a little bit with Purdy what that can look like. Like Purdy did a little bit more throwing outside the numbers, throwing deep, scrambling, stuff like that. And I think, in theory, Trey Lance is just a supercharged version of that where his tools are just better. And you just hope that with him getting a little bit healthier, now having a couple of seasons of experience, understanding the playbook under, stuff like that, that he can finally step into being an impact starter. But I really like Lance as a prospect, so I'm hoping he gets a legitimate chance. And I'm really hoping that, he can kind of become the player that we want him to be, because I think getting a player as dynamic as him with those tools on top of the Shanahan offense, just his scheme on top of all the skill players they have, I mean, they might have magic.
You mentioned dynamic, and we think about Jalen Hurts and what he did as a, quote, dynamic player. Is Trey Lance able to be as dynamic as Jalen Hurts, or is he just going to be a different sort of a two-way threat at quarterback?
I would say he's fairly similar. At least my read on it is Hurts is probably a little bit more creative at this stage in his career, and I think at least part of that probably has to do with, Hurts just has so much more experience, right? He started as a freshman at Alabama, mostly played as a starter from then up until now. He kind of took like half of his rookie season off, and then there was a little bit at Alabama where he didn't play, but he's mostly played a lot of very, very high football for the past, 7 years or so. Whereas Lance, he played 1 year at the FCS level, was incredible, obviously, but hasn't really played serious football since then. And so I think that level of creativity that kind of enables Hurts's, dynamic play, I think that is probably going to take a couple of seasons for Lance. But just in terms of being able to unlock the run game, doing some of the design stuff, I think especially between the tackles, kind of like Hurts can do, I think a lot of that stuff Lance can do. It's just, like I said, he's going to have to get the reps, and it's going to take some time because just in terms of his experience, he's so much further behind than a guy like Jalen Hurts is.
Derek Klassen, quarterback content, Bleacher Report, New York Times Sports as well with us here on 95.7 The Game. Derek, I'll go ahead and freely admit, I'm someone who through the last few years of Kyle Shanahan 49er football, I am a major defender of quarterbacks who go out there and win, and therefore I battle against this idea that, they're just a product of Kyle Shanahan's system, and it feels to me a little bit like there are plenty of people out there, I wonder if you're one of them, who sort of are going to blow off what Brock Purdy did because product of the system. What's your response to that?
I think I probably lean somewhere in the middle. I mean, I'll start with my starting point is I think Shanahan is the best offensive mind in the NFL, even over guys like Reed and stuff. I think the way that he's able to understand how to mesh his run and pass looks, how to get linebackers in a bind, how to get safeties in a bind. Like, I think he's just kind of one of one in that regard. And then you add that on top of two receivers who are basically number ones, maybe the best tight end in the NFL. I think there's just so much there to work for, with if you're a quarterback, where it kind of puts you into easy mode. That being said, my thing with Brock Purdy is and in the Shanahan offense, I do think you have to have the skills that you have to be a really confident passer and you have to have good timing. I think he showed some of that, at least for, a rookie. I think he did pretty good in those areas. Where I think Purdy impressed me, and I think kind of like I said earlier, unlocked something new in the Shanahan offense was, when we watched Jimmy Garoppolo, all he could do was sit in the pocket. He wouldn't move. He was only throwing over the middle. That's all he had. But Purdy kind of unlocked these other elements of the offense where it was like, oh, we have a quarterback who can scramble now. And, defensive linemen can't just tee off and know that they're going to get this guy who's stationary in the pocket and they can just go hit him. He kind of added this extra element of, spice to the offense that wasn't there previously. And when you add that on top of what is already like a top 3 offensive structure in the NFL, I think that's why you saw that offense kind of reach a new height, even despite, some of Purdy's, I think, inconsistencies as a rookie. It's just because I think he unlocked so many other things in the offense. So I probably think he's getting a little overrated because I think his numbers, were obviously incredible playing in that offense. But I think he proved that he's a legitimate NFL quarterback. Like, he's no worse than a guy like, I don't know, Taylor Heineke, who has proven that he's a solid NFL quarterback and, he can go out and win you games. I don't know what Purdy's ceiling is, but I think he's at least that kind of player, and you hope that he can develop into a little bit more.
Yeah, surgery upcoming for Purdy. He'll be out, and the Niners will need to bring in another quarterback for insurance at the very least. Who among the free agents would you think that they should tab to come in and be able to run the Shanahan system while Purdy is out and Lance is maybe still developing?
Oh man, that's a tough one. I think definitely not Drew Lock. I don't think he really is going to fit what they're going to want to do, and I think they're probably not going to end up getting some of the higher end guys because it would just kind of crowd the QB room too much. If maybe they can, I actually don't remember if Andy Dalton is a free agent. If he is available, I think that actually makes a lot of sense for what they do.
Oh yeah,
there you go.
But I actually haven't thought too much about what their free agent options are going to be.
Andy Dalton's a name that has been thrown around a little
pistol.
bit. Yeah, and yes, he was on a 1-year deal. So there it is. I love it.
I love it.
Yeah. Hey, Derek, I'm betting we're going to do this again this summer. So thank you very much for hopping on.
Yeah, thank you guys. I'll be happy to be back.
Okay, Derek Clausen, great quarterback content. You can check him out at QB Class on Twitter, Bleacher Report, New York Times. And, I just think that in theory what he's saying about Trey Lance makes sense. But I go back to, say, Matt Mayoko's report from a couple months ago. If Purdy is healthy, how do you – I just don't know how you pitch to the locker room that he doesn't get the first crack next season.
You don't.
Yeah.
And
I don't know
when they were immediately calling him Big Sock Brock and they were all rallying around him, and before he went on the 8-game win streak, they loved what he brought. They loved the way he approached it. This is no disrespect to Trey Lance, but you don't win 8 straight and lead your team to the NFC Championship game and then all of a sudden lose your gig to a guy who is even more unproven than you are. So assuming the Brock Purdy surgery happens and he's back in 6 months. Yeah, right? Because, he may go in a week and it's, hey, we still need to wait for the inflammation to go down. He may not have surgery until March 15th, which puts him out till September 15th, which means Trey Lance is your opening day starter.
Yeah, which and you hope. I mean, I certainly hope the 49ers feel like he's able to take on that gig in the same way that they did last year on week 1. All right, we definitely want to get to your phone calls and back to this Warrior content. Monty Poole on with with Damon and Ratto yesterday, and we haven't even gotten all of it. The Draymond stuff, and even his read on this year's locker room and whether or not there's a playoff run. What I'm starting to realize is kind of fascinating, by the way. Like, we've now had a couple of national people on who are like, are you kidding me? You're doubting the Warriors? John Ireland comes on. Are you kidding me? You're doubting the Warriors? You're nuts. It's almost like flipped from what it usually is.
Right.
The national perception is you're not going to give up on the Warriors. But locally, there's pessimism. And it's even coming from those who are inside the locker room. And that's what matters to me. Like, you want to talk about vibe. The vibe right now is not right. Monty Poole, yesterday, 95-7 the game, Damon and Ratto, on the Warrior vibe this year versus previous years.
The vibe and the reality have not been the same. And, no matter what gets said, and they often say the right things, but when you watch them on the court, you see it all over the place. There are games you watch them on the court and you think, wow, they look really good. And there's games you watch them on the court and they're like, they look terrible. And so the vibe is, it's optimistic, but that hasn't really mattered. When you have a team that can identify its problems, but here we are 4 months into the season almost, and unable to solve those problems, you have a real issue. And so it's hard to know if they will solve the problem at any point in the next 24 games. We know that if they don't, they will miss the playoffs. If they do, they will either be in a play-in or top 6 position. But the vibe is, that we know what we have to do, and we still can do it. But hearing that and feeling that is not the same as actually seeing it, because it hasn't happened.
We've heard teams try to flip the switch and talk about it, right? Championship pedigree. You heard Shaq and Kobe do this. You've heard Steph, Klay, and Dre do this, where it's like, we know what to do. Just trust us. We know what to do. And yes, we've seen it work. They did it last year.
Yeah, they won their last 5 games, and they flipped the switch. Steph Curry got healthy. They flipped it. They won the chip.
I feel like most of the time when we hear that, we know what to do. And I know we haven't done it yet, but we know what to do and we're going to do it. Most of the time when you hear that, it doesn't work. Doesn't mean it can't. Most of the time it doesn't work.
Right. Only one team wins the championship, and usually that team doesn't need to, quote, flip the switch, because they've been good for the most part of the year. They've been good. Like the first Warriors championship year, they were good from the jump. They were a good team. They went through the season as a good team. They had a little bit of a struggle in the playoffs until they didn't, and then they were able to win the championship. Last year was different. They had an unbelievable start, and then they had injuries. Klay didn't play. Draymond missed a bunch. Steph got hurt late. Then they got healthy at the end, and they flipped the switch, and they were able to win it.
Let's go to Jonathan in San Francisco here on Willard and Dibs. We'll take your calls, 888-957-9570. Hey, Jonathan, what are you doing?
Just enjoying the comfort of my home and then just listening to my favorite radio station.
Oh, man. We love you, Jonathan.
Attaboy.
We love you.
Hey, they're just absorbing all this Warrior news, and, man, it's crazy, huh? But I truly believe, and I still got faith in this guys, because, they show us results time and time again, right? I think they should go 16 wins out of the 24, so they could absorb maybe 8 losses just to be in an ideal situation. I'm not afraid of Phoenix. I'm not afraid of Dallas. Those teams, they don't have any defense. I'm pretty worried about the Clippers, because they got Terminator Kawhi, and then Denver looked like the right team for this year, because they're so complete and they have the 2-time MVP and Jokic. But, hey, like I said, I got faith in these guys, and all they need to do is play smarter basketball. Do not settle for those, outside shots too much. Just what they did in the playoffs last year, especially in the finals against Boston Celtics. They need to commit to getting to the rack and getting foul, free throws, and of course, getting rebound and play defense. Hey, watch. In the last 10 games of the regular season, they're going to come together.
Well, Jonathan, thanks, man.
I mean, interesting the way he laid that out.
Those
are things that they don't do.
Right. But they have in the past, I sort of look at it this way. When you've earned what they've earned, okay, the whole lot of credibility, you have no choice. You have no choice but to have faith until they clearly show you that you shouldn't have faith anymore.
I have faith, but what Jonathan was laying out, he's laying out a scenario that this team does not do. Stop jacking up threes. You lead the league in three-pointers attempted. Get to the foul line more. You are 30th in the association in free throw attempts per game.
Those two things are related, yes.
They are related.
Yes.
So the things that he's prescribing as fixes, this team doesn't do. You don't defend. You run up and down, shoot threes. You don't get to the foul line. You turn it over a bunch, and you foul more than any other team outside of one in the association.
Those aren't fixable, though? Like, first of all, I have no problem with the Warriors being one of the highest three-point shooting teams out there. That makes sense. They've got a lot of good three-point shooters.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't think they need to be fouled the most. And obviously, they've been imploring their team to play smarter and more engaged defense, and they have been that collectively in the past. Not this year, but they have been that in the past. So again, it's all going to go to health and switch flipping and all of that.
Right.
And I think that's less than likely, but I'm not going to believe that it's impossible until they really show me that it's impossible. And I just wonder how defined the finish of this year is going to be. Like, for instance, we all think to ourselves, I think this is human nature of a fan. All right, they're going to turn it on, and they're going to win it all. Or it's going to crash and burn, and they're going to lose in the 9-10 game in the play-in tournament. Well, what about a tweener? So this whole idea of Draymond opting in and out, is Bob Myers doing a good job and gets a great offer? What if the Warriors work their way to the 6th seed? And then in that first round, they take on the 3 seed, which could be Sacramento.
It's the Kings right now.
It could be the Clippers, but let's say
be Phoenix.
It could be Phoenix. But let's say it was, I mean, it could be any of them, but let's say it's the Kings and they win that series.
Yeah.
And then you move on to the next round.
Whoop that trick.
And you battle Memphis, and you take them to 7 and lose.
Or you beat Memphis, because,
But if you beat them and you get into the conference finals, you are officially contending for a championship, and I think it becomes defined. I don't think the whole, keep the band together thing, they have to win it all. If you get to the Final Four, you're dancing. You're dancing. But what if they make noise in the playoffs and prove themselves to be in the mix?
Still viable.
But not quite dancing, not to the conference finals. What do you do? Because it's sort of like undefined. You're there.
Yeah.
But you're not really there, but you're also clearly not dust either. You're not done.
Right. I think the question is not what do you do, it's what does he do? And by he, I mean Draymond Green.
Yeah.
So, and I'll ask you this, Mark. Do you think that Draymond Green has already decided in his mind what he wants to do?
No.
Now, you think that because if he wants to get a 3-year deal worth $70 million, if he wants that...
I think he wants that from the Warriors.
Well, he didn't get that from the Warriors. What he wanted from the Warriors was a max deal.
Right, but he didn't get it then.
And I don't think he's getting it now.
Well,
and that's my opinion, because the Warriors...
You're probably right.
Are you going to continue to go up and over the luxury tax threshold?
I would think not.
For a guy who punched your young star in the face? And I know I keep going back to that.
No,
and people
that's
want
fair.
to accuse me for leaning on that.
I think it's totally fair. And I also think it speaks to what we were talking about earlier about how difficult this is going to be for Joe Lacob to navigate in a way that the fans like. Because there's two things here. We talked about, does it blow up and you elevate your son? That's not going to play well. Here's the other thing that's not going to play well, and it's kind of unfair to Joe, because this guy's going to be, authors checkbook championships, and he spent more money than anybody in the history of sports, I think. But if this thing falls apart because Joe wants to stop spending money, I hate to tell him the truth. This is unfair, but the fans will hold that against you.
Right, even though he's spent more money than any owner in the history of the association.
Won't matter. And
delivered
fans are
4
gonna be
championships.
You have
Absolutely.
the money, so spend it.
Especially the new fan who doesn't remember the lean years. The new fan who's so used to winning and parades and confetti, they're more likely to hold it against him. But to me, and to your point, how does it end? If Draymond Green just says, hey, I'm looking to to try something somewhere else. Thank you, Warriors. It's been great. But I want to try and do something somewhere else, and I got a long-term deal. Thank you, and I'm on to wherever he wants to go. That's okay. If Bob Myers decides that he wants to GM somewhere else, and the sense is, well, Joe Lacob didn't want to pay me, and, I got more money to go be in Charlotte or whatever, that cuts differently than if Bob says, hey, I'm burnt out. I want to spend time with my family. Thank you, Warriors. So it all depends on how these pieces break off.
I agree with that. Yeah, totally. It's all brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Let's go to Vince in San Carlos. Hey, Vince, what are you doing?
Hey, I'm on the old 101 driving on my way to work.
Nice.
And
the Bayshore Freeway.
I would just say, yeah, and good old Brisbane right now. The one thing I would say that's been consistent this year for the Warriors is their inconsistency. And if you look at years past with championship runs, they've always had some consistency with their starters or their bench or both. So I think if they're going to make the playoffs, they've got to get consistent now. Their playoffs have to start now. And they got to start relying on some of these bench guys to actually start with that consistency night in, night out, and not just have it be a fluke. Hey, the big three, they've earned that, respect and that trust that, okay, yeah, maybe they can flip a switch. The bench has not, including, our young star in Jordan Poole. And so he showed it last year in the playoffs where he, faded in the playoffs, honestly. And so are we going to get the consistency from the young star? Are we going to get consistency from these new bench players that we haven't seen yet? And I think that's going to be the key to them not only making the playoffs, but if they even have a hope of getting out of that first round, they got to step it up. And like you guys know, the playoffs are a tough animal, night in, night out, playing that same team over and over again.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, Vince, thanks. I agree with the concept. Here's the problem. I think sometimes we come from a spot that's unrealistic. We want consistency. They haven't even had lineup consistency.
Right.
How can you be we're saying, okay, consistency starts tonight. I know Steph and Andrew aren't there, but here we go. Consistency. Right. And it's no, because next week the lineup's going to change again.
Andrew comes back tomorrow, let's say. Well, Klay may not play. It's a second half of a back-to-back. So Klay's out. Where's the consistency? Steph's out for maybe 6 games. When he comes back, maybe Wiggins is still out for personal reasons. And even if Steph comes back, Klay may not play on a back-to-back. So there is no consistency, especially when you're dealing with an 82-game season and there's load management.
And we ask for consistency from young players like Poole and Kuminga, and the definition of young player is inconsistency.
Exactly.
That's being young in any job, being young in life. It's inconsistent.
And Steve Kerr doesn't play them consistently.
No.
Poole, yes, but Kuminga and Moody, no. And you've got 2 guys on 2-way deals. Are they both going to get signed? And if they are, does that mean somebody on the roster who is in street clothes a lot, does he get cut? Does he get outright waived? There's a lot of things that still have to be resolved.
Do my kids get up when the alarm goes off? Sometimes it's inconsistent. They're young players.
Exactly.
That's just the way it is. It's the way it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Here's what you still haven't heard from Monty Poole, who we should thank for our entire show today. Here's what you still haven't heard, which is what he said about Draymond opting in or opting out. And we'll get to that next, and we will keep going with your phone calls at 888-957-9570 on Willard and Dibs.
Fonte and Shasky bring
It's JP with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Willard and Dibbs.
That's really interesting. You do? You play the lottery every week?
I try to.
Yeah.
When it's a big jackpot, certainly. But I think that when the jackpots are smaller, I mean, you have the same chance of winning. I understand that. But I feel like I'm more likely to win $15 million than I am $1.3 billion.
Yeah, but you are, I guess, the same likelihood numbers-wise, but less likelihood, I guess, of sharing it. Then again, sharing $1 billion would be fine versus winning $20 million. I do love when people describe it that way. I play when the jackpot gets big.
Right.
Because $30 million's not a lot of money.
Exactly. So it's funny, though, because I have this discussion with my lovely wife, Supper, and we talk about, if we win the $1.3 billion, what will we do? Because after taxes, you're dealing with about $500 million, give or take.
I know, all the way down there.
But that's fine, yeah.
Yeah. Well,
but then
you figure it out.
Well, the conversation when it's like, well, what if we won $12 million? She's like, well, you'd keep working. It's like, okay, what's the point where I get to stop working? And that point's about $300 million. She wants me out of the house, Mark.
Exactly. And by the way, so do you. You want that too. You think, like, this is my big contention.
I could golf.
I know you could golf. Yes, exactly.
I stink at it,
which is
though.
Even longer than a radio show. But anyway.
Seriously.
I always answer that question the exact same way, and I'm open to the idea that I'm a complete moron, and I wouldn't feel this way. But if you give me $500 million, I'd probably take a week off. But I'd do it like Tom Brady. I took some time off to spend some time with the family, and then we did that. And now I'm going to go back. Like, I just think I'm too young to retire. Like, I'd be so bored.
And we love our job, too.
Exactly.
The show is, I will say this.
Like, I got to wake up at 8 and come in here and talk about the Warriors for 3 hours. Like, yeah. If I lose this gig, I'm just going to do that down at the local watering hole.
Totally.
Or I hope, right? Go get some brunch with the lovely Christy. She'll talk dubs with me. She likes Wiggins. So she's very concerned, by the way.
Yeah. I mean, I think we're all concerned.
Sure.
Because, it sucks when you have to miss work no matter what your job is because of personal reasons, and personal reasons are real. I mean, life is hard. I mean, you and I do 3 hours, 3.5 hours by the time we count in both changeovers, and we're lucky to do what we do, but the other 21 hours, it's no picnic out there for anybody, right?
Luckily, we're sleeping for at least a few of them. And I really only mean a few of them. But anyway, yeah, amen to that. All right, Monty Poole, Damon, and Ratto yesterday. It was Ratto and Styles who were actually conducting this, and there was just so many interesting aspects of the conversation because it was about the right now, like what we just played for you a little bit ago with the vibes of the Warriors being off, and then it's also about the future. So let's get into this a little bit. You said Domino 1, and you're right, is Draymond Green. He's the one who has to decide. You opting in or you opting out. Here's what Monty said about his decision.
I think there's two issues that will determine that. And Draymond is one of them. The other is Bob Myers. And I think if Draymond opts in, that means that they'll give it another run. But I think Draymond, whether he opts in or not, I think how this season plays out will be a huge factor in his decision.
Okay, so you asked me a few minutes ago, do I think that Draymond, and there'd be no way that he hasn't thought about this every day of his life for the last year, but do I think he knows what he wants? I think he knows what he wants. I don't think he knows what he's going to get. So yes, I'm sure Clutch is already knocking on doors, checking around. Like, that's their job.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, like, Draymond's going to get an offer. Draymond is still very viable in the NBA. We get reminded every July that even partially viable gets paid very well in the NBA. And he's too young to simply say $25 million on a one-year deal is enough for me because, boy, do I love blue and yellow. Like, it's not going to work that way. That's not the way players look at it. So even if it's less than 25 a year, if someone offers him 3 and 60, he'd be stupid not to take it, wouldn't he?
Yeah, he turns 33 on March 4th. So he's 33 years old, and at the end of the contract next year, if he opts in, he'll be 34. So let's just say he opts in, and they all agree, let's give it one more go-round. Klay's making 43.2 next year. Draymond would make 27.6. And at the end of next year, as a 34-year-old, what could Draymond get on the open market versus what could he get right now? on the open market. And that's where he and Clutch, his agency, they're taking a look at it, because if at the end of next year he can get 3 years and $60 million, or at the end of this year he can get 3 years and $60 million, if those two things are perceived to be equally true, then you opt in and you wait until after next year, one last go round, then you get your 3 and your 60. However, if the deal right now is 3 and 60, and the thinking is, well, one more year, you're going to be 34, maybe you only get 3 years and 45 at the end of next year. Well, then the calculus would indicate it'd be better off for you to opt out now and get your last big contract now.
I'm just shaking my head as I'm thinking about this and listening to what you're saying, because it's like, could there be more riding on these 24 games? It seems like, in one aspect, not that big of a deal, because as a fan, sure, you want them to make the playoffs, but I think most people in the back of their mind, it doesn't look like the Warriors' year, but they won the championship last year. It's not like people are going to be hopping mad if the Warriors go to the playoffs. Let's say they go to the playoffs and they lose in the first round. Are people furious?
Fire everyone.
What's wrong with this organization?
Burn it down, Mark.
No, it's not the way it works, right? 2011, San Francisco
Fire Kyle
Giants.
right now.
Totally.
Right? 2011, 2013, 2015 with the San Francisco Giants. You missed the playoffs entirely. Everyone's like, all right, they'll try again next year. Oh, and then win the World Series. Okay, maybe we try. So the Warriors are very much in that bucket. People are not going to be that angry. However, you think about what we're talking about today and the fact that potentially 12 years of Warriors basketball, a dynasty, and names that have now elevated to their own brands, and we're referring to them as the Big Six: Lacob, Kerr, Myers, Steph, Klay, Dre. And in many ways, you're telling me that the glue that holds all of that together either works, super glue, and it sticks, or the whole thing starts to crumble, all based on how the next 24 games play out.
It's fascinating when you boil it down to that point, because it may already be a fait accompli.
It might be.
Bob Myers may already know in his mind that he is done with the Warriors. And Draymond Green may already know in his mind that he's opting out. No matter what. They could go 16-8 over the final 24. They could make the Western Conference Finals. Heck, they could even make...
What if they win a ring?
Exactly.
No, but like I would...
But these two may already have decisions in their mind.
I think you're right. Like, that's human nature. Bob Myers is not just like, oh my God, I forgot my contract's up and there's only a month left.
And I don't think that either one of them is thinking, okay, if we make it to X point, then I'm in.
But championships change everything.
They do.
So, in other words, even if they've made their decision, would their decision potentially change if you won a ring? Because then Lacob's coming in and then he is handing out checks.
Well, it depends, because Draymond Green may be at a point where he's like, you know what? Me punching Jordan Poole was just the beginning of the people who I wanted to punch. I'm out of here. And Bob Myers might be at a point where, God, I've done this for so long. I'm good. I want to go be a dad. I want to drive carpool. I want to coach Little League. I want to do all these things. So maybe a championship wouldn't change their thinking in terms of whether or not they want to stay. And the other piece of it is, Bob may already know behind the scenes, yeah, we're going to work this out. I'm going to stay. And Draymond may already be telling them, hey, I'm opting in, guys. I'm going to wait until the appropriate time. We don't know the answer to these two big questions.
Really, really digging the idea of Bob Myers as the Little League coach, because I would love to know who's the parent with a big enough attitude
oh my God,
to call Bob Myers and say, I really think little Billy should be batting second.
Seriously.
I don't think you know how to run a team, Bob. And he's like, well, do you watch basketball? Do you remember that dynasty?
That's basketball, Bob. You don't know Little League.
That'd be amazing.
That would be hilarious.
That'd be crazy.
But of the two scenarios, Draymond opting out for different pastures or Bob just deciding I want to be a regular dad, it feels to me like the Bob Myers, I'm good for a while scenario seems more likely to me than Draymond saying, I want to go be a Laker.
I mean, right now, if you back me into a corner, it sort of feels like the likelihood of both of them being gone after this year feels better than 50-50.
Yeah.
for two different reasons. Draymond, because I think he will get a multi-year offer, and I don't think the Warriors can be the one to offer it. And for Bob, is because the Bob situation is sitting here, and it was fixable. Like, it didn't need to get here. Draymond's situation, he's in control. Bob, it didn't need to get here. Why did it get here? We don't know. We know what Monty Poole said yesterday. You would have thought that he would have been extended right at the end of the championship. He wasn't. That makes it sound like it was a Lacob decision. For all we know, it's like you said, Bob is sitting here right now going, I'm not into this anymore. I'm tired. But I don't know. So all we're left to do is kind of put pieces together.
Right.
When I hear Monty Poole say Steve Kerr would be devastated if Bob leaves.
That's a big word.
Well, that tells me that within the organizational structure, there's a thought that he won't be leaving. Or else Steve would have already sat with this. Like if Bob told Steve 6 months ago, last ride, brother, then you won't be devastated because he would be used to it by now, and because it would be Bob's decision. But devastated tells me organization let us down. You let Bob out the building when he didn't want to go.
There's a surprise element to devastation. I think you're right. Like if you have, for example, a parent, and I've lost both of my parents, and my parents both went rather quickly. But you saw them kind of both slip into that spot of like, geez, I don't know if they're going to be able to make it back from this one. So there wasn't that same level of devastation. Yes, you're very emotionally hurt because you lose your parent, but it's not like you get that phone call and it's like your healthy parent is now gone. That is more devastating. So to your point about Steve Kerr and devastation, and not to make this super maudlin about the loss of a parent, but if Steve Kerr was prepped back in October and Bob said, yeah, Steve, I think this is going to be it for me, Steve probably wouldn't be as, quote, devastated by the departure, I don't think, to your point.
To those of you who don't know where that word came from, again.
Play the pool.
Yeah, Monty Poole. There's a bunch, and they're all good. This is the one that really, really got me, and we haven't played it for about 45 minutes. So this is regarding the future. And Bob Myers, Joe Lacob, how it will trickle down to Steve Kerr, Steph Curry, and the rest.
Bob has a tough job. I mean, Joe Lacob is not easy to work for at times. And so that's, to me, Bob's future being up in the air as it is now. You would think that after they won the surprise championship last year, that would have been the time to, make amends. Hey, Bob, good job, and give him a bump. Didn't happen. Didn't happen. Mm-hmm. So, there's some, I won't say nerves, but there is some concern within the Warriors that this could be the last dance, that this could be it for them, because not all three of those guys are guaranteed to come back next year. And if Bob were to leave, I know Steve will be devastated, and I know Steph will be unhappy. He will not like that. Yeah. And so that's why some pressure's on Joe to figure this thing out.
Lots going on over these last 24 games.
Right.
And I like what he's saying. I don't think this is a spot where we've been before as a fan base, where everyone's looking at Joe Lacob. It's like, you got to figure this out. We don't usually think of that. I mean, Joe Lacob, once the rise took place, in our minds at least, my perception, well, Joe's going to be there with the checkbook, and great owner. He's going to absolutely hire all the right people. He's going to keep the right people. He's going to do the right things and build an unbelievable franchise and product. And so I don't think we've ever looked at him in terms of like, okay, now you got to sit down and make all the basketball decisions, because the decisions you need to make about basketball are about the people who make the basketball decisions.
Correct, but these are decisions that he may not have the opportunity to make. And the Draymond Green decision is ultimately Draymond's first and foremost. Now, Joe Lacob had a chance to make him whole and offer him the max in the offseason when Draymond Green openly said, I want the max, and he was met with crickets. And at that point, nothing has happened in terms of Draymond Green. So now Draymond gets to make the decision. And Bob Myers, we don't know where this negotiation exists in terms of, has Bob offered him a monster deal and Bob has just said, I'm going to wait? Or did Joe Lacob come in below where Bob Myers felt he should be and Bob said, I'm good? We don't know where that one lies. But 24 games from now, they're either a play-in team, a playoff team, or an off-season team hoping for ping pong balls and Victor Wembanyama. And at that point, Mark, when we get to the end of this,
if they got Wembanyama,
so I think they have a 0.2% chance if they're the first team out.
Better than your lottery chances.
Exactly,
but
much
anyway,
better.
yeah.
No, but if we get to the point, we will get to a point where this season ends, either with a championship, a playoff ouster, which, by the way, we've never seen before, with the big three all on the floor. This team has never been beaten. So if that happens, when this season ends, those two big questions percolate to the top.
Do you know what's really hard about this?
Sensation.
It is percolation. I thought you were going to go negotiation sensei. We've had a lot of opportunities that you passed on.
Sure have,
I'm glad you finally went with
I'm trying to get in there. Yeah,
good
thank
job.
you. Double cha-ching.
Here's the thing that stinks for this whole picture. I can't figure out for any one of them, if they go, who the replacement is. I don't, and for that reason, it feels a little flat-footed.
There is no replacement for either one of them.
I don't know how you would have done it differently, but because of the luxury tax, because of the whole story that's unfolded, I don't need to tell you there's no replacement for Steph. But even Klay and Draymond, if Draymond goes, who's the replacement?
How do you replace Draymond Green?
If Bob Myers goes, who's the replacement? If
Mike Dunleavy.
If Steve Kerr goes,
Jr.,
who's the replacement? Do you know what I mean? Nothing's going to feel good. I will say this about Draymond. Here's something else. So we've long talked about how Draymond fits better here than how he'd fit anywhere else. What about even just the role itself? Draymond here is, we've called him the point guard, the quarterback. He's the emotional leader. In theory, as you get to 34, 35, 36 years, no one's signing Draymond to come in and be like, all right, we need you to run the show. He runs the show here. He's not the one. That's Steph. But he's the core that makes all that stuff work better around him. We understand that better than anyone. That role's not going to be out there for anyone else. And because of his lack of what we would call traditional ball skills, it's like not a shooter, he's passer, like he's defender. But is Draymond just going to go be someone's kind of rotational piece?
No.
And does that matter?
He goes and he's Draymond for someone else. And I think about a team like Boston, for example. The one thing Boston is missing, the one thing that they were missing and I hate to go RNS Garage Doors on you, I was in need of a closer.
There you go.
But the Boston Celtics are in need of that junkyard dog because the reason why they lost to the Warriors were more clutch, and the Warriors, in the gritty moments of that series, Game 4, Steph Curry was more of a superstar than their superstar. So I think about Boston. Milwaukee's a team that if they had Draymond Green, somebody who brings that edge to the room. So I don't think Draymond Green goes somewhere and just suddenly blends into the woodwork. Draymond's going to Draymond on whatever team he goes to.
But who wants him to do that? Like we always talk about, the Lakers don't want Draymond to come in and run the show. LeBron James is on the team.
Right, but a team, the Clippers would be a team where, he could come in there, and the Clippers are a team that might be in need of a closer.
That would be, that would be good. That would be good for the Clippers.
I look at a young team that might be one tough cookie away from being a real factor in the association. Like Philadelphia is a team where he could come in and be impactful for Philadelphia.
Any one of these contenders, I guess.
Sure.
Do you know what I mean?
Not Memphis, though.
Yeah, but what about Milwaukee, for instance?
Yeah.
Because Milwaukee's got a clear one, and he's a star, and then maybe they don't okay, we already got people who can't shoot threes. But Giannis is not that dog influence in locker room. I don't need to. Do you need to go to Philly? That might clash with Embiid. Do you want to go to Boston? Marcus Smart and Draymond? I don't know. Milwaukee.
That's a lot of feisty.
Yeah, Milwaukee, I feel like that could be really, really interesting. But again, I don't want any of this to happen. I want him to be on the Golden State Warriors. I think most fans, I'm like most fans. I want everything to just keep going and stay the same.
Right.
But I know in the back of my mind, it just doesn't work that way.
Especially when you look at the luxury tax and where you are in terms of contracts. Klay next year, 43.2. He's under contract, and then after next year, you either have to sign Klay to a bargain deal or let Klay go somewhere else. But I don't think Klay is going to get $43 million a year.
No, definitely not.
Somewhere else. Clay's probably in that $20 to $25 million a year spot in his career.
Well, are you offering 50 games or are you offering 75? That's what Clay's going to have
between, probably.
That's what he's going to have to figure out between now and contract time, I would say.
Draymond's getting 27.6 next year if he opts in. So I think ideally, as a Warrior fan, you would run it back one more time. Draymond opts in. Klay plays out his contract. You got Steph and Wiggs. DiVincenzo, by the way, he's got a player option for next year at 4.725. He probably opts out.
Well,
he's going to get more than 4.7
I would love
as well as
him
he's
to
played.
He's been so good. I would love for him to opt in, but you're probably right. He's probably earned more on the open market with his play.
You got GP2 and Looney already signed.
Yep.
Jordan Poole kicks up to 28.7 next year. Moody and Kuminga, team options. So
yeah, they're staying.
Yeah, you would figure.
They're staying.
But,
Let's go to RJ in New York with an interesting comment. Hey, RJ, you're on Willard and Dibs. What are you doing?
Hey, guys, what's up? I'm chilling. I just had a question regarding your conversation that you're having about replacements for Dre and Myers. So for Bob Myers, is there a sense that Steve Kerr could be a GM next year, considering that Kenny Atkinson turned down a head coach job to, I believe it was family reasons, San Francisco? Is there a sense that they let Bob Myers walk and that Steve Kerr is the GM and Kenny Atkinson's the new head coach, considering the events that took place and a possible Myers leaving?
So are you suggesting, RJ, Myers goes, Kerr goes upstairs, Atkinson to the lead coach role?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's possible. I mean, Steve Kerr's been a GM with Phoenix before and, Kenny Atkinson, head coach of Brooklyn. So it's been done before. I just think if they can't pay Myers, then is that a possibility?
I don't think it's a crazy concept by any stretch.
I like the concept.
Yeah, I just don't think that that's I don't think that that's anybody's first choice. I have no idea. Does Kerr want to do that? Like, again, Kerr would be, quote, devastated if Bob left.
Right.
Is he going to be the – but yes, I'll also take his job. I don't know. But does Kerr want to be up there? Does he still want to be on the sideline? Would he not want to be with the organization at all?
That's the way I lean towards, the way I perceive it. If Bob decides, hey, Steve, if they have a private conversation and Bob says the offer's not great, and you know what, Steve, I'm just tired. It's been a great run.
Yeah.
I'm going to take a year, or I'm just going to take some time off. Steve Kerr, I don't think, looks at that and says, all right, Bob, you mind if I move into your office now ahead of your departure? Maybe we can office share while I take your gig. I don't see Steve Kerr wanting to go and take that on, because think about the future of this team, Mark. The future of this team is not as bright as the past of this team.
How could it be?
Thank you.
Nothing is as bright as the past.
So does Steve Kerr want to step up and say, okay, let me roll up my sleeves and rebuild this?
Yeah, you wonder. I really thought Sean McVay was going to leave the Rams for that same reason, and then he decided to come back again because we thought, oh, he don't want to do a rebuild.
Yeah,
well,
but he's still a pup. He's not even 40. Steve Kerr is tiptoeing towards 60.
Totally. Yeah, it's all brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. What Draymond is saying and thinking about the defense, along with your phone calls at 888-957-9570 as we continue on Willard and Dibs.
Listen to Steiny and Kuru. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Man, we've been through a lot today.
A lot going on, yeah.
Yeah, well, I just, it's like the Warriors are playing the Lakers, sweet, and then all of a sudden you're like, well, I don't know, this just feels bigger than tonight. We've sort of packaged it now, the post-All-Star break run. For those of you who are just joining us, the Steph Curry update is he's out at least 4 more games. We've heard people in the know, maybe with pencil, kind of circle March 3rd, maybe March 5th, as to when they hope Steph will be back. So you're going to have to do a little bit of this without him. Nobody knows anything about Andrew Wiggins, it seems, or at least they're not telling.
Right.
And so, gosh, with all of this on the line, to sort of wobble in without the guys who were your 2 best every game players, certainly in the playoffs last year, and knowing that everything crumbles potentially at the end of this run if it doesn't go well. Woo! It's a little daunting.
It's heavy duty.
Daunting.
It's very daunting. And you think about like the expression of, can the Warriors go on a run? And I think we all agree that the Warriors can go on a run. And by go on a run, that to me means you're at least a play-in team. You emerge from the play-in, you go to the playoffs, you win a series, maybe 2, and you play basketball into mid-May. That to me would be going on a run. We all agree that the Warriors can go on a run, but then you dial it back to where they are. They're a 500 club. They're a terrible defensive team. Their star is out for at least a week, maybe 2. Their number 2 best player, traditionally last year, is out again for personal reasons, and he hasn't really been himself. You've got a thin bench. You've got questions with two-way players, and you've got a pretty daunting schedule. So these are 2 things that are kind of at odds with each other. And then the big piece above it all is the last dance idea.
Wow.
Whether or not they go on a run or not, this could be the end of the big 3 and the end of Bob Myers' run. These are questions that we don't normally have.
The Myers thing, to me, the moment it started to become a story like a month or 2 ago, it just felt uncomfortable. Because I think a lot of Warrior fans are like, oh, I didn't even know that. Why is that? Why is Bob Myers unsigned? And then from the second it became a story, it's like,
well, fix it. Sign him.
Except for, right. But from the team, it just total silence.
Yeah.
Steve Kerr will talk about it a little bit. Bob's been asked about it, but it's just still sort of like evasive and confusing. No definition to it. You've not heard the Warriors come out at the ownership level and say, this is someone we really, really want to keep. I just in the times that we get to talk to Bob, I have a hard time thinking that his heart is not here. But I also wonder if it's just not in the cards. I mean, that's what we're all waiting for. What do the cards say? And yes, the way they play these 24 matter. And then what is the plan for the future? That matters. And that's something we don't know anymore. We started this year. That's what we can go ahead and say that ship sailed. We started this year, remember, with like, okay, here comes Wiseman, and Moody is a rotation piece, and let's see if Kuminga can develop, and Poole can show us that he can maybe be a leader of a team someday. Almost none of that has happened. Kuminga has developed the way you hoped. That's it. Wiseman's not even on the team. Moody can't get in the game. And Jordan Poole is as frustrating at times as ever. So now the 2 timelines thing, that's over. That's not happening, which I think has sort of bolstered this idea of, well, do you just want to dig your fingernails in and hang on to everything that you can get out of this? And then you're going to have to start over at some point like teams do.
And starting over might begin with Draymond Green, and it might include Bob Myers, who, just looking at the timeline of Bob Myers, he's been with the club since 2011, Mark. In April of 2011, he was hired to be the assistant general manager to Larry Riley. A year later, he was elevated to GM in 2012. So between April of 2012 and February of 2023, that's 11 years of him running the show. 4 championships, 2 calamitous injuries to Klay Thompson, 1 teary-eyed press conference following that. You lose KD, all the other things that he's done right and wrong, and here we are in February of 2023. He's got 4 rings, and he is unsigned for next year.
Yeah.
To me, if you look at his resume, it's a no-brainer that you would sign him and you would give him every last dollar that he could possibly want. That doesn't go against the salary cap. So why haven't they given him the deal that he deserves? Is it because Joe wants to turn the keys over to his kid? Is it because Bob Myers is asking too much? Is it because Bob Myers is just flat out tired after 12 years with the organization? These are huge questions that will be answered here between now and the end of the season.
That's why I keep saying this whole season feels like we have about 3 stories and the other 97 out of 100 we haven't even heard yet.
Right.
It just feels so heavy over there. And so many things that we'll never know. What's going on with Wiggins right now? What was behind that punch?
Yeah.
What did everyone really feel about it? What's the,
How do they feel about Jordan Poole? Because you have Steph Curry throwing his mouthpiece in frustration,
Klay
with the hands up. How do they
and
really
Draymond
feel?
punched him.
Exactly. So how do they really feel about
Jordan Poole.
the young guys? In the 2 timelines thing, you're absolutely right, Mark. There isn't 2 timelines.
Not anymore.
And, Jordan Poole is a part of the future, at least to the extent that he's got the contract, but is he a part of the future?
I mean, I'm kind of in on this, by the way, the whole idea of timelines. When you're the Golden State Warriors, and this is kind of what I've meant in the past, when we talk about chasing championships, whatever sport, like we had this conversation about the Rams, and it was like, okay, they're going to make all these moves and they win 1 ring, and then if it stinks for the next 8 years, is that good? I want my team to be relevant every year. They don't have to win the whole thing every year, but I want them to be relevant every year. And if that's the case, there's always only one timeline, and it's called now.
Yeah.
That's your timeline now. And that's always present no matter what. And the Warriors, I think, aspire to be that. We're light years ahead, okay? Like, this is when we're actually going to find out how light years ahead you really are. It's easy to say that when Steph Curry's on your team, but talk to me in 2028, and I can't wait to find out if you actually were light years ahead, because I think light years actually is even further than 2028.
Well, 2028 right now, you have nobody signed on your team.
Right.
And if you look at 2026 is when Steph Curry's contract is up. So that to me would be when the second timeline comes into fruition. But even at that point, you got Jordan Poole signed for the subsequent year. Andrew Wiggins for 2026-27 has a player option, and you figure he would pick it up as a 33-year-old, but you never know. That is literally light years away from now. To me, the 2 timelines thing, it would even begin next year, because if Draymond opts out and Bob Myers chooses to do something else other than be the GM, well, 2 of your big 6 are now gone. Klay's in his walk year, and who knows about Steve Kerr.
And Steve and Steph are angry.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So the second timeline would then come to the fore if, in fact, this timeline ends in 6 or 8 weeks.
All sponsored by AC Transit. We got some room for your calls coming up next at 888-957-9570. Steiny and Goo going to hop in here as well on Willard and Dibs.
AC Transit is offering a $2,000 bonus for new bus operators.
Brain farts.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I may need that again. I don't know if I quite appreciated that.
It's a new one, yeah.
Brain farts.
Well, it does sometimes, and we'll find out if his does in less than 10 minutes.
That's the goo, right?
That's the goo.
Because that doesn't sound like the typical goo drops that we hear. That's why I was caught off guard.
You should bring it down as you play it, which would be fading the goo.
Farts.
Yeah, there you go.
Hashtag fade the goo. I haven't checked his TikTok lately. How's his record in gambling?
I feel like it's a over 500, but nothing to freak out about.
Okay.
It's not like he's winning anybody any billions or anything like that. But we could get an update on it because I haven't checked it in a few days. But Willard and Dibs, starting to go in a second. We've been talking a whole lot of Warriors. And it was really inspired by a great conversation that Monty Poole had on the Damon and Rado show yesterday. Styles was in for Damon, and they got into all kinds of current and future stuff. So it's been really interesting. Let's go to Mr. B in Lodi here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Mr. B, what are you doing?
Hey, man, I have the day off, and I'm just chilling and freezing in my apartment. It's really cold outside.
Yeah, it is.
My voice is shaking. Yeah, I'm freezing, man. Anyway, I love the show. I've been listening to your station for many years. I'm 65 years old, big-time Warrior fan, forever. This bothered me about Jordan Poole. I don't know if taking it too seriously. Last year when they won the title, they showed him celebrating, and he was yelling, "Yeah, I'm going to get that bag!" And I was kind of disappointed because I thought he would be more happy that he just won a championship so early in his career. And I don't know, to me, it seemed like a little bit of a character flaw. Of course, I'd be happy if I won the lottery, okay? But instead of saying, championship, Warriors, he's yelling about getting the money. And I just thought, I was kind of disappointed in that.
So, Mr. B, I think there was plenty of what you were looking for out there as well. You're spotlighting one moment, and it wasn't even necessarily, I'm going to get that bag. It was, we're going to get that bag. And he was yelling it at Andrew Wiggins. I remember the exact moment you're talking about. I'll just say this. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion about how you want somebody to act and what you want them to say publicly. I get a little turned off by how we'll spotlight one single moment in a large moment that gets caught on camera and then make overwhelming judgments about it. And I'll give you a different example than this one. Jimmy Garoppolo smiling in Philadelphia.
Way out of bounds.
I mean, you have no clue what the context was. You have no clue.
I know the context.
Was that literally the only smile that happened all day?
He was happy that the other quarterbacks were getting knocked out of the game.
I'm sure.
That's what he was doing, Mark.
He was thrilled.
Delighted.
Watching Kyle Shanahan's eventual demise.
Yep. Couldn't have been happier.
I mean, and then the other side with your Jordan Poole example is, and I know you said it, you'd be excited if you won the lottery too. Look, this is a guy who was in the G League a couple years ago and was written off. Okay? And so when you work as hard as Jordan Poole works, and then you get to the moment where you've solidified yourself as a very, very strong NBA player, you get a championship ring, and you know what it means for your future, I'm sorry. I'm not going to be mad at you if you're excited.
Me either, Mark.
Now,
4 years, $128 million. He got that bag.
Real quick, though, am I going to be open-minded to the idea that maybe that sound clip is one of 28 things that has sort of turned off the veterans?
Absolutely.
Who punched him? Yep. Mind open. Absolutely. So I'm not saying you're wrong.
If Draymond opts in next year, Mark, not to cut you off, if Draymond opts in, he makes $1.129 million less than Jordan Poole. And you can't tell me that that isn't a small piece of what irked Draymond Green. And to your point, the greater question of the veterans, when you've got a guy screaming about money time, they're thinking the only reason why you're getting that big bag, not the only reason, but a big reason why you're getting that bag is because of us. Youngster?
I will say this. You've never heard Steph Curry or Klay Thompson. Yes, Draymond had the conversation about the max, but you've never heard them on the floor I can't remember. Am I missing something? Have I ever heard them yell about money on the court? I remember one other instance in the NBA that pops to mind, and it was Shaq. There was a night where Shaq had one of his excessively big dunks, and Dr. Jerry Buss was sitting in the first row underneath the rim, and Shaq just slam-a-jamma, and then as he did that walk that he used to do after those dunks, he looked right at Dr. Buss and goes, "Pay me! Pay me!"
That's pretty good.
And then walked down to the other end of the floor. And I think a year and a half later, he played for the Miami Heat. So when you're in a team concept...
And then 2.5 years later, he played for the Phoenix Suns.
and then 4 months later, the Boston Celtics. And then a month after that, the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Was that the order?
Something like that.
Yeah, wow. I forgot about I forgot about the Cavaliers
It was
run.
all Russell Westbrooky there at the end for Shaq. But anyway, point being is when money is that, like maybe that is a window into the soul. When you have your big moment on the court, and that's one of the first thing that comes to mind, yeah, maybe your team is like, how about yay us, and then, right? And then we can get to the other stuff.
He's a young player, and he was feeling himself, and he knew he was going to get that bag, and he got that bag. I don't begrudge him for that. And you look at where he is now, and he still isn't making a lot of money, but he's going to next year. Jordan Poole only making 3.9 this year, which is less than Dante DiVincenzo, less than Kuminga, less than Kevon. He's making Moses Moody money. Okay, babe?
Except for his next contract is guaranteed. So
yeah, and Moody goes up to 3.9 next year in a team option, assuming that they pick it.
Look, if someone wanted to pay me $28 a year, I would scream too. You know what I mean? So
his AAV is higher than that.
I'm not going to rip the guy. But did it turn people off around him? Maybe. Very, very, very maybe.
I'd rather have him scream out, "Defense time! Defense time!"
That's tonight, by the way, for all of them. All right, great stuff today, and thanks for all the contributions. And hello to Steiny.
Hello.
And Guru. Hi, boys.
I don't want to hog the mic. Like, I really look forward to this sector of the show.
We're exhausted.
Okay, so I'm getting into golf.
Good for you.
Shout out Schneebs, who I met at where did I meet him at? Tell him where I met him.
You met him at Kezar Pub.
He has a set of golf clubs waiting to give to me. I didn't ask for him. And the lessons start Monday. And he said Jolo and Dibs used to bring you guys donuts. He used to Uber in the city.
Yeah.
So I'm juiced, your boy, about to be on the court.
Okay,
the course.
Where are you going first? Are you going
Lake Chabot.
You're going to a range, I hope?
Yeah, range.
Okay.
And I'm gonna have him video, not to show you guys.
Have you never played before?
No, I've hit, but
okay.
I'm Sammy Sosa when it comes to hitting with something in your hand, a baseball bat. I'm strong with it.
Yeah, you're gonna have to get.
So I went out there and I know what it's about. It ain't the same, but
no. In fact, it'll very much
swing as hard as you can. That's my advice to you.
And close your eyes.
I don't know if he's being real.
Oh, I'm not being real.
Oh,
I'm not being real.
Yeah.
No, you're gonna learn. I'm not gonna give you advice because I stink at golf, but
you don't stink.
Well, quietly, I'm no good anymore. But it's very counterintuitive in that. The harder you swing, a lot of times the shorter the shot goes. So you'll have to learn how to you watch Mark Willard swing a golf club.
Can he swing it?
It's like watching a guy pour a glass of milk, real slow and smooth.
Not always.
It's like our buddy Alex has one of those swings.
Totally. Steiny plays golf like I would imagine him shooting a jumper, mid-range, not from distance, but his form is impeccable,
Ray Allen.
Unbelievably consistent. Steiny's issues oftentimes are with the putter and between the ears.
Yeah, about that.
And free throws?
No. His golf swing is incredibly repeatable. He has a very nice swing. If you just watched him hit the ball, you would figure he's better than he actually scores.
Wow.
You left out.
Hiccups.
And you know what? There's a drug and alcohol problem, too, at times, if you want me to be honest.
Okay.
Cut that.
There's a cut.
Willard, have you two golfed together?
We haven't.
No,
See,
we haven't.
we
will, though. We set a few days.
I'm gonna bring
to
us together
pencil some
because
stuff
the
in.
fact that Shasky and Steiny and Dibbs. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. How do we all work at the same venue? You guys have the same love, but yet have not been in course together. Shame on you.
Well, but think about it.
Shame on Dibbs. Make that happen.
So what time of day would Steiny and
A Saturday.
Guru doesn't get it.
Right, so
A Sunday.
Single dad, 3 kids.
All right, now when
blame
you hit
me.
me with the
I
kids,
can't go.
right.
Like, why do you
I'm
think?
done.
Why do you think I do watch parties? Because we can't leave the house.
I'm feeling you. Mine are
like
older
you
now.
gotta come to me, or else I'm out. Like I can't get anywhere. So anyway, you can blame me on that one, but. Yeah, good luck. Your strength will do nothing for you.
Wow, man.
It's more about your torque.
Yeah.
Look, watch PGA Tour. How many wiry-looking 23-year-olds
Zalatoris
are out there
you
hitting
don't
the
have to
ball
be big.
350 yards?
Wow.
Hey,
Hey, can I
spaghetti arms, and they're hitting the ball 350.
Let me amend something. I think you should go to Metropolitan.
Oh,
'Cause
not
they-
Chabot.
Right, because they have grass driving range as opposed to mats.
Okay.
Speaking of drugs and alcohol, jeez.
Well, in that case, go to the Montclair
aggressive.
Golf Course. If you really want to do it right, go to the top deck at the Montclair driving range.
Well, if you wanna-
Also mats, beat up mats, but the bars is very nice. And lovely,
I'm
lovely
juiced.
bartenders.
I'll keep you guys posted.
Yeah, I can't wait.
I can't wait for updates. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the Odyssey app. All right, what's that? What else is on your mind?
I mean, this is where I guess I have
He's
to
smiling.
keep it real. I think you're going to stink in golf.
We gotten past that.
Oh, yeah. I
We'll
thought he
wait
was
for
going to
the
say
video
something
to
about the
come up.
Warriors or something like that. He went right back to
No,
your golf game.
all right, no. You have a chance.
Thanks for the vote of confidence.
Of course, you're going to stink at the start. Everybody does.
No, here's what I said. Here's what I said to Goo. Having not played before, he can learn actually how to swing the right way right off the bat.
That's true.
If he's going to take it seriously, and that'll put you in a good spot.
Now, why would that apply to everybody?
Because a lot of guys go out and they play, and then I'm going to go get a lesson, but habits are developed. And not everybody
That's
can
true.
afford a lesson. That's the other reason. It's,
I might fall in that bracket. We'll
But
have to see about that, Willard.
if you can learn that little turn, that little turn,
Yep.
All right.
and you could probably hit the ball a long way.
The baseball swing is going to have to be unlearned.
Wow.
That's for sure.
Oh, he's a
Although-
pitcher anyway, so you know. You know.
Boy, you complete me.
Our good friend from back in the day, Danny Martinez, very good golfer
Yeah,
for the
yeah.
Warriors. He grips it like a baseball
No
bat.
way.
Yeah. He was a great baseball
That's
player.
interesting. That's pretty rare, though.
Yeah, very rare.
You'll find
Very
a lot
rare.
of
Don't do
the
that.
a lot of the actual baseball players, like Major League Baseball players, will golf the opposite hand of how they bat to avoid. And I think part of it is that.
Oh, I
I
didn't know
think it's
that.
Yaz.
Damn.
Yaz. Someone on the Giants now told me that. They're like, I think Yaz golfs right-handed
Yeah.
or something like that because. And actually, I don't know if this is the direct reason, but it's helpful in the two different swings. Because imagine if you're a Major League Baseball hitter, how the hell are you going to unlearn a baseball swing? And boy, you don't want to. Can you imagine average drops from 280 to 220 and
Good
some
Lord.
reporter asked why? It's like, well, I picked up golf. And it's like, oh,
Yeah,
God.
don't say
Yeah,
that.
Great. So, anyway.
Dude, I thought there were 4 mini Steinies in here this morning.
What you mean?
Change over one.
Okay.
You never know what you're going to hear when you get in the car, but I'm fired up about this Warriors second half with you guys, all 4 of you. And it wasn't on purpose. You just set it up like what's facing this team.
It's a lot.
Dude,
It's a lot.
So much a lot. And working with this guy, he was like, Goo, when Curry does, when that infamous moment comes that he hangs him up, he was like, I don't envy the guy, the player that's got to follow Steph. I was like, give me a jersey and run out there and try to be the best you can. But I'm looking at it from the Bob Myers perspective. If it happens,
Right.
you're already taking over the Starship Enterprise with a wound in it. Like, Draymond may be gone. It ain't going to be all, hey, Skittles and rainbows. This is going to get, there could be some turbulence.
It just depends which direction he goes. And I was talking about worst case scenario. Bob Myers decides, hey, I don't want to do this anymore. And let's just say the word comes out that they lowballed Bob and he goes and he's now the GM, the president of basketball ops in Charlotte.
I don't like any of it.
No. And
Troy
Joe
Aikman.
Lacob decides that he wants to turn to one of his sons to now run the team. That would be worse than if Bob comes out and says, you know what, guys, I'm exhausted. I've been doing this 12 years. I want to be a dad. I want to go coach Little League. If Bob decides to not go anywhere else, and then Joe turns it over to his kids, that's better than if Bob goes elsewhere.
No doubt.
Yeah, I think if Bob doesn't come back, I think he's likely to take a year off, like you said.
Agreed.
Bruce Bochy.
But the other thing is, I'm kind of looking at it from the other point of view. Why would he come back? Like, this would be, if they don't win it this year, this would be the time, I think. Because he's done it all. Can he really succeed going from the Steph Curry era to afterwards? I mean, that's going to be so hard to be involved in that.
I wonder when people are in that situation, that would be like saying, okay, when Brady goes to Tampa, should Belichick retire? Do you know what I mean? Does it tarnish what you've done if it's obvious that what you do next is not going to be as good?
No, right.
Because how could it be? Nothing is ever, like, we all get that, right? For the rest of our lives, I don't care how young you are. I'll tell my sons this. It's never going to be better than this for the Warriors. How could it be?
That I agree with.
Well, I mean, if that's the template, then if you're Bob Myers, why would you want to keep doing this?
I don't know, because he's a young man.
But you love it. But you love
50,
it, too.
right?
What about you love it?
I consider that very young.
Thank you.
You love it.
Yeah.
You love it, but you've been doing it for 12 years, and you look at the prospects of the future, and the prospects of the future are Steph, and then what? Steph leaves in 3 years, and what are you left with?
What if I told you there's some people that look at that scenario and they just get goosebumps at taking on that challenge? And they're so secure in themselves
He took it on
and what
already.
Willard talked about and what they've done and how successful collectively they've been. There is no, okay, you didn't win 4 and 8, but I just feel like too many times people don't get to enjoy what they built or what they were a part of building, and that's Bob. So I hope if Bob, and I can't speak for him, I hope 4 and 8 is not the barometer that we're all.
Yeah.
You earned this, whatever it ends up being.
I apologize
you
to Bob.
earned
He's
this.
younger than
47.
you.
I know,
Going
he's
to be
47.
48 next month.
He's 47. He's almost the exact same age as Tiger Woods. Like, I think they might have been born just a few months apart. Would you consider
Tiger's
so
born
much better?
the same day as my sister, the Kaner, December 30th.
All right. Do you consider any of those people old?
No, but
I mean,
Bob, in terms of what you just said, Goo, 4 and 8, and you're 48, and you've got 3 kids at home.
No, I get. Okay.
I mean, let's say he decides to do this for another 5 years, and it's a struggle, and you never have that success, and then you're 54, 55, and you decide, I'm ready to hang it up. Well, your kids might be already out of the house. You know, if he wants to be home and be a dad, now would be the best time to go out on top if that's what he wanted to do.
Yeah, it all boils down to that. Like we always do this where, they probably want to do that. Who knows what makes them tick? Greg Popovich is still coaching the Spurs.
Man.
I mean, like, it doesn't change anything about what happened.
Losing left and right.
Do you know what I mean? It's the worst team in the history of ever.
More.
Yeah. So, like,
I think, I have a feeling Popovich's wife passing may have extended his coaching career a little. But your point is obvious. The other thing, you guys, I think, said something that was exactly right. There's stuff going on that we don't know.
Oh, boy.
And it might not necessarily be bad stuff, but I think there's a lot going on. Like, I think, like, Bob Myers, look, we love Joe Lacob, but I think he's a tough guy to work for because he wants to be, he said it, I want to be Jerry Buss. I want to get to the finals 17 times in 33 years. Those are his standards, and he's not a big excuse guy.
Right.
Lacob. And, that can take a toll on an employee.
Right. But this is chapter, can I call it 2, 3, or 4? If you decide not, and hey, the Joe Lacob, I think I know you've been masterful. But this, to me, will fall under the Jerry Jones umbrella of, and I'm going to Tim Kawakami podcast, where he mentioned, and I can't speak or think for anybody, but if I were Bob Myers and it was, put on national TV that my contract status is up in the air, and I hear my boss say, we got some depth in our general manager. Like, that is subliminal. Like, that ain't cool. And then you can look at it like a guy like Bob Myers should be a made man to where if all that you guys talked about is true, that should have been discussed. It should have never been on the Saturday the Woj came out before they were playing the Celtics and Bob, like, the signs are there, and I just want to tell Bob, Joe, be sure that whoever you give the keys to, if it's not Bob, this is not the start of going the other way.
If we can presuppose that the years where the Warriors were off and injured and getting draft picks and the Wiseman experience, if we can presuppose, and I bet, as you just said, it's not a big excuse, guy, so there's probably some yelling and screaming behind closed doors during those years. Then you get back on track and you win a ring, as Monty Poole called it yesterday, a surprise championship. Like, look at the way we handle championships. You usually go guy to guy and hand out whatever freaking contract they want. Hey, Brandon Belt, hey, Brandon Coughlin, Buster Posey, Steph, Klay, I know that you're in a hospital right now, but here's your max contract. I mean, like, that's how we do it. And Bob got bupkis.
I don't.
Yeah, I think we're in the point where it's no longer just Joe Lacob. Like, and this is the practical part, and I think you guys brought this up. So the Warriors win it last year, kind of out of nowhere. Bob's got one more year left. Why didn't you? You hit that right then. Right. I mean, you hit that extension right then. So that tells me they couldn't, obviously. Now it's Bob's decision as much as Joe's, if you know what I mean. Like, and here's the thing. When's the last coach or executive that lost juice by taking a year off? I don't think you lose juice if you take a year off. Like, look at Sean Payton.
Well, if you do it voluntarily.
Exactly.
Mark Jackson took a year off, and it wasn't voluntarily.
That's true.
And he hasn't made it back for a number of obvious reasons.
And this will be voluntarily.
Exactly. So if Bob decides, if Bob and Joe can't agree, but Bob still wants to do it, you take a year off. Yeah, exactly. Lying around the corner. And same thing, by the way, for Steve Kerr. And you mentioned Popovich. If Bob leaves, I could see Steve Kerr saying, we're kind of a package deal. I'm good. Sorry, Steph. And then he goes to San Antonio and takes over for Popovich once they draft Wembanyama.
Look at you.
That's
a guru sniff right there.
That's not bad at all.
Idea. All right, we got a boogie. Gary St. Jean at 1:30. Steiny and Goo. Here we go.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, this may be a little bit of a strange way to start the show, but because we were going to lead into it, I'm going to stick up right now for Kirk Lacob, who's done nothing here but be a productive part of a championship run.
Yeah, I guarded him on the basketball court.
I know it raises red flags. Owner's son. But keep in mind, Lacob's a different kind of owner.
Yeah.
Lacob, when he took over this team, you bet I'm going to be involved.
Look at what happened.
And he was involved. And Kirk Lacob was part of that process right from the get-go. So while I have not stereotype, like I don't like the perception of an owner's son taking over the team, but in this particular case, to me, Kirk Lacob would start at ground zero, not at ground below ground because he's Joe's son. That's all I'm saying.
Right. And I respect, what the Lacobs have done, and it's a father's dream, if that does happen, to hand the keys over to his son. I love all of that, all day, every day. My thing is what the guys and what you and I have discussed is the Warriors' future. And I'm saying, Steiny, if there is a change, and I'm rooting for Bob, and I hope it doesn't happen, but if there is a change, and now we're talking about Draymond Green, his possible departure, then it ain't the Warriors you're inheriting 4-8. It's a Warrior team that you got to somehow replace if Draymond decides to go. And if they don't, let's just say they go in the play-in and they get ousted or they lose the first round, it's a Warrior team that may be on the do I dare say downside?
Well, of course.
Or the process of a metamorphosis that you're going to have to need the luck that went your way that you created the first time
What's
around?
the goal?
Oh,
Can I ask
to a
a question?
Get Steph Curry another chip.
One more.
No, 2 more. Steph's got 4 more years, at least. Like if I asked you right now, Steph was sitting here, we've done it
Steph's
before.
not the issue. Steph's fine.
Okay, so what? You didn't grimace, but you made a noise that when I say he's going to play.
I think if you think the word, I'm sorry. Oh, 2 more? Like, what do you think this is? You get a trophy, and you get a trophy.
Yeah.
To me, and if the Warriors were to somehow win it this year, I'd break it up. I'd absolutely break it up.
And what would that allow you to do or avoid?
And I don't even know what break it up would mean.
Okay.
But if Draymond wanted to leave, so be it. If Draymond said, "Can you extend me?" I'd say no.
Because we've been
Klay
so
said,
successful.
I said, no, it's just time.
All right.
They're going to be 34, 36. Steph's the outlier. To me, he doesn't matter, but he's not going anywhere at this point.
He's Michael Jackson.
But what is this thing like? I don't know. If I wouldn't want to be the guy to take over this team this offseason if they lose in the first round of the playoffs. I'm out on that job.
And
I'm out on that job.
That's a daunting task.
And the reason the job's even harder, God love him, is because of Joe Lacob. Because Joe Lacob's going to be like, look, we've won 4 and 9. We lost in the first round. We need to be better next year. And I mean,
but what if somebody said, Joe, how? Especially if we lose.
That's
Dre.
why I'm giving you $10 million.
Wow. And there you go. I got a question for you. And we kind of got short last segment. Kind of blindsided me. But if we were to ask Joe Lacob right now why James Wiseman wasn't successful as a Golden State Warrior, and Willard saying, and it wasn't about this question, that there may be disagreements screaming behind closed doors, do you think Joe Lacob, because we know he was the biggest advocate, one of them, for James Wiseman, even when it was a downtime for James. Steiny, do you think he's mad at somebody, maybe the coaching, Bob, I don't know? Or do you feel like he's like, you know what, we all collectively got it wrong on Wiseman? Because I wonder, that's how rifts get started. If the boss feels like, you know what, I had something, I had a commodity, but damn it, Stein, you're the chef and you didn't season it well enough, and now it's not on the menu at all.
Maybe.
Like,
I mean, it wouldn't be the first time that's happened.
I would give my right arm to find that out.
Well, look, Joe Lacob recently said that the front office agreed on Wiseman. Now, is he covering his own ass? Because everybody knows Joe loved him. Well, he's the owner. If that's what he's doing, that's what he's doing. But it doesn't change the fact that you drafted a guy that you thought was going to take you to 2030, and he's gone now.
Wow, man, 2030, that's real.
That's the issue. Is James Wiseman was supposed to be the guy to take you to 2030, and
I got to give you
and
love
now
on
they
that
don't
one.
they don't have him.
2030.
888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors, 24 games to go, and they're a 500 team. You know what I heard today? I listened to a lot of the radio today.
Our radio.
Yes.
All right.
And trust me, I'm not. This is from the bottom of my heart. This is an observation. It's not a. It's not a.
Hot take.
Steiny's trying to pry. But it feels like for the last 2 weeks and for most of the season, there have been a large chunk of Warrior fans that are saying there's nothing to see here. Let's go. Man, we're 29-29. We're champs. We will get it going. And I'm listening to the radio all day today, and it feels like now that the games begin, 24 left, and we're 500, it feels like it's starting to sink in to some fans now that they're looking at the standings, now that they see Curry's out for at least 4 more games. There's no Gary Payton II. You got rid of Wiseman. Wiggins is it like?
Oh man,
I think some people are beginning to allow for the possibility that this thing isn't going to last forever. And in fact, it could end in 6 weeks. Now, I'm not saying it's gonna, but it could, and I believe it could.
And your ears are giving you that by what you've been hearing.
I think the reality of the situation's got to be hitting some people, right?
Yeah, and I'm one of them. And it's off the Martin Luther King menu. You shall overcome. Can they overcome what they can't control? One is injuries. And now, on top of the injuries, which has your best player out, I'm worried selfishly because I'm rooting for the Wiggins and the Wiggins family, whatever he's going through. Steiny, I'm looking at you right now. We don't know when Wiggins is coming back.
I know.
Now, it may be the next game, but he won't be there tonight. So when you say it's over,
the championships are over.
And that's why I'm holding on
way
to
I
hope,
need to be
Steiny,
more,
like in Vogue. I'm holding on because I hope this is part of a one-off.
I believe
where they
the
just have bad
championships
luck.
are over. That's what I believe.
I'm not mad at you.
You said that last year.
And
I did.
Yeah.
And so did 90% of the people.
We're talking about
Why did Monty Poole call it a surprise?
Because everybody, I love Kyle for that one. Thank God. But nobody saw it coming.
And you know what? Last year,
But you didn't
for the
take
8 millionth time, was different. They were 41-13 last year. They were
So let's say
completely
they
healthy
don't get
for the
it done
playoffs.
this year.
Okay. Well, how?
And they go to
What do they do? Western Conference
they
Finals?
lose in the first round.
First
Let's
round,
put
they
it real.
lose to Denver.
And Curry's hampered. We can clearly see Steph Curry's hampered.
Okay.
They don't have too many options on the table, but you told me this. You told the people. A dynasty's not over in 1 year. They get to go back, find out who's going to be around, who's not. They get healthy. There won't be a fight in training camp.
I'm
a lover, not a fighter.
You're
no
in
doubt.
flat out dream world.
But they have that.
So let me get
coming
this straight.
to it. They have that
let me
at
get
their
this
disposal.
straight.
Go ahead.
Let me get this straight.
Yeah. They have that.
Steph Curry's hurt right now.
Right now.
Like he is frequently. More and more frequently. More and more frequently. Now you're telling me they lose in the first round because he's hampered. That's a big reason why they're going to lose.
Yeah.
So he will have missed a lot of the season, been hampered for the playoffs, and you're just going to assume he's going to play 75 games the following year when he's turning 36?
See, that's not a prerequisite.
You cannot.
Yeah, I'm not.
Like, if I'm Bob Myers,
give me 60.
I am not. Well, he hasn't been able to. Not this year. He did last year, barely 64. But that's the other thing. If Steph Curry plays 60 games a year, you're not going to win 57 games and go to the playoffs as a 2 or 3 seed. So what are you going to do next year? Well, we're going to be next year. Steph's going to play 60 games. We're going to be 44-38, and we're going to try it again because 2 years ago we won it.
Well,
that to me sounds preposterous.
Okay. Hey, and I'm not even mad at the people that feel like you. My question to you is, it's your job. They're going to try. And I cannot envision a scenario where Steph Curry is on the Golden State Warriors and they're not a threat. So I'm holding on to that. And I don't think I'm by myself, Stein.
Why not?
Because we haven't seen
2
it.
years ago we saw it. They were 39-33, and they didn't make the playoffs, and he averaged 32 a game. So we have seen it.
You know what? Oh, that one time. But for 4 and 8, wipes that out. And there were extenuating circumstances the year before that when they won 15 games. Maybe I'm just not ready to watch Steph Curry be on a mediocre basketball team in a Golden State Warrior uniform.
Well,
and I just don't
think he's on one
think
this year.
Right now.
And this team was mediocre when he started.
But if we're going to go titles, they're defending champs.
We're not going titles
they're
because
defending champs.
We're not going.
That's a
We're not
fact.
going titles.
Yeah. And whoever's at the helm,
that's the other problem.
They're going to try to enhance this team as best they
How?
Can.
Exactly.
I don't get paid
outside
that
your
money.
pay grade?
Yeah,
well, let me tell you, it's outside my pay grade too, but they're pretty much stuck. Unless they want to really make big moves. But
I sound like I'm in denial?
Yes, you are in denial.
Well, what would you tell the Warrior locker room before tonight's game? Go get them, fellas. This is the last
Cancun.
Wow.
See, and here's the other problem with your way of thinking, and it's worse than my way of thinking. As a realist, I'm looking at this team saying, okay, let's see how far they can go this year. You are looking at it as championship or bust. And let me tell you what, that ain't right. That ain't right. You're expecting a team with an older core to be able to go back-to-back. And if and when they don't, you're going to be like, oh, man, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Well, I can't believe you thought they would.
Wow. I thought you knew me.
I do. No, I do.
Because I'm already telling you next year, as long as you got Wardell, you got action.
You think they're going to be better next year?
Oh no, I'm not ready for that.
So they're 29-29 now.
Listen, yeah, there's so many reasons they're 29-29, and I'm not giving any passes, but they still are trying to get right and find out who they're going to play. You got to qualify, but this dude is transcendent, and I'm talking about Steph Curry, Steiny. The front office, nobody's going to say we're not trying to do it. So next year will be its own entity. But man, oh man, if you got Steph, I'm all in.
Well, I know you're all in. I know you're all in.
It starts
but
tonight.
He alone does not guarantee a title. Like, that's been proven every bit as much as, well, they have to have Steph Curry. Like, here's the deal. You're right. They can't win a title without Steph Curry. But just because of Steph Curry doesn't mean they get to win one either. 888-957-9570 is the number. Look, this is fascinating stuff. There's a lot of wild cards. Bob Myers doesn't have a contract for next year. What's Draymond Green going to do? You know, somebody was saying, let's go worst case scenario with the Warriors and the best case. Yeah. Well, I don't know if Draymond opting out is best case or worst. What if I told you that?
But I thought a couple weeks ago we tussled. We went a couple rounds. We sparred because you talked about how the Warriors could not get another chip without Draymond Green.
I don't believe they can.
Then it would be negligence on the Warriors' part to envision a team.
It's his decision. Yeah. It's not the Warriors' decision. It's Draymond's decision. And if I'm Draymond,
talk to me.
And we go 42-40, and we lose in the play-in game, or we get beat by Memphis,
let's run it back.
I'm leaving. Why? Why would Draymond run it back here if they lose in the first round and he's virtually certain we're not going to be as good next year? Why not? Because we're getting older. Like, listen, if you want to say, Steinmetz, you make too much out of these guys' age, that's fair enough. You guys don't make enough of it. You guys think that these guys are going to be 38, 39 and collecting rings.
Yeah. What if we found out Dre wants to be a Warrior for life? That wouldn't shock you, though.
Do you think he does?
Honestly, I think he does.
Okay.
And I think he was a bit turned off. Yeah, no doubt.
They didn't pay him yet.
And you got to pay him
to get
predicated
paid,
on you thinking you can win still with them.
And let's lay that on the line, too. He wanted to get paid.
No doubt.
And they said no.
Right.
No. And they got to be careful with Klay. If you envision Klay on this team for 3 years, what?
Go ahead.
No.
Like if I'm the Lakers, Klay Thompson's the shooter we need. You know, if I'm Sacramento, Milwaukee, we need a marksman like Klay Thompson. So there would be people wanting his services.
Right, but the Warriors get worse with Klay leaving, right?
Right, but then that's when we're talking about reinventing yourself. You ain't letting these guys walk and then not try to put something, come on.
I mean, you think if I told you in 2 years Steph will be here, it'll just be Steph, Poole, and Wiggins. You'd say, well, it's still a championship.
We got action.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, Warriors-Lakers tonight at 7 right here on 95.7 The Game. Warriors Live starts at 6 o'clock. It's brought to you by Xfinity, your home for the ultimate sports zone experience. 888-957-9570 is the number. The Golden State Warriors, they have 24. They got 24 games and a bunch of problems. How do the Golden State Warriors, A, get to the postseason, B, win it all, and C, keep this thing going? I'm all ears.
I'm Team Guru for life.
be holy hell.
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Thank you, Tim. Appreciate it. Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson with you. Warriors back in action tonight. L.A. Lakers. Warriors live, 6:30. JD. Mm-hmm.
Last game they lost before the break was in the same building.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, 6 o'clock.
Oh, yeah.
6 o'clock. All right, I get it. You know, here we go. Steinitz is so negative. Steinitz is negative.
I'm not seeing a lot of that.
Steinitz is negative. It's for shtick. I'm making it up.
But I am seeing it.
You know what? But I'm going to ask, everybody out there, some people out there that say, quit burying the Warriors too soon. You said this last year. They're fine. The optimists. I want you to tell me how this is going to come down. Because it's easy to tell me that I'm a hater because I don't think the Warriors are going to win it. And I give you reason after reason after reason. And I might be wrong. They may win it. And if they win it, boom.
Oh, boy.
Guess what? Unbelievable. But what I've been saying all along is if they win it, it's something of historical significance.
Oh.
It's going to be really hard. I just don't think they can do it. That's me. Why don't you tell me the best case scenario with things moving forward? They're 500 and there are 24 games left, and they have the next 4 without Steph Curry. All right? Is Bob Myers coming back? Oh, Joe will sign Bob. That's fine. Bob will be back. He'll sign a 4-year contract, and we're ready to roll again. Well, what about Draymond Green? Oh, Draymond's going to opt back in because they're going to win it, and he's going to want to try to three-peat. Okay. But then what happens when he becomes a free agent after that? And Klay. He and Klay are free agents at the end of next year. Oh, let me guess. You're going to sign them both for 3-year, $150 million contracts and try to win 6 in a row. Like, it's just not going that way. You have to be realistic. And now the goal is to maximize Steph Curry,
yes, sir,
in the immediate future without jeopardizing after Steph Curry. And that's not easy.
And what do you have after
Tell me
Steph
how to do
Curry?
that. Tell me how to do that, Warrior fans. How do you maximize Steph right now? Give him everything he needs to win another title or two, but you don't hurt your long-term future. Like, that's not even a novel thought. That's the way pro sports are. That's hard to do.
Right.
In any sport, with any team, with any player. That's all I'm saying.
And it didn't help that Mr. 2030 you just sent to Detroit. But right now, the title of the jam for me and diehard Warrior fans is The Immediate. And the immediate is now, N-O-W. And I'm going to answer your question. Play better defense. Try to play better defense. Understand you're not happy being 29-29. And now that you know the realism of the finality of it all, that you don't have many games left, you try to play is the best basketball you can until Steph Curry comes back, a la Andrew Wiggins. You still got the plus-minus going for you with the Big Five. The playoffs start, the play-in. You tap into that, and all you tap into is it's go time. This could be our last run together. The things that you see in movies that give me goosebumps, and you go from there. That's all you can do.
I would agree with that. That I agree with.
Because I got to go back here.
Do.
What you
can't
just
do
said about
now.
after Curry, that crashed and burned when Wiseman left. And as much and as infatuated as I am in Jordan Poole, that ain't enough like I thought. No shade at JP. That ain't enough. Wiseman, that's what he symbolized to me, and I'm sure I'm not the only Warrior fan that, hey, we got life after Curry, and now they're merging, and he's getting fed. Similac still under Steph. That's gone. So that's sobering right there, because I don't think there's anything. Kuminga, okay, but it's all about what we can do to maximize Steph without whomever.
See that, and I agree. Like the one thing you said, two things. Actually, I agree with everything you said.
Cut that.
Every single thing. The first thing you said that I completely agree with is there's really nothing to do now except watch. Like, there are no moves going to be made. There are no buyout moves. In fact, I have that on my list. Somebody's, again, why can't we sign DeMarcus Cousins? I have the answer here on my legal pad. It says, why don't you find me a buyout candidate that Steve Kerr will actually play? All right? There basically aren't any. There aren't any buyout guys that Steve Kerr's going to play. In fact, he was asked about it yesterday, and he goes, the buyout market's largely overrated. A guy, nobody's ever won a title because of a buyout. Well, anyway.
We're desperate. Sanford's son.
So
Jump.
24 games left. You're right. There's only one thing to do. See what happens. See if they can make a run. See if they can make a push, get into the playoffs, run the table. I agree. Now, where do we differ? You think they can do it? I don't.
And I really think they can do it.
Okay. Yeah. And like, all I can do is disagree. Yeah. I've never said you're an idiot. I've never said you're out of your mind, because I'm not even that dumb to totally count this team out. But what I am saying is I feel like I have a better understanding of the task at hand than a lot of Warrior fans.
Do you think that because we heard the great Monty pull on with Allen and Ray yesterday, and he said what you talked about in the changeover. Steiny, there's not a walking person outside of Stephen A. Smith that gave that last year's team a chance to win it all. So what part of the puzzle do you think we're all missing because they did it last year? Now, I'm not dumb. I know, okay, that took a lot out of you, but these dudes don't look like they're senior citizens. You know when somebody's gotten older, long in the tooth. I just don't see that.
Okay, and that's where I think you're naive.
The person is Michael Jackson, Steph Curry. So that's why I'm like,
you don't see any indication of age with Klay and Draymond Green.
That's
what? Like, that's important.
Yeah, but there's not an answer to that to where it says, okay, they're not allowed to make the playoffs.
Of course they're allowed to make the playoffs. You know what
I mean? They're not allowed, you're the older version of yourself. You got a little more gray, but you're still getting the opportunity to go out there and have somebody take it from you. And this is what's sobering for me. I'm shooting myself in the foot, but I'm keeping it real. I keep talking about, and I meant it, somebody's got to take 4 out of 7. But no, they don't if they make the play in. That's one and done. That's what's scaring me. I just knew I was getting 4 out of 7, Steiny. The way this thing is going and no Wiggins tonight, it may be a one-off.
Dave in Pleasanton. What's up, Dave? How's it going, man? 888-957-9570 is the number. You want to jump into the conversation. If you're a Warriors optimist, how's this thing going to play out with 24 games left? Yes, Dave.
Hey, so you guys brought up a good question. How are we going to maximize Curry over the next few years and not blow the future?
Yep.
So this is going to be a very unpopular opinion. But we motivate or find a way that Draymond walks. And I love Draymond. But his main character thing that we love about him is getting the team riled up and being the heart of the team and playing defense. And he admitted it himself. That is my job, getting my team to play defense, and I am not doing it this season. So all that money could be spent elsewhere to make sure we maximize Curry and we don't lose anything giving away draft picks to bring in other players. That's all I got, guys. I love Draymond. It's just that time. Thanks.
Appreciate it. You know what? Can we find out? Remember, Draymond missed a bunch of games last year. Can we find out what the Warriors' record was in those games last year? Because I think it's going to be a little better than we thought.
Yeah, because it started out good and then it got bad. And then when he came back, everybody's like, woo, they needed him. They missed him. But, man, last year I was at this same time, you know what? I'm a chill. Because you know me, I was petrified. He was looking older, and then he went out, and, man, they came back with reckless abandon. They did. That playing game, I don't want them that. But, again, is Portland going to get their crap together? OKC?
What do you care about those teams for?
Because
I think if you care about those teams, you're already writing it off.
And the Warriors were so. Yeah. That's how you missed the offs in all of it. Yeah. So I don't think those 3 teams are going to show. I'm hoping they don't show any light.
But my point is, if you're battling with those teams at 500 for the play-in, to me, you're already cooked.
Now, was that because Steph is missing more games than we thought? Is that because Wiggins is out more? Like that has
I don't
something
think
to do with
anybody is playing or giving the proper respect to how much more difficult it is to win from the 3 seed to the 7 seed.
Yeah.
Like everybody's just glossing over. Yeah, they've won one all the time. Right, I get that.
They were 19-17 in 36 games without Dre last year.
Okay, so 500. Here's the other thing I wanted to check.
What you got?
I just want to see what their record was last year at the All-Star break.
Well, I was going to say, 41 games, but they play 60 or 70, right?
Let me see here. All-Star break last year. I got the Warriors at 41. Oh, my God. They were 41-15 at the break last year.
Oh, boy. Man.
So you weren't scared to death at the All-Star break last year because you were 41-15.
Well, it was after Dre had got hurt after that.
They were 41-15.
Dre got hurt. No, Dre got hurt before when Klay came back.
Yeah.
Wow. Man.
They're only 12 games off their pace from last year. Fred's in Richmond. Hi, Fred.
Hey, what's going on, you guys?
Hey.
Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely.
I'm always listening to the show. I was curious. I know the buyout is still available. I was wondering why the Warriors didn't go get Will Barton, the Warrior killer. Like, I think he could come off the bench and give the Warriors a spark. I mean, if they're not playing defense anyway, at least you have some firepower coming off the bench. What do you guys think about that?
I always like this game.
I know what Goo's going to say.
Yeah, I always like Barton's game. And when I saw that, I was like, damn, things change. But again, whose minutes is he going to take? Because Ty Jerome, he is maximizing every opportunity he's getting. And if it's not him, it's Lamb. So I've respected that duo enough to know this Warrior team is going to need what they bring. So if Iguodala, again, I'm holding out hope, and I know I sound like a fool. It will not be the first time. But whose minutes are Barton's minutes is he going to take? Because now Jermichael Green looks like he did last year when he was helping Denver.
I'll be there when I be there.
What about him?
I already.
Oh, you know what? We should play John Ireland. He was on. John Ireland does Lakers stuff, and he was on with Willard and Dibbs. You should listen to that.
I missed
He
him.
was
I liked
very
him too.
optimistic about the Golden State Warriors, and you need all the optimism you can get.
Well, I got two. I had J.J. Redick. Who else did we have? Stephen A. Smith. Antoine Walker. I didn't like he said nobody. What does that mean? Nobody's scared of you. You still got to tussle.
Take a listen. It'll cheer you up.
If my life depended on it, I'm taking the Warriors just because I've seen them come back from the dead before. I've seen them around. I've seen what Steph can do when he's healthy. So if the Warriors are healthy, I'm not picking against them. I don't care what the numbers say. I don't care how bad they've been on the road. I don't care, as Michael points out to me, that they don't have any size. Because if you think about it, the rest of the West doesn't have much size either. You got Jokic, but past that, there aren't a lot of great big men. I just think the Warriors and their championship medal is being seriously underrated here. And I don't know whether or not you guys agree, but I wouldn't bet against them.
Tito, pass me some tissue. That's what I'm talking about.
Tito?
Remember Michael when he was crying? Michael Jackson, he told Tito, pass him some tissue. Steiny, that's what I'm talking about. But that's like not... That is not crazy thinking. You got to go take it from the king. And yeah, hey, I'm nervous right now. But
Steiny,
that's what I'm talking about,
917, Steiny, if your life depended on it right now, truly, who are you taking? It would have to be either the Bucks or the Celtics. I probably Boston at this point. Steve Kerr was asked about the buyout market. Will Barton, DeMarcus Cousins, that player's not out there for sure. And our issues go way beyond just not having enough size. When we're getting beat at the point of attack over and over again, it has nothing to do with our center position. Right now, the way we're playing, it's back cuts, it's transition, it's point of attack stuff. All those things expose lack of size at the rim.
Wow.
Generally speaking, if a guy that good is out there, he's not on the buyout market. Steve Kerr. Somebody would have already snapped him up via trade. I'm putting in the effect.
Man, I got to fix something.
By the way, that Michael that Ireland was referring to that does doubt the Warriors would be Klay Thompson's father, Michael
That's
Thompson.
true. That's true.
Who works for the Lakers.
Yeah, but he said it was a defense mechanism.
And did I hear you? This is how I check my show. You and Willard, Michael Thompson, a former number 1 pick in the league, you hadn't, I'm paraphrasing because I don't know if you didn't respect his career like you had because you didn't look at the numbers. That kind of stuck with me about Michael
great
Thompson.
Numbers. That's it. But he's remembered as a 6th man on a team, which wouldn't be good enough for you as a number 1 pick.
Michael
Cooper. See, this thing is,
Bobby Jones.
You heard right. I have a lot of respect for Michael Thompson's game. I know he was a number 1 pick. You think Michael Thompson was a bust because he wasn't LeBron James as a number 1 pick.
The days I think you complete me. Today's not one of them. I thought you were saying that to all of us that you thought he was kind of didn't live up to it.
Except for
you didn't use bust. You were just like, you look at the numbers.
He's got great numbers.
Yeah. I thought you were saying you just had him like, not disappointing, but he didn't live up to the number 1 pick.
A little bit.
Yeah. And can I fix something? Eddie Murphy,
you want to just,
one of his greatest stands.
You want to save your mistakes for one time in the show later on?
They do that on PTI. Eddie Murphy had a great stand-up called Raw, and he said, Tito, pass me some tissue, acting like Michael Jackson. So Michael really never asked for the tissue from Tito.
Oh, first of all,
I took it from Eddie Murphy.
I thought that was one. I thought that must have been a Guru original first.
Oh no, that
what?
If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. That's what we're talking about.
Let's talk a little bit about
America,
the 5-man unit. Back to Wiggins,
best plus minus in the game.
Yeah, and this is kind of let's really get into it. So Steph Curry, the 5-man unit: Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Wiggins, Draymond, Looney, best 5-man unit in the league, right?
Yep.
Okay,
and the numbers back that up.
Okay, so if that's the case, what would you like to do?
Get them on the court as much as possible, Daddy.
Thank you.
I ain't calling you Dad. Jack.
Thank you.
Yeah.
How many minutes should Jordan Poole play a game?
Not 5, not 6. I'm going to say 24 to 28.
Okay. Okay. I think that's a little low, but let's say 28. All right, so that means right off the bat, that great unit can only play 20 minutes a game together. At the very most.
I see where you're going.
So, and I was thinking about this. This is not the 80s anymore where, five guys play 40 minutes and 3 guys play 12. So, that worries me a little bit about that.
But that's up to Steve to monitor that.
So, how many minutes will Poole play? I mean, and I get it. You could say it's a great 5-man unit, and it is, but, and I know people say this is why you're a hater, Steiny. I'm wondering why you make one little change and they get terrible. Why? You still have champions in there.
I guess.
Why does it have to be that 5-man unit?
I don't have that answer. Familiarity, I don't know. It's worked, but maybe that's what they're searching for. Maybe Steve and the coaching staff can get the answer to that question, because you're right. We've seen it against, the droughts that they go on. You talk about California. These droughts offensively are something new.
The other thing about that lineup, though, the more you play it, the more likely Kevon Looney's going to get into foul trouble. So you're never going to be able to play that unit 30 minutes a game, for the most part. Yeah. There may be an exception here or there. How about this? And I was thinking, is this chicken or the egg? Chicken or the egg? About the fact Lacob's already starting to cut payroll.
I think
is that chicken or egg? Is that he's cutting payroll? Joe Lacob has made it clear. I'll pay whatever it takes as long as we're a championship team. Is it possible that he's already thinking we might not be a championship team? So that's why we let Gary Payton go. That's why we let Wiseman go to save $40 million.
Well,
like, is it the chicken or the egg?
Wow. The chicken for me, because I appreciate the bravado in admitting that James Wiseman, who was giving you nothing, so that does nothing to your championship aspirations. Gary Payton II, I love the fact that he said, we messed up. He should have been a part of this. Here's an opportunity to go right or wrong, and they did it. Now when he's able to play and help, it'll be go time. So I like that.
All right, let's cut to the chase. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's the Xfinity mobile text line. Three things with 24 games left. Are the Warriors going to win it? And if they don't, how far do they go? And is Bob Myers coming back? Bob Myers signing an extension? And what about Draymond Green? To me, those are the three biggest questions right now for the Golden State Warriors. What's going to happen? Do they win it all? Do they miss the playoffs entirely? What happens to the Golden State Warriors this year? And is Bob Myers and Draymond Green, are they coming back? That's like, those to me are the three biggest issues with the Warriors. And I'm just trying to get a sense for Dub Nation and what they're thinking right now, how optimistic they are. And then, and that's the thing. Like, did I tell you Nahegan today?
No.
He came in. He was all excited.
He had a haircut.
He was all excited. He was like, "Dude, this is fascinating." I'm like, "What is?" He goes, "Warriors. I mean, God, what's going to happen? Myers, not a contract. Doesn't have a contract. It's like, Draymond's got an opt out, and Kerr's only got one more year. Like, dude, this is fascinating stuff. It's like it's hard not to try to figure out what's going." And I said, "Man, that's how I live. It's been intriguing for years, and they've made all the right decisions, but the stakes are higher now because everybody's getting a little bit older."
Well, I would have went the great TV show that was on Fox. Forget all that other stuff, Nahegan. Worry about 24. That's how many games.
What's the show?
24.
I've never heard of that.
Oh, my.
Kiefer Sunderland?
Oh, thank you.
Where he dismantles bombs.
Yeah, well.
He was 24 hours.
Right, and he always makes it, doesn't he?
Worry about the 24 you got. All that other stuff is going to work. That's after the season. Right now, it's about the 24.
Okay.
Yep.
Fair enough.
People say I'm interrupting you. My bad, man.
I don't.
But did you notice?
We both
you do
listen.
it daily, so
okay.
That's how we get out.
Yes, you have been now, because I was going to tell you. We both do that.
But at the cafeteria, we let each other finish.
I was going to acknowledge that we both do it too. I was going to acknowledge that I do it to you as well. But since you pointed the finger at me before I had a chance to acknowledge, I don't interrupt you. So you got to work on that. This segment brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking. No compromises.
The days I think you complete me. Today's not one of them.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru with you on 95.7 The Game. We're talking Golden State Warriors. We got Gary St. Jean. Hello, fellas. Coming up at 1:30.
Let me try. Hey, fellas.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Holy and
I'm a little stopped up.
I don't. Are you?
Yeah.
We So Gary St. Jean will be here at 1:30, and we don't know the details yet, but you got something brewing with
we'll get into
Gary St. Jean.
Yeah, me
okay, got Gary St. Jean coming up at 1.
You said St. Jean's?
Yeah.
What,
you're gonna start drilling me for a verbal
when
typo?
You said Jeans,
you don't want to do that.
The late great Daisy Mae Johnson would take me school shopping before the year start. Get like 5-6 pair of jeans. It's not better than that, Snotty. Clean on your first day.
Problem is, 3 months into the school year, you couldn't fit into 4 pair.
I was athletic then. That could be your worst joke ever. We're talking about high school, buddy.
Oh, by the way,
you liked it.
There's some new content on MatthewSteinmetz.com.
Oh, Lord.
If you want to check out some new content. This one's a good story.
How's the traffic?
About Phil Jackson and Scottie Pippen wrote a great story about their first run, their first three-peat. Story I've heard that's fascinating about those Chicago Bulls teams out of the dynasty. Again, you can find that on MatthewSteinmetz.com.
Keep it going, brother.
He's the GMO. And I believe we're going to start perhaps moving those stories also to 95.7 The Game if I ever see Whitley again.
Will that increase your traffic? Or?
Oh, I would think so.
So the $5 you got might be 50?
No, it'd be more like $7.
No.
It's not about the money. Who's the guy? Who is Oh Boy? Who is that? That's a great
That's
one.
Harbaugh, I thought. Jim.
I don't.
No, that's Bob Myers.
Is it?
that
Can I hear it again?
Oh, boy.
Yeah, that is Bob Myers.
I always thought it was Harbaugh. Oh, Jimmy.
Let's do this. Get ready with that bite. Hey, Bob, seriously, tell me how hard it is to work for Joe Lacob.
Oh, boy.
Wow, man.
It seemed like he did start most of the answers of the last interview with an oh boy.
Oh, man.
Because that's where we're at. Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
29-29. Warriors, they have 3 games in the next 4 nights.
Is Wiggins playing in any of the 4?
I don't know.
Oh, boy.
Happy birthday to Andrew Wiggins today.
28 years old.
28 years young.
Is it like, here's something random. Hey, I like when guys, I like his hair. I like the way he wears his hair.
I hate that rubbish.
I
My
like
sons
that.
are doing that, and they got a nicer grade. It's just, what happened to the brush and
I like
do-rag
it.
and
I
the
think
grease?
it looks cool.
It looks like just, oh, gosh.
No, you know what it looks like? It looks like
I just want to
I look good. I know it. I know it's not
all right.
perfect,
Well, there's some of that.
but I've got enough security, and this is the way I like to wear my hair.
Well, you know, I'm paid, so I can do what I want, but some of the stuff is just...
That's like Kenyon Martin. I'm like, dude, you wouldn't have that many tattoos if you weren't in the NBA.
What's the guy from Orlando that used to have the mop on his head?
Alfred Payton.
Oh, good Lord. He's got some of that going. Auntie offered him $300 to cut it, and he said no. Dude, it's out of control.
I like it.
If they're paid, they can do whatever. And then the women on their arm acting like they like that cut, and they're not. They just want to be taken care of. Let me stop.
All right. Bill in Marin says he's got the missing piece for the Warriors, or there is a missing piece. What's going on, Bill? How you doing, my man?
Guys.
Hey.
I'm good, yeah. So I just wanted to say there's something that'll sort of make you guys see your sort of common thread here. I think the last year's Warriors team would be in the same position because I think every single other team in the Western Conference has gotten better, and nobody talks about that. So if you look at it, the Nuggets have Jamal Murray. They got Michael Porter Jr. back. The Kings are much better. You now have the Suns with KD. You now have the Mavs with Kyrie. Portland is better. LA is every other team is markedly better. So you could have the Warriors. Everyone's concentrating how the Warriors got worse. I'm not sure they got worse if you got everybody healthy, but that doesn't mean that their odds are better. So, and nobody's talking about how that's basically what happened. It's just, and Utah got better. You know, I mean, in some ways, I mean, they're dangerous with. So every roster improved themselves, and we still have a good roster. But I think that's the missing element is just how good every other team got.
Bill, I think that's a good point. I would take it even to a smaller place than that, and that's what happened largely at the at the trading deadline. The Warriors did not get better at the trading deadline, at least right now in the immediate. They did not get better. And there's a chance three or four teams got better.
Yeah.
And
I'm out. I don't know. We just talked about it during the break. I brought this up to you.
What?
Certain other teams, Portland, like I'm out. I don't feel like.
But you're looking at
better.
the bottom half of the West. I'm looking at the top.
Well, just teams he mentioned. He mentioned Utah and Portland. Like, okay.
No, but he also mentioned the Mavericks have Kyrie.
Yeah.
Phoenix got Durant.
Yeah. Does Sac have enough defense? Like if Sac tangled with the Warriors in a 7-game series,
that would
nobody
be,
on the Kings, including Mike Brown,
that'd be a
guys
great
in the back.
matchup for the Warriors.
No, exactly.
You know who's not a great matchup for the Warriors? The Clippers. You know who's not a great matchup for the Warriors?
The Lakers.
You know who's not a great matchup for the Warriors?
Denver.
You know who's not a great matchup for the Warriors?
No, I'm
Phoenix.
Done. Oh, I forgot Phoenix. Hey, we didn't mention Memphis.
Interesting. You're right about that. We didn't mention Memphis.
Because Ja's got a little dribble. He's got a little hard into his game.
Best case scenario for the Warriors would be somehow climb to 6 and open up with the Sacramento Kings.
If the Kings stay at 3.
I know. I think that's going to be hard for the Kings.
They host Portland tonight.
To do. All right. There's 3 big issues as far as I'm concerned with the Warriors. How are they going to finish this year? What's going to happen with Bob Myers and what's going to happen with Draymond Green? Remember this? Adrian Wojnarowski reported that Myers didn't have a contract extension. That was a few months ago. And Joe Lacob addressed it. I want to revisit these 2 quotes, Goo, and throw it to you and see what you think about it. This was after Woj reported it, and then we had Bob Myers on, who just said, I want to concentrate on the season. And Joe Lacob said this.
All I will say is that it is not accurate that he has somehow not been offered anything. There have been 2 offers at this point. I'm trying. Have you ever known me not to be aggressive?
No.
So that is crazy to sit here and say, and I'm sorry, I have to say that I'm not trying to violate any negotiation. I hope Bob doesn't get upset or his agent, but I just want to clarify that. It's not fair to put me and us in a situation by someone put something out there that, and I don't know who, that he hasn't been offered anything. That's just not true. So he's got to make a decision, what he wants to do with his life, what's the appropriate compensation. He feels it's fair. We feel it's fair. And it's really just a negotiation. To be honest with you, I fully expect Bob will be back. And he's a great negotiator.
Mm-hmm. There you
what
go.
do you want him to do? He's supposed to do this. Yep. So, we love Bob. We want him back.
All right. For the sake of accuracy, there's another layer to this that has to be talked about. And it's this. Nobody ever reported that Bob Myers did not receive a contract offer.
Thank you.
That was never reported. Because at the time, I thought, that hasn't been reported. And I went online, Bob Myers, offers, contracts, this, that, the other thing. And notice that's, Joe Lacob said, I don't know where it came. It wasn't out there. That Bob Myers had 2 contract offers that he turned down. So Joe gave more information there than was out there. Okay, whatever. I just want to say that. Because all Adrian Wojnarowski of ESPN did was say Bob Myers is operating without a contract for next season. All right. So Joe Lacob says, hey, I gave him 2 offers. He didn't sign them. Okay. Well, what about, I know you expect him back, but what if?
He's done a phenomenal job. He's been executive of the year and deservedly so. If you look back at over his 10-year career, we don't tend not to talk about Bob, but Bob's done an incredible job. Bob, the Andre Iguodala signing, I look back and say that was, actually, you guys will never understand how difficult that was. He had to clear a lot of space to do that. He did a phenomenal job. Kevin Durant was really his idea and execution, and that brought us 2 championships. So look, Bob's great. Bob's done a great job, but we also do have a tremendous organization beneath him, great depth. I'd like to think more depth than almost any organization with really good people, and he's supported very well. And so, look, I don't want him to go. I don't think he'll go anywhere. I expect him to be here, and it would hurt to lose him, certainly. But like you said, I mean, we have to just go forward. So there are circumstances that do evolve sometimes, and I guess it's conceivable. There's some chance that for some reason he or Steve wouldn't be here. I don't think it's likely, but it is possible. And so, we'd have to figure out a way to go forward.
Wow. That was the quote where he also said, the front office, we're deep in the front office. Mentioned Dunleavy. What's your gut tell you, Goo, on Bob Myers?
And listen, this is a guy that has studied and learned. And I'm not comparing Joe to this man, but this is under the Jerry Jones playbook. He told you everything that he wanted you to know and was Ghostbusters, Mr. Murray, with the Bill Murray with the gun, because you said that there was a report that never was out there, but you wanted it out there for your sake and that conversation with Tim Kawakami. 2, if I even was talking to somebody on record and I thought I might offend you, this is just me, Union City's finest, I would not say it. So to say what you said and then said, I hope that he doesn't get mad, you don't care because you're putting it out there because you want to get your point across. And then to say that there's depth in the bullpen, if I'm Bob, that's letting me know that you've looked beyond the possibility of me not being in here. And when you do that, you have somebody or somebody's in mind. And this is your baby. This is your show. So to say all that, Steiny, and then say if somehow Bob or Steve, now I'm starting to think, okay, could Steve not be back for whatever reason? All that's on the table that you decorated with the knives, the forks, and the spoons. But now I got a butter knife of Steve Curry that I'm worried about because Joe threw him in there. So everything, my friend, is on the table in regard to change.
I don't know, but I'd be shocked if Steve Kerr quit before honoring the last year of his contract. Now, if he gets fired, that's one thing. But I think if Steve Kerr's got a year next year, which he does, I think Steve Kerr will be back. Assuming Joe Lacob wants him back. Austin and Redwood City. What's going on, Austin? How you doing, man?
Hey, nothing much. Headed to the gas station. Hey, Guru, you guys. I want to try to get this off before you guys hang up on me. I wanted to say about the Warriors. We got to give them their respect. They still dominant. They're the best team in the NBA, regardless of the record. While all these other players is teaming up and still trying to beat who? The Warriors. That's what they're trying to beat. KD going to different teams, Westbrook, LeBron, AD, all these players. How can we? Yeah, individual stats, they doing good. But as a team on one team, you got to give Curry and that core respect. They're gonna win. They go work it out. They go work it out. Watch it. That's all I got to say. And one more thing, Moody, I'm calling you out. You need to be more aggressive starting now. He needs to be more aggressive, or he could be the next one on the way out next year.
Appreciate the call.
Well, let me help. Let me defend my guy Moody. You got to get in the game to be able to help out. So he doesn't control that. And 2,
Moody.
Steiny, those.
Why are we talking about Moody?
Because I like him.
Right,
Austin thinks about him.
But we can't, we're talking also about winning a championship.
Yeah. Those comments, man, just
they're not the best team in the NBA right now. Like, what are we doing?
Well, you kind of knew where he was coming from. Who are the defending champs? You can't take that from them until somebody.
Right, and you know what else you can't take from them?
Nobody said they're
freaking 100.
Yeah, and he didn't say they're playing the best.
Do you guys think it means anything that a lot of talent went from the East to the West? Because Austin's talking about it. The best team's still in the West, people trying to come for him. When LeBron was in the East, there weren't a lot of players that were going to play in the Eastern Conference because they knew they'd have to play through LeBron. Does it mean anything now that Kevin Durant's coming to the West, Kyrie Irving's coming to the West? A lot of players are moving because it's wide open.
Absolutely. And that's the thing I was talking about earlier, Evan. Like, there's 2 things. The teams are better this year than last year that the Warriors are going to have to beat to get to the postseason. I think. I mean, Memphis is going to be better if Ja's healthy. Denver's going to be better because they're going to have Murray back.
Agree.
And Dallas is going to be better because
we're assuming health the rest of the way. But all right.
Yes, I'm assuming. Okay. So they're not only going to have to beat better teams, they're going to have to beat better teams from the 7th seed.
Well, nothing's going to be easy. And they didn't have anything to do with who wasn't available when they tangled with them last year in the offs. Again, that was good
matters,
luck.
Goo. It matters.
Okay. But right now, I think that's the least of their problems. because you just said it, 29 up, 29 down, and two of your best players are out. Like, that's what scares me. And when your two best players were back, you still look scattered, and your road record was just embarrassing. But about what producer Evan just said, Steiny, that was flukish. Kyrie, they were the byproduct of them having some responsibility for Brooklyn just failing, and they needed to find new situations.
That's all that matters.
Oh, no doubt.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's going to make it a little harder for the Warriors.
But Dallas doesn't scare me for the Warriors.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
I'm a Kyrie fan, and I love
they scare
Luka.
me either.
Yeah.
I'm kind of with you on Dallas. Absolutely. Robert's in Emeryville. What's going on, Robert? How you doing, man?
I'm good, y'all. Thanks for having me. I just want to piggyback on the previous caller who said that the Warriors will figure it out. I totally agree with him. But instead of calling out Moody to be more aggressive, I think J.K., with his newfound IQ, needs to now get back to being more aggressive on the offensive end, man. He looks kind of passive, you know what I mean, the past couple of weeks. Like he was making the right decision, but just being passive, you know what I mean? So I think he needs to kick it in gear, and that'll take us over the hump a little bit while we get all our injury stuff figured out. So, yeah.
You don't like Stoney doesn't like that.
Doesn't like what?
When those guys get called out. You like the big fella, the top, Dre, Klay, Steph, or Wiggins.
No, just let's put them in their proper place. We're talking about a seventh man.
But he can help because he's good. Yeah, no doubt. They all can.
I mean,
step
of course.
it up a notch. Everybody.
Gary Payton II was a big part of it last year. I don't like the talking about Wiseman when he was never a factor.
Who plays tonight against Orlando? Hey, last thing about that sound.
Which one?
Did you think it was fair from Joe Lacob, just me, in negotiations, kind of not poking at Bob, but just saying that's what he should do? It's like it was all fun. And I'm thinking if I'm Bob, I'm like, listen, it is
fun. It is.
I don't think it's fun for Bob. I don't think it's fun for Bob at all to hear your boss on there saying this is all fun, yada, yada, yada. Like that was, I don't want to say out of bounds. Who am I to say that? But I don't think if I'm Bob that I digested that like that was all good. Man.
Yeah, I looked at it completely the opposite.
Because some could say, why the hell am I in this situation?
Bob, like this is here's what he was saying about Bob to me. I know Bob well enough. Do not take Bob Myers' kindness as weakness. That's what he was saying. He was like, Bob knows how to negotiate. Bob Myers is one of the best agents in the NBA. How did he get to be one of the best agents in the NBA? Because he could negotiate. And that's what he's doing now.
But he's done none of that in the public eye.
But I don't think that was an insult to him. I think he was saying, Bob knows how to negotiate. Like, he's a big boy. But that's just the way I interpreted it. Now, when I said it's fun, what I do believe is sometimes I do think we make a bigger deal out of it than it really is to even the people involved. Like, yeah, Bob Myers might be here next year, and he might not.
Yeah.
And I know it's Bob Myers' life, but it's also the life of the NBA. Guys get whacked all the time. And it's it's part of the gig.
But how many get whacked when your things are good?
Well, they're not good right now.
Well, you're just coming off a title. No matter what happens this year.
Yeah, Joe Lacob's like, I'll tell you what. What if Joe Lacob's like, yeah, win another title, Bob, and then I'll make you the highest paid GM.
Well, see, I'm from the school of, and I'm asking you, and anybody out there listening, if anybody deserved a blank check for their next gig or their next contract, wouldn't it be a guy that oversaw? I'm not saying Bob did it all by himself and there haven't been mistakes, but anytime you get 4 and 8, Steiny, how could you get to this juncture to where you're at lame duck status to where you don't know if you're going to be here or not? What part of what side of the business is that?
There's no such thing. Nobody in the Warrior organization gets a blank check. Steph Curry didn't even get a blank check at first. Joe Lacob did not offer Steph Curry the max in his initial negotiation with Steph Curry.
Can't do it.
But there never was the thought of a pink slip because you knew Steph was going to be here. Yay or nay. This is like somebody else could be filling his shoes. And it's like, how did we get here? Because of some chicken?
Yeah, that's why Jerry West left. Do we just forget about Jerry West, the logo, leaving the Warriors? Not to retire, to go to the Clippers. What happened there?
Maybe I don't want to say the same. Okay. He thought he had Bob.
So if it happened to Jerry West, why is it so hard to fathom that it possibly could happen to Bob Myers? Especially with Kirk Lacob now having been in the organization for 12 years.
And your boy Mike Dunleavy.
Let's go to Vic. Vic's in Ohio. What's up, Vic? How you doing, man?
Hey, pretty good. It's Nick, by the way. But
hey, Nick.
Nobody cares what my name is. Anyway, I just want to support you, Steiny. And you and Ray Ratto are my favorite guys on the game.
Thank you.
Because you're realistic. And our society just doesn't want to accept reality. We like to fantasize or have our sacred cows when it comes to politics or religion or health or the environment or whatever. And sports is sorry, I'm out here doing a heavy walk here. But anyway, just want to support you.
Oh, thank you.
Come on, people. Get real.
Nice. A little Rick Barry to finish, Nick. You people.
How long you guys been friends? Come on.
So long that I didn't even know his name was Nick. I called him Vic.
He sounded like he was a marathon.
Maybe. 925, to act like Bob Myers hasn't been successful enough to write his own meal ticket is a disservice to Bob. Well, then Lacob's doing the disservice. I'm not.
Yeah.
Here's the other thing. Like, the other thing about Bob Myers that everybody's like, Joe, can Joe get it to Joe? It's like, it's about Bob Myers now. Just as much as Joe Lacob. Bob Myers. If Bob Myers says, I'm going to walk away, I need a year, he'll have...
We get that.
Okay. Yeah, well, let me ask you a question.
What does that got to do with Joe Lacob saying that, or not valuing Bob Myers, or not envisioning a scenario to where...
You think Joe Lacob thinks Bob Myers is indispensable?
Oh, no, not at all.
Thank you.
Especially after hearing that soundbite. No doubt at all.
I would rather be the general manager of the Los Angeles Clippers a year from now than be the general manager of the Golden State Warriors in 2 years. Well, I shouldn't say that, but because I didn't want to go there. But the point is, there's a chance that Bob Myers, if he doesn't come back, takes a year off, he could have, theoretically, the Brooklyn job could be open. The Knicks job is always one snap of the finger from being open.
A line around the corner.
The Clippers and the Lakers could be open.
Yeah. And who's to say if he were to leave, these are the lean years we're about to embark on, and all the people you talk about, the spoiled Warrior fans that only know winning. What if there's a seismic shift and all of a sudden that new GM is like, oh my gosh, happy to have a job, but good Lord, this ain't what it used to be.
Dib said something funny, I thought, during the changeover when he's like, if Bob leaves and goes to Charlotte, Bob's not going to Charlotte.
I missed that.
No chance. Bob's not going to about 24 teams. Bob goes anywhere he wants, right?
Gotta go.
What is it? We got Gary St. Jean on the other side. Warriors-Lakers tonight at 7 right here on 95.7. The game, Warrior Live, starts at 6. Brought to you by Xfinity, your home for the ultimate sports zone experience. You think I'm too negative? Well, guess what? We got the cure for that on the other side. Gary St. Jean. He'll be here on 95.7 The Game.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Hey, Steph. Get well soon, Steph. Get well soon. We got him? We got him. Let's welcome him in. Gary St. Jean. What's up, Gary? How you doing, my man?
Hi, fellas. Happy Thursday.
Hey, Saint. Look, let's put the rat on the table. You worked with the you worked with the great Don Nelson, and if there was ever a guy who could look at a team and say, "Yeah, that's about 40 wins. That's about 28. That's about 50," it was Don Nelson, right?
He was really good at that.
So, tell me why we shouldn't look at this Warrior team as anything more than 29-29 and probably headed to an early exit.
And when we talked to another genius named Bill Parcells, he says, look at your record. That tells you who you are.
So are they 29-29, or can they get this thing done?
Matt, you can make all kinds of excuses about the injuries and blown leads and all that kind of thing and say they should be 4 or 5 over, but they're not. And at the end of the day, you're going down tonight without Wiggins. That's a big key to me. With him being out, I didn't expect this. We were doing a radio show Tuesday night. I didn't know anything about this. And they're going to have a very, very difficult time down there because LeBron's going to be ready, and Wiggins is the best matchup for him. Davis says he's awake, so we'll see if he's ready to play. And they made some good acquisitions down there, and they're going to try to get back in the hunt. So, yeah, it's easy to get up to 6 if you win about 6 games in a row, but it's easy to fall out of this thing, too.
Saying I work with a guy from Reading, PA, and at the beginning of this season, saying he said, you know what, Goo? This has a we believe feel to it. And I'm a lover, not a fighter. And I was like, save all that. What? But as we've gotten through the season, Saint, there's so much going on with this Warrior team. And before I ask you about the product on the court, you've done it all in this league. But when you heard Bob Myers' contract situation is what it is, we just played, Mr. Lacob's comments on the Kawakami podcast. I'm kind of nervous with that, but can you share with us what you think and what you thought when you heard about Bob's contract situation?
Well, I've only read what's going on. I didn't listen to what Tim and Joe Lacob had to say, but at the end of the day, he's the sounding board. He's the major piece in the ownership group, and they'll make a decision, and they're going to live by it. At the end of the day, Bob Myers deserves a new contract, and he deserves to be paid one of the top 3 in the league. And if they don't pay him, he'll go somewhere else because he does have 4 rings, and he's a first-class guy. And I always use this expression. You have to coach up. When you're general manager, you have to coach up. And I think he's done that with relationships with Peter Guber and Joe Lacob. You got to coach down to your coaching staff, and then you got to coach down to your players, and you got to coach parallel with the agents. So there's a lot of coaching that goes into it. And Bob Myers has done a first-class job. And you can ask anybody. I mean, I'm biased because I think the guy's tremendous, but I think if you ask anybody in the league, he should be one of the top 3 compensated guys just because nobody, and I'm underlining nobody's done what he's done.
Gary St. Jean joining us on 95.7 The Game. Matt Steinmetz along with Daryl the Guru Johnson. Sometimes I just look at it and here's what they're trying to do. And this is just, to me, how do you maximize Steph Curry right now and for the immediate future without jeopardizing the long term? How hard is that going to be to do?
Matt, we've had a lot of chats about teams, and the window stays open for X amount of time. And this window is starting to close because you've got guys getting older, and you've got a lot of injuries. And, I think they were going to have a heck of a year this year. I really felt that. And I felt like they'd be in the top 5. And I didn't care if they were going to be 3, 4, or 5, because if they play somebody in a 7-game series healthy, that experience, that championship pedigree goes a long, long way. And, when you look at Steph, just a marvelous job taking care of his body and the condition because he was playing at an MVP level. And, you've got that ligament issue, Those take time to heal. And to be honest with you, the Warriors don't have a lot of time. So, if he comes back after another 5 games, that takes you past the Clipper game. And I haven't studied the schedule beyond then, so I thought they were going to win 4 out of 5 out of this 5-game series. I thought the toughest team was the Clippers. So with that said, now and they're light tonight without Wiggins, this is going to be a tall order. They should be happy if they can go 3-2, and they're not going to gain any ground in the position they're in.
Saint, let me ask you a personal question. We saw the trading deadline come and go. I thought the Warriors had their next best big man since Chris Webber, so I was hoping like hell Wiseman, would pan out. But can you walk us through when what you saw from Wiseman and when maybe you said, it might take a little longer or it may not work, if you even came to that conclusion for him as a Golden State Warrior?
Well, for him to be on the Detroit Pistons is a perfect scenario for him. They're not a playoff team. They're building. And their main guy is out. So they're going in the right direction next year. Here, before Steph's injury, and I don't know what's going on with Wiggins, you're saying, hey, we're going to get back into this thing, get out of this play-in thing, and we can still make some strong music here in the playoffs in the West, even though it is gotten so much better. So, as Joe Lacob said about a month ago, he said, we do have time to consider here. Time is a factor. So then you've got to make a judgment on the progress of the guy. Now, everything I heard, terrific young man, very, very hard worker, unfortunate with the injuries. And here's the unfortunate thing that I think has just got him. He doesn't have any experience. Yeah. Matt, help me. What did he play? 2 games in Memphis?
3.
3. Okay.
But one might have been against the D3 school, Sainty.
I didn't know that. Maybe it was Franklin and Marshall. But anyway, with that said, I just experience is huge in this league. And when I evaluate him, I look at the athleticism, and I really like it. I think he's got a bright upside. But my concern is his instincts for the game. And sometimes that takes a long time. You need experience on the floor. And I don't see him, for example, I can see him rim running. I can see him finishing on a pick and roll. But I don't see him pursuing the ball, anticipating the ball on the glass. I don't see him rotating from weak to strong to contest a shot or block a shot. Instead of going, boom, right now, he's like 1,001, 1,002. Oh, it's time to go. And I don't see that yet in him. And that will come in time, you hope. And if it does, I can see this guy. I don't know if this is fair. I can see a guy averaging like 13 points, maybe 8 rebounds, and he went that high. Is that good enough? Probably not. There's going to be a lot of, discussion. Well, that you shouldn't have taken him. And at the end of the day, they saw a young big and thought they could bring him along, and he needs time.
Sainty, this reminds me of when Don Nelson said, you look around the league at other 7-footers, other teams have the big bruiser, and that team over there's got the big dog, and I got big smoothie. Victor Alexander, God love him.
Oh, gosh. That's a great memory. Big Smoothie. Want me to tell you the story about Big Smoothie?
Absolutely.
Give it to us.
All right, so we're playing the San Antonio Spurs, and we know he had a weight issue. So Nelly had him make a promise to him that he was not going to order food on the road, that he was going to let Nelly know what he was doing. So we're playing the Spurs, and we're down there. I think with that time we're playing the Alamo Dome, and we're staying at the Hyatt down along the Riverwalk. So Nelly says, okay, let's let everybody check in, and then meet me down in the lobby. He talks to the contact person for the hotel, and once you know, we said, now listen, we want to monitor this guy's room, and if he makes a phone call to the kitchen, we're sitting right here. Let us know. So he orders 2 milkshakes, 2 cheeseburgers, and an order of fries. So they come out, and they tell us, hey, your guy, Victor, Big Smoothie, just put an order in. So the devious Nelly says, okay, that's fine. Let us know when it's cooked, and we'll come and get it, and we'll bring it up the dumbwaiter. So there we are. He's got me with the white chef's hat on, with a white server's coat on, and I'm carrying the tray. We go up to the room, and Nelly knocks on the door, and he says, room service! And Victor opens up the door, and he sees me, and he sees Nelly. He almost fell right on the floor.
Oh.
And Ellie's yelling at him, I got you. You lied to me. You lied to me. Oh, it was great. Those are the games.
Hey, State, I got to tell you this. I can't say too much, but I need to hear more stories like that because the people don't know. You and me sometime in March in Emeryville on Bay Street. So I'll get to hear more stories like that. I'm excited, baby.
We're going to have a good afternoon. I love it.
Saint, the rest of the year should be a lot of fun, and it's going to be intriguing, and kind of can't wait for it to start. Have a great one, my man.
Call me, and we'll talk about the great horse race.
All right. We'll do that. That's Gary St. Jean.
What a great story. Boy.
You know, it's funny. The text line saying they heard that story before. I never have. I've never heard that story.
I think you told the story
about a fossil like me would have heard it.
Might have told it on Warriors Roundtable, which you can hear from 6 to 7 on Tuesdays.
Look at him. But you told, I believe you're the guy that told me, and I can't remember. Help me. Boy, I got
you blew something.
We believe. I meant to say last dance.
Thank you.
Yeah,
that
Drew
was
down on
big
YouTube.
Mistake.
Listen. Yeah. Didn't you tell us how Vic got Big Smoothie? Because if I'm a big, I don't want that as my nickname.
No, that was the point. Like Vic was big, but he had a soft touch from the perimeter. Yeah. He just didn't like to play inside, and so his nickname was Big Smoothie.
I need to be more like Daryl Dawkins.
Exactly.
Chocolate Thunder.
Exactly. Nelly used to say, man, that team's got the big dog. That team's got the bruiser. That team's got the big, the big chief, and I got Big Smoothie.
I got a weight problem. Can't wait to eat.
What are you saying? You don't have to call you twice to the dinner table?
I stole that from the great Robin Harris.
Oh, you didn't make that?
No, that wasn't original.
Is that the first unoriginal thing?
Pretty much.
Yeah, we believe. It's not got nothing.
Damn. That's why you scoffed and you made like R2-D2.
I almost interjected.
I was like,
there.
Play along.
But see, I didn't interrupt there, did I? Mm-hmm.
E9.
Kevin Durant.
Look at this. You're happy.
I want my stars, including Steph Curry, to play.
Oh, man, that's real.
Coming back March 1st.
Man.
It's a week from yesterday.
Yeah.
I'll be gone, by the way.
Where?
Going to South Carolina.
How many days?
Next Wednesday,
How
Thursday.
Many work days do you miss?
3. Next Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. But I still haven't. And by the way, I hope he's listening.
Number 3.
Still, my vacation, I haven't taken any vacation.
Well, nobody cares. It's about who replaces you.
I do.
I control that.
I worked Christmas. I worked New Year's. I worked President's Day. I did it all.
Willard, look at my eyes. I've never heard that.
Willard's
You make me think.
He does.
You were talking to me.
Yeah,
I have fun with Larry. I have fun with JD.
Who the hell is Larry?
Larry Hoover.
Oh.
The guy's T-shirt I wear.
I know. That's...
it's a black T-shirt, which I love because it makes you look slimmer.
Supplicate yourself.
And now I'm going over there when you're gone, so I can be skinny Jack. Yeah. Camera 1.
Wiseman.
It's a bust.
Back to Wiseman.
Yeah, he's a bust, Dibs. He's a bust for the Golden State Warriors. I don't care if he's a bust. Now, will it become something you never forget if he goes and becomes Chris Bosh? But what you needed him to be, and I'm going to ask you this. When were you worried about him? Honestly. Because I appreciated that they rolled the ball out and let him start. That's what we see when you're a 7'1", 260 savant. And the people, they had all the hope that you were a quick learner and that you had some dog in you. He had none of that. And it don't make him a bad person, but he was SOFT. He was too young, but you had the number 2 pick and you got it wrong. Bottom line.
Yep.
Booked by Daryl L. Johnson I.
You cannot. Wiseman is Joe Smith 2.0. He's got a long
Joe
way.
Like that. Joe had some game.
Joe Smith was Rookie of the Year, I think.
Preach. Joe
Maybe not
had
Rookie
game.
of the Year, but he was.
He was like
in this 15-9 his rookie year,
and he wasn't soft to me, Joe Smith.
Jump shot Joe.
I would give you a 3.
Well, that's what they called him.
Yeah.
He also had a tattoo that said "The Beast." He was a beast in the ACC, but he had trouble playing down low. In the NBA.
That's not worse than Durant having.
He follows me on Facebook, Joe Smith.
But the way you
that
said
gets you
it
jealous, doesn't it?
I know him. He used to hang with my guy Mike Winston.
I've been in the business a long time. I've made relationships in this business.
How much time, guy?
Hour 10.
That's what I was talking about. Hour 10.
Listen, I'm convinced, and you cannot tell me otherwise, that the Warriors, in part, drafted Wiseman because the draft happened on the same day that Klay Thompson suffered his second injury. So Klay Thompson had missed the entire year. They went 15 and 50, and he was going to miss the next year. And I think the Golden State Warriors looked and said, well, we're not going to win it without Klay Thompson next year. So we may as well draft the 7-footer who may need more than a year.
But why the 180 on, okay, if you know Klay's going to be gone that long, wouldn't you try to get something at the guard to replace Klay, or even aim to see if you could come close?
A rookie?
Yeah.
A rookie?
Yeah. Well, you did a rookie.
What rookie is going to come into the lineup?
Yeah.
And, if Klay Thompson would have been healthy that year and James Wiseman was picked and they won it, nobody would care.
Well,
they
I'm saying LaMelo Ball came in like he had been in the league forever.
Well, but not everybody knew that was going to happen right away. Yeah. I mean, there's no way the Warriors were sitting there saying, all right, we were 15 and 50, and we're not going to have Klay this upcoming year. Well, let's draft LaMelo Ball because we'll still be a title contender this year. No.
Do you think that if Klay doesn't get hurt, the pick changes?
That's what I'm not entirely sure of.
That's what Rob brought that up.
Because you could make the case, well, Klay's back this upcoming year, so we'll still draft Wiseman because then we won't, because we still should be pretty good. Man. You know what? I want to look at that draft during the break and really see what we're talking about. Because I know, everyone, who would you want now? Halliburton. Well, he went 13. So why did he go 13? Who was that? Bobby Marks from ESPN. He had the thought, and he's right. And you got to think of it like this. If the Warriors hadn't taken Wiseman, he would have gone 3 or 4. You know what I mean? It's not like he would have dropped to 16 or something like that. Because it was a 3-person draft, what everybody thought. Anthony Edwards, Wiseman, and LaMelo Ball. So,
man, every time I watch him play, I just think, what could have been?
Yeah, well, one thing that could have been is the Warriors could be giving up 150 points with LaMelo Ball.
I'm going to give you one.
What? Now, why was the rat on the table there?
Because you were saying, dude's a baller.
Warriors drafted Joe Smith instead of KG and McDyess. Similar situation. Well, here's how that all went down. There were 4 players drafted before Garnett. Garnett was drafted 5.
Put this up, baby.
The first pick, okay. I'll give you the choice of any of these 4 players. Joe Smith, Jerry Stackhouse, Antonio McDyess, or Rasheed Wallace.
Ooh.
Pick one.
Rasheed.
Okay, fair. I might take McDyess. The point is none of those 4, I mean, they all 4 were pretty good players.
Right.
But the Warriors back then stunk. They could not wait for KG.
Yeah.
Plus,
had
the Warriors,
they done it?
Well, I don't know. I don't know that KG could have come onto this organization at that point and turned it around like he did Minnesota.
You are a product of your environment.
So, all right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We got an hour left in the show, all right? And I'm asking Golden State Warrior fans, give me your best case scenario for how this thing ends and the offseason. And where are you with this Golden State Warrior team? How realistic are their chances to run the table? I have to be honest. I'm worried that, it doesn't feel like anybody's allowing for the fact that this could be, they might not make the playoffs.
Oh, then it's Armageddon.
So, let's say Curry misses 8 games and they go 3-5.
Okay.
Well, that means they have 16 games left.
Okay. Give me a 13-3.
Well, they haven't had a 13-3 all year.
I understand that.
And that's where you and I are different. And I got it, Can they go 13-3? Yes. They're the Golden State Warriors. They absolutely can. But
At what point do you give up? And I know you're not saying that's an option.
What does give up look like?
Like, call the dogs off. Dre, you're playing 28 minutes to looking at maybe we can get in the ladder. What's your antidote outside of telling these dudes to bust their ass and go for it?
All right, let me.
That means everybody in the Warrior uniform from top to bottom.
Okay, I'll be good question. And
because to me, there's
you're putting me in a position. You're asking me, Steiny, what's the worst case scenario? And so then everybody's like, oh, see, Steiny loves this. He loves this. Because I'm going to give you a best case. Like you say, what would it take for them to say pull the plug?
Yeah. Catastrophic.
Well, what's the worst number of games Steph could miss? Let's say he misses 10.
All right, I was going to say 14. Go 10.
Oh, okay, See, to me, if he misses 14, it's kind of over. That's too many. Okay, but let's say he goes misses the next 10 games.
You go 3-7.
Okay,
let's just say that. Yeah,
3-7.
I can win more than
You're now 32-36.
But this is where you're going to get mad.
14 games left.
What if
here comes Steph, and you've been a 500 team with him this year?
But what if you're still above OKC, Portland?
You're not going to be at 32-36.
Oh, wow.
I don't think. I mean, you got to be 500, I think, to make the play-in tournament. But what if you go 2-8? Now you're 31-37.
Well, I'm going to put the right on the table. You shouldn't go 2-8. You just paid Jordan Poole. You got Draymond Green in a contract year. Klay Thompson's a marksman. If Andrew Wiggins is back, I'm sorry. We got to nobody's off limits, man. Kuminga, all this potential, everybody's got to step up. There's no scenario where the Golden State Warriors coming off a championship year should miss the play-in game.
Yeah. You wouldn't think.
And I don't think they went and got GP2 back thinking they had no action. That was for this year. And what was up with Mr. Goodwin, his agent, GP2 real quick saying my client never took Toradol, and now GP2 saying he was taking it. And why would you take it? Why would you let your job have you put stuff in your body you don't know what the ill effects? I didn't like that.
Do we know exactly that's what happened?
Well, yeah, I read the article. He said
they
he put
made
it in there.
him take Toradol?
No, not they. You're a grown-ass man. You control it, but I would have called Pops like, hey, Dad. He would have been, Gary Payton would have been like, hell no, you ain't ready to play.
But, guys want to play.
But what if you harm you taking years off your life to play?
You think guys don't take painkillers in the NBA? Or do something to get them to shoot them up or whatever?
No, I'm talking Motrin, which he said. Give me two. But
I don't even know what Toradol is. I can't even.
It's not well.
What is it?
It's a pain tolerance that helps you go out there and ignore the pain.
Is it a steroid?
And that's
what is it exactly? Can you
when we get back on the other side?
What's in Toradol?
Oh, substance. I never fronted like I was a doctor. I just know it ain't good for you.
957-9570 is the number. Let's go. It starts tonight. It's now or never. It's now or never, Warrior fans. 24 games left. They're 29-29. Ugh. They do themselves a favor with a nice win tonight down in L.A. Yeah, good way to get off the
schneid.
They're not really on the schneid, though. They've only lost one in a row, I think. Hey, this segment's brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Coming up next, your calls on 888-957. I got a little call. You know what? You guys sticking it to me. 888. Here's the number. 888-957-9570. And the station is 95.7 The Game.
Matt, help me.
thunder in my.
Don't you think?
Come on, man.
Here's what it is. People are jealous of our relationship.
And that Hey, I've been hearing some whispering.
No doubt.
And we get along.
Exactly.
Yeah. Hey.
Exactly.
I got you some info.
Okay.
Dangers of using Toradol. Heart attack, heart failure, high blood pressure, stroke, stomach ulcers or bleeding, kidney damage, and sudden weight gain.
Feels like one of those commercials.
Oh, good
you ever
God.
Hear those?
No, I watch them every
the
day.
thing.
Yeah. Who would take it?
I know you like to gamble.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Daryl Guru Johnson tonight.
I would jump on the Sacramento Kings tonight.
Now, I've been hearing something about.
So they play Portland tonight.
At home, in Sac.
In Sac.
Sacramento.
This is Chris Haynes from 16 minutes ago.
Chris
145.
Yeah.
The Portland Trailblazers are finally on the runway to take off for tonight's game against the Sacramento Kings after nearly 24 hours of weather uncertainty.
Wow.
But star guard Damian Lillard unlikely to play. Context.
I'm trying to put in the bet now.
I think Dame put out a rap yesterday from the plane.
Yeah. Here's some context. The Trailblazers arrived at the airport yesterday at 2:45 to take off for Sacramento. They stayed on the plane until 10 p.m. and headed home.
Oh.
The commute home for some players was 2 hours. They returned to the airport this morning at 9. Night. That's a big win for the Kings tonight.
Wow. With no Dame.
Yeah. 11-point underdogs.
No, I'll stay away.
Man. Yeah. Let's go to Robert in San Jose. Hey, Robert, how you doing?
Thanks for taking my call, guys. Sure. I'm good. Right after the Wiseman trade, Willard was saying that he hoped that Wiseman didn't work out because he didn't want the Warriors to look bad. Do you think anyone in the Warriors organization, Steve Kerr or Bob Myers, anyone kind of in the back of their minds is feeling the same way? And if Steph doesn't come back, you say he misses the next 10 games, is it better for the Warriors to go into the lottery for next year?
Well, first part of your question, that doesn't sound like Mark Willard to me. I don't think Mark Willard wishes.
The man told you heard him say it. You did 4 hours with him, and now you.
I'm saying the caller's a liar. I'm saying the caller got it wrong.
The wedding?
I cannot imagine my friend Mark Willard rooting for James Wiseman to fail.
He said that.
That doesn't sound like the Mark Willard I know.
I took the caller's question as the Warriors brass doesn't want him to succeed.
I have a feeling the Warriors brass thinks he stinks.
Well, hello, you're the winner. Yeah, they ain't got nothing to worry about. But man.
I don't think Wiseman's ever going to be a star. The question with Wiseman now becomes, can he be a productive center on a really good team?
And let's just
put
the rat
mean
on the table.
20 points a night.
But if he's an all-star, perennial all-star, the Warriors got it wrong. Yeah,
I don't think he's going to be.
I would be right with
you. A perennial all-star?
No, but what if he did? Then we could say the Warriors got it wrong.
Well,
that's all. Ain't nothing wrong with making a mistake.
No, not necessarily.
I made a couple today.
Oh.
That shirt you're wearing, that's a mistake. I'm playing.
This is Oaklandish.
But it's old.
See, now that shows
it's old Oaklandish. I was going to ask you,
it's called retro.
Throw it in the so the wrinkles come with it. No, it just. I was like, where'd you get it? Go. I was going to tell you. Go ahead. Finish what you're saying. Now just mix in the iron next. That's all I was saying.
I wear a sweatshirt. Why would you iron a shirt when you wear a sweatshirt over it?
Well, when it has as many as that's where I was just, give me some dryer. Give me 60 seconds in the dryer. Go ahead, Stan. You licking it, man.
At least I wash my stuff. I don't want to say
I take mine to the cleaner.
No, you don't.
Wow. No, Let it all out. But go ahead.
I had nothing to say.
No, they can make a mistake.
Of course they can. Yeah. They already have.
But I don't think he's going to be a mistake because I don't think he can have a 15-year career, Stoney. I just don't see an all-star, but more power to him if he makes that happen.
Steiny, this is the YouTube chat. This is from Jack DeRose. Steiny, if the Dubs core with 4 rings in a league where no team has figured out how to win, except when the Dubs were injured, don't you deserve the benefit of the doubt? What team would? Jack, I feel like I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt by by not counting them out entirely.
Because you can't. Yeah, that would be smart. But man, what's trending right for the Warriors right now? Who could pick up the horn, call us, and say, you know what, guys, this is what I'm resting it on right here? Because it ain't Steph until he comes back. It ain't Wiggins until he comes back. Is Klay going to go have an outer body experience in his hometown tonight? That's what it's going to take. And I just hate that the Lakers are in the same boat that the Warriors are. Not as bad.
Because they're your favorite team?
No, because they know that they want to get in the playoffs. Like, this is going to mean something.
Well, all the games from this point on are going to mean something, aren't they? I mean,
what are we going to see? When I see you tomorrow on a non-payday Friday?
This thing could be over by Monday, I was telling Evan.
I heard you say that out there. I didn't like that. But it can't. Because the math won't. They're going to be in it to the end.
Right.
If you're one of those, which I
am. Here's what I'd be worried about.
Because I feel like you're ready to call Steph and tell him, hey, Steph, how many just shut it down, baby. Well, like, that would be a nightmare on Warrior Street.
Would it?
What's the game?
The 5-3-0. What if they miss the playoffs and draft Wembanyama?
But the
hey, Steiny, is the window open then?
Please, it would be. You'd be outside.
What does that mean?
You don't need no window. It's open. You're outside. Listen to Whittler comment.
You could say it's a bay window.
Okay,
it's still open.
I'm gonna have a rough next 50 minutes. You didn't like the T-shirt comment.
No, I didn't.
I didn't like the
there was one other thing I wanted to. Yeah. Oh, so Jack DeRose. Listen. If the Warriors didn't have 4 titles and would have won it last year, I would be so definitive about this thing. But I'm not. I mean, it's not a big deal. Steiny, you think the Warriors are going to win it? No, not this year. Sorry. You said it last year. I know. But I got new information this year. And they're a different team. And other teams are better and they're worse. Yeah. And they're older than last year. They're less motivated than last year.
But this is how you define character. This is how you define, here's my word, pedigree, championship blood.
Tennessee's in Oakland.
Actually,
I don't understand it, but is your name Tennessee?
I wanted to lay out my scenario for the best case for the Warriors for the rest of the year.
All right.
Which is that they end 500 at the 8th seed. They lose the first and win the second play-in game and then win every series in 7 and become the most 500 team to ever win a title in the history of the NBA.
Wow.
Okay. That'd be
Could you imagine? Wouldn't it be Steph in this Warrior team like to do that?
By the way, shout out to there's a woman named Roxana.
Hey.
Who was on hold, but it was when we were interviewing Gary St. Jean. So I'm going to open up the phone lines for Roxana if she wants to call back because the topic was interesting. I can't remember it right now, but
call back. Yeah, I can't call her Roxy.
Roxana. Yeah. Favorite part of the show from Carlos Austin, and I'm used to it, Carlos, is when Goo hits Steiny with strays.
What stray? Dude, come on. I didn't like how you said Ray was good. When's Ray bad? You know what I mean?
No, he was doing a different role.
But so you were like,
it's like he's Curry. Don't you get it? He's always playing off the ball, and then he played point guard, and he's great.
You, Willard, and Dibbs had that conversation.
I
Goo the two.
That word stray, I don't like.
It was kind of funny, though, seeing both Steiny as well as Ray a lot more smiling in the other chair than usual.
Wow.
Yeah.
Kind of like an after-morning glow from Steiny, I think.
I don't like the word stray. Reminds me of a story from Orlando way back in the day.
Our Orlando?
You got to share it now.
No, Orlando.
Hey, I found out who that Orlando is, but go ahead.
No, I'm not going to say. That was a long time ago.
We're right here for you, buddy.
Were you led astray?
That's occasional five.
This was a long. I don't even think it. 40 years ago.
I'm right here, baby.
Whatever. I'm sitting talking to 2 women, or one woman, and another woman comes up, and they talk for about 5 minutes, and the one woman, they're going another place.
All right.
And the one woman says, you want to come with? And the other woman goes, no, we don't pick up strays.
Like a stray dog.
Yeah. Exactly.
Oh, that had to hurt.
It did. It hurt.
Wow.
It hurt me. It hurt me.
Wow.
Because I'm not that kind of guy.
I would have kept it moving like, hey, no, I was invited.
She liked her friend more than she liked me. Clearly. So I don't like that word even a little bit. There's one thing we have always talked about, and this is kind of where I like when we talk about the Warriors and the dynasty and how you prepare for the future. This is the one thing that I'm going to ask you how you view, because it's Guru. It is easy to say, well, as long as they have Steph, they got a chance. But
you know, I'm not that dude.
As long as they got Steph,
I got a lot of that in.
They got a chance.
Okay,
they can win it. Let me ask you, are you just dismissing this? Here's what I'm dismissing it. This year, Steph Curry has played in 61% of the Warriors games.
Gotcha.
61%. Right. Last year, Steph Curry played in 78% of their games, 64 of 82. The year before that, he played in 88 of percent of his games, 63 of 72. So the last 3 years, percentage of games played has gone 88, 78, 60. All right? Let's go back the year before that. That's when he was out all year. I'm going to take that one out for you.
That's a big one.
The year before that was 84%, and the year before that was 62%. He's got 3 more years after this left on his deal. What percentage of games in the next 3 years do you think, if you're Bob Myers, like, what do you count on from Steph Curry? Because clearly, Goo, you're not like, well, he got 3 more years, so that's 82 times 3. He's going to play 264 games.
Well,
66.
it's interesting you bring that up, Steiny, because you cannot manipulate science. You cannot manipulate life and the ability to know what's going to happen on any given night. And the theme and the premise of what you are saying, I get. But obviously, they got guys that get paid and gals to come out and say how many games they want their star to play, but they want it to be on their own accord. They want it to be, he's not hurt, we're just protecting him. And where I'm going is that last injury was so fluke.
Oh.
No, Steiny,
I just went through 6 years.
Yeah. And last year, you said what, 80? What was last
78.
year? And they won the chip with that.
Right.
Okay.
But now they're at 60.
Okay. And that's not what they were aiming for. But who's to say when this man heals and he comes back to this team and where they're at, who in their right mind would say definitively they can't do it?
It's not about they can't do it. It's about how many games can you expect? He's under contract.
Yeah.
He's under contract for 3 years. If I'm you can't just say, well, Steph's going to be like, let me ask Warrior fans this at 888-957-9570.
Era.
I can't assume good health with Steph for the next 3 years. I can't assume.
But what if he played 62
70?
The rest of those 3 years in the regular season?
They're going to be 500 every year, maybe. If he's only playing 50 to 60 games a year, how do you go into the playoffs as a 2 or 3 seed?
Let me ask you a follow-up. Let's say he doesn't get hurt. How much PTO do you give him in 8? Like, what's the number you
70.
think? 70. Okay, wow. So just those would be, non-hurt. We're just protecting you from yourself 70 games.
Right.
So I can make
But he hasn't played 70 games in 7 years with load management.
See, but I just don't think that 70 number, that threshold, is a prerequisite to.
Okay, what is it?
That I don't know.
But you get
and
that
this year it may be lower.
You get that if he plays only 2 out of every 3 games, they're going to lose most of the portion of the third. Like, here's what all I'm saying is, I don't think if you were the Warriors GM, you would be thinking like this. You would not be thinking that Steph's going to be healthy for the next 3 years.
Right.
You can't operate like that anymore, right?
Well,
you can't.
If you're right, then they got way more trouble than I think. But
exactly.
But they got a chip to win.
What?
I get what you're saying, But there's nothing you're saying that's
going to get healthier, 36, 37, and 38?
Would you be shocked if he came and played 68 games next year?
68?
Yeah, 68.
No.
And that
what about
would
the year
probably
after that?
60? Like,
okay.
What's the number to where
you're 43 and 39 then?
Because I'll tell you what, outside of the year where 15 games, when is his games played affected their win total?
Every single game he doesn't play.
No, but they got through.
What do you mean?
Outside of when they won 15 games last year, okay, you say he played 81%, right?
He played 78% of the game.
And they won the chip.
They're 53 and 29.
What about the year? And again, I'm turning back to...
He played 88% of the games. They were 39 and 33.
And that didn't even culminate. Yeah, they lost
They
in the
didn't make the playoffs that year.
Okay.
This year he's played 61%. Actually, I should be clear, 61% after the next four. Because we know he's missing the next four. So I use the number 62 because that's how many games.
Well, I'm going to be honest.
60.
When he was available, they were accumulating that bad road record. So I'm being real. Like, even when he was so they're not 29 and 29 because he's not available. That's the more worrisome part. But they got the people that put this together to tell you how many. What I'm asking is Steph Curry's age. What would the Warriors tell us is the number that they would be happy with, non-injury, how many games he would be ideal for them?
I think they would love 68 at this point. Don't you?
Yeah. I'd take it down to 65.
704, your discussion of games played to winning a title has no link. What are you, high? What are you, crazy? You think if Steph Curry misses half a season, the Warriors will have the same chance to win a title just because they may make it into the play-in game?
Well, nobody's saying that.
He says. I'm just reading from the Xfinity Mobile text line. Your discussion of games played as it relates to winning a title has no link.
No, yeah, that's off.
Please. Curry will play 72 games a year for the next 3 years. Abe from San Francisco.
No, you would now come
Abe.
on.
And here, vintage Abe. Here's how serious I'm going to take. Here's how serious I'm taking Abe, even though I love you, Abe. He says, hit the pick. He spelled Pike wrong.
Oh, gotcha.
Oh, boy. But the other thing is, it's not just Steph. It's Klay and Draymond.
I understand. I
don't think you do.
I totally do.
I don't think you do.
You can't.
And what if they're playing fewer games?
This is what I'm going to say.
And they're losing it.
Right, no doubt. This is what I'm saying to you.
Here we go.
And I'll end it from my vantage point.
All right.
You can, and you've heard this. This ain't a Goo original. You only can control the controllable, right? All that worry that you put in and all the factors that nobody knows what's going to happen and when an injury is going to be upon us to whom, the Warriors can't control that. So that's why I'm fixated on the 68 number because I believe it's around there. But Steiny,
that's what you hope.
I mean, look at where injuries happen.
Guru.
And they just do.
But here's the thing.
And I get it.
Do you believe guys get hurt the older they get?
Oh, I do.
Okay.
Right.
Well, that's all I'm saying.
But some avoid it. Like
three?
LeBron James.
If you want to use
Tom Brady.
Okay, but the Warriors players have shown no indication they're that kind of Iron Men.
So you're worried, obviously. I think. So are you worried about Steph and his
what about the next 3 years?
I'm going to call it the Jimmy G, his ability to stay healthy?
No. It's natural he's going to get hurt more because he's going to be 35. Jimmy Garoppolo's 29. I think that's different. What I'm saying is Steph Curry, you get hurt more the older you get. For the most part. There are exceptions, and that's what and I'm not hating. I'm saying if you're Bob Myers or Joe Lacob, how do you let's say Draymond's coming back.
Yeah.
I'm going to opt in. Okay. You have to say okay, next year. Let's try to win it next year.
Yeah.
I don't know what happens this year, but the big three are coming back.
Let's go.
But you can't just say we're expecting all three of those guys to each play 73 games this year. This upcoming, I don't think you can do
and
that
I don't think
anymore.
you'll ever hear either one of them say that's what they're striving for. My thing is, it's up to management to put something around to sustain some form of success when those guys, if they happen to get in an accident and are not available. You shouldn't just fall off the ledge. Especially when you got a Jordan Poole, you got an Andrew Wiggins, and that's what sucks about James Wiseman not even being LaMelo Ball. If it were LaMelo Ball, he would be another body that you could count on to try to pick up the slack. They got no slack picker-uppers on the Warriors outside of the big three right now, especially with Wiggins dealing with what he's dealing with. Hopefully Kuminga will make that jump.
Maybe Steph got hurt because he was asked to do more.
Ran into his leg.
Maybe Steph got hurt because he's been asked to do more in the regular season this year than he ever has before. And that's strange for the Warriors. They had that 8-game homestand, and they went after it. They went 5-3. It was
5-0.
They're working hard.
Yeah.
They're working so much harder than last year.
And they've admitted an error, and that's why they brought one of their errors back in Gary Payton II.
Not yet they didn't.
Yeah.
Not yet they didn't.
I hate that, but
when all your money is tied to the big three, how can you expect the bench to
Guru, get a grip. This is from Xfinity Mobile. 510 Stoney. Get a grip. The Dubs are done. They are too small.
Oh, my God.
We'll see, man.
By the way, if the Warriors win a series and then lose,
I thought you were putting money on that.
It's a pretty good year. That's a good year, all things considered.
Wow.
Because they're going into the playoffs 43-39, probably at best. You go into the playoffs at 43-39, I don't look at you as a championship team. I look at you as a 43-39 team at that point. So you go 43-39 and you upset a 1, 2, or 3 seed, then get beat. It's a nice little year for the Warriors. In light of the way the first 6 months
who's to say that 43-39 ain't having you in a playing game?
Yeah, who's to say? Who's to say? 888-957-9570 is the number. We got a half hour left. You know what? Thank God I'm with Willard. I find myself with Willard a lot lately. I'm so glad there's a game tonight. It's all sponsored by AC Transit. Big, fat choke artist. Well, you got me off track in a big way.
What's new? I got to fire off this MVP thing.
Thank you. Like that, that would help the show. When you throw me off track and I'm clearly stumped and dumbfounded, go ahead and pick it up then yourself.
Well, let me know when you're done talking about yourself. Then I can do those things, okay?
Okay, I'm done talking about myself.
MVP, Stoney, of the NBA. Okay.
Boy, it's a great question.
Now, I got scores you guys in the back don't even know about, and I'm about to show them to you, Stoney.
Okay.
Now, let me tell you why I have scores.
Let me guess. You think Steph's the MVP?
No.
Okay.
There was a year that Kobe Bryant was clearly the MVP, and they gave it to Steve Nash. And there was also another year Shaquille O'Neal was the MVP of the NBA, and they gave it to Steve Nash. Nash being one of my favorite players of all time. I just hate, and I hope this doesn't fall under the umbrella of a participation trophy, but I know how great Jokic is. I do, Steiny. And what he did single-handedly last year in the offs against the Warriors, even though they lost 4-1, respect was just tremendous. So now I'm hearing all these so-called experts, the numbers I'm reading, and they're talking about Jokic possibly winning his third straight MVP. Let's take Jokic's name out of the equation. There's so many great dynamic players in the league. Listen to what I'm about to tell you. No one player should ever win 3 straight MVPs. And I'm looking at Jokic's numbers this year in Denver's #1 seed, 24, 11, and 10. But when I go to Philly and look at the big fella Embiid averaging 33, 10, and 4, and he's got what people thought was a laughingstock, the Sixers with the new Harden style, and Doc couldn't coach. To me, I'm looking at him. I'm looking at Tatum in Boston. Like, I'm looking at Giannis. And my bigger point to the committee is I love Jokic, but it goes to the refereeing thing. Do you call a foul because it's a foul and that's the essence of the rule? Or do you swallow your whistle because the juncture of the game, which bothers me? With all that said, with what I'm looking at and my eye test, the league is littered with great players. Don't give Jokic a third straight MVP when you got the likes of Embiid. You got the likes of Tatum. You got the likes of, I'm going to throw your guy in here, Giannis, and maybe even Luka. But what is the true definition of an MVP? Because your boy won it at the 6th seed last year, Jokic. I'm really conflicted, and there's no Jokic.
I just want this is one I don't.
3 though, Steiny.
I don't want to even respond.
Oh wow,
because I don't care who wins the MVP. I really don't. You made your point. Okay, it's fair,
and it's not about. I hope real quick, but it's not about who wins. It's are you bothered that there's 3 straight?
I don't care.
It could be.
Nope.
You don't look
Larry
at the
Bird
league
won
any
3
different.
straight.
Yeah,
he didn't deserve it. You said.
But I didn't have names to say.
Term limits? You want term limits on the MVP? That's fine.
But what about when I give you Embiid's numbers?
Good. Go knock yourself out, Joel. Win the MVP. Like,
can
I'm
I
a
ask you
team
something,
guy.
Well,
you're
what is Nikola Jokic as good as Larry Bird?
Different player, but he's yeah.
Larry Bird's considered a top 10 player of all time, right? Roughly.
Yeah, I think a lot of people now he's falling outside that top 10, but a lot of people now don't know what the hell they're talking about. Yeah.
So I do think the issue that Guru is bringing up is that when we look back in history, we'll see a player that is Jokic. I don't know if he'll be a top 10 player of all time, but he'll be in the same conversation due to 3 straight MVPs
Probably.
as a player like Larry Bird, who is.
Yeah. I mean, Jokic is great.
He was badass.
So if he deserves the MVP,
Jordan should have won it every year, and they.
Well, I disagree with that.
Okay, well, I do. I don't.
I get how everybody loves Michael Jordan.
They gave others love, and I'm just wondering that Jokic may not. He has nothing to do with it. He may not win 3 in a row, but if he did, I'm like, there's other candidates to where you guys should get together. we don't want to give one guy, even if the guy's name was Tom Jones.
You know what?
We don't want to give Tom Jones 3 in a row. That's all.
You are so all over the place. That's a participation trophy in any league you're talking about. I don't know who is the MVP, but vote for the guy you think's the MVP. Who cares about what happened last year? If you think Jokic is the MVP, vote for Jokic.
But I'm telling you, and I told Evan, I think
not
Embiid.
Voting for somebody because he got it 2 years in a row. Because what happens when Jokic is like, this is the best year I've ever had in the NBA. Like, it's better than last year or the year before. Well, you won it twice, so we're not going to give it to you. That's why you can't get caught up in it. It's a team game, Goo.
I know that.
It's a team sport.
But the MVP is in the league is one of the most sacred awards.
Oh, please.
Come on, Stoney.
Sacred.
3 in a row.
The only thing sacred
There's been
is the body
rivalries
of
left
Christ.
and right.
The MVP trophy is not sacred. It's a piece of metal. That's all it is.
Dude,
piece of
that
metal.
picture they take suited and booted with, or if they give it to you during a playoff game, please. And it's striking a nerve with you. I don't know if you wanted one or you got runner-up.
I always was my team MVP. Always. I was the MVP of the county I played in when I was a senior in high school. But you know what? We came in second. We lost to Reading High. So, yeah, great. I was the MVP of the league, but we finished second. Who cares?
Yeah, but that ain't the NBA MVP. Sorry to bust your bubble, but you know what I mean.
So who cares about the
I do.
Okay.
And I'm not the only one.
You know what? Go start a podcast then with somebody who cares.
I would be you then.
No.
I don't do that. I got a 3-hour show.
I don't care about the MVP.
Well, we can tell. What do you care about?
I care about team basketball.
That list is short. Yeah.
I care about golf. I care about my family. I care about the standings. The standings. That's what I care about. And that's why I can't stand the NBA now. Go to NBA.com.
I'm going to do it
and
right
go to their menu. It's like players, stats, everything but the standings are emphasized. It's a joke.
Oh, boy, let it out.
It's a joke. I don't care about Jokic or Embiid or Jokic. I don't know. Roll the dice.
So there's some... You didn't say there's no merit to what I'm saying. You get what I'm saying.
I just don't like what you're basically saying. Vote for somebody who didn't win it before, which I disagree with, but I'm not going to fight you on it. I'm just going to get annoyed by the whole process. Plus, is Jokic averaging a triple-double?
Yeah, he is.
So how's Jokic not going to be the MVP, averaging a triple-double when Russell Westbrook got it from the sixth spot?
People still laugh at that. People still laugh at Russ. Let me be one of them and to remind you.
Well, there's a difference between
one's black and one's white.
There's
What's
a difference between a guy who averages a triple-double on the best team in the Western Conference and a guy who averages a triple-double on a 6th seed. What don't you get?
Isn't that what Jokic did last year, though?
I don't think he averaged a triple-double last year.
Yeah, he was like a 1 rebound off or 1 assist off.
That's not it, though, is it?
Well,
it's like Stephen A. Smith, but he didn't.
Oh,
but he didn't. Did he?
Like he said to you?
Yeah, exactly.
I forgot that.
He didn't average a triple-double last year.
But you didn't.
Exactly.
I like irritated, Stoney. Yeah, baby.
I'm not irritated.
See, I don't like it.
What?
You were just a second ago. You said it.
It's just where you and I are just fundamentally different, and I've learned to accept you and love you for it. Well, I don't love you for it.
But, you know I got your back.
MVP. The Warriors might not make the playoffs. That's what we got to talk about. The Warriors may make a run that'll be so historic, it'll blow the MVP out of the water. If the Golden State Warriors get into the playoffs or play-in game and run the table, who cares about the MVP? Nobody. Exactly. They don't, because one's important and one's not. One's important and one's not.
One trick pony.
Yeah.
There's more than one thing to talk about.
Yeah. I don't see it, Bob. Thank you. I don't see it, Gil. You know what? Go get yourself credentialed, and you'll have a vote. And then you can vote for the guy.
I wish I did.
Then you can vote for the third best player in the league.
Stop.
When you want.
That's not how I do it. No man should win the award 3 straight times.
Who leads the league in scoring this year?
I think Doncic.
That's the MVP.
If he
leads the league in scoring, he's got to be the MVP.
Nope. That's not my metric.
You said, Jokic is only averaging 24.5.
But the way this is just, unlike when Russell did it, the greatest season ever. And it's not you. It's just like, man.
Let me ask you this question. If the Warriors get bumped in the postseason and you're Bob Myers, why would you want to come back?
Wow. Because you want to, I have to use this word, Warrior fans don't want to hear, Dub Nation, help rebuild. Like that should be a task.
When he came here, they were terrible.
But I'm talking about the immediate good times. And then it's his prerogative, but to leave when it ain't good, Snotty, and I know that happens, and he didn't put himself in this situation, but some people live for that.
This is the perfect time to walk away. I mean, come on. And I don't like...
Well, why can we stop there with Kerr then? Wouldn't that be what...
Yeah, Kerr's going to leave after next year.
Man, I just can't imagine those guys not a part of this.
Can you imagine the teams before that when he wasn't here?
I lived through
That's what it'll be.
Ooh.
What do you think the reasons for him staying are at this point,
He's accomplished everything he can possibly accomplish here. He's worked his ass off. He's probably tired. Joe Lacob's not the easiest guy to work for. Maybe he's looking, you know what? Maybe he's looking for a new challenge.
Hey, I
all.
get it and I understand it.
Again, and people want to just ignore stuff. It kind of bothers me. He was thinking about leaving in 19 after they lost to Toronto. But he came back because his brother-in-law basically said, you can't leave now.
I remember that story.
After they lost in the finals.
Because it'd been like quitting,
But after this year, plus, he didn't have a contract.
Well, and there you go. So the out is there.
And you know what? Here's the other thing. Shame on us, but Lacob, we don't know. Maybe Lacob's trying to lowball him.
Right. All that's on the table. I just want both of them back. Well, we know Kerr's coming back.
But I asked,
all good things come to an end.
I know.
I asked, though, why would he stay? You gave every reason
if Joe
why he
Lacob
would.
makes him the highest paid GM in the NBA.
Let me ask you something, Stan.
But even then, I don't know.
The Last Dance was a classic. We all agree. We were in the pandemic doing remote radio.
It was a classic.
Everybody knows the movie shouldn't have been over.
Let's not resurrect this.
But
they all knew it was over. That's why it was the Last Dance before the season.
What I'm saying is the reasons it was over, Steiny, wasn't because they were old and decrepit.
Yes, it was. That was part of the reason. It absolutely was.
Did we watch the same doc? We didn't even have to watch the doc.
We not only watched the same doc.
They treated Pippen like
argument and argument and argument.
There's nothing to
You
argue.
think it was Jerry Krause's fault. End of story. We had K.C. Johnson, who's covered that time, and said that's way too simplistic. That was going to be the last year anyway. Phil didn't want to coach longer than that. And Michael Jordan had said, I will not play for anybody but Phil Jackson. So to put it all on Krause, I think, and so does the guy who was there, far too much responsibility.
You do know Phil coached after that.
Exactly. Who?
It don't matter.
A title contender.
It don't matter.
Phil never said.
I brought up Phil
never
coached
said he
after
was.
that. So don't give me the.
Phil never said he was not coaching
Johnson
anymore.
Or whoever his name is said that. And I
Phil
remember
said
talking
he
to
wasn't
him.
coaching in Chicago.
He coached after that. Why,
That's right.
Steiny? Because he had a-holes to deal with. So you don't sit up here and act like he just was tired of his craft.
He was tired of the Bulls.
Yeah.
Didn't you hear me?
And their bull stuff.
That's
their
right.
bull crap. So quit trying to sell us
Don't
these
put
dudes.
words
Because you
in my
said it
mouth.
2 seconds ago.
Don't put words
they
in
were
my
old
mouth.
and decrepit.
They are.
Mike wasn't
They
old
were.
and decrepit. Pippen wasn't old and decrepit. And that's why everybody knows it was a farce that thing ended too soon. But you want to defend a jackass. Only dude in the business to defend a jackass and say it wasn't Krause's fault that dynasty
No, me
wasn't
and
broke.
K.C. Johnson, who knows a little more about the Bulls than you.
And that's how you look at it.
You know more
fine.
about the Bulls than K.C. Johnson?
I'm talking to
you know more about the Bulls than K.C.
my
Johnson?
point that has
Thank
you quiet.
Thank you.
Krause.
And of course, you took the point and butchered it.
Yeah.
Phil Jackson was tired of the Bulls. I never said he was tired of coaching. That's the point. He was tired of the Bulls. He was tired of the Bulls. That's why he went to the Lakers.
Krause, and then take back.
They were
old and decrepit. They were finished.
No,
they
weren't.
KC? No, they were not.
No more than KC Johnson?
No, they were not.
That's gall.
Yeah.
Wow.
Now you got
Do you know
it.
more than Sam Smith? Do you know more than Sam Smith?
Talk to him on the show.
Yeah. And he said the same thing. It's too simplistic to blame it all on Jerry Krause. Yeah.
Use those guys' words, but not yours.
That's what I did.
Yeah.
What did I say that was wrong? What did I say that was wrong?
Nothing. It's what I said that
Phil
I
Jackson
feel
was
is
sick
right.
of the Bulls.
Yeah.
I didn't say he was sick of coaching.
Until I brought up that point to made you take
this
that
is
back.
A fact.
No, you said Phil said he wasn't coaching no more. And then I brought up he coached at the Lakers, and then you backtrack and start bringing up all the other dudes' names. You know what it is.
I know what it is.
Yeah.
I listen to KC Johnson.
Yeah.
I mean, for you to sit here in San Francisco and think you know about the Chicago Bulls
you didn't
dynasty.
Write the book, baby.
You're right. I didn't write the book. I have respect for those who wrote the book.
You don't like
I have
Jordan,
respect
and that
for the
energy
book
is coming
writers.
out. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Now you're reaching.
Yeah.
You're flailing.
No.
You're
So are
flailing,
you.
Goo.
Yeah.
You're flailing. Yeah. I'm going to stick with Sam Smith, who's in the Hall of Fame.
You do that.
Mm-hmm. And Sam Smith says there was more going on than just Jerry Krause.
You do that. They weren't old and decrepit, though.
Oh, they were fossils.
You said that, and you said Phil
Jordan
didn't want to
retired.
coach no more. You insinuated.
Jordan
And he
retired.
went to coach again
Jordan
when he dealt
retired.
with somebody that respected him.
Because Michael Jordan didn't want to play for anybody
There you
but
go
Phil.
with the Jordan hate.
There's no Jordan
That's what
hate.
this
Ask me who the
stems
greatest
from.
player is of all time.
No, I don't want to because
Michael Jordan. How's that hate?
Yeah.
How's that hate? I think he's the greatest player of all time.
Of course you do.
Yeah, that's right. How much time we got?
2 minutes.
I'm not going to a happy hour with you tomorrow.
I could care less.
No, you care.
Yeah.
You're going to leave
No,
the
I
show.
don't.
Yes, you do.
Check my attendance record.
Well,
Yeah.
that's
How
why.
about that?
You know what?
How
Usually,
about
this is the
that?
first
A
time we've ever
grown-ass
fought.
man
It's the first time we
saying,
ever fought
this
on a
ain't no
Thursday.
fight. I got a wife. This ain't no fight.
No, it's a fight because
I just hate when you know you're wrong. I make a point, and then you go. All you got is Sam Smith and the rest of the authors out there.
if you
and
can
it
tell
wasn't
me
even
where
about
I was
that.
wrong,
Yeah.
I'll
the
I'll
Jordan
take
was
a
old
knee.
and decrepit,
They
and
all
Pippen
were.
was old and decrepit.
They
You
were.
don't mean that.
They were
You don't
done winning
mean that.
titles.
You don't mean that. Okay.
They were.
All right.
They were done winning titles.
So you're the king of knowing when they're done. The teams are done winning titles.
Yeah. The bottom line is, it wasn't Jerry Krause's fault alone. How much time we got here? Is it 54?
55.
And we got a meeting.
I needed.
Yeah, baby. I just
liven things up.
Yeah, baby. This is when you complete me, Snotty. We got the meet. No meeting. I was in my car too.
Now,
do
we know for sure we're having it? Do we know for sure?
Dude, it's on the docket.
Sometimes he goes, no meeting today.
No, hey, but sometimes he said, every Thursday. Look.
Yeah, Lobo, where have you been?
20 seconds.
7:07. Remember Lobo? Used to be our friend. Brought the
Oh, yeah.
whiskey.
Right. Lobo, how could I forget?
All right, Bomani Jones coming up at 4 o'clock with Ratto and Alan Stiles. No Damon Bruce today. Friday can't come soon.
Don't talk about that.
Hello, fellow wage meat. It's Ratto, and it's Damon Bruce. Except Damon's not here again. Guy's a malingerer of the first order. Alan Stiles is here, though, so it's a good day anyway. So don't touch that dial. In fact, kick it off your radio completely so you can't change it.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, my friend.
Hey, Ray. Good to be back with you.
Well, let's not overstate it, but we're back anyway. And the weather doesn't suck yet, so do what you can do.
It tried to this morning, and then...
Yeah, it's supposed to get nasty this evening.
Yeah, well, enjoy the sun now.
Yeah, so yeah, don't drive like an idiot, because you'll have to pay for it later.
That's right.
The Warriors are back, playing tonight in L.A. against the Lakers. LeBron James is described as probable, which is to say he's playing, mostly because he says he wants to play all the rest of the games, because he doesn't want to miss the playoffs for a second year in a row.
Right.
That said, I don't know if he can save them. I think that, well, they made the trade. They won one game with it, but they're still the Lakers, and they are still threadbare in a bunch of different ways.
Yeah.
And, I mean, they've got to climb 3 teams to get in the play-in, which is certainly possible. But I don't know that we've talked about how the Warriors haven't shown any evidence that they're going to figure out their problems. So the same, by that logic, must be true of the Lakers, because they've been worse, and they've been worse for as long as the Warriors. Like literally from the get. I mean, the Warriors start out 3-7. The Lakers, I think, lost their first 6. So I think they've been in the play-in, in a spot in the play-in tournament for 2 days this year. The rest of the time they've been out.
Yeah, but if you're the Lakers or if you're a Lakers fan, at least you can say we have some new pieces that might be able to move the needle. I know that Russell Westbrook was a bit of a scapegoat for the Lakers for a majority of the season. Well, he's gone. And you got Jared Vanderbilt. You got D'Angelo Russell. I don't know if it's enough, but at least they have some type of hope going into this stretch. And even LeBron, okay, we got some pieces. Jared Vanderbilt, I don't know if he was just trying to show off because the Warriors were interested in him. That guy, high motor, he was moving and grooving and doing some things. And D'Lo is the one, to me, I have no clue what to do with D'Angelo Russell. I don't know where he ranks in terms of guards. Is he a high tier 2 guard? Is he a low tier 2 guard? That one, to me, I don't know. When he's hot, great. When he's not, I don't know how much he helps a team. He's a very offensive driven player.
He reminds me in some ways of Jordan Poole. Only he's, I think, significantly more erratic.
Yeah.
His highs can be as high, but his lows are dramatically lower, I think, because he can actively ruin your game.
But do it in slow motion. At least Jordan Poole does it in a hurry. And you see
But that
happen.
just means it gives him more opportunities to ruin it some more.
Right,
but,
right.
I mean, when you look at D'Angelo Russell, you literally have no idea. Are we going to win by 12 because of him, or are we going to lose by 12 because of him?
And he was the guy with Karl Anthony Towns out in Minnesota. D'Lo sat there, and obviously they still had Anthony Edwards, but he's thinking, okay, this is my time to do some things, and he's going to put it up either way. If it goes in or not, it really doesn't make a difference. But at least if you're the Lakers or a Laker fan, you can sit there and say, we were active, and we haven't seen this team. No, we haven't seen the team in general perform at a high level or the highest level, but that team's gone now, and this is a brand new team. The Warriors, they can't really say that. They don't really have anybody to say, okay, because we made this trade, we look at things differently. And, I mean, the Lakers got Mo Bamba as well, and Rui Hachimura. They made a lot of moves, Ray. Is it enough time to sneak into the play-in, to be completely honest with you? And this is going to lead right into the Warriors. I think they might, because some teams are going to slip, and I don't know. The Blazers, the Jazz, obviously they have to keep climbing to get into it, but I don't know what the T-Wolves are doing. The Pelicans, they couldn't win a game before the break. I don't think the Lakers are done. I don't. And I might be falling for it, but.
Well, I mean, look, you're providing a different rationale for the same sort of, I can't prove it, but I believe it, hope that Warrior fans have.
Yeah.
because the Warriors, with Curry or without Curry, have been profoundly erratic. They haven't been a good defensive team. Well, we've covered this endlessly. It's just this is what hockey fans would call a 4-point game, because you're not only getting a win, you're causing another team that's right by your throat a loss. So these are the games, frankly, that I think are going to define who the Warriors are, maybe more than the Lakers, because the Lakers they're who they are. But, I mean, this is a game the Warriors need to win, not just because they need to win games, but they need to win any game that they're playing against somebody else in that field of 9. Because I'm drawing the line at Sacramento, and I'm drawing the line, really above the Lakers. I just don't know how they turn around what they've done over 59 games, and I don't know that Jared Vanderbilt is the answer to the question.
Right, Jared Vanderbilt. You're right.
But this is a game the Warriors. You lose this, it hurts you twice, because they don't get to paper over losses anymore. They can't say, "Oh, wait till we're all healthy." You know what? The time is coming hard where nobody cares if you're healthy or not. In fact, it might already be here. And I don't know how many people will legitimately go, "Well, as soon as Steph Curry comes back, you'll be fine." Because I don't know that there's any evidence to prove that.
No.
And that's got nothing to do with Curry. It's got everything to do with the fact that the Warriors have looked about the same the whole year.
And with this reevaluation for Steph, I don't even know how many games are going to be left when Steph gets back. I don't know. It might be over, Ray. It might be over by the time Steph gets back.
Well, I mean, the assumption Monty Poole made yesterday was going to be like the 15th of March. That's 12 games from now, which means half their remaining season will be played without Curry. And if the Warriors go in the tank now, then it will mean not only that they did this without Curry, but that they got significantly worse. And I think the offense is not the problem. It's just, I don't know how the defense can be much worse.
No. We talked about the whole effort thing a little bit yesterday and how it's a mix. It also is just your personnel. And I don't know. I know the personnel isn't that different, but it feels different. So, Ray, the Warriors are underdogs by 5.5 tonight against the Lakers. And I'm telling you right now, I think the Lakers are going to win. Without the Steph thing we already understand. For me, it's more about the Andrew Wiggins piece of this. Without Andrew Wiggins, I don't see this team beating any team that has a star. And the Lakers do have a star. Technically, they have 2 with Anthony Davis when he plays. I don't see the Warriors beating very many teams without Steph and Andrew Wiggins. And I don't know. Maybe I woke up on the pessimistic side of the bed, but that's just how I feel. I don't know who they can beat without those 2 guys. I don't know.
That's applying a logic to a team that has been profoundly illogical.
That's also very true.
This feels like the kind of game that you're right to say, well, who's gonna beat the Lakers? What's the guy who's going to beat the Lakers? And I don't know if there is one, but it's exactly the kind of game where these goofballs pull one out of their ear.
That's true. That's true. And even if they don't, I think to me it also depends on what it looks like. You can't go out there, start the season, and they were talking earlier, I know Dalton Johnson was on the morning roast and they interviewed him and talking about how the vibes are good, and Butcher Boy went on to say, well, how's the defense? It's great that the vibes are good. And that's the same type of level that I'm on. I know that they feel good. Steve Kerr has sat there and he's said the right things, but what's going to happen when they actually get on the floor? And if you come out, that's the thing. Everybody feels refreshed. The Lakers feel refreshed. Everybody feels, in LA, they're going to be raring to go with that new squad. I know you're onto something, Ray, because they haven't made sense, but I don't know. It doesn't look good to me.
Well, I don't know what it looks like, and that's probably more worrying to Steve Kerr, who I understand will be on tomorrow.
Yeah,
with whoever's working tomorrow, because I'm not going to be here.
I know you're not.
Victory for the listeners. See, we told you if you'd be patient, you'd get a show you want, and it'll be the one without me or Damon.
Friday.
Congratulations, listeners. You hung in there long enough. I don't know. I mean, it's one of those games that will that will be chewed on far longer than the fact that they play over the weekend too. Mavericks play tonight, Pelicans play tonight, Thunder play the Jazz, Blazers play the Kings. So there are a lot of pieces in play every night now for them. And they've got a scoreboard watch.
Yeah, well, at this point, when people say, "Oh, you control your own destiny," the Warriors don't anymore. Not at this time. They do in a way, but they need a little bit of help just to, if you want to get up there.
They need significant help, but everybody does. But the team that's going to help them the most is their defensive side of the ball. If they can play good defense 15 times in the last 24 games, they'll be fine. I just haven't seen them do that yet.
15 times. So you're looking at what? 15 and 11?
15 and 9.
15 and 9.
But they'd have to do that. And I haven't seen any evidence that they can play good defense 63% of the time yet. So
we'll see.
Anyway, Damon and Ratto, or what passes for today, is streaming live on YouTube. So head to youtube.com/957thegame to watch us, I guess, quasi-live, and see what's going on inside the studio. And why would you do that? I've never understood this thing, and I never will. Why would anybody watch the radio?
Look at you, Ray. Why not?
Because I look like me. I look like a bag of melted caramels. Anyway, like and subscribe for all the 95.7 The Game content on YouTube.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Not Damon. Alan Stiles. He's the Damon today. Live with that shame.
I enjoy it. I wear it. I wear it like a crown.
What's wrong with you? We're back. The Warriors are back. Actually, there are 9 games tonight. And the most intriguing one for non-Warrior fans is Nuggets-Cavaliers tonight. That's an early. But the Warriors, and I think everybody will enjoy this, return with Scott Foster as the crew chief.
Wait, why is Nuggets-Cavaliers the most intriguing?
2 best teams, best matchup. I mean, you want to go through the rest of the... We'll go... Okay, Celtics-Pacers? That do anything for you?
No.
Pistons-Magic?
You know why.
Yeah.
James Wiseman.
Oh, I wasn't going to guess that.
Let's see what he does against a lesser opponent. I will be checking that out.
That's a brick for Vic game.
Okay.
In fact, that's one thing I think you could root for the Pistons to get the first pick Victor Wembanyama and play him as part of a Twin Towers with Wiseman. The yin and yang of draft success.
I'm not sure about that one.
Well, they've already got 3 other centers now.
Right.
I mean, so how else could they play?
Yeah. Well, Pelicans tried to do that. It actually kind of worked for the Pelicans back in the day with Boogie and Anthony Davis.
Yeah.
And, I mean, from what I've seen from Wembanyama, you can't be 7'5" and not really be a center, but he doesn't feel traditional. None of these guys feel traditional anymore.
No, there are almost no traditional centers left. In fact, James Wiseman is probably more traditional center than most others.
Yeah.
And that didn't work here. I mean,
no.
Whether it works in Detroit is still an open question, and I don't want to dredge that up anymore. But Wembanyama and Wiseman up front, I'd laugh my ass off.
Cade Cunningham, you might have something. I don't know what it is, but it's something.
Well, you might have something, but they were supposed to have something with just Cunningham.
That's true.
And they're worse now than ever. Well, he got hurt.
He's
but even before then,
injured. And
they were awful.
And from what I've seen and what I've heard just on social media, Killian Hayes is getting close to bust-worthy.
Yeah, he's been awful from the get.
Yeah.
So,
who else we got?
Who else we got? We got Grizzlies, Sixers.
I'm into that.
Yeah.
I'm into that.
That's a watch. Pelicans, Raptors.
No thanks.
Spurs, Mavs.
Absolutely not.
Thunder, Jazz.
No.
Lillard, Kings.
Actually, yes. I'm into that. Did you see the video of Damian Lillard freestyling on the plane? They were stuck in a blizzard. Did you see that?
I did not.
I don't know who had the camera, but it was they said, "Oh, we're stuck in a blizzard," so Damian Lillard starts freestyling. But the camera, it looked legit. I guess these guys just walk around with this stuff, but it looked like a real music video. So go check it out. I mean, he's pretty good. I think he wants to do some type of, what's his name? Victor Oladipo. He sings, so they're going to try to do a song. And
I saw it, Alan. You want my take on it?
Yes, I do.
It's not a freestyle. He had glasses on, so you couldn't see where his eyes were, but he had his phone in front of him with the lyrics.
No, that's a good point. That's a good point, Lucas, and we're going to throw it out there right now.
Are we?
A freestyle, when I was growing up, a freestyle was, okay, I'm just going to freestyle. I'm just going to freestyle rap. Nobody, I don't know what's coming out. It's just off the top of my head. Now people say the definition is it's just a verse or whatever it is that isn't in a song. It doesn't have. There are different types of freestyles. A freestyle can be off the top of the dome, or it can be written. And Damian Lillard's was written, but some people still consider that a freestyle.
I'm out on that.
But you're right, Lucas. I don't consider that.
Ray, what do you think a freestyle is?
Skiing,
swimming,
that too.
When I think freestyle, 8
What
Mile,
do you think, Grandy?
Yeah, Grandy.
You're on the cutting edge of music in the early 90s.
They were stuck on the plane for like 7 hours. There's like a foot of snow in Portland yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, several of the highways were were iced over.
Bringing it back to basketball, they are actually. It seems like the Blazers are coming out of the break tanking. They're sitting Dame and Jeremy Grant tonight. Anthony Simons, Nurkic already out. You can blame it on that they didn't get enough rest or didn't get some preparation before the game because they've been on a plane for that long, but.
Or they had an enormous argument about what freestyle.
Yeah, he had to write another freestyle.
Yeah.
That's
in fact,
the
there are blizzard warnings in L.A. tonight, so maybe the Warriors are going to get hosed on that too.
Interesting. Maybe we'll see more freestyles, depending on who you ask.
Or maybe you'll just have to listen to a pregame show that goes on forever.
Now I'd rather listen to a freestyle whether it's off the top of the head or not. Ray, a lot of people have been, you hear this so much, and I'm curious your thoughts. Andre Iguodala still seems to be bothering people. I was in that camp of what is he doing? Why are you wasting a roster spot? But once I realized that the team either wants him around or doesn't care, I stopped caring. Should anybody care about Andre Iguodala? If the team doesn't care, why should I?
Well, that's partly the point. The other part is they told everybody at the beginning of the year that they were planning to, use him mostly in the postseason.
Right.
This isn't the postseason yet. It's barely the start of the regular season. So, no, I don't know why it bothers people. And when they tell you, when they show you their hand, and then you get mad because they might have a seven deuce, why? What are you complaining about? They told you this was going to happen. But people have decided, since they can't figure out what the Warriors are, they must complain about something. Because it's not like Iguodala has stolen minutes from anybody.
No.
And it's not like they were going to let him go. They value him. And they value him apparently in April, May, and if they get there, June. And, at some point you have to decide, well, the 12th guy probably isn't going to impact you much anyway. But he hasn't stolen minutes from anybody. He certainly didn't steal any minutes from Wiseman. Didn't steal any minutes from Moody or Poole or Kuminga. I mean, I don't know why it bothers people. But then again, I don't understand why fans are fans.
Well, based on how much he's making, we'd have to look up who is a comparable player to the salary Andre Iguodala is making that the Warriors could have gotten. And I guarantee you the names wouldn't be anything. I would be surprised if the names were anything that would really, wow, this person really could have made a dent here. This person really could have made a change. But I will say I was on that side of the fence at the beginning of the season. But once you hear Steve Kerr talk about it, Steph Curry, and they're just so open with it. Well, if they don't mind, then why should I?
He's making less than $3 million. What are you getting for less than $3 million?
Exactly.
They need something to be angry about. They can't be angry at Curry. They can't be angry at Thompson. I suppose they could be angry at Green or Poole, but they certainly are angry about Wiseman, one way or the other. So, sorry about that. Truth is, there's no valid reason to be complaining about this because it doesn't impact how they play.
And right now, when you look at the two ways and how people complain about Ty Jerome and Anthony Lamb, all it would be is probably some type of two-way player that people would probably complain about anyway. And he's a two-way player. What do you expect? I get it because it is a bit annoying just to see him on the bench. But again, if the core three, if they enjoy having him around and the team enjoys having him around, I don't have enough energy anymore, Ray. I've been broken when it comes to Andre Iguodala.
Yeah, whose seat is he taking? I mean, never mind minutes. What is there? Is there an assistant video guy? What are they losing?
Yeah, I don't know. When you look even at the Andre Iguodala signing and where that fell when he came back, I mean, the whole thing about the playoff piece of this is that he didn't even play in the playoffs that much last season. So if he didn't play that much last season, and I know people continued to say, oh, well, he was injured. Last time I checked, when you get older, you don't get more healthy. You don't get less miles on you. This isn't Benjamin Button. So I don't know what people expected when Andre Iguodala came back for this next year. I mean, from the very beginning, this is the whole idea of them making a joke as far as when Andre Iguodala is going to come back and, I haven't made my decision yet. Once I knew that they didn't care or it didn't bother them, and it almost felt like an inside joke, Ray. It almost felt like, okay, I don't know when Andre Iguodala is coming back. And once it felt like an inside joke to me, I shouldn't have let it bother me. I let it go to the beginning of the season, and pretty soon after that, it was just, I just said, all right, you win. He can just sit there in his cool outfits, and that's okay.
Yeah, I just don't, when you start imagining reasons to dislike a team, you have to come up with something other than a guy who plays 0 minutes.
Yeah.
And you have to be able to show me that there's somebody who's being impacted by him not playing. And I don't see it. He's not eating up any cap room. He's not stealing anybody's play. It's a nothing burger, and it has been since the start. But people like to say, well, why do you have him on the roster then? Well, who's going to replace him? Tell me the guy with his salary who the Warriors absolutely have to have. Leandro Bolmaro? I mean, please.
People would say, I don't know who that person is, but there's somebody in the G League right now that you can pay Andre Iguodala's salary that would bring more to this team than Andre Iguodala does right now. That's what somebody would say.
Oh, that's what somebody would say, and that's why we don't ask them. That's why the text line remains silent on days
I got some ready. I'm just waiting to let them out.
No. I said, you'll end up walking out today with one less hand than you walked in with.
Keep them coming, Xfinity Mobile text line, my beloved text line. Don't worry. I'll sneak some in. It's just early right now.
Keep your opinions. If we wanted your opinion, we would have assigned you one before the show. Period. Just tired of this.
Yeah.
The Warriors, I don't know. I was looking at a bunch of mock drafts today because I literally have forfeited what's left of my life. And half of them have them in the lottery and half of them don't. And I'm finding that nationally, people are starting to bend their heads around the idea that these guys might not be good enough to be one of the top 20 teams.
Right.
And that, to me, is a fascinating take, only because around here, that's considered heresy. But nationally, they've looked at actually what they've done, not what they imagine they could do. And they've made not objective judgments, but they've made dispassionate ones about these guys don't look good enough. And maybe it might be time to start thinking about them, not just as the team that's going to get healthy late in the year and then make this glorious run to the final, and start considering the possibility that maybe they don't get it squared away and suddenly they are in the lottery.
And there are a lot of people that we've seen talk about other teams that have been in this position. And it's crazy looking at how every step of the way we've come with the Warriors, all of the, for lack of a better term, excuses that people have had, they've started to drop off, Ray. At the beginning of the season, well, it's championship hangover. They had a short off season. Then a little later in the season, well, we just got to get healthy. We're still trying to figure it out. We're bringing in new pieces. You would hear JaMychal Green is healthy. And what did I keep hearing? Dante DiVincenzo wasn't healthy. What did I keep hearing, Ray? Towards the end of the year, you know what I kept hearing? Well, the Celtics were about a 500 team in January. Then they turned it on. I said, okay, that's fine. And now here we are with 24 games left, whether you're a member of Dub Nation, whether you're a fan of basketball, whether you're in the media, everybody's looking around now with, 24 games left and thinking, I don't know if these guys are going to be able to pull it off. The feat that we are asking the Warriors to pull off continues to get larger. It continues to get more difficult.
Well, and the wild card about the Celtics last year was they weren't overcoming a health issue. What they were overcoming was the fact that they couldn't figure out how to play the way Ime Udoka wanted them to play.
Mm-hmm.
And it took about 40 games for Tatum and Brown to finally figure out, maybe playing on the same page would help us more than what we're doing now.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden it clicked. And it's clicked now with a brand new coach.
Mm-hmm.
But the Warriors don't have, that situation. They're erratic and they're not healthy. And they're not healthy at two key spots right now. So first of all, those guys have to get back to being able to play. And B, there has to be no discernible, run-in time.
Mm-hmm.
You can't let them round back into shape. They've got to hit the ground running because, at least in the Curry situation, there won't be a lot of games left.
No. And looking at the rest of the season, like you said, you're hoping, or the hope is for a 15-9. What happens, Ray, if they go out, and we're looking at this schedule right now, what happens if they go out and it's just not great? It's just not great. Let's say they lose today. At what point, let's see, they lose to the Lakers. We'll give you the Rockets. Actually, they have a little bit of a nice runway here, but who knows? But let's say you lose to the Lakers, beat the Rockets. I say between Timberwolves and Trailblazers, if they're going to continue to sit Dame and they're in tank mode, you're 2-2 now. Maybe you lose to the T-Wolves because you're this year's version of the Warriors. You're 2-2, and then you get Pelicans or Clippers, Pelicans, and Lakers again. What happens if you're looking up and the Warriors are staring at, I don't know, the first 10? Let's say they go 3-7. At what point, if you are Joe Lacob, look, Bob Myers, he doesn't know if he's coming back anyway. When do you start looking long-term and start to think, what do we do with Steph? Because we're 3-10 right now. We're not off to a good start. Let's say they've either stayed steady or slipped a little bit. Do you say uncle at any point sooner than what people are expecting? We just saw how quick these first games came. These next 24 are going to go even faster.
Well, you don't throw in the towel, first of all, because Curry won't tolerate it. And you need to be particularly mindful of his frame, of his mind frame. He's not here to glide path into the end of the season.
Right.
Even if they're 3-7, if that would make them 32-36 with 14 to go. It's not impossible for them to sneak into the play-in game, but even if they don't, I think he would want his organization to make the most honest effort, because they can't tank enough to get a great percentage in the lottery.
So you might as well go for it.
Yeah, I mean, what are you going to deliberately lose a bunch of games so that you can have a 12% chance rather than an 8% chance?
So here comes the question. Sure, not throw in the towel, but at what point does this turn more into a pride thing versus, all we got to do is get in? I just can't see you getting into the play-in game and winning the whole thing. That would be the feat among feats. But are we starting to look at this in terms of a pride thing? And I saw some people saying, well, if LeBron misses the playoffs again with Anthony Davis, it's a stain on his legacy. Would this be looked at as a stain on Steph's legacy?
No, because it's not. If the Lakers miss the playoffs, it's not a stain on LeBron James's legacy. I mean, that's the word legacy infuriates me anyway.
I'm not surprised by that.
I mean, if the Lakers lost their last 23, do you think somebody's going to say, well, I really thought that LeBron was one of the 5 best players of all time, and now I rank him 33rd? Nobody's going to do that.
Nobody would do that.
No, nobody's going to change their opinion on LeBron James either way. I mean, nobody's going to change their opinion on Curry either way, just on the basis of, one bad post All-Star break. No, I think, those guys, their reputations are, etched in granite. So that's not going to matter. In terms of pride, there are worse reasons to go out and bust your ass.
Yeah.
Why not? Why not play hard? If not for yourself, then for the idea that you want to, leave a notion for next year that you didn't mail it in, that you didn't give up. I mean, if the Warriors decided in this preposterous scenario to just say, we're done, and still have a dozen games to go, I don't know that you rub that off very easily.
No.
Because teams that tank, unless they get that generational player that Wembanyama is supposed to be, they end up being the teams that tank the next year. You know, it takes a while to pull yourself not only out of that place in the standings, but that place in your own head. And even the 2 years where the Warriors were awful, they could say, well, we had no players.
Right.
This time, they'd have players, and they'd still go in the can. I don't think that would sit well with any of the players.
No,
because at that point, what the Warriors are telling everybody involved, employees, fans, everything, there are limits to what we're going to try to do. When in fact, what they've been selling all along was, there's nothing we can't do once we get healthy. And that might be a fallacy, but it's sure a lot better than, we suck, we give up.
And I guess it's a version of what, quote unquote, mailing it in would look like. Would it be, we're just not going to rush Steph back? Would it be the Klay Thompson, we're not going to play him in back-to-backs? We're not going to rush GP2 back, even though I don't even know if you did rush him back, if he would be ready for the regular season. I don't know what it looks like. So maybe it's not about the throwing in the towel and more about, hey, at this point, yeah, we're trying to get in. We're trying to get in, but we understand that we're looking around and it's just not clicking this.
But even at that, they're not operating in a vacuum, because there are a bunch of other teams with their record or worse, who are going to be up and down every night. So I don't know that the Warriors can lose enough to fall out of this unless they go on a 12-game losing streak.
And that would be there would be no reason to do that.
So I think it'd be hard to just say, you know what, we're not going to be a play-in team. We refuse. Because there are about 5 other teams that are going to be standing in their way there. I mean, because they're stuck like right in the middle of this big blood clot. So they have to, carve through 5 teams either way. And, I don't know that that's going to be terribly easy for them. So they may as well just go as hard as they can, try to get the best position they can, and then let April be April.
It's fair enough.
Yeah. So, I think we should break.
Yeah.
Because you've depressed the crap out of me. We are presented, by the way, by Fremont Bank, which provides full-service banking and no compromises and no tanking. So can't wait for that. The Warriors are back in action out of the All-Star break tonight. And Warriors Live starts at 6 p.m. after all our nonsense is over. That's on 95.7 The Game, obviously, presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity. We were talking about the Warriors, and while we painted the grim picture a minute ago, after tonight's game, they have a 5-game homestand. And home is the one place that they've been able to defend well. And they're playing against 5 teams that stink away from home.
They do.
The only one of the 5 that has a winning record at home, and that's one of the very few teams in the league with a winning record on the road, is the Clippers. But Houston's 5-25 because they're trying to be 5-25. Minnesota's 11-17. The Pelicans are 10-19. So just as easily as they could go 3-7, they could go 7-3. And I say this only because I don't know that they could be that consistently bad.
Right.
Any more than I believe they could be that consistently good.
Yeah, and I mean, look.
I think in all likelihood they're going to end up 5-5 at the end of these 10 games.
That is exactly what they do, Ray. Klay Thompson, Jordan Poole. When you look at even without Steph, and you look at the lineup against the lineups that they'll be going up against, yes, you should feel pretty confident. It's just you don't know what you're going to get. Really, the most consistent person I've seen, and it started pretty much when Steph first went out, maybe a little bit before that. I mean, Klay Thompson offensively has been maybe the brightest spot, because I don't even know if you can count a DiVincenzo as a quote-unquote bright spot, because we don't know how this season is going to end, but we're pretty darn sure DiVincenzo isn't going to be with the team anymore. So when you look at bright spots, normally you think of young guys and their ability to advance. So I would say Kuminga defensively has been a bright spot, and I would say Klay Thompson and his growth this season has been a bright spot. What am I missing?
I think what you may be missing is the fact that you can't define this team in terms of bright spots. They're the best word for them, and I've used it often, is untrustworthy. And by that I mean they won't betray you all the time. They'll betray you just enough so that you don't know what you're getting. And it seems worse than it is because the Warriors used to be the most consistent team in basketball. You knew what they were. You knew how they played. And they played the same way night in and night out. I mean, there are, of course, variations here or there. But for the most part, you knew what you were getting. This is a year in which you don't know what you're getting. And that's period to period. It's game to game. It's week to week. I mean, they're the most bizarre 29-29 team the league has seen in years.
Right.
Because they come with expectations. Most teams that are 29-29, they're just sort of, they're a gray suit. You know, well, they're just bleh. The Warriors, 22-7 at home, 7-22 on the road. That tells you pretty much what you're looking at, which is the only thing you can guarantee in your own head is that they'll struggle away from home. And the only other thing you can pretty much guarantee is they'll figure out a way to win at home.
Right.
But in doing so, it's like looking at a Rorschach test. It's just lots of peaks, lots of valleys, and they come very close together, which is why they are interesting enough for ESPN to lead their newscast today with, just because, well, it's a slow day. The NBA hasn't had a game in a week. We can't grouse about the All-Star game anymore. What's going on? And the Warriors have been sort of hiding in plain sight. You know, they're not good enough to get a lot of bang. They're not bad enough to be laughed at. They're just weird.
That's a great tease there, Ray. Later on in the show, we're talking about, is this the golden age of Bay Area sports? And Ray is probably going to tell me that it is not. But I don't know. I think I got some arguments that says it might be, going back to what this Warriors team is, or what we believe it to be. You know what's interesting? They've lost games to be 500 when you say a very confusing 500 team. They've lost games that they should have won. And you would think, in turn, they would have won a handful of games that they maybe should have lost. I don't recall very many games that the Warriors won that you thought, oh, man, they should have lost that game. The Jordan Poole, the mouthpiece game where Jordan Poole makes the game winner and Steph got ejected, that game was just pretty much even. I wouldn't count that as they shouldn't have won. You know how the Warriors had those group of games like the Nets at home, Celtics on the road, where they just completely implode? They've never been on the positive side of that. It doesn't feel like they've been on the positive side of that. So if they even were able to cut those games in half, they'd be okay, or get back some of those games where they have no business winning. Every game that the Warriors have won, they've just won. Off the top of my head, I can't think of that many games where you sat there and thought they had no business winning that game. And if there are any, I don't even know if I need one, all 5 fingers on the one hand. But they do have a bunch of games that they tricked off where they had no business losing that game. I think that's an interesting piece when you look at them as a 500 team. They just haven't even been able to catch any teams off guard.
Well, your worldview of that is colored by the fact that you still believe that the Warriors are the Warriors and you expect them to win. So, you know, they should have lost that game. No, they won because they're the Warriors.
I don't think so, though. I mean, Ray, I'm talking about some of the implosions we've seen from the Warriors with 8 minutes left in the fourth quarter. They haven't been on the winning side of that. I'm trying to think of, there was one I know close to All-Star break, but they haven't really been on the other side of that.
No, but I mean, they come with expectations, which is why they're weird. Otherwise, they're the Hawks.
Mm-hmm.
And the Hawks are, you would avoid free drinks so that you don't have to watch them. The Warriors come with the baggage of last year and the baggage of the last 9 years.
Mm-hmm.
You assume they are better than they are because they wear the jersey. And this year they have defied that. And because of that, it always seems like, oh, that's a game they should have won. Well, not if you give up 135. You don't get to claim, man, we were right there till the end. No, you were giving up baskets, 4 at a time.
But I think that's a good point. Where is that line between giving it away? Right? Did they give away the game because they're not good enough? Did they give away the game because they just weren't focused enough? Is it an indictment of them just on the night or an indictment on them as a team? And I think the further we get into this season, it turns out to be more of an indictment on the team. I love what you're saying in terms of us believing that they will turn it around. To me, that comes off as, oh man, that was, and you hear it when we're talking about, when we're listening to the game and when we're watching, oh man, well, that will never happen. The Warriors, they just don't do stuff like that, right? Saying it as if it's a one-off. The problem is the Warriors have had too many quote-unquote one-offs this season. They're not one-offs. They just lose games that they shouldn't lose.
Yeah, but I think their one consistent thread is they rarely lose a game where they hold the other team to 115 or less.
Mm-hmm.
When they lose, it's because they're giving up tons.
Yeah.
That's a solid giveaway. It doesn't help you trying to bet them ahead of time,
mm-hmm.
but they've had very few games where they've lost like 112 to 104. It's
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and the last loss to the Lakers was one of those rare games because it was 109-103. But for the most part, they lose because they give up 120, and they've given up 120 plenty this year, which is why you imagine that, oh God, that's a game they should have won, and they would have if they hadn't given the other team 128.
Right.
Well, if you give up 128, normally you lose, even with heightened offense this year.
So it's less about the storyline of how they got to 128 and the fact that the Warriors might have had 125. At the end of the day, when you give up 128, the context doesn't really matter. You're probably going to lose that game.
Yeah, I mean, the loss to the Clippers right before the break. They scored 124. Good for them.
And that
gave up 134.
Well, that was a game similar to the Nuggets game as well, where it did hit, and I did find myself thinking, wow, I'm not saying it's over, but what is happening to the Warriors in the third quarter specifically, that's what they used to do to teams. It used to be this team hangs around, it's competitive, right? If you're on the road, the crowd's really into it. If you're at home, this team is trying to fight through being on the road. And then in the third quarter, the better team shows that they're the better team. The problem is this season, that's been happening to the Warriors. The Warriors have been the team. I'm watching the Nuggets game, and they're hanging around. I'm thinking, okay, they take the lead for a little bit. I think they might have been up 10 at one point early in the game against the Nuggets. And then the third quarter comes around. The better team normally shows who they are, and that happened with them against the Nuggets and the Clippers. And that, to me, hit me where it hurts, because that used to be the Warriors on the other end of that.
Yeah, and another thing that's been prominent this year is that they're lousy in clutch situations, which is 5 points or less in the last 5 minutes of a game. But I have good news. We're 1/3 through.
I don't want it to end.
Oh, are you kidding me? I've got somebody starting my car now.
I don't doubt that.
Anyway,
don't doubt that.
Welcome, whether you like it or not, to your 4 o'clock hour. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free. We are back, and better, we are back with Bomani Jones, the host of HBO's Game Theory, maybe the smartest person in sports, and certainly the one that nobody wants to get into a real debate with because he'll turn him into cold cuts. Bo, thank you for coming. Welcome.
Hey, man. How you guys doing?
Well, so far so good. We haven't said anything incredibly stupid, but it's early yet.
Good start.
Yeah. How are you doing? What you got?
Hey, man, not too bad over here. Just trying to make a TV show. You know, that gets in the way of living sometimes, but we're going to make it.
Is it easier this year than last year? Is it harder? Are there more people trying to tell you how to do this or fewer people trying to tell you how to do this?
Oh, man. I think that when something sticks around, it's an insight into a level of investment that a number of people then have in it. People who invest like to speak and have say. Like, it makes perfect sense. So you get a little bit more of that, but I think it gets harder just once you get a better handle of what is possible. Then your grind turns into something different because now you can see it. Like before, to me, this was just like, oh, get to do a TV show, cool. Now it's like, hey, so what exactly can we make this into? And there's a little more that comes with that.
But Monty, we're going to get these out. You know, we got to talk local real quick, but there's so much we want to get into and talk to you about. But real quick, I did want to ask you, from what you have seen in terms of the Warriors, how many Western Conference teams right now would you pick over the Warriors to win the whole thing?
Well, I mean, we're operating on the assumption of healthy Steph, right? So if we are operating with that assumption, I still don't think that this particular incarnation of the Warriors plays defense like the previous ones had, and that's what's going to wind up being the issue. So could they play enough defense, say, if they got in the play-in and then caught Denver in the first round? Do I think they play enough defense to win that? No. I don't. But I think once you start getting below like that top three, anything goes in the West. I got no idea how much better anybody in the West is than each other between like 3 and 12.
Do you have a lot of faith in Phoenix because it has Kevin Durant, or a lot of faith in Dallas because it went out and got Kyrie Irving? Or is that just more noise that makes those spots 4 through 12 more confusing?
Yeah, I don't have a lot of faith, but the idea of Devin Booker on one wing and Kevin Durant on the other has got to be terrifying, right? Like, what are you supposed to do with that? Or if you wind up in a situation with Devin Booker handling the ball and Kevin Durant setting the ball screen, like, that's got to be scary. So I do think they matter. Dallas, I don't lean nearly as much on that side, but with both teams, the question to me comes down to whether or not it's a chemistry experiment. And Phoenix, we saw fall apart last year in large part because they were a chemistry experiment gone wrong. What happens this year?
That's the question. But if Phoenix is rolling, I can't see anybody really picking against him. I do think that the Chris Paul piece and how earlier in the season there were rumors about, the Suns think that Chris Paul's on the way down, which obviously he is. So the Suns, if they're rolling, it's going to be tough. Bo, I wanted to ask you about last night, Brandon Miller, Alabama, this whole situation with the gun and not being charged. What's your take on it? How do you think it was handled? I know you talk a lot about your Texas teams and the SEC. How did you think everything went down? And I mean, it's not over yet, but how do you see it all?
Well, I don't think that Nate Oates, the coach at Alabama, handled this particularly well. And I think I personally have trouble relating to the circumstance under which somebody's like, hey, could you bring me my gun right fast? You're like, cool, be right there.
Right.
Like there's something there that doesn't land with me. Like, I just don't know how that ever comes up. But it appears that there was no crime. Right? At least as far as local law enforcement is saying it, there was no crime. So what exactly is the punishment for doing something really, really stupid? And it comes down to the question of, do you think Brandon Miller knew he was taking a gun for somebody to get shot? Now, to me, guns are for shooting people, so I don't know what else you would be taking a gun to somebody for. But in this crazy, wild world of guns, we make the assumption that, hey, having a gun isn't a bad thing necessarily, obviously, because otherwise people wouldn't be allowed to actually have them. So I don't know what exactly it is that they're supposed to do under the circumstance. I just know when it involves a college player and a handgun comes up, you're not going to handle this right if that dude still keeps playing. But I don't know, like, can people clearly articulate what their problem is with it? I know it feels bad, but if you ask people to put into words what the problem is, I don't think they could do that well at it.
Let me ask the layup that follows up. Do you think this affects his draft status in any way, shape, or form?
It could affect his draft status if it's really close between him and somebody else to be like the number one pick in the draft. Guess what? It's not. That's over. It's not even close for him being the number 2 pick in the draft. That one's over too. So no, they'll get in there, they'll do the interviews, they'll talk to him. Somebody will explain to him, you can't do nothing this stupid ever again, and then they'll keep it moving.
So basically, if he's not going to get charged and his draft position isn't significantly affected, this is almost, and I hate to put it this way because there's a murder involved, but for his purposes, it's almost no harm, no foul.
Well, I would make the argument that he's got to live with whatever it is that he did. And so we very often look for the external punishment in these cases. But let's say he brought a gun to somebody and he knew that they were going to kill somebody. He's going to have to live with that. If he did that and he didn't know, I imagine that's probably even harder for him to live with, right? Like, this was just really, really, really stupid. So I don't think it's no harm, no foul in the larger macro sense, because I do think that we're still dealing with a human being that I assume has some measure of conscience.
I would hope so, and I would imagine so. Bo, you got in the weeds as you typically do from time to time. I shouldn't say typically. And all you did was bring up stuff about Karl Malone that should have already been common knowledge. A couple questions on that. Number one, how do you think the whole NBA All-Star Game weekend ended up, including that piece of it? And number two, are there any other stories out there that are common knowledge, like the Karl Malone one, that you feel have been swept under the rug a little bit for whatever reason?
Well, I would make the argument that this is not common knowledge. And I think that's something that people who follow sports very closely can often lose sight of, is that this is something that we know because we follow this all the time. Most people just watch games, right? Like, most people are just in it to watch a game and then keep it moving. So I don't think there are that many people who knew this. This became a story in 2007 because the young man that was conceived when Karl Malone had sex with a 13-year-old, he went into the NFL draft. And so there were stories around his story that went from there. And then the later things you would see come up about it were about how Malone had established a relationship with this young man after not being in his life, because we did not explicitly, in the year 2007, I think it was when this came out, we were much more reluctant to explicitly call something like that rape. It's just not what we did. We just, like, you think about the Jerry Lee Lewis story, people really looked at the cousin part as being the problem far more than the fact that it was a child. Like, the sensibilities that people have changed. And so when this came up, I just don't think it was a big story before. And then I'm out there and they asked me the question about it. And I'm like, yeah, it is kind of awkward because those of us who know this about Karl Malone know it, but it'll probably pass after the weekend goes. And the reason it'll pass after the weekend goes is because Karl Malone's not up in our faces, right? Like, if Karl Malone was somebody that was always trying to be around, then you could be like, hey, this is a problem. He showed up for one weekend. The NBA figured we could live through it and we could get past. And they were right, and he's going to go back to the country doing whatever the hell it is he do down there, and nobody's going to think about him. Now, off the top of my head, there's almost an irony to the question that you asked, because it's hard for me to say what's something that's common knowledge and also swept under the rug. Those two things can't really exist at the same time. But I think a lot of things, there are so many things for people to keep up with that go on right now. Expecting people to remember something that they found out about 15 years ago and we just kept it moving, I think that's a lot to ask out of people.
We're talking with Bomani Jones, the host of HBO's Game Theory, and you just raised an interesting point in my head, which is how many things are going on now. Do you ever wake up in the morning and say, I don't know what we're going to talk about? Or is the job for you now is trying to figure out what of the many things that are landing on your desk are going to make the show?
Yeah, it was actually funny because I was doing my podcast recorded today with Dominique Foxworth, and we started with, I don't know what we're going to talk about, and then those 45 to 50 minutes just ran through so fast. It was like, oh, sure, we'll get to something. and then we go from there. Like, we have overload on things there are to talk about. What's wild, though, and I guess somewhat disappointing, is what you try to do in this space is find a thing that everybody wants to talk about, and that's typically the dumbest things in the world, which is to say that Dominique and I started by talking about Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, please go on.
I mean, I have to admit, right, I'm kind of intrigued by the idea of the darkness retreat. Like once I stopped and thought about it, I was like, wow, that's kind of interesting. Wow, he's going to be there, nothing to do but think for 4 straight days. And in a way, I was like, yo, that does sound a little bit terrifying. And Aaron Rodgers said it would sound terrifying. And then suddenly I was like, oh, okay. What I think is amazing is the idea that somebody would say to themselves, yeah, I got to go in there and decide if I want $60 million or not. Like, I mean, I've done a darkness retreat before. Let me make that point clear. I definitely did a darkness retreat. And all I was thinking about was how the hell I was going to get the money up to pay that light bill. That was it. Like, this is a whole different sort of thing that he's doing.
Given the fact that we love to overblow stuff with Aaron Rodgers anyway, how much of that do you sense, and this is not a fair question to ask, but you asked for this, how much of him is now performative and how much of him do you think is genuine?
I do think that he knows at this point that he can mess with us, right? Like, some of his critiques of media are actually on point. And some of the things he says are like, no, I got to admit, you might have a point there. He's just so smug about it that it becomes so problematic. But he is very aware of the fact that he can do this, and then we'll all jump all over it. And I do think that he finds it entertaining to be able to do those things. I also think that he believes some crazy things. I think all of these things have happened. Like, the thing I do appreciate about Aaron Rodgers is at least he's not boring, and just about every other quarterback in the NFL is boring. At least he is not. And I do think that most of the things he says, he does actually believe. We have a colorful character. It would just be better if he wasn't smug. Like, that's the same thing with him and Kyrie. There was a time where I could really enjoy a Kyrie type, except for the fact that he takes himself so damn seriously.
Yeah, and here's the thing, Bo. Well, first of all, I read that you could technically, Aaron Rodgers, where he was staying, the light, everything was working there. He could turn the lights on if he wanted. Now, obviously, we're assuming that he didn't, but it's not as if, I don't know, it kind of hit me a certain type of way because it's not as if he literally was in the darkness. If he said, hey, I've had enough, we will never know. And I don't think he turned the light on. But the fact that he could, and you're talking about your darkness retreat where you couldn't, you know, there's just different levels of these retreats. But sticking with Aaron Rodgers and bringing it to the Bay Area, whether it's Aaron Rodgers, Trey Lance, or Brock Purdy, if you're the Niners and you can make the money work in any type of way, even if you got to move somebody, are you interested in Aaron Rodgers? And what are your thoughts on, you know, this battle we have right now between Trey Lance and Brock Purdy, who some people want to ship Trey Lance out right now and give Brock Purdy the gold jacket. Some people want to do the exact opposite. Where are you at on all that for the Niners QB situation?
Well, one, I don't think you trade for Aaron Rodgers, if for no other reason than, like, this is the team that traded DeForest Buckner away, got the first-round pick. And what do you know? You get Ken Law. It's almost like DeForest Buckner wasn't here. Like, they actually know what to do with picks. And so if you actually know what to do with them, then I think you probably should hold on to them. To me, I don't think the 49ers have a dilemma at all at quarterback. If Brock Purdy can do that in this offense, I can't wait to see what Trey Lance does. I don't understand how in the world that is not the immediate response that people have here. In this quarterback-starved league that we've got, that dude was the last pick in the draft, the very last one. And what he did this season was very impressive considering. But I am absolutely going into training camp if I'm the 49ers like, yo, I'm giving Trey Lance every opportunity to win this job. And if he doesn't, then he doesn't, and we go to Brock Purdy. Anything else to me is stupid. Like, you know what? I'm going to go with the way less talented guy over the one that we traded 3 first-round picks to get. Hell no. Trey, you got every chance to do this. And if you can't, then we move on. But damn it, we got to try. Brock Purdy did not earn a starting job. That is not how jobs work. He had it for a little while. Way to go.
Yeah. Well, it depends on who you ask out here, Bomani. One more note. This isn't even really a question. It's kind of a question. Just going back to Aaron Rodgers quickly. Please tell me I'm not crazy. Does Aaron Rodgers to you, doesn't it look like he enjoys the offseason more than playing football at this point? When he sits up there and he's doing the Pat McAfee show, you could just tell he is so excited for the offseason, and everybody gets to wonder where he's going. I honestly think at this point in his career, he enjoys this part of the season, the offseason, more than the actual season.
Well, I think the thing about the actual season for him that we have to keep in mind is that he's 40 years old.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody else on that team is 40 years old. You know, like this happens to guys where they get to that point where they look around and they're like, yo, there's nobody my age to hang out with. Like, I could see how the team dynamic and everything else at this point wouldn't necessarily be that much fun to me. Now, what he's got with McAfee that is really interesting, I don't think that people recognize just how many people listen to Pat McAfee and watch that show. Like, that is a legitimate juggernaut in what I would call non-traditional media sector. So, like, it's not over the air, so you don't think about it that way, but that's the one dude that's getting all these viewers. And yes, Aaron Rodgers is lapping up all the attention because his appearance on that show has become a destination sort of thing for people in our industry who then go and ultimately amplify the message. But I find to be interesting about his spots on McAfee, and I'm just guessing here. I watch some of those, and I'm like, he has no idea that Pat McAfee is messing with him, too. Like you can see the look on McAfee's face sometimes, like, did he just say that? Yeah. And they'll just throw something else out there, and Aaron Rodgers will just keep on going.
That's why I wonder if this isn't more performative, that he's almost working off a mental script. But
Nah. Let me tell you, if this is performative, he's in the wrong line of work. He can make $60 million without getting hit in the kidneys if he's that good an actor.
Well, that's true, but Tom Brady could have done that too, and he still wanted to do it. There must be some heroin in playing the game that I don't get.
Man, I just want these old guys to go away, though. Like, our sports consumption is not intended for these guys this age to still stay at the forefront. Like, it's my same thing with LeBron James. He's a top 10 player. He's still really good, but he should be gone. Like, the last 8 teams that were left in the playoffs, all of them had quarterbacks under 30. Why are these old dudes still here?
Excellent point. Take them out and shoot them. I'm good with that. Speaking of quarterbacks, while I'm always annoyed by the basic tyranny of evaluating entire teams by simply their quarterback, I tend to wonder from time to time whether or not Patrick Mahomes has ruined evaluating quarterbacks because he's such an outlier and he's such a unicorn. And nobody else either can match his skill set or his improbability. Do you view it the same way that people have a hard time looking at a good quarterback and figuring out how good they are just because there's Mahomes out there doing things that nobody else has done?
Well, I actually think that in this day and age, they might be better at evaluating quarterbacks than ever. It's going to be a little bit convoluted, but I ask you to follow me. So, I mentioned all those quarterbacks being under 30. Lost in our discussions really is that there's a lost generation of quarterbacks. Like, if you think about it, the best quarterbacks in the league this year who were over 30 were Geno Smith and Kirk Cousins. Like, how exactly does that happen? And it happens when it takes people forever to figure out, you probably need a quarterback that can move. That would probably be a helpful thing to have. And the game reached a point where you couldn't make it anymore without a quarterback who could not move. But the evaluation process had not caught up to that. And now you wind up looking around and seeing all these young, incredibly talented quarterbacks, and you realize, wow, they were literally doing it all wrong for about 15 years, like 10 to 15 years in this league and finding guys. And so it's going to be interesting to see how we deal with it in this draft, because you got Bryce Young, who's too small, but probably the most perfect prospect of those if you just look at his skills, right? C.J. Stroud, who I don't have a great reason for why you should not take C.J. Stroud. Anthony Richardson, who is basically Josh Allen 2018 in terms of how you evaluate him in the draft, except he's more polished and played against a higher level of competition. And then Will Levis, who honestly I personally only know that he's white. I don't want to evaluate his game. I need to check it out. But I get a little bit nervous when it's a guy I've never heard of and people are telling me that he's the best. And it's not like he went to school off the beaten path. He played in the SEC. I've seen that game happen before also. But now, when they get out here and look for white dudes, they actually require them to be fast now. You notice that? Even Brock Purdy, he can move. They're not letting white dudes get away with standing still while everybody else got to be fast, you see? So now I think they're going to get better because they're actually looking at people who can play quarterback in the NFL when they willfully were doing the opposite.
And finally, before we let you go, because we kept you 20 minutes that you could have done something useful with. Is there anything about baseball in 2023 that is on your radar, even remotely? Or is that a sport that, frankly, is so stuck in being unable to figure out what it is or what it wants to be that it almost doesn't gain your notice?
Well, I think baseball's problem is that the game is not compatible with national coverage and our overload of stuff that we have right now. You follow baseball by following one team for 162 grueling games. Like, you find that, the whole league by the end, everybody's bullpen and all of that. But it's not meant for you to follow the two leagues as one league. It doesn't work in that way. It just can't hold attention like that. They do great on television numbers locally, but people don't show up to games, and it's not part of the national consciousness because there's not a national discussion to be had about baseball. However, I do live in New York now, and I am very intrigued by the idea that we got this, I think, alleged, maybe convicted, I can't remember, but I'm going to say alleged for the time being, white-collar criminal who owns the Mets. And he is just like, I'm going to spend all the money I can on my baseball team. And we need more guys like that out here everywhere. Like, I want him to turn this into the strip club for baseball. Make these people feel bad about themselves and how they act as rich people and show them they ain't no real ballers because you out here spending real money. I'm here for it.
I like that.
I love
because
that.
I've also fallen in love with the guy who owns the Philadelphia Phillies who came out the other day and said, why does anybody care, what we make? Nobody remembers how much the 27 Yankees made or the Big Red Machine made financially. They just wanted to know, were they a good team or not? And that's what I'm doing. And he spent as much money in the time he's owned the team as Steve Cohen has. So maybe there are a few guys on the periphery that are starting to figure that out too.
Yeah, the guy in San Diego, right? Like the idea that market has the players that it has and is willing to expend the capital in order to do that. Like, baseball's better with a Steinbrenner, right? Like, it's better when you have more of those people. But more than anything else, if we all create a world where these dudes can make these billions of dollars, the least they can do is spend it on baseball players.
What a dandy thought. But then again, that's what you traffic in, dandy thoughts. Bo, you were great, as always. Continued good luck killing people with the show. And thanks for spending some time with us. And we'll talk soon.
All right, gentlemen. You have a good one.
All righty.
Great stuff.
He's so good, I hate him. Literally, there's nothing that stumps him. Because I don't think he spends tons of time wondering about baseball. For the reasons that he already expounded. It just that doesn't resonate with him. But he does get to the heart of what the next great problem with baseball is. And it's going to be owner-on-owner crime, which is there are about 4 or 5 guys they're going to spend to the roof. And he correctly mentioned Peter Seidler in San Diego and John Middleton in Philadelphia. And, the Yankees being the Yankees and the Dodgers being the Dodgers, and now the Mets. And everybody else is trying to figure out how not to spend money because they're too worried about their regional sports networks.
Right.
And they're not going to get the automatic pay in every year that they are used to getting. And so I think that's the next great story in baseball. Not Shohei Ohtani, not Aaron Judge. It's a 3-year walk up to the next lockout. And that one feels like it's going to be bloody. Even though this last one wasn't, it was just a few days before everybody said, we're not ready for this one yet. But I think everybody's getting ready for the next one.
When we have conversations and, you got to you got to put some type of basement or there has to be
floor.
Salary floor for these teams, as fans, should you hope that the big name team, because people love an underdog, but if one of these low salary teams wins, that doesn't help the landscape for the other teams that aren't spending. If you are a fan of baseball, should you be rooting for the powerhouses? Should you be rooting for the Mets or the Yankees to win, to force the hand of these other owners? Hey, what are you doing? If you're just not going to compete, I'm not going to go to your games anymore.
But you know what? Because they make money whether anybody shows up or not, there's no pressure on the Oakland A's, for example.
But how do you fix
do anything.
that?
I don't know that you can fix it. What they would like to do is fix it by making a salary cap without a salary floor, and that's what the next lockout's going to be about. But no championships have moved like the guy in Pittsburgh or the guy in Cincinnati, or now the Cubs are trying to be thrifty. Even winning 7 years ago, like the Cubs did, they couldn't wait to abandon the notion of, well, we can't spend money on guys. We have to mind our pennies. And that nothing's going to change that. Steve Cohen's not going to change that. What they want to do is make it impossible for the Steve Cohens to spend to the sky like they do. And that's going to be a bloody war in and of itself, because the owners can't lock out the players and have any unanimity and chance of succeeding if they're trying to kill each other. And because that's what ended the strike in '94. The owners literally were trying to strangle each other. And as a result, they ended up losing that lockout. They lost the World Series because of it, and they damaged baseball till they invented steroids again. So that's where we're at.
Yeah, so even if zero people in the seats for the Pirates, nobody watching TV, owner still makes money.
Exactly.
That's sad.
Life sucks, and then you get a hip replacement. That's how this works. If you haven't already, by the way, make sure to subscribe to Damon and Ratto on the Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcasts. When we come back, we'll be back. You're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGM.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
We're back. A bit smarter after talking to Bomani Jones, but now it's us again. Until Rich Eisen at 5:30 when we get smarter again. But now we have to slog through this with our own particular idiom of ignorance. What do you want to talk about? What's eating you?
What's eating me? Well,
you.
I think it's time. I think we've avoided it long enough, Ray. I'm looking here at what the Niners have done. No, they haven't won the big one, but the Niners have been a big factor in the NFL for off and on, and before Harbaugh went bad, but Harbaugh had a run. I think we're in the middle of the run with Shanahan. You have the Giants who, yes, I know the last time they were before the even years, obviously they go 2010, 2012, 2014, in the playoffs 2016. Then they have the 107-win season, and you have the Warriors who are doing their thing. So you referenced earlier in the show how, it was slow time period, but SportsCenter, I'm watching SportsCenter this morning, and they started literally with what's wrong with the what's wrong with the Warriors. Right after that, what's wrong with Brock Purdy. And it wasn't a Bay Area segment. It was specific, it was just starting the show. And I start thinking to myself, you look around, and I know Philly, they're having a bit of a good run. They can't win the big one, but they're having a bit of a good run. You look around other cities, even the big cities, and even all the fandom. Shout out to Carlos Rodon in New York, all the fandom everywhere else. Are we in at least a version of a golden era of sports in the Bay Area?
I don't think so. And the reason why is because the baseball team is relatively indifferent. The other baseball team is completely inert.
Yes.
The hockey team's been flatlining for about 3 years now. Mm-hmm. If you want to say the Warriors, I think you could help your argument by including the Kings because maybe they no longer suck.
True.
And then you've got the 49ers. So I don't know if that makes for a golden age as much as it means that a market with a lot of professional sports teams will have some that are thriving and some that aren't. I think the early to mid part of last decade, when you had the Giants winning 3 World Series in 5 years, you had the Jim Harbaugh era with the 49ers. You had the start of the Warriors starting to figure it out. There was a block from about 2010 to 2017 where somebody was planning a parade. And that, to me, is more gilded than this is.
Well, I guess when I say era, we don't know when an era starts or ends. Couldn't you make the argument we're still in it? Couldn't that all be connected?
It could be, but 2 of the 3 teams that fueled the start of this are barely hanging on to a play-in spot, and the other one is considered the least interesting team maybe in Major League Baseball. So what you're left with, essentially the last embers of the Warriors and a very good 49er team. So there's shrinkage here.
Right. The Giants aren't the least interesting team in baseball.
Oh, they're absolutely. Tell me what their starting lineup is, just off the top of your head.
Haniger.
Yeah.
Actually, you don't know if you have Joey Bart.
We're off to a flying start.
You got Yastrzemski. Okay. I mean, we don't necessarily know what the lineup is going to be, Ray.
But that's
Crawford,
part of the problem.
Tyro Estrada. You got some guys, Ray.
No. What you have is some human beings.
Wilmer Flores.
What you don't.
Jock Peterson.
What you don't have are people who, you can point to and say they're going to make this team really good, or that's a guy who I want to pay to see.
I'm a big J.D. Davis guy. I'm going to be honest with you.
No, you're not. I mean, he's probably not even going to start against right-handed pitching. So
Yeah.
You know, I don't think you can get that excited about them. They've got Logan Webb. That's the thing they can hang their hat on. And the rest of it is either 4A guys or guys who, you know, are starting to get old. I mean, this is an old team when you think about it.
Kyle Harrison coming up soon. That'll be exciting.
Well, we have no idea if that will ever happen because Kyle Harrison is just the brand new version of Mario Luciano.
No, it's Marco
Luciano.
And
see, there you go.
No, it's not the same.
No,
It's not
Kyle
the same.
Harrison is the latest in a long series of promising guys who haven't gotten here yet or may never get here.
But at least they're talking about Kyle Harrison being up this year. It feels like Marco Luciano has been in high A for 5 years. I don't even know where he is.
But the point is, until he gets here, all he is a rumor because all the other guys have been rumors. Joey Bart is starting not because he's earned a place, but because Buster Posey finally decided, you know, I don't want to do this anymore.
Did you know the Giants have twins on their team?
Yes, I did. But
That's interesting.
It doesn't move me either. I mean, that's why this is not really a golden age. It's the 49ers are holding up their end. The Warriors, you know, they're not that far away from the last time they won. I mean, it's 8 months.
Yeah, they're holding up their end.
But right now, you wouldn't point to them and say, man, they're state of the art.
Not right now, but when I say era, I'm including last year too.
Well, then basically what you're talking about is an era that started in 2010, you know, has progressed really till about 2019. Then it fell off a bit. Now there's some signs that you might get a little more afterburn, but I don't think you can look at the Warriors and say, boy, their future is absolutely like incandescent.
No, if anything, I would say the era may be ending because I think you have to at least have 2 out of the 3 to have an era, or 2 out of the 4 if anybody's going to count hockey as well.
Well, I mean, they exist, so that you got to count them.
Well, I know.
I mean, in 2016, they went to the Stanley Cup final.
Right. That was the year they lost and the Warriors lost.
Yeah.
So,
but it's not about winning the title as much as it is being there to fight for it.
How much?
So that's why that counts.
Well, here's another way to measure it. The buzz around a team, right? The Niners. Everywhere, you know, restaurants, bars, it's Niners, Niners, Niners. Everywhere, it's Warriors, Warriors, Warriors.
You go to the wrong places. That's your problem.
No, I'm just saying there's no real buzz right now for the Giants. So they're two parts of an era. There's actually performing and being successful, and then there's the piece of it that's just, hey, this could be our year. We don't have that right now because of the Giants. And yes, obviously in your wonderful Oakland hoodie as well, we don't have that with the A's either.
No, the A's are trying to negotiate their way out of here to go to a city that doesn't seem to care whether they show up or not. I mean, they have aggressively tried to make themselves irrelevant and invisible. I mean, in ways that college sports in the area can't even manage. I mean, it's the level of neglect that the A's have undergone at the hands of its own management,
right,
is the problem there. But in terms of whether this is a golden age, I think right now, and maybe this is recency bias, but there's one team, there's the potentially dying embers of another, but that's it. I mean, it was 2 years ago when Tampa Bay had a team going to the World Series, had a team winning the Super Bowl, and a team winning the Stanley Cup.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's all the franchises they got. So I think, Philadelphia is running hot right now. But I mean, there's always a city, there always seems to be one city that picks it up. And when you're talking about an area, and again, I'm going to include Sacramento for this, with 7 pro franchises, the chances that they're all going to suck are just as remote as that they're all going to be good. So by and large, if you got 4 teams rolling,
somebody's good.
Yeah, I mean, if you got 4 teams rolling, you're doing a hell of a job, and that was 2016, not now.
Yeah, it's a good point. So maybe if anything, it's almost the end of that era starting to be?
Well, maybe. I mean, the Warriors will have a lot to say about that, but so will the Kings. If the Kings manage somehow to make a deep run, all of a sudden, now you're intrigued by them.
Right.
Because you have to be. It's winning draws, bees to pollen, very simply. And the truth is, the Kings they might be a slow build here because we've got the Warriors to distract us, but they're selling out their building for the first time in like 15 years.
And can I say something about that? And I don't care how you fan how you want to fan. But the whole Carlos Rodon thing brought up a lot in terms of, oh, well, they don't boo and the passion. And, we have conversations about fair weather fans. And me personally, I don't care. I don't mind fair weather fans. If you only want to show up when your team's good, life is hard enough. You don't have to show up when your team stinks. I don't mind. And I also don't mind if you haven't been a fan of any team and all of a sudden now you're a fan of, I don't know, I've never been to Dallas, but I really like the Cowboys. And people are going to hate that example. Me personally, I don't mind. You talk about the light the beam and Sacramento selling out. Ray, we can't sit here and look, if there are any Kings fans listening, I might be able to sneak in a call. Ray won't let me, but you don't have to defend yourself. But you can't tell me that there aren't some Kings fans that are part of this new sellout, light the beam culture. You can't tell me that there aren't any Kings fans that were Warriors fans a couple years ago. You can't tell me that they're not.
I don't know. I'm not in Sacramento, so that's the problem. I don't have enough expertise. All I know is this is a team that has not won a championship since the Truman administration.
Mm-hmm.
This is a team that's been in 5 different cities since that time. This is a team that hasn't made the playoffs in 16 years. This is a team that all of a sudden, like the Warriors in 2013, after being awful forever, have suddenly caught the imagination of its metropolitan area. And if, by some stroke of luck, the Kings and Warriors meet in the postseason, and that would mean that the Warriors, make it to the 6th, I think that would go a long way toward making this a genuine rivalry, because it's never been.
No.
It's never been close to that. And it's not because San Franciscans are haughty or the Bay Area looks down on Sacramento, even though they do. It's because they've never played in an important game since the Kings came out here in '84. I mean, that's nearly 40 years where they've never brushed against each other.
Yeah. Yeah. And you could always tell, because when you would go in, it was, okay, everybody was always the little brother, right? When the Kings were rolling, the Warriors were the little brother. When the Warriors have been rolling, the Kings have been the little brother. For them both to now, let's say, be adults, grown-up version of the brothers and get to spar and go against each other, it would be fun. I think it's probably not going to happen.
Oh, it probably won't, but this is the first time in forever that it's at least conceivable.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's the thing. I mean, when the Kings were good, in that 8-year stretch, the Warriors were awful. And when the Warriors have been good, the Kings have been awful.
Right.
It's hard to do that for 40 consecutive years. And now you've got Sacramento holding up its end again, and the Warriors, giving you a white-knuckle ride about whether they're relevant or not. But they have a better chance of being relevant than the Kings have had for a decade and a half. So I think it's something that it won't make money for anybody necessarily, but it will change the vibe a bit.
I think Sacramento, it would make some money for Sacramento.
Well, it might, but no matter who they played in the playoffs,
yeah,
they'd make money.
Sure.
But in terms of, does this create talking points and a greater interest here about the Kings? I think that could that's the only way that it could happen. So it's conceivable. you're right. The chances of them playing in the playoffs are, they're fairly minimal just by the law of numbers.
Mm-hmm.
But if the Kings manage to hold off everybody and finish third, and the Warriors figure out a way to get to the 6, they're playing in the first round. And maybe it's just the first round, but they've never sniffed each other before this. In fact, I can't even tell you the last time the Warriors and Cincinnati Royals played. They might never have played, for all I know, since the Warriors left Philadelphia. And that goes back to 1963, 62.
And you would have to think Mike Brown has got to be top 3 for Coach of the Year.
I would think so. The other obvious choice might be Michael Malone, because that's a 6 seed that's now a 1 seed.
Right.
And really, I don't know, not really the Celtics, not really Budenholzer in Milwaukee. No, I think those are probably the 2 guys. I don't know who the third would be. Cleveland made the playoffs last year, so they had some expectations.
Mm-hmm.
Philly is always there, so it's not really them. I think it's a 2-horse race.
Right.
I think right now I'd be inclined, although Mike Brown is the charming choice, to probably give it to Michael Malone, because went from a 6 seed with 1 player to a runaway 1 seed. The only team that's running away in either conference.
Yeah, but he has his guys back.
Nevertheless, they're 23 games better than they were at this time a year ago, and that, I think, will resonate with a lot of people.
If the Kings and the Warriors did meet, and even if they don't, what an interesting career for Harrison Barnes. I mean, he didn't necessarily get run out of town, but after 2016, Warriors fans, they were just sick of him, completely sick of him. And he had a terrible, that end of that series, he could not shoot. It was rough. You basically upgrade that position for Kevin Durant, and the Warriors go on to win a couple more championships. And Harrison Barnes, you just don't really hear, you didn't hear about him anymore. So for him, he had a really good game early on in the season. It was career points, something like that. So for him to have a comeback and to get back in the postseason, me personally, Ray, all's well that ends well. Do I wish the Warriors finished that season and won the championship and had the best record of all time with the championship, the best regular season record of all time with the championship? Yes, I do. But at the same time, you got your championships, you got Kevin Durant, you got one without Kevin Durant. In some way, I am rooting for Harrison Barnes because, look, a lot of things can take a toll on you. And he came back and, he got paid in Sacramento. Don't get me wrong.
Oh, no, he very definitely did.
Not like he got any type of discount. So he did get paid, but we wanted him out of here, deservedly so, just based on how he left a bad taste in our mouths. But for him to hang around and now be a piece on another playoff team, I think is pretty cool.
I don't think anybody ran him out. I think if he wasn't offered the $24 million a year deal, he'd have stayed, and they would have let him stay because he was a useful player, even though he had a hard-to-watch finals.
Yeah.
I mean, the Warriors needed what he had at least for a year, but when they got Durant, he became superfluous. You're right. So I think it'd be a cool end to his story because he's now 30. He's going to be a UFA next year. He'll be 31, but he's been around, for a decade.
He has, just quietly. And get this, those corner threes that he was bricking, he will never have to shoot in Oracle again. So no bad juju. He's not shooting. He doesn't have the memories of shooting in that arena.
Look, he's useful in Sacramento. That's all that he has to worry about. And it would be an interesting yet small narrative to the bigger picture, which is A, the Warriors pulled themselves off their deathbed to get there.
Very true.
And B, they're an underdog to the team they've been standing on for a decade and a half.
There's no shot Vegas would have him as an underdog, though.
What? The Warriors?
Right.
No, because there'd be a flood of money. Well, because the Warriors would be going good at that point.
Right.
If they got to the 6, it's because all of a sudden, they're 16-8 down the stretch. So no, the Kings would clearly be an underdog, even though they'd have home court, but it wouldn't be prohibitive, and they might even be a favorite in game one.
Yeah. And even if that's the thing, you want your team to do well, but because they are so close, to even just be around success, I think is still cool. I know Kings fans weren't necessarily happy when their team stinks and the Warriors are doing their thing. But you talk about the golden era in the Bay Area. How about other cities? I mean, we could do a list on cities that just haven't, whatever the opposite of the golden era is, the brick era, where just no team has been good for a very long period of time. The Pirates have been rough, but you have the Steelers are always, I don't know if
Steelers and Penguins are
always
at least a factor. I mean, Cleveland, until they won the championship in 2016, had gone forever. I think it was since the Indians won in 54.
Yeah.
No, in fact, they didn't even win in 54. It was 48.
Right. They went that year and lost.
Yeah, but but the Browns were good up until Jim Brown's retirement, and that was 64. And after that, they became ordinary. So no, there are teams that have had hard times for a long time.
Yeah.
I mean, Philadelphia was like that for a long time. But by and large now, everybody gets a crack because it's harder to keep dynasties together in any sport. I mean, New England is, very much a tale of two people, Belichick and Brady. And, the Bruins would pop in and out, the Celtics would pop in and out. But for the most part, it's hard to keep stuff going. So whether this era is golden still or not, I mean, it is starting to tarnish a bit, but it's still better than what they had before.
Yeah, you made the argument about New York.
Yeah. By the way, you and I are presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking with no compromises.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
He is Alan Stiles. I'm some local vagrant. And I'm here to remind you that for all of our best content, whenever that happens, head to YouTube, search 95.7 The Game, and click subscribe. You'll see all of our shows live, the best interviews like Bomani Jones and the one coming up with Rich Eisen, the most interesting segments, behind-the-scenes content from the Warriors, and more. Wonder what that is. It's all on the 95.7 The Game YouTube page, so subscribe. Well, it's almost halftime in Orlando. James Wiseman is 0 for 4, but he's playing more than Jalen Duren because Jalen Duren got into foul trouble. So they're obviously, and I don't want to dwell on this long, but he's going to get them. He's going to get. He's going to get the look that he never got here on a team that has nothing to play for except Victor Wembanyama.
Right. He's going to get. I know people don't like the word fair, but he's going to get a fair shake here.
I don't know if he'll get a fair shake. He'll get a shake. Because I don't know if there's any. There's either there are unfair shakes and then there are two fair shakes, but it almost never happens. You get exactly a chance.
It's still more than whatever he.
Well, no, it's more, but I don't know if he lasts until next year. It depends on where Detroit decides to put its emphasis, because they also have to pay a big chunk of salary next year, and they might decide, given that they have so many big guys, that maybe he's a luxury they don't have to afford.
Well, if they decide that they don't want to pay for James Wiseman, what is the worst case scenario for James Wiseman? Is the assumption somebody else will just pick him up?
No, so I don't know that the worst case scenario is probably Europe.
Well, I was going to say, what happens? Does anybody that picks him up will have to pay him that Warriors contract, right? It doesn't go away.
No, it doesn't go away.
So that's going to be the problem. It's not a matter of people not wanting to give him a shot. It's a matter of we can't just see what we have. We can't give you that shot and pay you this kind of money.
But him getting paid and him getting played are two radically different things.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Detroit is in a position now where they are going to be young. They're young now, and they're going to be younger because they're going to get a top 4 pick almost certainly. And whether it's Wembanyama or Scoot Mitchell or any of those guys, one of the Thompson twins, that guy's going to get run too. So the question becomes whether Detroit sees something in Wiseman that makes them keep him, or maybe they pay him, not play him. Maybe he ends up back in the G League, or maybe he goes to Europe. I mean,
wow.
I mean, it's just money to the Pistons if they have no interest in him.
Yeah.
If they have interest in him, you'll see it in the box score.
Well, speaking of the big men, though, they must not be incredibly happy with the big men they do have, because why even make the move for James Wiseman?
I think they want to see if he's got something.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's a no harm, no foul deal for them because they had sort of soured on Sadiq Bey.
Right.
So this was a 4-way trade in which everybody got rid of something they no longer had plans for. I mean, I don't think Atlanta, which is in enormous turmoil right now, had much use for Kevin Knox. I mean, Portland was pretty much done with Gary Payton.
Mm-hmm. We
know about Wiseman and Bey. The only really weird part of it was the 5 draft choices.
Well, and speaking of GP2, he had his first availability as a member of the Warriors, and he said that he was basically extremely surprised, right, that this ended up happening. He was shocked, just as shocked as everybody else. And look, I'm happy for him, Ray. I really am. But it is hard. I get it. This money thing is going to continue to come up with James Wiseman. But for the person that doesn't see that and is just looking at this from an opportunity perspective, it is somewhat of a... And, of course, the Warriors assumed that GP2 would be able to play immediately. But it is turning out, in my opinion, to be a pretty bad trade, unless you're only looking at this from a transactional financial standpoint.
But The problem with this sport, more than any other, because it has a flexible cap, but it still has a cap, is that the money does matter.
Right.
And in the case of the Warriors, the money to Wiseman mattered a lot. I think it hastened their impatience. They might have decided, boy, I don't think we can ever get mileage out of him.
Yeah.
And we won't know that, unless, they go out and they draft or find another big guy to say, this is the big guy we can use. But for the most part, you won't be able to separate Wiseman's potential or lack thereof from the tax. I mean, they are intertwined. So that when people go, the Warriors didn't give Wiseman a chance, it's not a matter of giving you a chance. It's these are the circumstances under which he was signed. And the Warriors agreed to pay him that money, but it doesn't bind them to him. The money is going to get paid.
Yeah.
But in terms of use, that's an entirely different thing. And I think the one thing that most people have a hard time separating is Wiseman's potential from his lack of flashing any of it. And when you throw that into a pot with money, it conflates everything and makes none of this crystal clear. All you know is he was here and now he's not.
He was here, now he's not. He's got 4 rebounds, by the way, Ray, right now. So good for him.
Well, he's played 13 minutes, which is probably more important.
Right, and that's 13 minutes he wouldn't have gotten for the Warriors unless they blew somebody out or were getting blown out. And right now, it would most be the latter in terms of what GP2 can bring to the table. This might be a situation where, look, if the Warriors sneak into the playoffs and GP2 shows up and he's able to be the glove that he's been and the mitten that he's been and do things offensively and be in that dunker spot, then I will change how I feel about this deal. This could also go into next season. If next season he is a pivotal piece on this team, because we know chances are DiVincenzo will walk. Earlier we talked about bright spots. He is a bright spot, but it's hard. When I think of bright spots, it's something you can grow with, and a lot of people believe that he won't be back. Specifically with GP2, I don't know that you need both of them. So if GP2 shows up and is the GP2 of, at that point, 2 years ago, next season, then I would applaud the Warriors for making that move. I don't know that when they initially made the move, it was, all right, well, hopefully he's able to help next year. It was try to be an immediate help this year.
No, I think that the Warriors tried very hard to move Wiseman in more direct deals before this and couldn't get a bite because he had no resume.
Yeah.
And so when this came up, it became not a matter of matching talent for talent as much as it was matching problem for problem. The Warriors had a problem with Wiseman because he wasn't playing for them and he was going to cost a ton of money. Portland had a problem with Payton because he'd been injured and he wasn't happy there by all accounts. But that wouldn't do the deal because Portland didn't want Wiseman. So they had to bring in other teams. And the only team that showed even a remote interest, as far as anybody knows, is Detroit. So now that's a third team, but Detroit, didn't want Payton either. So now you've got to involve a fourth team. And that means Atlanta. So it became an incredibly convoluted thing where it was largely teams trading problems, not problem players, not bad actors, but players they can't use.
Yeah, and I personally, I'm curious because I know Sadiq Bey, he was coming off the bench and he was starting. I'll be honest with you, Ray. When I first saw that initial deal for James Wiseman for Sadiq Bey, straight up, when that first happened, I wasn't upset about it. I wasn't upset about it when I saw they went and get the 5 second-round picks. Okay, and then it flips into GP2. I wasn't, even before we knew he wasn't injured or he was injured, I wasn't jumping for joy the same way a lot of Dub Nation is. I do think that a lot of it, look, and this isn't to take away anything from GP2 as a player, but I do think that a lot of people were very happy with the Warriors righting the wrong that they felt happened during the offseason. And I don't know how much of that was on the basketball court. Again, not trying to slight GB2 at all, but just for what this team needs. I don't know if there was a singular fix for this Warrior roster at the trade deadline. I don't know. And they still have until March 1st for the buyout. It doesn't seem like I don't know that they're going to do anything for the buyout.
I haven't seen so many people lining up to tell you how illusory the buyout market is every year as I have this year.
Yeah.
Because people keep saying, well, there's got to be somebody out there. And most of the time, the people who've done the research tell you, no, there isn't. I mean, if somebody had a gift, somebody would have paid for it.
Yeah.
And the truth is, nobody seems very interested. I mean, Bob Myers flat out said that. And it's not in his best interest to say, oh, we're not even bothering to look.
Do you think the Kevin Love thing, and I don't know how much they even spoke. Well, Patrick Beverley came out and said, oh, it was between the Bulls and the Warriors. But we didn't hear anything, from the local media that the Warriors were interested in Patrick Beverley. You know how Patrick Beverley is. He has his own podcast now as well. #new media. Do we even know that Patrick Beverley and the Warriors spoke to one another?
Oh, I'd be willing to bet that, Patrick Beverley's agent reached out to the Warriors.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know who initiated the phone call.
Right.
So, but all you have to do, you make a phone call. If it gets punched through to Bob Myers, you're talking.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't necessarily mean that the Warriors took it seriously. I don't think they did. But it doesn't preclude the fact that there might have been words exchanged.
Yeah.
But, again, because talking is such a vague term in this context.
Yeah, or him
can't
saying
really know.
he's choosing between and a very interesting Bulls team. I think if you're the Bulls, they might have sat there and said, well, everybody else is making moves. We know we're underperforming. Let's not sell. Let's see if maybe we can sneak into a plan because we do have a talented roster. The whole thing about,
But without Lonzo Ball,
without
who's out
Lonzo
for the
Ball,
rest of the year,
right?
All of a sudden the exigency changed.
Yeah.
So, I don't know that they had an incredible desire for Patrick Beverley, but they had a hole and they had to fill it with a made guy.
Mm-hmm.
And Patrick Beverley, whatever else you want to say about him, is a made guy in this league.
He is a character of the highest order. The Kevin Love thing that everybody was, get Kevin Love. Do you think if you're going through, because to your point, okay, we went through this guy, could this guy help? Kevin Love, and I know he had a good season a couple years back. Do we think it was mostly the defensive part of this? Our defense is bad enough. I know Kevin Love can stretch the floor. We can't add another guy that can't play defense.
No, I don't think Warriors would have been Kevin Love's first choice anyway. They couldn't offer as much money as Miami, and Miami was offering him starting minutes. Warriors don't have either of those things.
Starting minutes is crazy. Well, I guess it's
but they need.
Yeah.
Miami needs bodies, and this is not me figuring it out. This was Ira Winderman of the Fort Lauderdale Sun Sentinel figuring it out like 10 days ago.
Well, because everybody comes out and says, "Oh, well, all these buyout guys, they're ring chasers," but it doesn't sound like Kevin Love was ring chasing because I don't think Miami is in that tier of the Eastern Conference.
No, but they're going to win their division,
Mm-hmm.
and they're probably going to finish in the top 6, although they're going to be in a dogfight with the Knicks.
Yeah.
And they've at least got a puncher's chance of doing something. What was the alternative? Kevin Love playing for no one? There's no ring in that.
Yeah.
So, basically at this point, when you're a buyout guy, you're going to shop for the best situation, which is usually money. But in this case, it was money and playing time. So the Warriors, I don't think, were ever a legitimate factor, even if they were interested, which I don't even know if they were. I think it was people saying, man, the Warriors should get Kevin Love. Well, people saying it doesn't make it true. In fact, all it basically means is you're listening to a gas bag.
Right. And chances
which is
are,
what the listeners are doing now.
And chances are it's not going to happen. At this point, I don't think the Warriors are going to make any more moves. It doesn't seem like they are, at least. So they're stuck with who they have. The good thing about it is, to this day, when they're all playing and you do look at it on paper, that's still pretty darn good. And if you look at what the Warriors have versus where they are in the standings, right? In the standings, they're 9th. But if you look at based on their best guys and I guess strength of team, if we were to break it down like that, the Warriors' strength of team, where would you put them? I would still put them in the top 4.
I wouldn't, because at some point you are what your play says you are.
Mm-hmm.
And when they were healthy, they didn't defend well. When they've been hurt, they haven't defended well. That, to me, is such a fundamental part of who they are.
Yeah.
That having scorers, I mean, that's nice to have. Everybody should have some.
Right.
But if you're losing games 124 to 134, 124, your problem is not offensive. Your problem's on the defensive end. And they've been a mediocre to poor defensive team most of the year.
Yeah. I mean, they have. I would still say, and I know I'd sound like the people that I'm normally not on that side, but Draymond, that's another bright spot. Draymond, defensively and offensively, has been great this year. You got Draymond. You talked about who they had last year, who they lost, and who they gained. If you can get GP2 on the floor, you have a DiVincenzo, who I would call slightly above average defensively. You have Andrew Wiggins when he gets back. I do think that they have enough pieces to at least be average defensively and maybe above average for the stretch of a playoff run. Now, I don't know how much they're going to be able to do that to get into the playoffs.
Because the truth is, they've been healthy at times this year, and they still haven't defended consistently.
Yeah.
And the fact is, you can't play those 3 guys 48 minutes a game.
Mm-hmm.
And if you have 3 guys who are really good defenders and 2 guys who aren't, you don't have a good defensive team because it's too easy to attack them. You know, the Warriors never really had an overt liability that they relied heavily on during the championship year.
Yeah. Well, and whether the Warriors figure it out this year or not, I am really curious to see what they do at that big man position, because I don't know how much longer you can go on with a 6'9" guy being your biggest guy. And we know they won the whole thing last year. Who knows what happens this year? But it seems as if I saw somebody, and I'm going to do it right. This is from yesterday, so it doesn't count. Saw somebody on the Xfinity mobile text line. I did.
I can't hate you more.
I'm
than
sorry.
I do
Look,
right
I gave you a good 2 hours, over 2 hours without it, and
don't try to worm your way out.
I know
of this.
it's too late.
You've made an enemy.
It's too late. And they said, well, the league had to catch up to the Warriors, basically saying that the Warriors invented this style of basketball. And I would argue no. This style has evolved. These guys are hybrid bigs, wings that can shoot the basketball, that can handle the basketball, that can pass the basketball. And you have got, I think you said yesterday, how so many players on the floor can just do multiple things. We saw it with the Celtics, and that was the scariest thing with the Celtics when the Warriors went up against them. The Celtics just didn't have a Steph Curry, and Jason Tatum didn't play well, and the Warriors had a Steph Curry, and Steph Curry did play well. But the Warriors do suffer from guys on the floor. They have too many specialists. Jordan Poole is a scorer. Draymond, and I know he's been better offensively this year, really his average is similar. I think he was at 7.4 last season. He's at 8 points this year. So even though it looks better, his average is actually still the same. So Draymond, defensive. Looney, defensive. I think if you're going to put Jordan Poole offensive, you have to put Steph offensive, even though he's better defensively. Andrew Wiggins, he's a guy that can do both. Klay Thompson, I would say he's a guy who could do both, but I don't know that he's defending at the highest level. These teams that are coming out now, they have so many two-way guys and these positionless basketball type guys. That's where I think the Warriors are struggling, because the Warriors aren't getting killed on the boards by pure centers per se. They're getting killed on the boards by 6'10", 6'11" guys that are forwards, that are also shooting threes. So I don't know how much longer the Warriors can continue on this path. And for the argument that the Warriors started this, if you want to argue that the Warriors started this, that's fine. But we also have to admit that it's evolved. And the Warriors, although they won a championship last year, the league continues to evolve, and they have to evolve as well.
Well, you have to have the players to evolve with.
They do. They got to make a move somewhere.
Well, but there's no move to make this. This is
not this season.
These
I'm
are the
not saying
cards
this season.
they have, and it's going to take a while to extricate themselves from some of the contracts, and they probably don't want to extricate themselves from the first two, or really the third.
Yeah.
Poole, I think, let's put it this way. If somebody wanted to offer a ton for Poole, they might do that. They might regret it, but I think they'd listen. I don't think they'd listen to Curry. They can't. There's no option for Green because that's his call, not theirs.
Right.
And they'd listen to Thompson talk. But for the most part, this is who they are for the foreseeable future. They've got one pick in the draft, and depending on where it falls, it could either be somebody who can help right away, or it'll be somebody that doesn't see much time the first year. I mean, there is no easy path to changing the face of this team. They are who they are, and they play the way they play. And as they continue to age, they will play a little less effectively with every passing year, unless they are all Tom Brady.
Well, you could make that argument about Steph. I don't know if you
can make that argument about any of these guys. I mean, the truth is you can't foretell somebody's health situation. I mean, and Curry, he's out now, and he's out for an extended period.
Yeah.
But I don't know if that's age or if that's just contact or whether it's a combination of the two.
Well, I think that's something in terms of Steph Curry and aging. When everybody hears the word aging, I know I do the same thing. The first thing I think about is, what does it look like when you're on the floor? And Steph Curry, when he is on the floor, to me, it doesn't look like he's aged. It doesn't look like he's really lost his step. He is still Steph Curry for the most part. But part of the aging that you don't always connect is the injury bug and being injured more often. And Steph has had an interesting path because he was injured at the beginning of his career. He got through those ankle injuries. Now he's just getting older. So I don't know if the interesting question is, the injuries that took him out this season, do they take him out for the same period of time? I don't know. 4 years ago? I have no clue. I don't know. So they felt like freak accidents. The shoulder one specifically felt like a freak accident. This one with the knee, not so much. These things happen. So it's return time. I would assume a lot of people say when you're younger, you heal quicker. It's return time, and it's literally the ability to stay on the floor. So this thing might not end with Steph Curry just not making shots anymore. That guy's going to be able to make a three-pointer until it's his time. What it is how is your availability? How often can you stay on the floor? How long does it take for you to come back? That's the piece of this in terms of the aging core that I think, even myself, I just skip over. It's just, well, he looks the same. Yeah, but he gets dinged up a little bit.
Well, he's lost chunks of most of the recent seasons.
Yeah.
2021, he didn't really, but last year he did. This year he is 18, 19, 20. I mean, there are pieces of the season where he's out. And I don't know if that's age or whether it's just bad luck, but those start to accumulate.
They do.
So I don't know what to tell you. Well, actually, I do know what to tell you. We're sponsored by 5 Hour Energy. If you have money, you have taxes. If you have a tax problem, then you might have a money problem, and you might even have a legal problem. And that means you need a tax attorney. That's where the tax and crypto attorneys and accountants at Kugelman Law come in. Maybe you have some unfiled tax returns. Maybe you have offshore accounts or received money from a relative overseas. Maybe your small business is facing an audit. You're a mess then. But regardless of the tax problem you have, the Kugelman Law Team can help you. So visit sftaxteam.com today. They will strive to educate their clients about IRS practices and evaluate possible solutions, all while providing you with straightforward and transparent pricing. If you're facing a tax problem, then you're facing a legal problem, so you should contact the Kugelman Law, Tax, and Crypto Attorneys today at sftaxteam.com. That's sftaxteam.com. Alexander Kugelman, Managing Attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. And this paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results. Take care of your taxes.
And Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
That's Alan Stiles. I'm someone else. And we are joined now by the NFL Network's shiningest light, the lovely, the talented, the elegant, Rich Eisen. Hello, my son.
What an introduction, Ray. And it's filled with a lot of syllables and adjectives, and I appreciate them all.
I tried to give you as many vowels as I could manage.
I love it. I don't like buying them, so I appreciate taking them. Thank you.
So let's start with the most compelling news story. St. Louis Battlehawks playing tonight. Who you got?
I thought you were going with Aaron Rodgers' yurt, his Oregon yurt.
Oh, we'll get to that. But I want to lead with the story that people are literally riveted by.
What is that again?
I want to go with the story that people are riveted by or riveted to.
And that is?
Oh, the XFL.
Okay.
Surely you must have an analysis for tonight's game.
My only analysis that I've seen of the XFL is I like that they let you hear completely what they're talking about with the review, and I like that they got rid of that awful rule that the NFL refuses to quit. Fumbling through the end zone gives the ball to the defense, as opposed to in the XFL, the offense gets it at the spot of the fumble. You didn't think I would really break down XFL nuance, did you? Right.
I'll be honest with you, I'm disappointed. Okay, let's go to the secondary story. Aaron Rodgers.
That is?
Performative, informative,
no.
Or just noise?
I think he's truly someone who believes in clearing his mind, or absolutely believes what he is doing is helpful to his state of mind, and I more power to him. There's so many people who do that. I don't know many of them, but and he wants to share that this is what he does to get his mind ready. Great. And it's not like everybody needs to remember Brett Favre and what he did with the Packers. This is nothing compared to what I know. Favre didn't go on a show every week to speak his mind on topics outside of football also, and Favre didn't say, I'm going into some, darkness hut, what is it, a sky cave, whatever it's called in Oregon.
Dark room.
And I know it comes right, and I know it comes across as a little bit out there, but it ain't Favre. Years telling the Packers, I don't know. One year he told the night of the final game, I'm coming back. Another time he made it, he had a whole hoo-ha 45-minute chat with Mike Sherman, keeping the media waiting, and then came out and said, I don't know. And then one year he said, I'm out. And then after they turned to Rodgers, he says, I'm in. I'm coming back. And they're like, no, you're out. And come on, this is not that. This is not that at all. I mean, it's still February 23rd. The combine is next week. The Packers, new league year doesn't really begin until May 15th. So there's time. Let him clear his head. Let him figure it out. And in the meantime, we're all waiting and wondering what his options. We know what his options are. Which one he's going to choose.
Well, and Rich, I mean, I'm just of the mindset. You see him on the Pat McAfee show, and I'm telling you, the smile that he has during that show, when he just looks happier doing that than anything else that I've seen him do on a football field for the last couple of years at least. When you talk about the options that Aaron Rodgers has, if you are a betting man, and even if you aren't, where do you think he ends up?
Staying put. I think he stays put. I think he stays in the spot where, he can finish and have finish his career with just the one team, and doesn't have to go somewhere else, learn a new way to work, a new system, where he's loved by most fans, and he stays put, and it's all well and good, where it finished up very strong. That's where I would think. I mean, his other options are to go to the AFC. I mean, the Green Bay Packers aren't going to send him to the NFC. Somewhere else in the NFC. Although he does have options to force his hand to wherever he wants to go. I can't imagine he'll be able to force his hand to San Francisco or something like that. But it's a crazy-ass league where I didn't see Davante Adams getting traded last year and Rodgers staying. I didn't see Tyreek Hill going. I mean, last March was off the charts in terms of unpredictability, but I think he stays put.
You aptly put it as a crazy-ass league, but let me ask the second question in the quarterback festival, but let me ask it in reverse order. While Derek Carr is clearly leaving the Raiders, what do the Raiders do about that? Not about whether he goes or not. That's already been done. But who do they replace him with? I mean, who's going to get Davante Adams the ball and who's going to hand it to Josh Jacobs? Where are they?
I don't know. I think that's the place where Jimmy Garoppolo wants stuff. But Daniel system inside now. That's the guy who I think McDaniels trusts. That's the guy who, as we all know, the Patriots are grooming to replace Brady. That's the guy who is still young enough to give him 2-3 years while they potentially, draft Will Levis. You're hearing that out of Kentucky as a rumor, 7th overall. I proffer to think that's where he winds up, and because I don't know if I don't know if McDaniels and Rodgers are a mix. You hear how McDaniels likes to do things his own way, his own Patriot 2.0 way, and Derek Carr certainly didn't fit in there. And I don't know if Rodgers is what McDaniels wants to have, certainly when he can have a drafted player of his own and a guy of his own to let the player he drafts marinate, who can actually win football games for him this coming year.
I guess we're going to have to do this at some point, so I may as well just do it now. The 49ers have a quarterback who probably won't be ready for opening night. They have another one who missed all of last year with an injury. Is there a conceivable scenario in your mind where Kyle Shanahan has Brock Purdy, he has Trey Lance, but goes out and gets a more reliable third guy in case the worst-case scenario happens again?
I mean, last year's Niners quarterback room and scenario is the wildest I can recall in my 20 years of doing this NFL Network thing. I mean, where Garoppolo basically says goodbye at the NFC Championship game and to the media, and then says, I'm getting surgery, which on the spot makes him untradeable. So he's still around as Lance clearly gets the gig because of the draft capital the Niners utilized to go get him. Camp starts, and Garoppolo isn't even on the depth chart. He's basically there as, a hood ornament. They don't even give him a playbook. Then they realize, well, going in to camp with this kid they picked last in the draft, despite how good he does look, they can't really have him backing up Trey Lance, so they convince Garoppolo to stay. He does. Lance starts. Game 2, he's out on a cart. Garoppolo then takes them on the same path that he took them the year before. Then he goes out on a cart. Then in comes the kid that they didn't even want to trust to have backup Lance, because that's why they chose Garoppolo, and that kid damn near wins Rookie of the Year and then gets hurt in the NFC Championship game. I mean, it's wild. So I can't sit here and say there are no scenarios that work. That's a very long-winded way of saying I think it's Lance's job. Let's see when Purdy does go under the knife for his elbow to see if he does have an opportunity to make training camp and make a competition out of it. I mean, I had Trey Lance on my show at the Super Bowl, and he said he invited the competition. He said he didn't want anything handed to him. I think that got a lot of 49ers fans' attention of appreciative attention. So I think it's Lance's job, and I think Purdy's going to be around there. But if his elbow's not good enough, then let's see who's still out there that would take the job.
Do the 49ers have enough depth at cart?
At what?
At cart. Since they used it so often this year.
But you got your boots on the ground there. I think you'd probably be more familiar with that. They used a lot of carts last year. You know, most carts in the division. DK Metcalf was second, I think, in the division, using a cart, but for a different reason.
Rich, I am curious. You alluded to Trey Lance being on your show, and as you can imagine, it was huge here in the Bay Area, and obviously all the Niner fans out here and all across the nation and the world watched it. What were your initial thoughts on Trey Lance? You spoke about how he wants to compete, but what did you think about Trey Lance and the way he carries himself? So much is said about the QB1 position. What were your thoughts on Trey Lance after meeting with him?
Delightful. Delightful. And also in a better mindset than when I had him on the Super Bowl week last year. He zoomed in to the show, actually, as opposed to show up in person. And, you know, he was still kind of what appeared to be shell-shocked by his rookie season going the way it did. This time around, he struck me as much more sure of himself, much more, lighthearted. And when he said, you know, I don't want anything handed to me, because let's be honest, the guys played. I forgot that number. I had it, on my fingertips when I was interviewing him. Guys played only in 18 games in the last 3 calendar years, college and professional.
Mm-hmm.
So he's still completely untested, very raw. And for him to say, I'll compete, is awesome. And let's be honest. I mean, you want to talk about a league with the upside at the quarterback position. There aren't many that can just drop back and throw, and that's all they do. I mean, Lance in the Shanahan system, the vaunted Shanahan system, I think would be explosive and very difficult to defend. And we just saw, the Eagles take somebody extremely difficult to defend to the Super Bowl and almost to the podium. So I still think the upside for him is tremendous, and I just really liked seeing him in person and kind of, he was very playful. He seemed really chill. I was very pleased to see that.
Are you among the school of thinkers who believe that the number of quarterbacks who could run Kyle Shanahan's system is remarkably numerous, or do you think there are skills that he requires from his quarterback that make it almost harder to fill?
That's an interesting question. I mean, I'm not really one of those all 22 types, but Birdie certainly looked real comfortable in it, didn't he? I mean, he was amazing. And when he would come to work, with his book bag, it literally looked like he was going to home ec class, He was unbelievable. So I guess it's one of those quarterback-friendly systems where you don't have to run the football as a quarterback. Matt Ryan won an MVP in the system that he was running. And Garoppolo really wasn't much of a threat to run either. So, I guess many quarterbacks can really succeed at it, for sure.
So if you took a step back, Rich, just looking at the Niners as a whole, and obviously you try to win when you have these guys on a rookie deal, how do you view the Niners window? Because the Niners, they've been in this spot where they are an extremely talented team, Super Bowl ready roster. We keep hearing about this, but they haven't won the big one. What do you think in terms of their window? You have teams that just come out of nowhere, like the Eagles with the Jalen Hurts, and now you got to worry about them. The Cowboys aren't going anywhere, even though people like to joke about the Cowboys. If you're Kyle Shanahan, if you're the Niner fan base, you got to get one of these soon, no?
Well, I mean, yeah, but they're. I mean, it does appear that they're set at so many positions. Lynch is terrific at the job. I think he and Shanahan work really well together. Jed York is thrilled with them. And if there's any, coach, GM combination that could survive trading multiple first-round picks to move up to take a quarterback who hardly plays a game for him, it's these two, as they've made, NFC championship games, plural, in 3 of the 4 years, last 4 years. And they're just find so many talented players. I love Fred Warner, Hufanga. Their defensive line is beyond stout. They have the defensive player of the year on it. Deebo Samuel is transformative. Kittle is one of my favorite players I've covered and gotten to meet and know in the 20 years with the NFL. McCaffrey's now there. I think the window's open for a nice long time. They're young and they're physical. Nobody wants to really play them. And the question is what happens when push comes to shove? And in the last 2 NFC championship games, push came to shove and they got pushed around. And I know, every Niner I spoke to that week, from Lance to Deebo to, Kittle, not so much, but they really thought that what happened to Purdy getting knocked out ruined their chances, and thus it really wasn't a fair fight. But the reason why Purdy got knocked out is because the Eagles dominated, eviscerated the line. I mean, that's the fact. So Purdy doesn't get knocked out. As a matter of fact, if he has an extra beat, Ayuk was open on the play in which he hurt his elbow.
Yep.
So they're right there. And if circumstances are different on 2 championship Sundays, maybe they get one of these Super Bowls. But hey, man, they don't have another one in the case. I get it. But outside of the Chiefs, who has been more consistently returning to Super Bowl form? And there's no other team other than the Niners that you look at right now. The Packers, at multiple years, Aaron Rodgers winning, what he referred to on Pat's show as his COVID MVP years, which I don't know what that means, but they didn't get there. The Niners did. And that, does count for something. It should, because so many other teams, like ask the Cowboys, who haven't made one since 1995. So I know it's frustrating that there's not another one, but I would say, don't you think they're one of the 3 teams that'll enter next year? Eagles, them, and whoever else might improve their hand. The Rams getting healthy. I don't know. Who would you choose in the NFC next year going in? And I'd be hard pressed to choose someone other than the Niners.
And finally, before we let you go, and you've been kind to give us as much time as you did, have you reached a level of importance at the NFL Network after all these years where you can make an intern run your 40 for you at the Combine?
I don't know, man. I don't intend to try that just yet. I'm not running at the Combine this year. It's going to be my 3rd year of not running there, and the reason why it was kind of forced. COVID, as you know, canceled the Combine 1 year.
Yeah,
and then the next year, what we wound up doing is because it was impossible to get people to run the 40 with me at the Combine. We did it at SoFi Stadium, in an empty stadium, and brought a bunch of NFL legends and hooked them up with some deep-pocketed philanthropists who ran with them, and we raised a ton of money for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. And a light bulb went over my head saying, if I continue to do this and raise as much money doing it that way, and that is also a way to transition. I'm a 53-year-old man, Ray. I don't know how many people want to watch me run at some point, you know? So I think I might have already reached that shark jumping point anyway. But so I'm going to do it in the Rose Bowl again. This year, we're going to reach out to the Legends community again and the NFL community of philanthropists again, the Play 60 community, and, you know, celebrate the health of children with me running, but some other people running as well at the Rose Bowl. And then maybe I transition that from now on. But I think my days of running at the Combine are over.
That's a level of cowardice that disappoints us all.
I'm still running. I'm still going to do it. But I have to think long term. I don't want this thing to end just because, you know, I'm going to start running 6.5s because I'm getting up there. You know what I mean?
Well, just change your position then. You know, stop pretending you're a running back.
Starting line?
Long snapper.
I could do more things. That's right. I could just take the Wonderlick. You know, I could do that.
Yeah. Well, you could get the intern to take that for you.
Now you're talking.
I know how to delegate.
Now you're talking, but that may be against the law. I don't know. You know?
Yeah, who's going to prosecute?
I don't know.
Yeah.
You never know.
Yeah. Anyway, listen, thanks again for your time. You were swell as always.
You got it.
Enjoy the Combine in whatever form it takes for you. And we will talk to you soon.
It's going to be the form. I mean, four nights starting Thursday. They switched it up. The defensive linemen are going first on Thursday night on NFL Network, and then the defensive backs, and then I do believe it's the quarterbacks on Saturday. So that'll be the big one, and then Sunday will be our last day. Four long days of 3-cone drills.
And the assistant general managers go on Sunday.
That'll be it. I look forward to it.
Rich Eisen, we looked forward to this. It was grand as always. Enjoy the rest of your night. Enjoy the Combine, and we will talk to you soon. Thanks again.
Take care, gents.
All right.
Adios.
Yeah, he's okay.
He's pretty good.
Yeah, I think we'll keep him.
Oh, yeah.
The fact that he has finally admitted that, you know, he's starting to lose a step just indicates to me that, you know, maybe he could do a unicycle.
I was thinking, you know, it's got to be the 40. Maybe you just do a 10 or a 20.
I think maybe ride the cart.
Yeah.
Since that's now part of his analysis repertoire.
Yeah.
I'm kind of sick of this. Let's go home.
Let's go home real quick before I let you go. Real quick. Shout out to Xfinity Mobile Text Line, YouTube chat, and the Twitch stream. There you go.
You came this close.
I had to.
You came this close. I was going to have your car repoed. But since you bailed out at the last minute, I'll spare you.
There you go.
Sports don't build character. They build a desire to get the hell out of here.